Chapter 6581 Old Acquaintances. After concluding their visit to the Dimension Observatory, Vase and Kedis finally climbed their way up to the sacred temple. There, they entered the courtyard of envoys and checked on its only occupant. "I am, at your service." A ghostly and floaty version of Venerable Imon Ingvar slowly bowed and conveyed his deepest respect. Enough time had passed since his death and conversion to a chosen envoy that he had regained more lucidity. However, he was too far from becoming a good conversation partner. The chosen envoy still hadn't recovered much of his humanity. It will probably take a few more years before he becomes lucid and intelligent enough to deploy him in the field. What purpose would that serve? Kedis wondered. All I see is a ghost. Are you expecting him to haunt people to death? Not per se. He used to be an expert pilot. I think it may be possible to have him pilot a mech again, though I will need to design a machine that is specially tailored to him. The latest system upgrade has given me the option to spend AP to create a physical body for him. That will make this much easier. Perhaps this is a way for me to cultivate an absolutely loyal mech pilot for myself. The only question is whether he will retain the extraordinary willpower of an expert pilot and whether he can still break through. If he has lost it all, then I will have to find a different way to use him to my advantage. Kedis frowned. She found it rather distasteful to focus so much on turning Imon into a productive asset. Why not try to make him alive again so that Saint Commander Casella Ingvar could be reunited with the brother she thought she had lost forever? She refrained from speaking up. She could understand Ves's priorities. None of this was cheap. They would have to spend valuable ascension points to create a new organic vessel for Imon Ingvar. The least he could do was work to pay off his debt. The pair of mech designers left the courtyard of envoys and entered the main temple structure. There, they inspected their status before heading to the sacred hearth. There, they beheld their divine cores, each of which had changed and grown to varying degrees since their last visit. Vulcan had become Ves's strongest incarnation. Years of practicing a custom high-end cultivation method optimized by his mother had allowed Vulcan to enter the second major cultivation rank ahead of his principal. Vase could not help but feel amazed each time he confirmed Vulcan's rapid progress. His rate of improvement was high. Much of it was because his cultivation method directly allowed him to leech from the energies of the iron-resonant crucifix crown. His rapid growth in spirituality in turn accelerated his ability to connect to craftsmen and artisans that worshipped him as the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. With the help of the totems that the Creation Association commercialized and distributed across human-occupied space in increasingly more sophisticated ways, Vulcan was able to ride along so many master craftsmen that he was able to familiarize himself and gain at least partial proficiency in many different productive activities. From learning how to tan Puelmer skins to obtaining the secrets on how to process a mentalist crystal into an edible ingredient, Vulcan slowly embodied the concept of human craftsmanship in the Red Ocean. He even began to receive incidental worship of alchemists, who had recently learned the previously obscure craft of converting extraordinary plant and animal reagents into useful pills and elixirs. Vase was especially happy with that recent gain because it opened the door to enabling the Larkinson clan to produce these strategic goods. However, traditional alchemy was a pointless activity without a large and continuous supply of alchemical reagents. The majority of them could not be bought on the open market. The demand for them was far too high, so every major group converted several territories into extraordinary farms and grew the reagents that matched their alchemy formulas. The growth and care of those plants was not an enterprise that could be set up with ease. It took a large number of knowledgeable experts as well as special soils that could grow the sensitive and picky reagents. The Larkinson clan currently lacked the territories, the expertise and the knowledgeable manpower needed to cultivate all of the essential plant reagents. If the Blinkyverse had begun the process of converting an intangible planet and a star into real physical satellites, then Vase might be able to get away with growing all of those valuable reagents inside a part of himself. That was still a fantasy, though. Vase did not have the faintest clue what he needed to do to kick off the materialization process of the Blinkyverse. Either Blinky needed to become a true god first, or he needed to upgrade the Blinkyverse manually by feeding it with rare and precious materials. Vase inwardly shook his head. There was no need for him to be impatient about this stuff. The Larkinson clan was not large and established enough to set up a complete supply chain for alchemical products. He and his clan could make do with exchanging the end products from the Red 3 by spending war merits. In any case, even if Vulcan would not be able to practice his newly gained skills in refining pills and elixirs, at least not directly, he could still do so more indirectly as long as the worshipping alchemists allowed the spiritual entity to possess their bodies for a time. Even so, it was harder for Vulcan to achieve success through this method. Even refining the simplest pill not only required a lot of understanding of theoretical principles, but accumulate an abundance of experience on the timing and execution of the production steps. Domain shaper or not, Vulcan needed to be honest and learn alchemy step by step if he wanted to be able to produce these products on an independent basis. That was not a high priority at the moment. Vase resolutely set this subject aside and studied the iron-resonant crucifix crown in greater detail. The symbol of authority traditionally associated with the lost metal scroll still stuck to Vulcan's divine core-like barnacle. When Vase tried to peel it away, the stubborn crown refused to relinquish its perch and prevented him from having his way. Whatever you are about to ask from me, I do not think it is a good idea. These divine cores represent our essence. What will happen if we actually damage one of them? I cannot contain the Heavensward if it ever goes wild. That's a risk that I am willing to accept. Just do what I ask, please. Slowly draw the Heavensward and try to make contact with the iron-resonant crucifix crown. Just a light touch will do. I just want to know what happens if the two get into contact. To be honest, Katiz's concerns were justified. What Vase just asked her to do could go wrong in so many ways. If a fight broke out in the sacred hearth, then there was a risk that all of their divine cores may suffer from collateral damage in the process. However, Vase did not believe that the Heavensward would be stupid enough to start a fight in a space where Katiz's divine core would also be at risk of getting harmed. The biggest wildcard was the iron-resonant crucifix crown. Vase knew way too little about its history, its motivations and its threat level to himself. This was why he proposed this dangerous experiment. Vase needed to gather more data on the symbol of authority so that he could better account for its presence in his life. Come on, Kedis, what are you waiting for? It is better that we try to get a reaction out of it rather than let this potential time bomb detonate on its own terms. If it turns out to he throat, then it is hotter to deal with it now than later. Though Kedis still felt this was a bad idea, she cautiously drew out the Heavensward and slowly brought it closer to Vulcan's divine core. Vase wondered what would happen if an ancient grand work came into contact with an ancient relic of a different nature. He still did not have a clear idea of the true nature of the symbols of authority. He had heard that the special crowns were originally derived from the blood shed by the creators of the sacred scrolls. This gave Vase a hint on how he could elevate his user status within the Mech designer system. If his fears became true, then the only way to gain greater authority over the system was to harness the power of an actual symbol of authority. It all fit with each other. Sacred scrolls were not supposed to be used by themselves. They were incredibly powerful and offered a lot of benefits to those that were able to access them, but only the supposed holy sons and holy daughters could gain administrator rights over their functions. The ability to control the usage of the sacred scrolls and the opportunity to unlock their greater mysteries were incredibly tempting benefits to those favored leaders, but the problem was that the sources of the blessings most definitely had impure motives. This was why Vase never trusted the iron-resonant crucifix crown and constantly had to put up his guard against it. Only the fact that it had remained fairly inert aside from allowing itself to get exploited by Vulcan had caused him to feel less acutely threatened by its continued presence. His mother was aware of the problem, but she believed that the metal god method that she specifically improved to siphon the iron-resonant crucifix crown's strength should be enough to keep it safe. Vase was not entirely convinced. Hence why he insisted on this test. Vulcan most certainly began to feel more and more nervous as one of the most powerful weapons in the Red Ocean came closer and closer to his divine core. Even though Vulcan greatly admired the Heavensward, that also made him fear its power even more. If Vulcan had not already cultivated his heart of steel to a considerable degree of success, he would not have been able to remain so stoic in the face of a potential disaster. Even the symbol of authority could no longer maintain a dull and lifeless face anymore. It visibly began to show signs of activity by shaking from its current perch and releasing a distinctly metallic glow. Kedis slowed down, but did not stop. As the tip of the Heavensward approached the surface of the crown, the latter most definitely could not remain calm. When the two apparently metallic objects finally made contact with each other to the point where one of them may actually suffer a scratch, both of them briefly flared with power. The crown released a pulse of high-grade metal energy in an attempt to physically push away the sharp edge of the Heavensward. The grand work on the other hand surrounded itself with heavenly energy, enabling it to withstand the energetic pulse and remain firm. Stop, Vase commanded. Stopping now, Kedis did as instructed. The activity between the two powerful relics quickly died down. Did you sense anything special during the moment of contact? Vase curiously asked. I was as if they never conflicted with each other. Kedis thought for a few seconds. I could feel through the heavensward that it had tried to assert its dominance over the crown. Neither of them managed to gain the upper hand, but that may be that they are unwilling to initiate hostilities in this time and place. The weapon harbors a familiar sort of disdain towards the crown. The two may already be familiar with each other, but I can't know for sure. The best way I can characterize it is two old acquaintances meeting with each other after they have lived out most of their lives. Even if they used to be openly hostile towards each other, they no longer care so much about their past disagreements. That is all I can surmise. That is okay. You have given me more than enough information. This told Vase that the heavensward may actually have the ability to harm or destroy the iron-resonant crucifix crown. He grinned when he made this inference. The balance of power between him and the symbol of authority had finally shifted. Although it had not changed entirely in his favor, he at least proved that he had the means to deter the crown. This was good news. Chapter 6582 One man's trash is another woman's treasure. The experiment yielded plenty of useful information to Vase. He learned that the heavensward and the iron-resonant crucifix crown may have belonged to opposing parties in the past. This made sense as the creator of the metal scroll and its associated crown used to be an immortal god that sundered the extraordinary source of the Milky Way galaxy in an attempt to ascend to a higher stage. If the wielder of the heavensward lived during those ancient times, then he or she would definitely be a part of the huge cultivation community that had unanimously turned against the 5 immortal gods that sought to devour the heavens themselves. The outcome of this cataclysmic collision was mutual annihilation. The Milky Way became broken and degenerated into a low-energy environment. Cultivators died off en masse as they were no longer able to sustain themselves due to the disappearance of E-energy radiation. The 5 immortal gods died, though how extensively they perished still remained unclear. The heavensward had to enter into a power-saving mode in order to survive in the barren environment. The grand work also had to get accustomed to a new reality where the environment was unable to spawn a worthy heir to its precious legacy. Considering the sheer devastation that resulted from that ancient war, it was understandable that neither relics of the past felt eager to revisit past grievances. Too much time had passed since that cataclysm occurred. Vase previously thought that it happened several hundreds of thousands of years ago, but that was obviously far too implausible of a timeframe. It was much more likely that tens of millions if not hundreds of millions of years had passed since the ancient disaster took place. Vase was not an expert, so his assumptions may be false. Whatever the case, after living through such a long period of ruination, the two relics of the past had already moved on from this ancient calamity for the most part. There was one possible reason why the heavensward see reason to act against the symbol of authority despite the risks to Vase and Ketiz's divine cores, but it had mercifully restrained its edge. Vase actually found it curious that the heavensward did not treat the iron-resonant crucifix crown as an archenemy. This may have happened if the crown was actually a surviving remnant of an immortal god that had managed to cling to life throughout the passage of time. Since that ultimately did not happen, the crown probably had a weaker relation to its creator. It was practically impossible to negotiate and subdue an immortal god. The gap in status was simply too big even if the latter had turned into a remnant of its former self. If the iron-resonant crucifix crown possessed its own personality that was independent of the original immortal god, then that was a lot more advantageous to Vase. He was already forming plans based on his observations and assumptions. He still had to maintain a certain degree of caution considering how it successfully managed to corrupt the polymath, but he became a lot more confident about subverting it to his cause. After all, what else was it supposed to do? Unlike the golden laurel wreath crown which at least remained tied to a completely intact sacred scroll, the iron-resonant crucifix crown had lost its partner after the shattering of the metal scroll. Vase speculated that the breaking of the sacred scroll had invalidated some of the programming of the iron-resonant crucifix crown and caused it to become less eager to follow its original directives. If this was the case, then Vase may be able to take advantage of this opening and convince it to accept a new purpose. As Vase continued to observe the crown with cautious interest, Kedis gazed suspiciously in his direction. "What are you thinking about doing now, Vase?" "Ideas. Some of them are dangerous. It's not important for the time being. I am not ready to break the status quo yet. Let's leave the crown alone since it isn't doing any apparent harm for the time being, the pair of mech designers exited the sacred hearth and left the temple building. Both of them admired the view of the idyllic clouds and mountain range for a time. However, they both needed to return and get back to work. Make sure to be ready to enter the system space 4 days later. Vase broke the silence. We need a lot of AP if we want to raise our chances of surviving the ongoing war. I know. I am eager to upgrade the Dimension Observatory further and begin this dimension-breaching stuff. There is also other stuff that I want to exchange with AP. There is far too much of the former and not enough of the latter. Their biggest constraint right now was that the system offered increasingly more attractive benefits, but charged AP for almost all of them. This was also one of the reasons why Vase favored the second upgrade track. 5-element mastery and superdimensional transformation were decent options as well, but Vase could clearly tell it would take a huge amount of ascension points to fully realize their benefits. That was way too much for Vase. His earning potential directly limited how extensively he could take advantage of the system. This was one of the reasons why he embraced an option that suggested that it would impose the least amount of drain on this scarce currency. The Demoncasting Forge did not disappoint his expectations. Sure, it cost AP to upgrade the facilities and unlock the ability to summon stronger demons and expand the capacity of the demon prison. That did not bother Vase too much because its current state already satisfied his demands. He could freely engage in demoncasting without spending AP as long as he supplied the demons himself. Lucky's gems gave him a buffer which he could use to buy time to secure another supply of demons. When Vase finally bid farewell to Kedis and exited the system space, he returned to his underground design lab as if nothing special happened. His eyes suddenly burned with greater purpose. He suddenly stood up and tried to track Lucky down. According to the monitoring system, the cat was currently lounging in Gloriana's company. Meow, hee. You are so cute and close to perfect, Lucky. Gloriana playfully threw another chunk of high-grade exotic at the cat. Lucky lazily caught the ore with his mouth and chewed on it before swallowing his latest snack. There you are, Lucky, Vase said as the gem cat began to glance vigilantly in his, "Why have you returned, Vase? I need to have a good word with my lazy pet here," he said as he moved closer and unceremoniously picked up the archimetal feline. "I will be taking him away." When he moved out, he suddenly gained an interesting idea and halted. He turned back towards Gloriana and extended an arm. A very strange and deadly pink knife suddenly materialized in his palm. Gloriana gazed at it with a puzzled expression. Her perplexement gradually made way. What is this? Where did you get this knife? Did you make it yourself?" "It's a test product that I have developed in secret," Vase succinctly answered. "I am trying out a new means of enhancing weapons and possibly mechs. It is a considerably more dangerous and risky means of metaphysical empowerment, but the initial result is already powerful enough for me to follow up on this radical new approach." Even if Vase couldn't explain where he obtained the knife or managed to produce it, he still wanted to leave behind a clear record that introduced his D-arms and D-mechs to red humanity. It would be much less dramatic for Vase to introduce his first fully fledged D-mech when there was no prior warning that such an outrageous product could even exist. By exposing a small trinket like the maiden knife first, Vase could forewarn the Red Association about the existence of demonized products. As Gloriana studied it more, she inexplicably felt attracted to it. She unconsciously drew closer, but Vase drew back the knife. "Hey, careful, Gloriana. Did you forget that I said it was dangerous and risky? I am being serious. As long as you keep it in your possession, there is always a chance it will turn hostile towards you. This isn't a regular living knife. The intelligence inside the maiden knife is powerful and malevolent. You will get your arm pricked by these curved thorns if you let down your guard." His wife did not appear to take his warning seriously. "That is because the knife hates you. This is a woman's weapon. It is a travesty that it remains in your hand. You should transfer it to me right now." She snatched the knife from Vase and held it with growing interest and admiration. "This knife. It is more beautiful and perfect than I thought. At first, these thorns appear wasteful and inefficient, but there is a sense of elegant lethality in its design language. Ah, I can feel the woman that gives this weapon a soul. My suspicions are right. She much prefers to be held by me than you. I do not blame her at all. This is a woman's accessory." One of the knife's inherent effects began to affect Gloriana's charm. Unlike the earlier enhancement applied to Kedis, the maiden knife had a much stronger effect on Gloriana. She was already beautiful from the onset and always groomed her appearance to perfection every morning. Now that she held the maiden knife, she had gained a metaphysical boost in attraction that complemented her physical attraction. The result was that she looked a lot more enchanting than before. It was as if his wife had turned into a graceful elf. Though Vase was strong-minded enough to keep his head clear, his fascination for his wife grew when he witnessed her beauty reaching an unprecedented peak. He tried his best to refrain from telling her how much more beautiful she had become. He did not want to feed her already overinflated ego. She was perfectly capable of doing that herself. In fact, she activated a mirror projection and admired the view of herself. She swayed her body around and noticed that she unconsciously made many subtle movements that directly amplified her attraction. This knife is amazing. What an amazing effect. What is its name? I call it the maiden knife, because the soul trapped inside is derived from a long-dead maiden. I see. Do you know how much money you can raise if you put it up for auction? Millions of MTA credits. No. Women are obsessed with beauty. Tens of millions of MTA credits. Try. Billions of MTA credits. Gloriana smirked. If this knife is able to improve the appearance and beauty of any woman, then this maiden knife is worth at least that much. In fact, if this new weapon is one of a kind that cannot be replicated, then do not be surprised that its value can rise to over 1 trillion MTA credits if it is placed in a grand auction. Vase genuinely looked shocked at his much more charming wife. He never thought that a failed experimental product could actually have the potential to raise so much money. What? Are people truly willing to spend money that is worth as much as a first-class fleet carrier on a knife that only makes you look more attractive? We are in the middle of a war. So, beauty is a woman's weapon. Don't you know that, Vase? If this weapon's ability to amplify the charm and allure of a lady that already scores high in those criteria, then this is an accessory that defies reality. If you combine it with a curated cultivation method that increases a woman's attraction even further, then hardly any human will be able to prevent themselves from worshipping that goddess. Woman's pursuit of beauty was limitless. It was not implausible for women to be willing to trade an actual first-class fleet carrier just to possess such an amazing artifact. Then, forget about auctioning it. I am keeping it. Just consider it my early birthday present, Gloriana said with determination as she gripped the maiden knife tighter in her slender hand. Do you have any objections, Vase? No. You can keep it, dear. Chapter 6583 Lucky at Work. Gloriana decisively claimed the maiden knife as her latest possession. Even if she identified that the knife could be bought for the price of a first-class fleet carrier if it was put up for auction in front of wealthy ladies from the upper echelon of first-class society, Gloriana never thought of relinquishing it to others. At least Vase did not have to worry about selecting the right birthday present for his wife. As Gloriana practically gushed over the knife despite the presence of spikes that could easily prick her vulnerable skin, the woman did not appear to harbor any fear that the weapon would harm herself somehow. This was incredibly foolish, yet Vase strangely observed that Gloriana apparently did not encounter any meaningful resistance from the maiden knife. The D-arm's behavior had changed drastically. Vase wondered whether the maiden knife had forgotten its identity as a weapon inhabited by a resentful and irrational demon. When Vase held it in his hands, he could feel the anger and fury that the so-called ancient maiden held towards him. He was the creator of the maiden knife, yet it never showed him any gratitude. Of course, that made a bit of sense as Vase had put the ancient demon through a series of painful transformations before converting her into the unwilling power source of a D-arm. What was strange was that the maiden knife showed clear rejection towards Kedis, but grew unnaturally docile as soon as it fell into Gloriana's palm. Why did it exhibit such an enormous difference in treatment? Was it because the maiden knife disliked Kedis because she wasn't pretty enough? Did Gloriana's more classical beauty and excellent hair and skincare earn the appreciation of the ancient maiden? As twisted and crazy the remnant of the ancient maiden had become, it appeared that she was still capable of playing favorites. This observation was of great significance to Vase. It taught him that demons were not universally hostile to everyone, and was willing to temper their aggression when coming into contact with more compatible individuals. This meant that Vase had to pay attention to the nature and inclinations of individual demons. He had to match them up to the right objects and the right users in order to maximize the benefits and minimize the negative side effects. Shortly after Gloriana claimed the maiden knife, she already began to craft a matching pink scabbard for her latest knife. She did not attempt to create curved caps in order to cover the sharp spikes. She instead took a page out of Katiz's book and designed a floating device that could safely keep the weapon close at hand without risking anyone getting picked by one of the many thorns. Strangely enough, Losing contact with the weapon did not remove the charm-enhancing effect right away, unlike what happened when Vase and Kedis held the maiden knife. This made Gloriana more determined to go through with her current plan. Vase could only lament the unfair treatment. He simply did not understand the thinking of these women. Let's leave them alone and have our own little chat, shall we, Lucky? The gem cat resisted Ves's hold. Lucky valued his freedom and did not want to get dragged away. The feline clearly sensed that Vase did not have good intentions when he arrived this time. Sadly, Lucky had no chance of getting away. His phasing abilities had improved continuously over time, but trying to play around with spatial abilities in front of a phase lord was futile. Once Vase carried his cat to his own design lab, he sat down on the nearest chair and held Lucky in front of a face as if he was holding up a baby. Meow. The dark-plated Archimetal cat played innocent this time. It was as if Lucky thought he could get away with whatever Vase tried to accuse him of if he acted cute. It didn't work. Lucky. Meow. I have been tolerating your laziness and persistent lack of productive activities for a long time. You have been a good companion for the children, and you generally kept your nose out of trouble, so I have been letting you wander around without care. While I am still willing to let you continue to play around, what is different is that I expect you to meet certain quotas. Have you forgotten who you are? You are a gem cat. The primary purpose of your existence is to produce gems. When was the last time you used the kitty litter box? With how many exotics and hypers you have eaten in the last year, I would have expected you to produce absolutely marvelous gems, especially given that you have taken a bite out of EE343F00334R. Yet here we are. So many months have passed while you have refused to generate any output. What is going on in your digestive system? Are you embezzling all of those valuable nutrients into upgrading your functionality? Meow. Give me gems. Vase violently shook Lucky back and forth. Producing gems is the least you can do after I allowed you to take a bite out of a super-class alloy. If there is any of it left in your digestive system, then get it out right now. I am not going to wait any longer. Meow. What has changed is that I have new use for your gems now. Previously, I needed them to elevate my mechs to masterworks and give my champions an additional boost in combat. These demands became less important over time because of the shifting focus to ace pilots and Gloriana's god body method. I thought that this would have phased out the value of your gems, but I have recently found a wonderful new application that can make even better use of them than before. Isn't that great, Lucky? Meow. Vase gave his cat a serious glare. Okay, that's enough talk. It is time for concrete action. You have two choices, little buddy. Either start producing your output now, or wait until I find a piece of B-stone other materials that can stimulate your digestive organs. It's your choice. Meow. The gem cat made an immediate choice. After receiving a serious warning that Lucky needed to abide by a new quota, he went to work right away. Vase lowered the cat on one of the kitty litter boxes used by one of the numerous cats that prowled D&D base. The members of the premier branch did not have a strong tradition of keeping cats and other pets. There were still plenty of people who originally resided in the expeditionary fleet and brought along their existing pets, hence why kitty litter boxes could be found with ease. Responsibilities and actively stimulated his digestive tract through his own means. A few awkward minutes passed until Lucky completed his shameful business and floated away with an ache on his backside. Mew. Don't forget that I expect you to produce another set of high-quality gems in the next 12 months. Vase yelled after his cat. If you produce more of them, you will earn a bonus. I might even find a way to give you another bite out of a super-class material. You don't want to know what I will do to you if you fail to produce any gems that meet my minimum standard. If your output continues to disappoint me, then do not blame me if I use you as a test subject for one of the experiments I have been dying to start. Lucky dashed away pretty quickly after hearing this ominous threat. Becoming Ves's test subject was no joke. Vase didn't care about Lucky's departure. He got what he wanted out of the cat. Perhaps the gem cat had taken the threat seriously, because he truly made a serious effort to produce a substantial amount of gems this time. Each of them looked bright and special, which increased Ves's expectations towards their attributes. Due to the large variety of materials ingested by Lucky, the gems came in several different variations. Vase already placed them in different subcategories. Right now, the so-called dark gems attracted his interest the most. Vase had a feeling that gems tied to negative attributes had the greatest demonization potential. They could be used to create the most powerful but also the most dangerous D-arms. Shadow Lord's betrayal, the regret of an alien assassin towards betraying his mission and his master is captured in this gem. Greatly increases affinity towards the shadow attribute and amplifies the single attack power of an attack onto a target's rear by 100%. What a powerful effect! Vase had encountered much more powerful amplifications in performance, but he had never seen such a strong attack multiplier in a small and handy gem. This was definitely a boost that was perfect for the Phobos, the Larkinson clan's only expert stealth mech. However, Vase felt it was wasteful to merge the next iteration of the Phobos with a gem. It would only remain useful so long as Venerable Zimro Belson remained a high-tier expert pilot. If he broke through and became a saint, then his saint kingdom would begin to subject his Phobos to willpower baptism. This would steadily override the extraordinary amplification effect of the Shadow Lord's betrayal with a persistent boost that originated from the ace pilot himself. From his examinations of the Dark Zephyr Mark III after Saint Tusa piloted him for a time, Vase already ascertained that the 20% boost in agility bestowed by Bastet's regard had worn away. The ace light skirmisher retained nothing from the original gem. Vase did not feel there was anything regretful about the expiration of Bastet's regard. It had served its purpose and Tusa had gotten plenty of value out of the effect during his expert pilot days. However, Vase would not be stupid enough to squander one of Lucky's gems on a mech piloted by an ace pilot or another individual that was close to breaking through. Vase speculated that the only way to preserve a gem's effect was if the remnant soul trapped inside retained at least some of the strength of a true god. Only a higher major cultivation rank was strong enough to resist the willpower baptism of an ace pilot, at least up to a point. It did not sound likely that Lucky would be able to capture true god-level remnant spirits in his gems anytime soon. That was okay. Vase had studied the Maiden Knife and the tools of the Demoncasting Forge just enough to possess greater confidence in their ability to withstand willpower baptism. That meant that he could definitely find a way to make this gem useful for the current and future Phobos. Vase turned his attention towards an even darker gem that looked related to the previous one. Shadow Lord's Mark, the insidiousness of an alien assassin is contained in this gem. Greatly increases affinity towards the darkness attribute and allows a mech to plant intangible marks with every melee weapon strike. If enough marks are planted in the same area, then they can be detonated on command, inflicting instant damage based on the total darkness energy contained within the marks. Interesting. What a great effect. Even if Vase did not intend to integrate it in a gem, he still hoped he could preserve this unique function if he integrated it into a D-arm. It would be best if he employed demon forging, but since he had no idea how to do that, he could only resort to demoncasting. Vase could see two immediate uses for the Shadow Lord's Mark. He could either use it to demoncast a suitable weapon for his own use, or he could use it to augment one of the Dark Zephyr Mark III's knives in order to make the weapon useful. Chapter 6584 Lucky's output. Where there was darkness, there was light. Lucky also produced gems that possessed a notable alignment towards positive E-energy attributes. Although not all of the bright gems possessed benign effects, they at least possessed a more positive vibe than the dark gems. Vase actually doubted whether the remnant spirits trapped inside some of these bright gems could be characterized as demons. Bastet's encouragement, the encouraging yell of a feline patron, can be found within this gem. Enhances the dignity of a mech and amplifies the mental suppression it exerts towards allies and enemies within a large range. The white diamond-like gem shone with a relatively bright inner light. Its facets sparked mysteriously under the power of a familiar, feline patron. This was hardly the first time Vase encountered the name, Bastet. He began to feel increasingly more certain that this was not a coincidence. Did real gods exist? Were they observing red humanity in real time? Was one of them peeking at him right now? Vase had no idea. He refused to believe that there was a massive difference between Bastet and other powerful cultivators at the true god level or above. They were only called gods because the weaklings at the bottom were ignorant and did not know any better. While Vase was willing to take the system's description more seriously and believe that Bastet may very well exist, he did not really think that this female patron would one day materialize in front of him and bestow him her personal blessing. Vase turned his attention back to the gem. He came up with two tentative plans for this gem. He could use it to upgrade the Lionheart in the future, or he could use it to improve the Minerva Mark II when the upgrade process was scheduled to begin. Compatibility and fit are important. This gem is clearly more useful to Uncle Ark and his Lionheart. He would have to devise a different solution for Saint Commander Casella Ingvar. Vase examined another bright gem produced by Lucky. The Adjudicator's light, the undying hatred against evil of a lost peacekeeper, is contained within this gem. Enables a mech to glow brighter in the presence of evil according to the laws upheld by the forgotten peacekeeper, and enables it to inflict up to 200% damage against such beings depending on the severity. Another amazing gem. This square gem glowed with a harsher and more judgmental light. It vaguely felt similar to the Subjugation King's harsh pale light, which caused Vase to suspect that the lost peacekeeper may have been a fellow member of the Krelian race. Had Lucky been catching spiritual remnants that originally came from Messier 87? How many of these gems derived their power from the remnants of once great and mighty beings from the Milky Way? The lack of information was grating at Vase. He felt it was incredibly important to know more about the entities captured in the gems. In any case, Vase had multiple good options to use this gem for the benefit of multiple candidates. Yet for whatever reason, he instinctively felt was a great match for Venerable Janzi Larkinson and the Bastion from a thematic perspective. Janzi had changed drastically since her first breakthrough and turned herself into a crusader of sorts. She was one of the more politically active expert pilots and cared the most about doing the right thing. This meant that she possessed a great dislike towards evil, even if her values and principles differed a lot from the lost peacekeeper. The two should at least be able to overlook these problems and find a kindred soul with each other. Is it worth it to use up a potentially devastating offensive hyper gem to one of the most defense-oriented expert mechs in my clan? The mismatch in attributes made this decision a lot harder than it should. The Bastion possessed the weakest offensive power out of all of the high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan. She was just so damn slow that she hardly had any opportunity to clash with enemies. She mostly used her superior defenses to shield damaged warships from destruction. That might change somewhat if Venerable Janzi managed to become an ace pilot. It would be a lot easier to improve the mobility of the Bastion Mark II. Every ace mech was a potential asset in the fight against alien phase lords. Vase could not rule out the possibility that Janzi and her future ace mech would be dispatched against such mighty opponents. If that ever happened, then it was worthwhile to enhance the offensive power of the Bastion. The only question was whether the alien phase lords were actually evil from the perspective of the Adjudicator's light. Vase did not pretend that the native aliens were in the wrong in the Red War. Humans arrived into the Red Ocean as unwelcome guests and started a brutal campaign of conquest and colonization. It was only fair for the native aliens to rise up and drive away the invaders from their home galaxy. From this perspective, the native aliens were the good guys while humans were the bad guys. If this was the case, how would the Adjudicator's light feel when it realized that it was being utilized by the wrong side? The D-Mech or D-Arm might actually rebel and turn against its wielder. Perhaps Janzi's strong sense of self-righteousness might be able to avert such a potential disaster. Well, there is plenty of time before the Bastion is due for an upgrade, so there is no rush to decide. Vase smiled and set aside this problem. That settled the gems that shone the brightest. Lucky had produced a single archigem this time. He likely produced archigems whenever he ate significant chunks of archimetal. The gem cat did not have a lot of archimetal in his diet. The only opportunity for him to eat products of Architech was whenever Gloriana discarded her experiments related to this alien tech base. That was a shame, because Vase considered archigems to be the most advanced variant of gems produced by Lucky so far. The descriptions of their effects were more vague but also grander in scale and scope. This may be a hint that they were much more accurate reproductions of the domains of once powerful cultivators. Flames of Ruination, a gem that contains the fires that once contributed to the fall of a civilization, strengthens and amplifies the flames spread by a mech whenever it is used for similar purposes. The fierce red archigem may not match the color of Saint Isabel Coden's domain, but their inclinations matched pretty closely. This gem was perfect for Saint Isabel's upcoming ace mech. The Promethea Mark II project was scheduled to start after the completion of the Minerva Mark II Proect and the Riot Mark III Proect respectively. Since Gloriana was no longer involved with the First Sword Mark III project, she could start to design the next iteration of the Promethea sooner than anticipated. Vase would figure out a way to convert this archigem into a powerful offensive enhancement for the Promethea Mark II. He had high hopes for the Flames of Ruination in particular. There had to be a reason for archigems to adopt a more sophisticated structure. Perhaps they contained more powerful or complete spiritual remnants. After Vase completed his inspection of this wonderful gem, he finally turned to the pair of gems that looked ugly and misshapen. This was the disadvantage of forcing Lucky to empty his digestive system in advance. The gem cat did not have the time to properly complete the formation of his products. Still, Vase did not regret this decision because he needed to reassert discipline onto his pet. Besides, what if the flawed gems were more useful than expected? Just because their physical shells looked ugly did not mean that their inhabitants were defective. The heart of vengeance that smolders in the dark, a semi-processed gem that encapsulates the obsession towards vengeance of a betrayed warrior. This gem can periodically amplify a single attack launched by a mech against a target that is the bearer of a great amount of unfulfilled resentment. Damn, the misshapen spiral gem promised great power against those who treated a lot of beings like crap. Vase had a feeling that the Red Ocean was far from short of those kinds of individuals. This meant that this gem would be a perfect fit for an offensive mech that was capable of inflicting a singular powerful blow. Only one machine truly qualified. The Amaranto Mark III that the design department recently completed and shipped back to the expeditionary fleet could make fantastic use of the properties of this gem. To be more specific, Vase felt that it would be best if he forged the heart of vengeance that smolders in the dark into the instrument of vengeance. Their names happen to match, so that should definitely increase the compatibility between the demon and the weapon. The only concern was whether the flawed and incomplete shape of the gem would negatively impact the demoncasting process in any way. Vase did not have enough information, so he could only give it a try and see what would happen. Technology Thief's Surprise, a semi-processed gem that contains the ill intent of a technology thief towards his victims. This gem can progressively weaken and neutralize material technological products struck by a mech based on the knowledge and understanding of the utilized. This unfinished infinity symbol-shaped gem had an outrageous effect. If the description was accurate, then it could potentially turn entire battleships into a collection of scrap metal. The premise was that the wielder of the power of this gem actually understood all of the complicated tech. This practically made this gem useless to all conventional mech pilots. The only group of people that could make the best use out of the gem were top mech designers and scientists who happened to become Karman mech pilots. This is absurd. These intelligent minds were far too precious to risk on the front lines. They should be kept away from the fighting so that they could continue to contribute to red humanity by furthering its technological development. There were two exceptions that Vase could think of at the moment. The first was Kedis, who became even more encouraged to test herself in battle after she gained access to the power and the protection of the Heavensward. Of course, it would be best if Kedis agreed to convert her Bloodsinger or one of her other swords into a D-arm with the Technology Thief's Surprise. Another potential candidate that could make great use of this gem was Vase himself. Even if he did not want to make it a habit for him to unfold his true body and fight against formidable enemies in person, Vase did not think he could avoid such confrontations in the future. The Technology Thief's Surprise would not be of much use against purely organic opponents such as phase whales and phase lords, but it should work great against their increasingly more technologically sophisticated raiments. Aside from that, the gem should also have a great effect against alien warships, though Vase was not sure if it would work against transphasic energy shields in particular. Whatever the case, Vase should have a much easier time crippling warships left and right due to his formidable knowledge base. I wonder how powerful this gem will become if it falls into the hands of the polymath. This was an absurd notion. The polymath was a star designer with an awe-inspiring domain. Vase did not think it was likely for a gem that likely contained a middle demon to be of much use. Well, that's it for now. After Vase completed his inspection of the latest batch of gems, he stuffed them into his pouch, causing it to get close to reaching its storage limit. He smiled. He had plenty of demons to work with this time. Chapter 6585 Designed by Template. While Vase happily inspected the latest batch of gems produced by Lucky, all the way out in the Milky Way, a certain cyborg cat just concluded her latest design session. Veronica let out a tired breath as she sat back on the floating pillow that served as her seat. The biomechanical feline incarnation had been working almost continuously on a single mech design project ever since the evolution which unveiled the Oblivion Gates. The Oblivion Empress personally commanded her daughter to design the first Karman mech for a massive human society that was frankly not ready to adopt it on a larger scale. It was too bad that the Oblivion Gate Consortium had no intentions of prepping the masses for the immense disruption that would ensue after the mass proliferation of mechs that could be piloted by norms. There were times where Veronica felt bad about becoming complicit to the outbreak of war and conflict on a scale that original humanity had never witnessed since the start of the Age of Mechs. Her creation may very well serve as the first inciting factor that could ultimately lead to the downfall of the Big Two. The age of mechs may finally come to an end in the Milky Way galaxy. Could Veronica bear the responsibility for contributing to these man-made calamities? She didn't know. Her mother gave her no choice but to work, so she did her best to set aside her misgivings and do her job as a mech designer. One of the main factors that made the days and weeks so much more bearable was the company of an old friend from the survivalist faction. Master Moira Willix served as a true heavyweight in the Rule Breaker project. While Veronica contributed her unique Karman system, Master Willix practically excelled in taking care of everything else. She made it possible for Veronica to tackle the high-level challenge of designing a series of modular mech platforms for every tech level that could also be localized to every region of human-occupied space. That last part was especially tricky to do for a relatively young and inexperienced mech designer like Veronica. Unlike Red Humanity, which only occupied a single corner of a dwarf galaxy, original humanity had expanded its reach across half of a main galaxy. This meant that it was not that simple to reproduce a single mech design in every region of human space. The quantity and type of resources available in the Komodo star sector was much different than any of the star sectors in the galactic center. In order to make a mech design work across almost every region of the galaxy, high-ranking mech designers developed a special approach to make it possible. It is called design by template. Master Willix explained to Veronica at the start of the Rule Breaker project. Have you heard of it before? No, the silvery cat responded. I never needed to resort to such means in the Red Ocean. I am not surprised. It is an advanced method that is beyond your scope normally. Design by template is an intermediate design process that introduces additional complexity, delays and cost. There is more room for error, and it is a nightmare to maintain consistency of a product line throughout the entire mech market. The only groups that can earn a profit while designing by template are the major transgalactic corporations. They have the funding, reach, manpower, scale and infrastructure to develop detailed mech templates and use them to design localized mech designs that perform very similar to each other despite their diverging material compositions. Master Moira Willix gave Veronica an example of a mech template by presenting the younger mech designer with one of her older works. A projection appeared that showed a mech design, or at least it looked like one on the surface. Veronica's artificial eyes glowed brighter as she became fascinated by how the template differed from a mech design. The two possessed a lot of similarities. They consisted of a very detailed set of instructions on how to reproduce a mech. The divergence came in the level of detail and specificity. A mech design might demand that the head of a mech must be made out of unending alloy. A mech template would demand that the head of a mech must be made out of a metallic material that should closely match the mass, density, toughness, conductivity, flexibility and more. The latter was not a mech design, but it could help mech designers make one. The simplest way to describe a mech template in this professional context was that it was a do-it-yourself kit of a mech design. It was a rather interesting way to solve the lack of universality of the old galaxy's sprawling mech sector. I get it, the cyborg cat said as she studied the mech template of a first-class multipurpose mech design that was a few generations old. These mech templates are preparatory works that are meant to instruct regional design teams on how to localize a mech line so that it can be produced and sold within a single star cluster. This will reduce the dependence on long-distance shipping and thereby make the product line more competitive in terms of pricing and local market adaptations. That is a good summary of this approach. While it has become the established design approach for every mech design that is intended for distribution across the entire galaxy, the design by template approach comes with many disadvantages. Can you name them, Veronica? Well, you have already mentioned them earlier, so I only need to expand on these factors. Veronica said, the most obvious downside is that the mech template is not an exact mech design. Unless the original designer is willing to sit down and design hundreds of localized variants in person, the last stage of this expansive process must be completed by regional design teams that understand the market and supply conditions of their star clusters the best. These mech designers are usually not as good as the lead designers of the mech template, and they may occasionally misinterpret or make outright mistakes in trying to preserve the original intent of the mech template. That will not only cause the localized mech designs to be inferior in quality and performance, but also have difficulty reproducing the original design philosophies. Master Willix nodded. That is a good analysis. Adding an additional step between mech template and mech design introduces errors and mistranslations. This is an unavoidable consequence, but well-organized mech corporations try to minimize the deviations as much as possible by training the localizers as best as possible. The leaders in charge of them have usually worked directly under the lead designers for at least a decade. Even then, localized mech designs will still not be perfect. I take it that this is a big deal. It is, Veronica. Mech templates are notoriously sensitive towards deviations. If a localized mech design diverges a little too much from its original template, the end product no longer holds the empowerment of the design philosophies of the lead and contributing mech designers. That is regarded as a failure, as the botched mech design is no longer competitive on the market. Other transnational corporations will ruthlessly try to fill up the gap in the market with their own localized mech designs if they smell an opportunity. Much of the mech market of the old galaxy was hypercompetitive. What Master Willix described was more than plausible. Does this happen a lot? Veronica wondered as she rubbed her paw against her smooth metallic chin. I do not have access to the statistics, but according to my own unreliable estimates, it is likely happening on a fairly frequent basis. The transgalactic mech corporations simply refuse to publicize these failures, preferring to delay the galaxy-wide release of their new product lines so that they can quietly remedy the problem. In the most egregious cases, the members of the original design team may have to serve as consultants in order to ensure that the localized mech design truly represents their philosophies. That indeed sounded like a troublesome issue. This is probably why the design work must be done in-house. Veronica remarked, it is not a good idea to farm out these designs to third-party design studios. The mech designers for hire are likely unfamiliar with the design philosophies of the original design team, so they will do a much worse job and fail to complete a fully functional mech design. Wait, the cyborg cat looked increasingly more disturbed as she began to apply these descriptions to her own situation. She and Master Willix were supposed to complete the Rule Breaker project without the benefit of all of that manpower and infrastructure. How the hell were they supposed to imitate those gigantic transgalactic corporations and release a mech line throughout the entire old galaxy? Calm down. Designing a mech template is challenging, but it is not as intimidating as you think. Master Willix said, the simplest and crudest approach to forming a mech template is to design a normal mech design first. After that, you can steadily convert it into a mech template by replacing concrete material selections with more ambiguous material requirements. This is an imperfect method, as the conversion from a mech design to a mech template will cause small but significant details to get lost in translation. It is best to design a mech template from the onset. That is too advanced for me, Master. I have no experience with this stuff. I don't think I can get it right the first time. It is not a mistake to admit your lack of competence. It is good that you recognize your limits and be willing to inform me about it. We will adopt the simplest approach if that is the case. You can go ahead and design a mech with the exotics and alloys that you used to work with in the Xianxia star cluster. Once the design is complete, I will uphold most of the responsibility of translating it into a template, though you should be involved as well in order to accrue experience in this process. You will need to learn how to create qualified mech templates by yourself if you want to release other Karman mechs across the Milky Way galaxy. Veronica definitely harbored that ambition. She did not want the Rule Breaker project to be the only major work that catered to the demands of her customers across the old galaxy. If we do this, the mech template will most certainly be flawed. If we subsequently release it onto the galactic net and allow third-party mech designers to play with it, they will soon come out with a huge quantity of even more imperfect mech designs. It will be a wonder if they still manage to retain my design philosophy, which is essential to making the Karman system work. Master Willix did not appear bothered by these problems. We are working under highly suboptimal circumstances. It is a dream to design a high-quality mech template. You should accept our less than ideal working conditions and focus on doing your best to put actual working Karman mechs in the hands of many humans. The machines do not have to match the performance of market leaders. They just need to work well enough to give norms a chance to transform their lives and fulfill their fantasy of becoming mech pilots. Trust me, these customers will not think too badly about the inferior performance and the imperfect localization efforts. There are no other competitors in this galaxy aside from yourself, so you can completely capture this market regardless of quality and performance issues. The raw master mech designer made a good point. Veronica fell silent for a while. She obsessed too much about the quality of her products when the norms of original humanity frankly didn't care about that kind of stuff. Even if her Karman mechs came in the form of shambling rust buckets, there would still be an astronomical amount of norms willing to bond their lives to these machines. If that was the case, then Veronica might as well not worry about this issue anymore and focus on meeting the most essential demands of her future customer base. Chapter 6586. The finesse of mech templates. Designing a good mech template was not as easy as it sounded. Technically speaking, even a novice mech designer could convert a mech design into a mech template. However, it took great expertise in materials science, broad understanding of the material usage in every major region of human space, and a large amount of experience in mech design in general to develop a good template. A bad one could easily be overly specific to the point where not everyone was able to find the right substitution materials. Perhaps no viable alternative existed. Perhaps the ones available in a region may be unaffordable. Perhaps a close substitution material just happened to possess a deviating property that caused the mech to behave much differently than what the ideal design dictated. Other problems occurred when a mech template became overly broad. Localizers became flooded with choice. They lacked enough direction to select the most optimal substitute materials. People could spend weeks or months on narrowing down the list of viable materials to use in a localized design. It was easy for them to settle for suboptimal choices that ultimately caused the localized mech design to exhibit inferior performance. It was also easy for all of the little changes to cascade into increasingly more divergent performance when the localized mech was built into reality, thereby losing the connection to the original intent and philosophy of the original design team. When it came to developing mech templates, the overall rule was that I was better to be too loose than too specific. Yet going too far would ultimately result in a lot of confusion and significant drops in quality throughout the galaxy. This was also why only the biggest mech corporations made use of mech templates. By meticulously training and organizing in-house mech designers to develop localized mech designs according to company guidelines and with great familiarity of the design philosophies of the lead designers, they could minimize the error rate. Mech corporations that engaged in this kind of business for a long time tended to develop a lot of specialized expertise in localizing mech templates. They employed large teams of metallurgists who proactively developed an expanding collection of new alloys just to achieve a closer match with the ideal mech design. There was a huge amount of depth and intricacy in running a business model based on mech templates. It was the only way for mech corporations to release mainstream mech models that could be sold in one variation or another in every corner of human space. Smaller players could never achieve the enormous reach by using their own mech designs, as they were localized to specific regional conditions by default. These factors not only included material availability, but also cultural and legal restrictions. It was no surprise that these massive mech corporations employed an enormous amount of mech designers. Every regional branch had to keep their own design teams on retainer just to fulfill the localization demands. None of this had anything to do with little old Veronica. The incarnation just needed to design the ideal versions of the Rule Breaker project and assist with converting them into mech templates, one for each tech level. After that, the mech templates would be released into the wild, where norms who were desperate to pilot mechs would embrace the new works with great enthusiasm. Usually, a mech designer that has developed a mech template but lacks the infrastructure to release it on a wider scale must proactively contract competent and reliable third-party design studios across the galaxy to complete the localization step. This is an impossible undertaking for most, but we are different. Master Willix patiently explained to Veronica. The unique and unprecedented value of our mech templates will ensure that third parties will do whatever it takes to convert them into localized mech designs. In other words, as long as the demand was high enough, third-party mech designers would be clamoring to adapt it to their regional mech markets. Not only did they smell an amazing opportunity to raise their sales figures and expand the reach of their businesses, but they also wanted to associate their names with a historic and prestigious product release. These favorable conditions meant that Veronica and Master Willix were in the rare position of not needing to worry about these troublesome issues at all. Nobody could compete against the Karman system. For a long time, the Rule Breaker mechs would be the only machines in the Milky Way galaxy that could enable norms to pilot mechs. Of course, in order to make sure that every norm could make good use of their Karman mechs, Veronica and Master Willix worked hard to make the designs practical, versatile and adaptable. In the span of 2 months, Master Willix had fully invested her capabilities as a raw master mech designer and did much of the heavy lifting in raising and optimizing the utilization of technology. Since the Rule Breaker project was meant for mass adoption on the widest possible scale, the 3 versions had to be as affordable as the budget models at every tech level. This heavily limited the quality and performance of the tech and materials that could be used to make the machines combat-worthy. Master Willix put great focus simplifying the designs as much as possible. She readily rejected solutions that could raise the performance of the machine just because they added an excessive amount of complexity in the design. The Karman mechs had to be as simple to manufacture and repair as possible because that made it easier for them to spread far and wide. Master Willix had another reason to prioritize simplicity over maximum performance. The Class 1 design philosophy that I am simulating is much more effective on simpler modular and semi-modular mech platforms. She explained to the cyborg cat. Wild modularity is a philosophy that produces the greatest value when it is highly compatible with a large variety of cheap and low-quality modular parts. If the Rule Breaker project only accepts modular parts of such high quality and sophistication that they can only be developed by master mech designers, then only a limited number of people can modify and diversify the Karman mechs over time. This is not conducive to establishing a rich industry and market for third-party Rule Breaker parts and mod kits. Not every Karman mech pilot has the means to request upgrade and customization services from master mech designers. That was very much true. The point was that the Rule Breaker project had to keep everything simple whenever possible. That did not mean that Veronica was forbidden from employing more sophisticated design solutions. She just needed to make sure that it was her last resort. It helped a lot that attaining competitive performance was not a high priority this time. Even so, Veronica could not afford to make the Karman mechs too shabby, or else they would get torn apart with ease by the modern conventional mechs that were utilized today. It is best to ensure that the Karman mechs are at least as good as the mech models that used to be popular 2 mech generations ago. Willix said, that gives us enough leeway to successfully complete the project within the accelerated deadline. It will also put a hard floor on how extensively we allow the performance of the Rule Breaker versions to slide. We should not use this excuse too often to avoid the need to develop difficult solutions. Overly simplistic mech designs will generate too many bad impressions and will slow down the adoption and improvement rate. Wild modularity was a rather radical approach towards modular and semi-modular. It treated an initial modular mech as a level 1 player character in a typical game. The starting version of the machine was weak and limited, but as the pilot continued to use it over time, the mech leveled up and gained an allowance to modify or upgrade the design while remaining true to its original concept. This was normally not possible unless at least some of the original mech designers participated in the upgrade project. Mech forces that employed their own in-house mech designers did not have to worry too much about this requirement, but there were many smaller groups and outfits that lacked the financial muscle to employ their own competent mech designers. Veronica and Willix wanted the Rule Breaker project to become accessible to the masses, so they needed to make sure that the initial mech designs could be improved by any decent apprentice mech designer. Simply replacing the stock parts with similar versions based on stronger and more expensive materials was an easy way to improve the performance of the Karman. Replacing basic modular parts with more advanced and more sophisticated versions was another way to upgrade the low-level Karman mechs, but this demanded greater skill and better access to advanced tech than usual. This made sure that most segments of the mech market would be able to transform the initial Karman mechs into their own unique and personalized machines. Wild modularity became such a pivotal aspect of the Rule Breaker project that Master Willix even decided to lower the emphasis on the other design philosophies. The rational mech designer had initially chosen to simulate a Class 3 design philosophy that increased the damage tolerance of the internal structure and the cockpit, a Class 4 design philosophy that increased the reaction speed of the mech, and a Class 8 design philosophy that increased the processing power and the deep learning capabilities of an AI-assisted and controlled machine. Each of them were relatively basic design philosophies compared to wild modularity, but they all contributed to the survival of the Karman mechs, which was especially important when they were controlled by total beginners with no actual training in piloting their new machines. Master Willix laid out her argumentation. Once the Karman mechs have leveled up, as it were, the Karman mech pilot does not necessarily have to rely on these crutches anymore in order to remain effective in combat. He or she may develop his own ideas, and commission the services of a mech designer of his choosing to strengthen a specific aspect of the Karman mech. This can range from converting the machine into a drone mech to replacing the starting armor system with a much thicker and more damage-resistant alternative. Each of them can perform much better when backed by a specialized design philosophy. I intend to give third-party mech designers the room to replace one of my simulated design philosophies with their own ideas. I will expressly mention this in the design notes so that they can do so without fear of breaking the end product. Won't the latter change affect the efficiency of the Karman systems and wild modularity? Veronica asked. It will, but as long as the mech designer in question is careful enough, the negative impact will remain in a tolerable range. Some senior mech designers and all master mech designers should be perceptive and knowledgeable enough to make good use of the opening that I have created in the Rule Breaker project. This was another advanced concept that Veronica had not encountered before. The Rule Breaker project was so massive in scope that she was finally beginning to enter the true world of high-level mech design. Even if not all of the lessons she learned was applicable to the Red Ocean, Veronica enjoyed them anyway. She did not intend to waste the sheer potential of the Milky Way's mech market. Her radical and subversive product strategy for the Milky Way market may be different from her more cautious and upright product strategy for the Red Ocean, but that made this challenge all the more interesting. Veronica could get away with designing and releasing a lot more interesting mechs in the Milky Way than she could get away with in the Red Ocean. The release of the Rule Breaker project was just the first of many radical mech designs to come. Chapter 6587 The productivity of a proper master mech designer. As the design of the mech templates came closer to completion, Veronica became amazed by many of the design solutions put forward by Master Willix. She had collaborated with Master Benedict Cortez in the past on a number of high-ranking mech design projects, but there were still vast differences between master mech designer. Veronica did not look down on Master Cortez. No matter what, he had proven his dedication, competence, diligence and ingenuity by successfully realizing his design philosophy. The problem was that his background was too poor. He was raised and educated in the Friday Coalition, and spent several decades of his life slumming in the frontier of the old galaxy. He had only advanced to the rank of master mech designer fairly recently. This meant that he did not have much time to accumulate a lot of high-end knowledge and build up more experience at his current rank. Master Benedict also had little to no experience working with genuine first-class mech designs, just like Vase. This meant that a vast gulf existed between Master Benedict Cortez and Master Moira Willix. The latter was lucky enough to be raised and educated within the Mech Trade Association from the start. Instead of becoming a normal passionate mech designer, she chose to pursue the rarer and much more difficult path of becoming a rational mech designer. She immediately began to work on first-class multipurpose mech design projects right after she graduated and steadily improved in rank and status. Though she never really excelled in a notable way compared to her peers, she produced consistent results as a rational mech designer and learned how to simulate a new design philosophy once every couple of months. Is there no limit to how many design philosophies you can learn to simulate? Veronica curiously asked. Not that I know of. Master Willix answered during a design session. It gets easier over time, especially if there are already similarities between the one I am learning and the ones I have already mastered to an extent. The career of a rational mech designer is similar to a snowball. The ones who have lived longer and spent more time on accruing design philosophies are walking libraries. I am no exception to this rule. The selection of design philosophies and the overall direction we have chosen for most of them dictate how useful we may be in certain mech design projects. Rational mech designers were truly outrageous in this way. As long as Moira Willix learned a new design philosophy every once in a while for over a century, she would literally be able to simulate hundreds of them with great familiarity. Even if she would never be able to channel the full passion and expertise of the original creators of those design philosophies, just the quantity and ability to switch to many different choices were already huge advantages. Naturally, it was not easy for rational mech designers to persist in their efforts for so long. They had to endure their own challenges. Rational mech designers have to balance their attention between working with other design philosophies and developing their own ethos in mech design. Master Willix explained to Veronica. No matter how many design philosophies we simulate, we are ultimately retreating existing ground. We are not necessarily inventing anything new. In order to prove our value and advance to a higher rank, we must still design mechs that embody our own original concepts. That must be difficult since you don't spend as much time with your own design philosophy as others. Veronica surmised. Master Willix stoically nodded. That is true. I have many colleagues who are unable to switch between rational mech design and conventional mech design. The inability to separate between these two modes leads to many problems over time. There are also cases where their passion and dedication towards their own design philosophies may wilt because they have lost their drive and ambition to make their own mark on the mech industry. In short, rational mech designers can design mechs with much greater variety than normal, but they must work harder to meet harsher requirements in order to succeed. Was it worth it for you, Master? I mean, Would you have become a much better mech designer if you became a passionate mech designer instead? That sounded like an intriguing question to Willix. I cannot state with a great amount of certainty whether this alternate version of myself would have attained greater success. The work and effort I put in to become a rational mech designer at my current rank is multiple times greater than that of more conventional mech designers. I would have been able to get much closer to becoming a star designer if I did not commit to this approach towards mech design. However, it is exactly because I learned so many design philosophies and spread my knowledge base far and wide that I was able to earn many opportunities, befriend so many knowledgeable colleagues and design the most successful products of my career. I definitely believe it was worth it for me to become a dedicated rational mech designer. Veronica grew more and more impressed at Master Willix. She was really a master mech designer of a radically different breed than Master Benedict. The latter could still be regarded as a respectable master mech designer, but it was clear that he was still at the beginning stages of his current rank. Master Willix was far ahead of him in terms of experience, knowledge accumulation, augmentations, industry know-how and more. It was incredibly pleasant to work with such an amazing helper. Despite the many limitations imposed by budget and other practical constraints, Veronica was nonetheless able to ensure the Rule Breaker project closely aligned with her vision with the well-thought solutions provided by the master mech designer. In fact, Master Willix's greatest strength was to solve problems before Veronica became aware of them. The survivalist proactively anticipated and resolved many potential issues that could have caused delays and slowed down their progress. Normally, Master Willix wouldn't have done this because it would be better for Veronica's growth if she tackled these issues herself at first. Time was of the essence, though. Since the Rule Breaker project had to be released in a working condition in just 2 months or so, Master Willix had no choice but to increase her responsibilities and unveil her formidable strength as an RA Master Mech. While doing this caused Veronica to miss much of the challenge of designing the Carmen mechs of the Rule Breaker project. She liked it that she had been reduced to designing mechs in easy mode. This was especially important as Veronica could no longer readily borrow the processing power of Vase over in the Red Ocean. Ever since the idiot of a Phase Lord accidentally locked himself in a so-called deep research mode, Veronica's synchronization with her principal had been dropping with each passing day. That was not a big deal in the short term, but she had a growing suspicion that it would lead to increasingly more severe problems if this continued on for too long. Anyway, the most immediate disadvantage of Vess's unavailable state was that Veronica had to design mechs by relying on her own mind. This was hardly her best state, so Master Moira Willix perfectly compensated for her lack of conveniences. The work proceeded so smoothly that they even chatted about topics other than work once in a while. Veronica still had many questions about Master Willix. He hardly knew her on a personal level. This did not matter much when the two went their separate ways, but now that they were reunited once again, it became important to figure out the person behind the rational mind. J. Polymath's discipline. Master Willix gave Veronica a very faint smile. The timeline does not match up. She is too young to have taken me as a disciple. While I do not care so much about age, others do. It is not likely for a mech designer such as myself to become her disciple. I do admit that she has seen fit to teach me a number of lessons in the past. I am grateful for her tutelage. As for who actually taught me, it is not important. My teacher is not a star designer. Oh, I thought you would have been seeing how competent you actually are. The cyborg cat responded. Why did you leave the Raw and join our side and agree to design the Rule Breaker project with me? I mean, you had a pretty good life as a master mech designer. It is hard to imagine anyone else making the same choice in your position. Now you stand to lose all of your status and much of your friends within the association and become a fugitive. Are you truly okay with sparking an upheaval? Master Willix fell silent for a few seconds. I have my doubts and misgivings, but, now that I have become an outsider from my own society, I can look at it from a different angle. What I have seen is disconcerting. My discussions with the members of the Oblivion Gate Consortium have reinforced my initial impressions. What have you seen? A society of humans that have become increasingly more stagnant and complacent. Long-term peace has made the lives of many people more prosperous, but aside from making themselves helpless against a speculative future threat from Messier 87, I am disappointed that people are no longer pursuing progress on a societal level. Humans who live today are almost indistinguishable to those who lived a century ago. With so much industry and prosperity, humanity can do so much more, yet they refuse to do so because the old guard have maintained their stranglehold onto society for too long. Things aren't exactly improving quickly, but they aren't deteriorating rapidly either. Most people think that is good enough. Humans thrive when they are affected by external pressure. Master Willix said, "The opening of the Red Ocean was a brilliant masterstroke of the Big Two. By starting an invasion in a nearby dwarf galaxy that just happens to be filled with a strategic exotic material that can easily facilitate mass invasions into other galaxies, the MTA and CFA were on the cusp of transforming human society for the better by using conquest as a motivating factor. Yet, the Great Severing ruined it all." Veronica flatly said, "Correct. This setback has inflicted enormous damage to the expansionist faction and others who invested heavily in the Red Ocean. It has lowered the statures of the leading supporters and shifted the balance of power to the old guard who are most concerned with maintaining stability. I knew that our society would regress and become even more insular than before. Overly cautious leaders such as the chosen human will contribute to this development due to his lifelong fears about causing greater disruptions than is necessary." Ah, that was right. While the Red Ocean gained a disproportionate amount of leaders who tended to be more proactive and willing to take radical action, that meant that their political influence had disappeared in the Milky Way. This firmly tilted the balance of power in favor of the old guard. The root of the problem is that our leaders have clung to their positions of power for too long. Master Willix said, "It is bad enough that the same leaders have been in charge for over a century. Many of them make use of exclusive high-grade life-prolonging treatment scrums to stay alive long after the age of conquest had come to an end. God pilots and star designers have lifespans that are on another level compared to mortals such as ourselves. What if they continue to retain their positions of power? What if they refuse to step down from their thrones? They occupy their positions for so long that they might consider it their sacred right. They may also become corrupted by the power they wield for so long." Master Willix gravely nodded. "The power distribution of our society has become more and more skewed in the wrong direction. One of the underlying problems of the current order is that the power of the middle and lower echelons has decreased with each passing year. More and more power is concentrated in the oligarchical club of Tier 1 and Tier 2 galactic citizens. None of them have any intention of relinquishing the power that they have gained while living for so long. If their lifespans were more finite, then they would have worked harder to establish orderly succession plans. That has not happened, so we are moving into a future where human civilization in the Milky Way will largely be ruled by the same individuals 500 or 1,000 years from today. Is that truly what is best for the common good? Not everyone thought that there was anything wrong with this premise. Yet Veronica knew without a doubt that he would never want to live in such a boring and stagnant. It sounded as if Master Willix also shared this sentiment. Chapter 6588 The Dehumanization of the MTA. It is human nature for the strong among us to take measures to consolidate their power base. Veronica told Master Willix, "What is happening in the age of mechs has happened in the age of conquest and prior periods of human history as well. All empires eventually fall. Even if the Big Two doesn't get toppled by the conspiracy hatched by the Oblivion Gate Consortium, other factors will eventually get the job done. You may be correct, but I do not want to leave this matter to chance." Willix expressed her resolve. "One of the problems with this age is that many of our most powerful leaders are blatantly not human anymore. They have become existences that rival that of gods, which means their lifespans are completely different. It should not be too much of a problem for them to live for longer than modern human history. If that happens, more and more of our people will become accustomed to being ruled by a fixed group of gods whose authorities have become unshakable. That is not a sign of a healthy human society. If our existing order cannot induce our existing leaders to pass on their positions of power to the next generations, then we must give the disenfranchised masses the power to fight to regain their own rights. Even at the cost of a huge amount of bloodshed, as long as the conflict can be controlled to an extent, then the total extinction of the human race is off the table. I can reluctantly accept this outcome if the alternatives are worse. It is better to attempt to detonate this contradiction earlier rather than later. Now that an opportunity has arisen due to the confluence of multiple favorable developments, I am willing to lend my aid to this cause. Do you think that humans will end up in a worse position if the status quo continues to hold for a couple more centuries?" Veronica asked. "Yes, that is exactly what I think based on my understanding of our current society. The longer the masses are being trained to revere their betters, the less willing they are to challenge their leaders. The only possibility that a conflict may break out is if the powerful leaders of opposing camps have fallen out and have begun to wage open warfare against each other. This is a worse outcome because the longer passage of time has put more human lives in danger. A war between two top human power blocks may also be cataclysmic enough to sunder planets and ruin star systems. Ah, I think I get your argument. The human suffering in a straightforward fight between two human power blocks can easily spin out of control if the fighting grows more intense. Ordinary people have no power to resist at all. This is different when a huge amount of smaller fights and wars occur across the Milky Way. A lot of people will still get killed, but it is much less likely that people on one side will escalate too far and engage in mass slaughter and widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure. Since most of the petty wars are started by random people whose egos became overinflated after becoming Karman Mech pilots, they would become much more prone to starting fights getting dragged into them. That was not an excuse to commit genocide, though. From this perspective, it should at least be possible to keep the damage of the Rule Breaker project contained to an extent. Of course, there were a lot of questionable assumptions about this future speculation that could very well disappoint Master Willix. The warring along with the intervention of increasingly more human and alien powers might cause the wars to rapidly spin out of control. This was not Veronica's problem. The Mech Trade Association had long claimed ultimate dominion over mechs, so it must undertake this responsibility as well. When the mechers would try and fail to maintain the crumbling order, that was when the Big Two's precious hegemony came under genuine threat for the first time in several centuries. This was when it became possible to reshape the human order. The MTA's long-standing dominance may come to an end, and the masses may finally turn away from the leaders that they looked up to for so long. It was quite brave for Master Willix to openly aspire to plot the downfall of her own organization in order to build up a better future for the humans of the Milky Way. Aren't you afraid that we will get set back in almost every way at the end of all of the fighting? Veronica asked. Instead of being ruled by two large but stable overlords, human space might fracture into hundreds if not thousands of petty kingdoms. Each of them no longer answers to any higher authority. Since most of them are led by individual strongmen, they are more easily provoked into wars for all kinds of reasons. More and more humans will fight against each other, but without the suppression of the Big Two, there is no one able to keep them in line aside from their rival neighboring kingdoms. Such an outcome is plausible, but it is still better outcome than letting too much power concentrate under a single stagnant regime. The Master Mech designer argued. As unfortunate as it sounds to expose humans to greater conflict, it is exactly because so many of them are trying to kill each other that their upward mobility has improved. They have greater chances to earn merit in combat, prove their competence and rise up the ranks. A kingdom or society that does not reward their hardworking subjects will most likely fall due to being ruled by incompetence. If this cleansing process can happen in every layer of our civilization, then we can purify the rot that has tainted our order and reignite the vitality of the human race. It sounded as if Master Willix was a strong believer in the infamous societal revival theory, but Veronica was not fully convinced that a rational mech designer like herself was so easily willing to embrace this radical course of action. How much of your story comprises of your original beliefs, and how much of it is actually ex post rationalization? The design lab grew tense as Veronica directly questioned Master Willix's motives. The two stared at each other for almost a minute. In the end, they implicitly agreed to move past this awkward moment. Veronica slowly learned more and more about Master Willix's life within the MTA. Do not be mistaken about the members of the MTA, the older mech designer said. We may belong to one of the most powerful organizations in the Milky Way, but we are all under constant pressure to outperform our peers and rivals within the association. Unless you retire or voluntarily withdraw from this rat race, you are expected to study for long hours, design mechs to the point of cutting your sleeping schedule and be able to complete spontaneous missions and assignments with perfection. Isn't that good? The cyborg cat asked. Even if it doesn't sound pleasant for people like you, this will ensure that only the most competent and hardworking individuals will rise up the ranks. The MTA is probably better run than everything else. I am not expressing too much regret for all of the difficulties that I needed to overcome in order to become a rational master mech designer. Enduring so much pressure is a reliable means to draw out the potential of my colleagues and I. What I find troubling is that we are being educated and pushed into work so heavily that we rarely find enough time in our busy schedules to live as actual humans. We rarely take vacations. We do not partake in too many hobbies or leisure activities. Many of us do not even bother to develop intimate relations with others. What? Are you being serious? Very much so, Veronica. If we feel the need to start a family and reproduce, we simply use an automated matching service and agree to donate our genetic material. The MTA will take care of the rest. We can even choose whether we are willing to sacrifice our precious time on raising or visiting our children. If not, we can leave the child rearing to the professional caretakers of the MTA while we spend our time designing mechs or mastering new knowledge. That sounded far too inhuman to Veronica. The MTA was filled with workaholics, so much so that many of its mech designers and other hard-working personnel even choose to give up the precious time to experience the joy of raising their own children. This was a sacrifice that Vase and Gloriana were deeply unwilling to make. They chose to raise 3 children so far and did not regret their decisions. Their work was important, but their families were no less vital to their lives. The former gave them purpose while the latter warmed their hearts. Perhaps it was the lack of heart that caused the MTA to develop into such an efficient but ruthless super-organization. It only saw people as numbers because it did not have enough leaders who experienced genuine love and affection in their stressful lives. Veronica took a good look at Master Willix. "Did you grow up like this as well?" Master Willix responded with a mild smile. "Not precisely, but close enough. It is one of the reasons why I am well disposed towards the rational mech design approach. I can easily detach myself from my emotions and maintain a neutral mindset. Even so, there are times when I think about whether I have made a mistake by declining the opportunity to find love and become a mother. It is not too late, Master. You are what, 180 or so years old? You still have a couple more centuries to go. That is more than enough time to find a spouse you can live with and raise a few lovely children. As a parent myself, I can tell you that there is nothing that can give you more satisfaction than receiving the earnest love of a son or daughter. There is nothing rational about love, and that is exactly what makes it so wonderful. Only when you break your mind from the cage of your own rationality will you be able to appreciate the joys of life." The master mech designer did not appear too receptive to this suggestion. "I have passed the stage of my life cycle where I have a need to express my maternal instinct. For better or worse, I am married to my work. I will not deviate from my plan until I have finally broken past the final barrier and successfully advanced to the rank of star designer. This is my overarching imperative. I cannot stop now that I have caught a strong opportunity to transcend the existing boundaries of human technology. After I have completed my ultimate life's mission, I may consider other pursuits, but I fear that I have lost so much of my humanity that procreation no longer holds the same meaning anymore." Veronica lifted her paw to scratch her head. If that was the case, why not cherish her remaining years as a human and become a mother the old-fashioned way? It sounds to me that the MTA, which professes itself to be a super-organization that stands up for humans, has become far too dehumanized over the centuries. That sounds incredibly ironic to me. The constant competition and the incessant drive to do better has led to a warped culture where mechers such as yourselves no longer know what it means to be human anymore. I think your association would have been in a much healthier state if most of its members actually bothered to start their own families and raise their children in person. You may very well be correct, Veronica. This is ultimately a dream that cannot be realized. The MTA is too set in its ways to introduce such a radical change. Chapter 6589 Anemic Performance. The Rule Breaker project had almost reached its end. Veronica and Master Moira Willix did not have the time to fabricate and test a few specially modified prototypes in person. They delegated this responsibility to the other mech designers that had come to offer their services to the Oblivion Empire in the past few years. Although these prototypes had been altered so that they could be controlled through a traditional neural interface as opposed to the revolutionary Karman system, this still offered enough empirical data about the hard performance characteristics of all 3 versions. The prototypes did not exhibit any major performance issues. That was an expected outcome considering that a master mech designer as skilled as Moira Willix designed their structures. The biggest complication was the semi-modularity of the mech designs. Each version could be configured in a number of different ways. Veronica and Master Willix initially decided to make it so that the rule breaker mechs could be configured into swordsman mechs and rifleman mechs. However, the design process proceeded so smoothly and briskly due to the exceptional degree of competence shown by Master Willix that they decided to expand the scope. Now, all 3 versions of the Rule Breaker project could adopt 4 different configurations, ranging from a swordsman mech, a knight mech, a frontline mech and a rifleman mech. This should cover a broad majority of interests from prospective Karman mech pilots. If they wanted to pilot a different mech archetype such as a light skirmisher, a spearman mech or a heavy artillery mech, they could always rely on wild modularity to steadily level up their machines and implement incremental modifications over time. While the cost and effort required to morph the Karman mechs to a different archetype were disproportionately high, it at least gave Karman mech pilots hope of piloting the machines of their choice. Unfortunately, Veronica did not foresee the possibility of undergoing radical transformations anytime soon. It was far too impractical to gradually transform humanoid mechs into beast mechs. One of the other complicating factors was that the rule breaker mechs had to be designed to operate on land as well as in the air and in space. In the total that had erupted between Red humanity and the native aliens, most battles predominantly took place in space. The unscrupulous use of city-destroying warships by the native aliens made a lot of landbound mechs irrelevant. If the native aliens did not want to bother with conducting a planetary raid or invasion in order to capture a large amount of intact human tech and materials, they could always resort to plain old planetary bombardment to absolutely wipe out any presence of human life and civilization. As such, most mechs in use in the Red Ocean today had to possess spaceflight capabilities. The Milky Way operated under a different set of rules. The people here were still stuck in the past. They abhorred the use of warships and weapons of mass destruction and made serious efforts to avoid regressing into the barbarism that characterized the end of the Age of Conquest. Veronica therefore expected a lot of major battles to take place on land. This meant that a lot of mechs in use would probably come in the form of landbound mechs. They might lack flight capabilities, but they were often more robust, more adept at fighting on solid ground and lasted much longer in the field. Landbound mechs were also a lot simpler and faster to master. Karman mech pilots required many years to become proficient in piloting their powerful new machines, but if they did not have to learn how to maneuver in space and comprehend the theory of mechanics, they could become qualified fighters a year or two in advance. The two mech designers therefore put a decent amount of effort into optimizing the Rule Breaker project for landbound combat. They made the flight system of the mech design semi-modular and detachable. If desired, mech manufacturers could even produce Rule Breaker mechs without the inclusion of the flight system. This would definitely reduce the cost of the Karman mechs and impose a lower burden on logistics. However, Veronica and Master Willix could not go too far in this direction. They still made sure that the Rule Breaker mechs possessed adequate combat capabilities in space. This lack of commitment kept the Rule Breaker project's options open, but it also led to an uncomfortable compromise where the Karman mechs neither excelled on land or in space. There was still a way out for Karman mech pilots that wanted their machines to gain an edge in a single environment. As long as third-party mech designers developed modest variants Rule Breaker designs or upgraded existing machines, they could further optimize the Karman mechs for landbound or spaceborne combat. The cyborg cat had great confidence that lots of mech designers would begin to enrich the ecosystem around the Rule Breaker project. It was the first Karman mech line available in the Milky Way, and it would be the only one that ordinary people could get their hands on for a long time. In summary, all of the choices that the pilots and owners of the Rule Breaker mechs could make resulted in a fairly intricate package of mech designs. Even if Veronica and Master Willix had done their best to keep everything else as simple as possible, the extensive modularity meant that it was not possible to simplify them too much. "It will do," Master Willix said after she studied the data from the testing sessions. "The minor performance issues are largely expected. It would be surprising if the prototypes did not suffer from all of the extensive compromise design choices that we have made in order to make them more versatile." The cyborg cat looked a little glum as she studied the same data. "I know what to expect, but seeing it in action, these Karman mechs are truly crappy if measured by the standards of modern mechs at the same price classification. They indeed perform as if they are 2 mech generations out of date. In fact, I would say that this is an optimistic estimation considering that the prototypes are being piloted by professionals. Once these machines fall in the hands of completely rookie Karman mech pilots, their ability to utilize their machines will be vastly inferior to those who have attended a mech academy for at least 10 years and accumulated decades worth of experience. In other words, the fairly clean performance demonstrated by the prototypes was likely the ceiling of what could be accomplished with the final versions of the Karman. The actual performance of the Rule Breaker mechs once a few years had passed would likely cause them to have no hope of beating a conventional mech troop. The former was already being set back by their inferior hard performance parameters. The machines fought as if they were 10 to 20% weaker than modern machines despite using much of the same tech and standards. Combining that with barely trained and highly inexperienced Karman mech pilots meant that the Rule Breaker mechs would become so weak that they could be mowed down with ease by professional mech units. Master Willix obviously picked up the cyborg cat's concerns. How many Karman mechs do you think it will take to defeat a single conventional budget mech? It depends on a huge amount of factors. Veronica quickly responded. If we assume a level playing field where many factors are equal aside from the skill and experience of the mech pilots, the conventional mech should easily be able to defeat 3 to 5 Karman mechs while incurring light to moderate damage in the process. This is not an absolute, though. The equation changes when we are talking about greater quantities of conventional mechs. 40 conventional mechs controlled by military mech pilots who know how to cooperate with each other should be able to trounce 400 Karman mechs piloted by poorly trained and inexperienced norms. In fact, the latter will probably break and run like headless chickens as soon as they lose 10% of their compatriots in a short amount of time. This lopsidedness can grow a lot worse if the numbers are greater, or if the military mech force relies on combined arms. True combat was far more than a numbers game. Vase had witnessed and participated in enough battles to understand the impact of morale and other intangible factors on the flow of combat. Your assessment is similar to my own, Veronica. The theoretical and actual performance of the rule breaker mechs will never win any awards, but they are versatile, affordable and easy to mass produce. This is all that matters in the beginning. Do not forget that this mech line has one advantage that every other mech in the Milky Way lacks: it can be piloted by any human. That makes it much more viable to field them in far greater numbers of what our society is accustomed to. The Karman system will introduce humans to a brand new approach to modern warfare that they have not seen in centuries. Veronica's feline body shifted uncomfortably at that mention. I guess that is true. Everyone can become a soldier now. Master Willix nodded. One of the reasons why mechs have been promoted so heavily during the age of mechs is because it inherently imposes a hard ceiling on the degree of militarization of a state. That made them perfect to help humans recover from the end of the age of conquest without completely losing their combat readiness. However, now that the Karman system has lifted this limiting factor, states can drastically increase the militarization of their population, converting more of them into combat-capable troops than ever before. A distinction will form between conventional mech forces and Karman mech forces. The former will likely develop into elites that are more likely to pilot premium mechs. The latter will turn into part-time or full-time militias that are poorly trained and equipped, but boast massive numbers. Something like that is already beginning to happen in the Red Ocean. Veronica commented. Aside from wounded or retired veterans, it just takes a bit of time for the new Karman mech pilots to complete their initial training and earn the basic qualifications to fight on the battlefield. The numbers are quite impressive. If the production rate of Yellow Jackets isn't constrained by the limited amount of available industrial capacity, Red humanity will be able to field a lot more Karman mechs in a few years. The industries in the Milky Way are much more developed than in the Red Ocean. Willix noted. In addition, resources are also much more abundant in most regions. Once you give the mech industry enough of a reason to mass produce your rule breakers, the most formidable industrial sector of human civilization will mobilize to meet the unending demand of the population. The Mech Trade Association may step in and curb much of this production, but it will fail because the monster it raised cannot be contained. Veronica knew what Master Willix was referring to. In order to turn mech pilots into the protagonists of the current age, the MTA had made massive and persistent efforts to elevate their status and turn them into objects of admiration. The mechers had managed to succeed in their goal. Mech pilots received widespread respect from nearly every corner of human society. Their genetic aptitude and their exclusive mech piloting training set them apart from the norms, who by definition were unexceptional in comparison. Yet how could the MTA anticipate that a rogue mech designer like Vase would suddenly dump the rule-breaker mech templates throughout the Milky Way without warning? In an instant, every norm had a chance to become a mech pilot. The artificial boundary that separated heroes from ordinary people would melt in an instant. Everyone could become a hero, or at least that was what they thought. The MTA had worked so hard to turn mech pilots into a privileged and idolized class of people. Now, its centuries-long propaganda effort would most definitely backfire on the association as norms would flock to become Karman mech pilots above every other concern. No law or regulation could come in the way of fulfilling their long-cherished dream of becoming a hero. Chapter 6590 The Corruption of the Rule Breaker Project. In a near-future situation where the manpower pool of conventional mechs got dwarfed by the manpower pool of Karman mechs, mech battles would never become the same again. At least Red humanity became too consumed by the Red War to even think about employing Karman mechs against their fellow man. Original humanity did not have any particularly threatening external enemies at this moment. The people of the Milky Way would most certainly turn their shiny new Karman mechs against each other. This meant that the adoption rate and development of brand new mech doctrines centered around their usage would accelerate very quickly. Those that understood the advantages of Karman mechs faster than others would definitely invent pioneering new strategies and approaches towards warfare. Karman mechs would definitely be deployed in far greater numbers than ordinary machines. Shipbuilding activity would pick up greatly as original humanity had a much higher demand for mech transportation capacity. Many planets would probably form dedicated planetary militias for the sole purpose of mobilizing part-time Karman mech pilots into somewhat effective defenders. Every battle for the control of a planet would definitely cause collisions between mech forces that were easily 10 times or even 100 times greater than before. Even if most of the additional machines on the battlefield consisted of cheap and disposable rule-breaker mechs, the scale of devastation was bound to become a lot higher as well. Collateral damage from all of this fighting would reach a scale that was not much different from being subjected to orbital bombardment. Even if the starting forms of the rule-breaker mechs performed poorly compared to modern conventional mechs, that did not change the fact that they were still mechanical war platforms that possessed enough offensive power to devastate a typical city district if given enough time. Throw in tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands in a typical metropolis, and almost none of the tall structures would remain intact by the time the battle had reached its conclusion. Civilian casualties could not be avoided no matter how well the local authorities evacuated them. A huge amount of children would become orphans, and a large number of parents would also lose their precious sons and daughters. As the mech designer who held ultimate responsibility for developing and introducing the Karman system to both branches of humanity, Veronica could not escape the blame for indirectly triggering all of this human suffering. It had been difficult for the cyborg cat to shoulder all of this future guilt. Stopping was not an option, though. Her mother commanded her to design these mechs, so Veronica persisted despite her misgivings. While it became easier for her to bear this abstract burden over time, Veronica could never completely get rid of her discomfort. All of the high-minded reasoning and rationalizations could not completely excuse the death and destruction that would ensue in the coming years and decades. Yet on a certain day, Veronica's perspective changed. When Vase finally dealt with the system upgrade, Veronica suddenly became infused by a brand new incentive. Her new goal: to harvest as many souls as possible in a galaxy that was filled with life. In order to fuel Ves's newfound fascination with demoncasting, Veronica needed to use her mech designs to set up the largest soul harvesting operation in modern human history. The more souls she harvested, the better. Humans, aliens and even living mechs could not be exempted from this new directive. Veronica found it hard not to disagree with this sentiment. Demoncasting was not just useful for Vase in the Red Ocean, but also Veronica in the Milky Way. The only issue was that there were much less mech pilots she cared about at the moment. The only person who she could truly help with demoncasting was her father. Veronica had not been able to meet with Wrinkle Larkinson very often in the past few months and years. The Dark Saint had been running around the periphery of the Oblivion Empire in order to solve a myriad of security problems. His mental condition also fluctuated from time to time. There were times where he could go through his day while keeping his head sharp, but there were also times where Wrinkle became angry and aggressive without good reason. Whatever shenanigans Cynthia resorted to in order to accelerate her husband's growth, the sequelae were severe to the point where he lost control at times. Veronica suspected that this may be the reason why her father chose to accept assignments that would see him travel far away from his wife and child. He did not have enough confidence to maintain control in front of his family. That was a shame, because she really wanted to show off her groundbreaking Karman mechs to her father. She also wanted to take another look at the current iteration of the Devil Tiger. The best way she could employ demoncasting in the Milky Way was to transform her first masterwork mech into a D-mech, or at the very least equip it with a set of D-arms. Oh well, Veronica was not in a hurry. It may be better to wait on this as she needed to accrue a lot more experience in demoncasting or maybe even demon forging before she felt confident she could bestow her father with a worthy D-mech. In any case, now that Veronica gained a brand new hunger for souls, she needed to implement a few last-minute changes to the designs of the Rule Breaker project. Master Willix. Yes, Veronica, a change has occurred. I need to alter the designs in order to accommodate a new goal, she did. Veronica did not reveal too much information, but she made sure to impress the need to add Helena as the secondary design spirit of the Rule Breaker project. Master Willix fell silent when she heard that Veronica wanted to make such a substantial change just when the Rule Breaker project had reached the final stages. If everything went according to schedule, they would have proceeded to convert the completed Mech designs into Mech templates that could be utilized across the Milky Way galaxy. I cannot fully foresee the consequences of applying this change so late in the design process. Master Willix eventually said, "From the beginning, we designed the 3 versions of the Rule Breaker project according to a single vision that we have mutually agreed upon. Even if the Karman Mechs end up being a harbinger of death and destruction to many states throughout human space, that has never been their highest purpose. Their ultimate goal is to serve their Mech pilots. This is why you installed an aspect of Lufa as the design spirit for the Rule Breaker project. Changing the Mech designs to include your eldest sister, Helena at this junction will be anything but planned and orderly. It is little different from corrupting the Mech designs and you want, Veronica." The cyborg cat grimaced a bit. She knew as well as Master Willix that this was anything but an ideal circumstance. Mech designers learned early on that they should never allow themselves to become susceptible to feature creep. That had caused the demise and failure of far too many Mech design projects in the past. However, the need for demons was too great. Without enough demons, Veronica would never be able to utilize the demoncasting function to the fullest. She could not afford to take it easy and ignore it for a few months or years as the Red Cabal was moving closer to collapsing Red humanity's defenses. The Rule Breaker project will change the humans of this galaxy forever. Veronica eventually said, "Many of the changes will have a negative impact on them. This is undeniable. However, I have witnessed the effects of large-scale warfare in the Red Ocean, and one of the more positive changes that I have noticed is how Red humans are increasingly coming together and drawing out the potential that they previously kept dormant. They are more alive than ever. They are no longer taking their superiority for granted. They have solved many small problems that have long plagued their society in their drive to reduce waste and increase the efficiency of their war machine. In just the span of a few years, Red humans have become the most exemplary version of the human race that I have the pleasure of witnessing." "That sounds remarkable, but what does this have to do with the subject at hand?" "I was getting there, Master. The Rule Breaker project will become a catalyst for societal change. Many people's dreams will come true. The most exceptional among them may even be able to step onto the path of godhood. However, where there are winners, there are losers. Those who prove themselves to be superior in strength, skill, strategy and conviction deserve to triumph over those who do not score well in these aspects, because that is the only way for humans to make meaningful progress on a societal level. On a personal level, the growth of Karman Mech pilots is actively being rewarded with the inclusion of the Transcendence Glow as well as demonic cultivation. I don't intend to break these reward mechanisms. I am merely proposing to levy a tax on the latter. A tax on demonic cultivation. This sounded like an incredibly absurd concept, but was the most elegant way to approach this new issue. Master Willix still did not appear to be pleased, though. Imposing a tax on the rewards that the Mech pilots and Karman Mechs have earned by risking their lives on the battlefield is disturbing. This change will reinforce the already disconcerting attitude of treating the souls of the deceased as resources as opposed to the remnant of living beings. It will further degrade the sanctity of life, a principle that I assumed you would defend given your works. Instead, your implementation of the Rule Breaker project may end up undermining it. When you create so many incentives to fight, to kill and to resort to violence, it will become even more difficult to reassert peace and stability once the new rulers of the Milky Way have won the great struggle. For as long as the Rule Breakers continue to exist, they will stand as a symbol for greed and strife." Her concerns were quite valid, but that was not enough of a reason for Veronica to change her course. "Then so be it. When I set out to design these mechs, I already accepted the reality that I will receive both scorn and appreciation from my customers in this galaxy. If it makes you feel better, I will set the tax rate at 33%, which sounds reasonable enough considering how many benefits Karman Mech pilots enjoy by piloting their machines. The safeguards against potential abuse of demonic cultivation will still be intact. Neither the Karman Mech pilot nor Helena will benefit from harvesting the souls reaped from innocent human civilians throughout the Milky Way galaxy." Of course, Veronica conveniently left her own name out of this promise, but the wily master was too sharp to let this pass. "What about yourself?" "Oh, I guess I will not use these innocent human souls to taint my works. Veronica emphatically did not mention that she only talked about herself, and not Vase. The two were completely separate from each other. Totally. A promise made by one did not apply to the other. Why should that be the case? They were not even a part of the same race. That is, sufficient as long as you abide by what you have said. Master Willix did not push any further. From the moment you treat the masses who are spread across this galaxy as a resource to be exploited is the moment you have turned into a monster. Remember who you are and what you are fighting for. Do not lose your humanity. I have already lost much of it, but that is exactly why I make a greater effort to preserve what little of it I have left. You should pay attention to this as well. I will. Chapter 6591 The Nature of Demons. Compared to her difficult talk with Master Willix, Veronica had a much easier time convincing Helena to play along. When the cyborg cat left the design lab and navigated the halls of the Throne of Light, she eventually visited a meditation room that was located on a different section of the flagship. Helena was not a corporeal life form, but that did not mean she was unable to maintain a trace of herself in the material realm. When Veronica entered his eldest sister's private meditation room and other chambers, she flew closer to a certain gray mechanical cat. Veronica originally chose to fulfill Helena's desire to interact with physical reality with the Hellcat avatar instead of a humanoid doll in order to stay in the good graces of the Big Two. She no longer cared that much about the taboo against imparting human identities to inhuman entities anymore. While Veronica had offered multiple times to replace the Hellcat with a proper human-like vessel that could host her manifested spirit, Helena actually changed her opinions about her choice of physical avatars. Helena had fallen in love with the Hellcat. Adopting a mechanical cat form made her smaller and more adorable than her usual scary death goddess guise. The daughter of death could relax and split a portion of her vast mentality into the Hellcat so that she could pretend to be a pet and act cute in the presence of other people. Since the years that Veronica initially crafted the Hellcat, she had taken the mechanical construct to her workshop and upgraded it several times. Veronica made use of better materials, better craftsmanship and increased time investment to turn the Hellcat into a work of art. By this time, the Hellcat had turned into a masterwork cat avatar. It still boasted a relatively unobtrusive gray color theme, but Veronica cleverly alternated the tints of her exterior to add more contrast and sophistication to her visual appearance. The Hellcat also gained additional decorative flourishes in the form of carved runes of Helena's choosing as well as embedded obsidian-like jewels. Veronica had come to take pride in this example of craftsmanship. Even if Helena abruptly came into existence and became a part of the family, Veronica had come to accent this sudden family relationship. Veronica did not have many people that she could trust on an unconditional basis. She was never able to trust her mother all that much for obvious reasons. That was an unfortunate reality. The cyborg cat was instead able to channel her need for family affection in the daughter of death, who may have been raised by the Oblivion Empress, but inherited none of her mother's acerbic personality. Murrah, it has been a while since you last paid a visit to me, little sister. The gray cat jumped out the army of interactive animal plushies and dove straight towards the biomechanical cat. Veronica promptly got pounced by her own masterwork. Meow. Stop that, Helena. I am not a little kitten. Murrah, murrah, murrah. I will never stop because this is what all big sisters do to their younger siblings. After the two metallic cats wrestled and bit each other for a minute, Helena finally had her fill and withdrew her cat avatar. The two sisters eventually settled down on a pair of comfortable couches. Veronica idly looked around the meditation chamber and found that it differed substantially from their mother's mediation room. Where their mother's private sanctum gave off a refined and peaceful atmosphere, the room claimed by Helena was brash and loud. The initially calming interior gained a lot of personality when Helena plastered the walls with projected posters of bands and promotional artwork of popular dramas. The army of animal plushies that Helena had been playing with earlier made it seem as if it was owned by a preteen girl, which actually happened to be true. All in all, Helena had more in common with a little girl like Andraste than a grown adult female like Gloriana. Veronica loved Helena all the more because of that. The two could comfortably talk with each other without any regard for schemes, duplicity and ulterior motives. While Veronica knew quite well that she was setting herself up for a painful betrayal if she kept talking earnestly with her supposed eldest sister, she disregarded this vulnerability and continued to place her trust in Helena. Perhaps Veronica simply did not want this fantasy to end. Once the two cats settled down, Veronica quickly explained her newfound demand for souls and why she needed Helena's cooperation. The daughter of death calmly listened and fell into thought, to know a thing or two about demons. That is part of the lore that mother has taught to me. She told me that demons are souls that have lost so much hope and suffered so much pain that they have become tainted by darkness. Once the taint has completely filled their essence with hatred and suffering, their transformation into demons is complete. From that point onwards, these beings have become damned by existence and have developed an irreconcilable hostility towards the living beings they used to be a part of. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are not exactly dead, but they are still intrinsically opposed to life. Veronica's visit already paid off. Gathering information about the true nature of demons was vital information. The more Helena shared, the better. That is helpful to know, but much of it sounds a bit vague. Can you tell me anything specific about demons? For example, where do they hang out, how often do they appear in reality, and is it possible for us to hunt them down? Helena chuckled. Our mother did not get that far in her explanation. She might not even know the answer. I can tell you that as my influence in the Red Ocean and the Milky Way grows, I may have come across a number of suspicious traces that may have denoted the passage of demons. I do not think I have encountered one directly, sadly. As for actively hunting them down, that is futile if we do not know enough about them to track their locations. Ah, I guess I was hoping for too much. Knowledge solves everything, little sister. Be patient, we shall be able to unearth the hidden secrets of demons in time. What else do you know about them, Helena? Our mother has taught me that certain demons are far more threatening than others. The weakest demons are usually spawned from fairly strong mortals with relatively excellent abilities. They cannot emerge from weaklings because the metamorphosis into demonhood is demanding and painful. The souls that cannot endure this torment will shatter and disappear. That was an important piece of information to know. If Vase wanted to spawn his own demon, then he had to make sure to capture the soul of a fairly strong mortal first, which probably translated into an individual in the first major cultivation rank. This may include expert pilots, journeyman mech designers, senior mech designers, swordmasters and chi cultivating foundation builders. Is it possible to convert a stronger soul into a stronger demon? Helena frowned. Possibly, but stronger souls are generally much more tempered and can endure far greater torment than normal. They are far too unlikely to degenerate into demons. I think that it is much more likely for stronger demons to emerge from the ranks of weaker demons. How do weaker demons become stronger? Oh, that is simple. Demons are malevolent and cruel by nature, so satisfying their destructive urges will feed their strength. It is not that easy for them to promote themselves, however. They must kill a large number of people in order to trigger a second transformation. They may also have to satisfy other conditions that I am not aware of. Whatever the case, once they have succeeded, they gain much more power but also regain a part of their lucidity. They will become more capable of rational thought, but that will only make them more dangerous. All of this sounds rather scary, Helena. How can ordinary folk defend against the predation of these deadly demons? Oh, do not worry too much. Demons cannot sustain themselves in the material realm or close to it. They sustain damage with every second they reside here. One of the reasons for this is because the heavens are unfriendly towards them. If the demons insist on staying, they will eventually be wiped out before they can kill a large number of people. At most, a handful of unlucky individuals will collapse and suffer from a permanent coma before the demon is excised from reality. That was also important information. The heavenly authorities were actually doing good this time by doing their part to keep their galaxies clean of any demon infestations. Was this why Kedis and the Heavensward were negatively predisposed towards demoncasting? Okay, I understand. These demons must be residing in other dimensions or realms, is that correct? Presumably that is the case, but do not ask me where they can be found. I am willing to help you search for them, but my capabilities are limited in this area. Veronica shrugged. It's okay. I think I will settle for getting my demons, particularly stronger ones, by starting out with minor demons and nurturing them into stronger ones. With so many souls in the Milky Way to harvest from, I do not think it will be challenging for me to pluck out an ample number of stronger ones. The question is how exactly I can transform them into demons on an industrial scale. We can work on this problem together. Helena offered. I can imagine that the basic process to artificially transform a demon into a soul is to inflict an excessive amount of raw pain onto them. Relying on brute force is not my preferred solution, but it is the only means we can rely upon to produce consistent results on a larger scale. The greatest challenge is to make souls suffer to the point where they do not want to live anymore, but not inflict too much actual harm. Abusing souls too much will cause them to shatter outright, you see. Veronica grinned and lifted up a silvery paw. She waved it forward, causing a small soul whip to lash out and strike the air. Will this do? That is a remarkably pure technique. The Hellcat already tried to imitate it. Her imitation ability should not be underestimated. She was not only an energy-based life form, but also received a lot of focused teachings from her mother. Barely half a minute had passed before Helena produced her own intangible whip. Unfortunately, her first attempt not only lacked the length and cohesion as a whip, but did not even promise that much pain when hitting a soul. Would you like me to pass on my technique to you? Veronica offered. No, I can figure this out myself. The eldest sister insisted. It shouldn't be too difficult to replicate a technique this simple. In fact, it is criminal that no effort has been made to encrypt it. That allows anyone including myself to decipher how it works and understand its weaknesses. You should seriously think about obfuscating the details of your soul whip by altering it with your unique powers and specialized knowledge. The more your technique deviates from this crystal clear technique, the harder it will be for others to imitate or counter your whip. Veronica never thought about that. This was one of the many valuable life lessons that his mother declined to teach to her original child. Thank you for your advice. I will do so whenever I have time. For now, I think the basic version of a soul whip is sufficient. Do you have a fairly strong soul in your possession that I can practice this on? I want to see how difficult it is to produce a demon. Give me a moment. Chapter 6592 The Mysterious Prison. When Veronica and Helena decided to create their first demon through artificial means, they first needed to acquire a soul. This was not as simple as it sounded. I do not have the habit of storing souls. The gray-coated Hellcat spoke to the other cat. I mean, why would I? My responsibility as the daughter of death is to ensure those who believe in me will get taken care of after their demise. This entails many duties such as making sure that souls do not get mixed up and that other predators do not take them away for their own nefarious purposes. Does that include me? Veronica plainly asked. The Hellcat folded her paws in front of her feline chest. Even you, little sister. This is one area that I cannot afford to compromise on. I am a death goddess of the Hex Federation, the Oblivion Empire, and any other humans who worship the Superior Mother or myself. Its citizens worship me for the most part, which means that I have the duty to be attentive to their prayers and safeguard their souls, mostly against the threats that they cannot defend themselves against. When they die, I have a duty to ensure they pass on as they are meant to. A goddess that does not even bother to fulfill her basic duties to her worshippers is a parasite that has more in common with demons. I refuse to degenerate to that level. In other words, a god was just another form of service provider, just a really fancy and sacred one. Veronica understood the importance of responsibility, duty and reciprocity, so she did not press her demand any further. Doing so would touch upon Helena's principles and lead to a deterioration in their relationship. It's okay, Helena, forget what I just asked. Your worshippers account for a very insignificant proportion of the human population in the Red Ocean and the Milky Way anyway. There are way more humans and aliens out there that you do not have an obligation to protect. Anyway, let's get back to business. Since you don't have any souls in storage, can you harvest one at this time? That is easy enough. Plenty of my worshippers are involved in battles and scuffles in both galaxies. It is much easier to harvest a large amount of souls in the Red Ocean at the moment due to the ongoing Red Tide offensive, but it is not that simple to transfer a soul from one galaxy to another. Even if I am able to maintain a presence in both, I cannot completely disregard the enormous distance between the Red Ocean and the Milky Way. Is it still possible? The cute Hellcat nodded. I can do it for anything immaterial, but don't expect me to do the same for material objects. Even our mother has to make use of the Oblivion Gates to transfer goods across intergalactic distances. For a typical soul, I can only transfer it from the Red Ocean to the Milky Way if I invest a large amount of chi across the enormous divide and keep it protected against the dangers of the void. It is highly cost-ineffective to do this for a single soul that isn't valuable, so it is better if I save it up for an insubstantial good of actual value such as a demon. I see. That is good to know. In short, Helena did not want to bother carting around a large amount of low-value souls through the intergalactic void. Veronica should only tap her eldest sister's transportation capabilities when she had prepared a batch of finished trade goods. Can you pluck a soul in and around the Oblivion Empire, then? I can. Helena's mechanical cat avatar started to grin. In fact, the circumstances of the Xianxia Gap are actually a lot more special than you think. This entire anomalous space has actually been converted into a mysterious prison of sorts by an ancient true god of sorts. There are many souls floating around that have been chained for more years than you can imagine. This prison has not only captured a huge amount of souls from alien beings who have died ages ago, but also captures the souls of humans who have died much more recently in or around the anomalous space. That was right, how could Veronica forget about that? The Xianxia Gap was one of the few places where the boundary between the material realm and the imaginary realm had weakened, thereby allowing cultivators to channel their power more easily. Also, the strange soul prison also seemed to have been created for the purpose of forming spiritual energy generators. Since the heavens of the Milky Way galaxy had collapsed, many ancient and powerful cultivators had lost access to the power of heaven, causing them to weaken and even starve to death as they were unable to sustain their energy-hungry existences. A lot of powerful true gods apparently resorted to extreme and desperate solutions to survive the new age of deprivation and ruination. Whoever created the Xianxia Gap had come up with a genius idea. One of the known sources of spiritual energy was the spiritualities of sentient beings. If that was the case, why not rip the souls of as many of these beings as possible, put them in a form of permanent captivity, and squeeze them at regular intervals to produce spiritual energy? Although it sounded incredibly crazy, it actually worked. If Veronica concentrated her spiritual senses just enough, she could vaguely perceive a giant intangible vortex of shackled souls that encompassed the entirety of the Xianxia Gap. These imprisoned Antition had Han imprisoned for on long that they lost much of their identity and distinctive traits. Even so, they had not completely degenerated into demons, nor received strong enough blows to shatter apart. The mysterious prison was not that merciful to these unfortunate captives. Their only job was to produce spiritual energy through stimulating their mental activity, and it was best if they lasted as long as possible. Sure, the efficiency was awfully low, and it took a lot of energy just to keep all of the inmates under control and alive over the long term, but the mysterious prison turned the Xianxia Gap into one of the few pockets of space where spiritual energy became available. Unfortunately, much of the spiritual energy came in the form of negative attributes. This not only warped the fabric of space inside the anomalous region, but also had to undergo a process of filtering and conversion in order to make the resulting energy safe to use by general cultivators. That was why the abnormal energy environment Xianxia Gap was ultimately inferior to the medium energy environment of the Red Ocean. Do you have control over the trapped souls of this mysterious prison? As a matter of fact, I do. Our mother successfully took over the Xianxia Gap, which means she holds the highest authority as its latest warden. That is the source of her current title. Why else do you think she is called the Oblivion Empire? In any case, she appointed me as the vice warden. This gives me broad authority over the prison. I am mostly responsible for managing the day-to-day affairs. This can entail pruning the souls that have been repeatedly exhausted to the point their upkeep is higher than their revenue. I am also expected to keep out any souls that count among our subjects or worshippers. One day, I will inherit the Xianxia Gap entirely. Veronica looked impressed. Controlling the Xianxia Gap turned out to be a huge deal. Earlier, you told me that you don't store any souls. Now I find out that you are already running a gigantic soul prison. None of it is mine. Helena retorted. It all belongs to our mother. She is the only god who can decide the fate of these souls. Recently, she sacrificed a large proportion of them in order to fuel the initial activation of the Black Oblivion Gate. She has been working on upgrading the gate with the imported hyper materials so that it will only require a fraction of the previous amount of chi to activate it again. However, we have actually fallen to our weakest point in years. Our mysterious prison is much emptier than before. This not only means we have less souls to sacrifice to generate an immediate burst of chi, but our periodic income has also dropped to a massive extent. Veronica suddenly started to connect a few dots. It was no wonder why the Oblivion Empress insisted that Veronica rush the Rule Breaker project to completion. Her mother imposed a tight deadline for a good reason. The goal was to generate as much conflict as possible in the short term, thereby causing a lot of people in the star sectors surrounding the Xianxia Gap to die. Once they perished, the mysterious prison would catch their souls and reel them in, thereby replacing the spent captives that previously ensured the prosperity of the anomalous region. The Oblivion Empress even planned to expand the Xianxia Gap during the upcoming period of turmoil. The larger and more populated the mysterious prison, the larger the energy reserves at Cynthia's disposal. Right now was a bad time for Helena to embezzle a soul here and there. The Nixian gap had reached a depleted state, so the Oblivion Empress was especially sensitive to any theft or breakout attempts. Fortunately, Cynthia did not care too much about the souls of deceased humans that have yet to enter the mysterious prison. It was easy enough for Helena to pay attention to the routine skirmishes that took place in the Komodo Star Sector, the majestic Teal Star Sector, and especially the vicious Mountain Star Sector. Human infighting remained as strong as ever in a galaxy that was still stuck in the age of mechs. Plenty of outfits fought against each other in order to topple their competitors, steal the foundation of their rivals, take revenge for grievances made in the past, or simply engage in a little opportunistic piracy and rob a nearby shipment of goods. It all made Veronica feel nostalgic about the past. Red humanity had long moved past these petty and largely pointless conflicts. Even if no big wars were taking place at the moment, the minor scuffles alone were enough for Helena to pluck a good amount of souls at any time. She just had to be observant and pick up the right ones. Here, the Hellcat eventually said as she manifested the soul of a mech designer who had died just a few minutes earlier. Since you demanded a soul for the purpose of transforming into a demon, I made sure to select one that deserves this treatment. Veronica grew disappointed when she saw that the soul belonged to a journeyman mech designer. That was a cultivator who barely entered the first major cultivation rank. She would have preferred to obtain a strong and aggressive soul such as an expert pilot, but they died at much lower rates, especially during times of relative peace and stability. What did he do for you to think he deserves what is coming for him? The cyborg cat asked. In order to become the top-scoring student in his class when he attended a mech design university, he used the power of his family to assassinate one classmate and ruin the reputation of another. His plots succeeded. With the honor of becoming the top-ranking student, he received much better employment offers than he should have earned. He subsequently thrived and made fast progress, earning the appreciation of his superiors in the process. If not for the fact that his misdeeds ultimately came back at him by falling for an ambush prepared by the relatives of his defeated rivals, he wouldn't have died so soon. He grew too careless and never expected mercenaries to attack his passenger vessel when he was transiting to another star system. What a dirty deed. Mech designers possessed a meek image, but they could be just as ruthless as anyone if they had enough ambition and the willingness to resort to unsavory measures. This soul will do, then. Chapter 6593. The Dark Descent. Transforming the soul of a journeyman mech designer into a demon was not that simple. As a spirit derived from a human who had barely passed the threshold of the first major cultivation rank, it was easy to go overboard and break it outright. Souls were normally fragile existences. Without any of the vitality and protection that came from occupying a living body, they became defenseless and could wither away at any moment. Perhaps that was why demon casting and demon forging centered around the use of demons as opposed to uncorrupted souls. The former had already undergone a process of demonization, which caused them to undergo a bizarre transformation that radically strengthened their substance. Even if the mutations caused the souls to become ugly, corrupted and irrational, they also gained a lot of strength and endurance, allowing them to withstand punishment that they previously could not endure. This sounded perfect for demon casting and demon forging, as both these production processes subjected their intangible ingredients to a lot of abuse before they adopted their new forms. Now that Veronica understood a little more why she needed to obtain a demon, she grew more eager to produce one herself. After all, being able to convert one from a random soul plucked by Helena would save Veronica 5 ascension points. After Helena fixed the soul of a journeyman mech designer in place, Veronica repeatedly began to strike it with her soul whip. The soul started to utter a soundless scream of agony. Soul whips were effective against cruel and tougher demons, so an uncorrupted soul without the protection of a corporeal body was much more susceptible to pain produced by this technique. Veronica felt more and more lucky that she managed to obtain such a fitting technique by stacking 10 golden lottery tickets at once. The soul whip offered a lot more utility than he initially expected. With every lash of the intangible whip, the soul of the deceased mech designer experienced further torment, but never sustained all that much damage to its integrity. The soul whip concentrated almost all of its damage potential to stimulating the intangible pain receptors of its targets. This was why the soul of the journeyman mech designer deteriorated a lot slower than it should. Both Veronica and Helena knew that if they struck the soul with a more conventional spiritual attack, it would have lasted for a couple of blows at most before bursting apart like a balloon. Whip after whip struck the soul as if it had entered hell and needed to undergo unending torment. However, After Veronica whipped the soul 20 times in a row, her feline expression gradually started to frown. There isn't as much progress as I expect. That is no surprise. Turning a soul into a demon by relying on the simple application of pain is a stupid method. Helena said, the more refined way of turning a soul into a demon is to combine it with psychological attacks. You need to completely collapse all forms of strength and sustenance. When the soul has completely and utterly lost all hope of salvation or relief, that is when it has finally reached the tipping point. That was an informative explanation. The cyborg cat already devised a few possible solutions on how she could increase the efficiency of this tedious and monotonous process. However, Veronica refrained from modifying the application of the soul whip technique. She also declined to employ her devil tongue to add psychological pressure to the soul. One of her purposes this time was to create a baseline. Time passed by. The soul, despite belonging to a mere journeyman mech designer, still held out for a surprisingly lengthy amount of time. Veronica no longer bothered to count how many times she whipped the soul. She figured out that there was some sort of diminishing returns in effect. Whipping the soul once generated a huge amount of pain, but doing it on repeat would eventually cause it to get acclimated to his new condition. Part of that was because Veronica made no effort to vary the soul whip. Another part of it was because Veronica's proficiency in the technique was mediocre. A third factor was her relatively low cultivation rank. A soul whip generated by his mother would definitely be at least 100 times more painful. In fact, if a true god channeled a soul whip at full power, it may outright blast apart the unprotected soul of a journeyman mech designer due to the enormous disparity in strength. Veronica was still far from reaching that level. The lackluster size and the dim manifestation of her whips reflected their lack of strength. This is getting tedious, even though Veronica and Helena both grew bored when nothing seemed to change after a while. Both of them were patient enough to persist. Helena constantly split her attention, so she was never idle or bored. Veronica could assist Vase in design work by acting as an additional thought. After 2 hours had passed, the cyborg cat finally started to perk up again when she finally noticed a difference. We are getting close, the Hellcat said as the avatar grew a lot more active again. I thought the soul would last for at least a couple more hours, but this mech designer is ultimately too weak-willed. What do you expect from a civilian and a mech designer? Not everyone from my profession is similar to me or Kedis. Veronica tried her best to maintain the current frequency of lashings. She did not seek to introduce any variables that could interrupt the process that was coming. Soon enough, the soul of the tortured mech designer finally underwent a transformation. With every soul whip that struck the victim, the soul began to darken at a rapid speed. The faint amount of negative energy available in the Nixian gap also played a facilitating role. The tainted soul began to suck up as much negative energy that it could draw from the surrounding environment. This accelerated the process of demonization and also caused the soul of the mech designer to become affected by foreign pollution. Mutations began to occur at a rapid rate. At first, the soul looked like an identical version of the journeyman back when he was alive. He even wore his most common outfit, which was a casual suit covered by a plain white lab coat. Now, his clothes became filthy and frayed. His lab coat maintained its pale coloration, but it started to acquire scuffs and holes as if it had been subjected to years-long abuse. The body of the mech designer mutated as well. His skin grew darker but also paler until it reached a dark blue tint. The proportions of the mech designer's body also began to fluctuate. His back started hunching over while his arms grew unnaturally long. His head began to warp and lengthen while his teeth started to mutate into fangs. When the blue-skinned monster spawned a long and slender tail for no apparent reason, the demonization process had finally reached its end. So this is a real minor demon. Veronica saw that this freshly transformed demon had much in common with the fiends produced by the Geist system of the Phobos. In fact, she even speculated that they possessed the same root. That was a naive thought. Veronica finally understood what set them apart. Demons were beings of pure malevolence and negativity, but they did not start out that way. Every demon once lived as a normal living being. They started off as positive life forms, but experienced so much suffering and despair that they degenerated into negative life forms. They underwent an evolution in a very dark direction, but they still retained a number of advantages of their previous life phase. Fiends, on the other hand, were completely artificial beings that were periodically spawned by Vase and later Helena out of raw spiritual energy. They started off as pure negative life forms from the onset, and lacked the growth and accumulation of a regular life form. Their foundations were therefore vastly inferior, and their growth potential was likely stunted as a result. It was like the difference between cloned adult humans and people who grew up naturally from birth. The latter may look indistinguishable from a normal person, but their intelligence and spirit were crippled to the point where they could not even function properly. While the situation with fiends and demons were a little bit different from that analogy, it was enough to help Veronica understand the situation a bit better. The cyborg cat could create a fiend easily enough by gathering enough negative energy and giving it the spark of life. She could not produce a demon from scratch, just as she was not able to create a human soul from the beginning because they fell outside of the scope of his abilities. That was okay. Now that Veronica had witnessed the transformation of a human soul into a minor demon, she became confident she could produce more of the latter. She just needed to gather a large batch of decently strong souls before finding a way to whip them on an industrial scale in order to produce one minor demon after another. As the blue-skinned demon spawned from the soul of the journeyman mech designer regained its senses, it immediately attempted to break out of its confinement and attack Veronica and Helena, heedless of the substantial gap in power. Veronica snorted. "Damn, minor demons are truly dimwits. This guy has no chance of beating you, but look at him trying to claw out your face." Demons are supposed to become smarter when they evolve. Who they used to be before they transformed also affects their intelligence and rationality. The fact that this blue demon sought to kill the daughter of death herself was probably not the most erudite of mech designers among his peers. "So what do you want to do with it, or him now, little sister?" "Let us examine him. I need to test his strength, his reaction to my soul whip and more." Veronica began to subject the newly transformed demon to a battery of empirical tests. She already had a good idea of the strength of the soul before the transformation, so she paid close attention to the range of improvement. Just as expected, the demon scored much higher in almost every area. There was truly a qualitative difference between uncorrupted souls and demons. The irrational being even gained a few weak powers. All of this made the demon stronger and scarier than he could have hoped to be when he was still in a weaker state. Once Veronica concluded her examination, she began to frown as she thought about her next goal. A minor demon is not strong enough for my purposes. The works I have in mind for demoncasting needs to be augmented by a stronger power source. I need a middle demon at the very least. Helena, do you know how we can turn this blue fellow into a bigger and nastier blue fellow? Whipping the demon will not work anymore. The Hellcat flopped her tail in uncertainty. At this point, he has already changed down to his essence. As I mentioned before, the demon needs to fulfill his purpose and feel satisfied while doing so. Only when he has become successful enough in his destructive purpose will he become qualified to enter a higher stage. Ah, you did mention that before. Does that mean we can make him grow quickly enough if we allow him to torture and kill enough souls? Helena shook her feline head. Again, you are thinking too simple. It will take too long and far too many souls to satisfy even the weakest of demons. Even if it works, the costs will far outweigh the gains. Damn, Veronica knew it wouldn't be so simple. The system charged 100 AP just to summon a single middle demon from its ritual circle. This meant that it should be 20 times more troublesome or difficult to obtain a more powerful demon. Do you have any suggestions? As a matter of fact, I do. Our mother once taught me another lesson on how to breed strong dependent creatures. How many lessons did Mother teach you while denying them to me? Veronica exploded. Mother told me never to answer this question. Chapter 6594 GU Cultivation. Veronica could accept that her mother only chose to pass on a significant portion of her extensive knowledge to Helena. That did not mean she was pleased with the difference in treatment. The cyborg cat accepted the logic of Cynthia's explanation. She even agreed with her mother's argument to an extent. Veronica saw herself as a mech designer first and foremost. Since she was so committed to this career, it was best if she was able to develop her own insights and solutions. Giving her lots of knowledge related to chi cultivation would distract him and cause him to deviate too much from the mentality of a mech designer. As a powerful chi cultivator herself, the Oblivion Empress deeply understood the taboos related to contamination and forced inheritance. She took special care to prevent Vase from unintentionally following her path when Veronica was not suitable for her approach. It made sense for Helena to learn from their mother. The daughter of death was made in her mother's image. Helena was designed by Cynthia to fulfill certain roles, and therefore received all of the teachings she needed to become a true god aspected towards the death attribute. While Veronica could accept the reasons for the difference in treatment, she couldn't help but feel resentful at how much she was missing out on. A more petulant individual may even accuse Cynthia of playing favorites. That should not be the case. The cyborg cat believed her mother was above such infantile impulses. The Oblivion Empress was a lot more rational than she looked. Many of her decisions were based on cold and heartless calculation. There was nothing Veronica could do to change her mother's stance, so there was no point in wasting any further thought on this issue. She focused on what was important. What Veronica needed the most was a way to produce middle demons with the resources he was able to attain with the help of Helena. Only by establishing an independent supply of souls and developing a reliable production method of middle demons would Veronica be able to get rid of her dependence on the demon summoning circle. There was no way that Veronica was willing to pay 100 AP just to summon a single middle demon. She would rather wait for Lucky to produce his yearly quota of gems and convert them into ingredients for demon casting. Meanwhile, Helena explained a theory taught by their mother one day. Have you ever heard of the method of raising GU? No. What is a GU? The word holds many meanings. Helena responded. There is no word in standard language that can concisely convey the multiple meanings of GU. In this context, raising GU is an ancient process of producing deadly poison, or a creature that contains an unnaturally high concentration of poison. The fundamental method is simple. You collect numerous poisonous insects or other critters, place them in a jar and close the lid before storing it in a dark location. After enough time has passed, you take the jar and open it up. If everything went right, you will end up with a single living creature. Veronica immediately understood the hidden meanings and possible mechanisms behind this strange and cruel process. I see. I think I get what is going on. Tossing several creatures in a small container will practically guarantee a fight to death. Even if they are cautious and timid at the beginning, their hunger and various other deprivations will drive them to desperation. They will begin to prey on each other with the intent to kill and devour their defeated opponents. If the winners continue to prey on others, the strongest will survive. This is basically survival of the fittest that is compressed to the extreme. Helena nodded. It is not that easy to successfully raise GU. Our mother mentioned that there are specific cultivation techniques that can assist in the process and ensure that the ultimate winner will not only be able to remain alive despite sustaining so many wounds, but also absorb the bodies of its enemies and break past its life limits. The latter is the most crucial part. If there is a way to make the poisonous creature evolve and sublimate without going through such a tedious process, then raising GU is not that useful. Veronica recognized that there was another aspect about this strange poisonous creature rearing process that possessed great significance. One of the core purposes of this raising GU business is the accumulation of venom. All of the poison carried by the critters will get injected or devoured by the surviving winners. If they don't die on the spot due to taking in so many harmful substances, the last survival may possess a level of venom that equals or maybe surpasses the total amount of poison carried by all of the individual creatures at the start. That is true. Do you know how this is possible? No. Veronica frowned. I guess it can't be done without involving the manipulation of E-energy. Biologically speaking, any normal organism would have died from concentrating so much poison, especially if they come from different creatures. I think that all of this fighting that takes place in the jar represents a ritual of sorts that helps to evolve the winners just enough to withstand all of the increasingly more lethal poison. I think that is the case as well. You think? Mother never taught me any specific methods related to GU cultivation. She told me that it is a particularly specialized but also disgusting form of cultivation. It is completely unsuited for me. The advantages of GU cultivation is that it is mainly a test of knowledge, technique and resource acquisition. It has very little demand for natural talent, as GU cultivators mainly rely on the talent and powers of the GU creatures that they bond with or use as cannon fodder. That made a lot of sense. That sounded like a peculiar form of contract cultivation. As soon as Veronica framed it in this manner, it all made sense. She could also understand why Helena brought up GU cultivation in this conversation. I see. You think that the principles of poison GU cultivation can also be applied to promoting the growth of demons. That is correct. Mother did say that the philosophy and principles of GU cultivation is more universal than it sounds. For example, the time she spent while she was a member of the Five Scrolls Compact was a human form of GU cultivation. The Great Temple constantly absorbed talents from the rest of the galaxy, only to pit them against each other in cruel tests and examinations. Those who failed to defeat their competitors will either get killed or reassigned. Over time, the most ruthless, brilliant, competent and luckiest of cultivators will rise to the top. Our mother was just one of a small group of high-ranking members of the Wood Shrine who won every battle that mattered and plundered as much wealth and other benefits from her defeated rivals. Veronica still knew far too little about his mother's past life. Her true life. What little she heard about the infamous cult painted a picture of needless cruelty. While the extreme GU cultivation approach might have allowed the Five Scrolls Compact to be led by strong and ruthless cultivators who knew how to scheme against others, there were very obvious disadvantages to this policy. Everyone who stayed a cultist long enough became completely nuts. No normal human would be able to retain their sanity after going through so much internal competition. The culling of the weak drove the survivors to desperation. They might work harder, but only so that they could outpace their peers and make sure they weren't next on the chopping block. It was no wonder the Five Scrolls Compact ultimately collapsed in such a spectacular manner. Humans weren't GU insects, and they could never stand to be treated in such an awful way. It was only fitting for the Mamer of the Metal Shrina to batch a grand canonirum. I see. You think that the principles of poison GU cultivation can also be applied to promoting the growth of demons. Everyone who stayed a cultist long enough became completely nuts. No normal human would be able to retain their sanity after going through so much internal competition. The culling of the weak drove the survivors to desperation. They might work harder, but only so that they could outpace their peers and make sure they weren't next on the chopping block. It was no wonder the Five Scrolls Compact ultimately collapsed in such a spectacular manner. Humans weren't GU insects, and they could never stand to be treated in such an awful way. It was only fitting for the Mamer of the Metal Shrine to hatch a grand Kontiniraku gains to forcefully push past its limitations and break through the next major cultivation rank. I will take care of the design of the application of life energy, Veronica promised. I am not an expert in this matter, but I know enough fundamentals that I am confident I can form an improvised solution. I should also be able to design a mechanism for the application of death energy, but I could use your input to make it better. You shall have it. The Hellcat replied as she became increasingly more interested in this collaborative project. There are still many questions and uncertainties. For example, the GU container may not work at all. It is possible that we lack the crucial secrets that can make the rituals work according to our intentions. Even if they are adequate enough, we do not know how many minor demons we should place in the GU container to accumulate enough critical mass for the eventual winner to make a sudden breakthrough. Then there is the time period. It may take weeks, months or even years for this process to finish. The cyborg cat grimaced a bit, but soon schooled her expression. These are all valid concerns. I would ideally like to achieve quick successes, but I am fine if I have to wait a while before we can perfect the demon GU cultivation process. I do not require an immediate supply of middle demons as I still have an existing reserve from a different source. Sooner or later, I will run out. So I hope I can get this supply chain of middle demons up and running by that time. I will help you, little sister. I did not think much of it, but now that you have directed my attention to it, I think that I can harvest unexpected gains from this research. Chapter 6595 Variation as the Spice of Life. Veronica and Helena had lived alongside each other for years, but they never collaborated with each other as extensively as this time. Both siblings became incredibly enthused about their new collaboration project. Veronica deeply wanted to invest in a reliable method of producing middle demons on a regular basis. In fact, her sights did not stop here. She was already thinking about the next step. The demon GU cultivation approach that she was trying to invent from scratch should not be limited to producing middle demons. The demon summoning circle explicitly mentioned the existence of greater demons and demon kings. If they truly corresponded to the level of a true god and a god king respectively, then the ability to produce them on a regular basis was a game changer. In theory, poison GU cultivation was one of the several pathways to becoming a true god. It should be capable of producing a poisonous creature that had breached one of the biggest barriers that separated mortals from gods. It was actually possible to artificially breed true god-level creatures. Of course, the methods and resources needed to produce such a high-end poisonous creature was anything but trivial. Veronica could not even imagine the scale of the ritual, the sophisticated use of runes and the large quantities of powerful creatures, the gigantic amount of E-energy and the huge amount of time needed to produce such a god-like creature. Trying to convert a process originally designed to breed powerful poisonous organisms to cultivating a powerful greater demon would be even more difficult. At least poison GU cultivation had an existing track record. Perhaps the 5 Scrolls Compact and the Red Collective may have preserved a few records of this exotic cultivation approach that latecomers such as Veronica could reference. She was pretty sure that no one had come up with an idea as crazy as artificially producing high-quality demons through a similar approach. If demoncasting and demon forging was not so obscure to the point that almost all of its traces had become lost over time, then others may have already pioneered this means in the past. Veronica therefore felt safe in the assumption that she and her eldest sister were truly breaking new ground. At this time, the two were still at the beginning of their ambitious effort. There was no need to consider the production of greater demons at all when they had yet to come up with a working proof of concept. They still needed to find out whether it was possible to convert a bunch of minor demons into middle demons through their chosen method. I will get started on designing and crafting the Demon GU container, Veronica said. The principal material that I will be using is unending alloy. Our mother has claimed most of it that can be found for herself, but I can still take out just enough to make 5 containers in the specific dimensions. They won't be as big as I wish due to resource constraints, but I will make sure I can make the most out of what little I can requisition. Back in the Red Ocean, Vase could obtain all of the hyper materials he wanted. It was a little more difficult to import large quantities of highly desirable high-grade hypers, but ever since his income and reputation had soared, it would only take a little more time for him to gain the goodies he needed. Here in the Milky Way, Veronica was working under much more limited circumstances. Even if the Oblivion Empress managed to import a large batch of Red Ocean exclusive hyper materials recently, she had already reserved them for her own projects. There was no way their mother would be generous enough to give away these precious and incredibly scarce hyper materials just to indulge her children. What Veronica was attempting to create was massive for herself, but Cynthia probably thought of her research project was probably child's play. The cyborg cat was pretty sure that what she attempted to do with the collaboration of Helena did not escape the true god's perception. However, so long as the Oblivion Empress did not send a missive that indicated that she approved or disapproved of this initiative, Veronica could safely assume that she could continue with her efforts without interruption. The two cats soon began to split up as they split up their responsibilities. Helena began to gather a larger amount of souls so that she could convert them into minor demons. She just happened to learn the soul whip technique from Veronica and already began to modify it to suit her needs. With an abundance of test subjects in her grasp, Helena could readily test her changes and make further adjustments depending on the feedback. Under such ideal conditions, Helena's soul whip quickly deviated from the pure template and began to take on a life of its own. The death element suffused the intangible whip, causing it to torment the souls on a deeper level. However, her alterations were still far from perfect, as evidenced by the souls that she accidental, bila dua to a biorina and ovnace amount of death anarau. This is trickier than I thought. Helena furrowed her brows. She continued to puzzle out how she could make her soul whip better at bringing captured souls to the depths of despair. Only by speeding up this process would she be able to increase the efficiency of producing demons. It did not cost too much for her to produce a single minor demon, but what if her little sister needed more? If Helena took on the obligation to supply tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of minor demons, then even she could get drained of her energy. Therefore, Helena did not despise this process and tried to make it as efficient and optimized as possible. The daughter of death took after her mother in this regard. One of the reasons why the Oblivion Empress was able to succeed as a chi cultivator where everyone else failed was because she made sure to master every important technique as thoroughly as Cynthia always made sure to hammer home this lesson into Helena's head. In an environment where many cultivators learn from the common base of knowledge that the sacred scrolls have so graciously passed on, it is not enough to gain proficiency in the arts. If you want to stay ahead of the competition and never fall too far behind, you must comprehend more knowledge, master the arts that suit you best, and combine these efforts into original new techniques that do not exist in anyone's library. Only then can you take your enemies by surprise, overpower their best techniques and maintain your standing in the long run. Those who solely rely on mastering the inheritances of the past will always get swept away by the geniuses who are brave and hardworking enough to create their own paradigms. Young Helena looked impressed. That reminds me a lot about how the current mech industry operates. There are so many mech designers that have been able to accomplish great feats. It is amazing to think of how many new technologies they developed in the span of just 400 years. The rebels of the Compact have the right idea. Cynthia half smiled and half sneered. The power of a united technological civilization is larger than the efforts of a collection of selfish cultivators. It is not impossible for the latter to defeat the former, but these cultivators need to do far more than learning past theory and methods without having any serious intention to continue the development of their arts. The more you learn, the more your cognition becomes captured by the past. Is that why you refrain from teaching Veronica anything serious? Partially. The other reason is that she has no need for my lessons. She has the Mech designer system that I have gifted to her long ago. She can already gain enough knowledge from her special trinket by earning it. Through her own efforts, she needs to be able to stand on her own 4 paws. If she approaches me for a handout once, she will do so again. I do not desire for her to be reduced to a beggar who cannot do anything great without receiving my guidance. That is not the posture of a strong cultivator. The Oblivion Empress pinned her daughter with an intimidating stare. If Veronica shifts her target to you, I hope that you will keep my words in mind and refrain from sharing too much. Even if you possess enough knowledge to solve her problems, you should keep it to yourself and leave her to work out her own solutions. I have observed her long enough to understand that she is largely capable of doing so as long as her goals are not excessive. If she cannot invent a solution at her current state, then she is not ready yet for the undertaking that she has in mind. Let your younger sister fumble around. Failure will only feed into her growth. Very well. I shall keep your instruction in mind. Whether Helena withheld knowledge about GU cultivation from Veronica was unclear. Perhaps Veronica suspected that her sister held back a thing or two about the details of GU cultivation, but she did not voice any complaints. The cyborg cat already knew that it would be useless for her to make a fuss about it. Helena most definitely acted on their mother's orders. Nothing would change unless Cynthia finally changed her mind, which was unlikely to happen anytime soon. Rather than creating tension between Veronica's relationship with Helena and making herself sound weak in front of the Oblivion Empress' imperceptible attention, it was better to work honestly. Veronica actually did not mind that she would have to develop the concept of demon GU cultivation by herself. She was quite confident she could develop it on her own. Her design philosophy already gave her plenty of understanding of what it took to create life from scratch as well as promote its growth and development. Demons were still relatively strange and unfamiliar to her, but they still shared a few traits in common with other intangible life forms. That was enough for Veronica. She combined her scattered knowledge on multiple different fields and crudely mashed them together to form the initial plan of a demon GU container. Traditional poison GU containers basically consist of jars. The cyborg cat recalled as she called up a design interface. There are definitely good reasons to maintain this shape, but what if I turn it into a mech? Instead of working on unfamiliar containers, Veronica would much rather design and fabricate a bunch of mechs instead. This would not only allow her to impart her design philosophy to her experimental products to the fullest, but also turn it into a living mech that was able to perform advanced instructions. This was Veronica's answer to runes. She had already discovered that runes were able to substitute some of the functions of a living mech and vice versa. In fact, Veronica even developed a theory that all applications related to design philosophies was ultimately grounded in runes. Mech designers just weren't aware of them, but through secret shenanigans involving the Kingdom of Mechs or the Red Kingdom, they were able to leverage their mech design cultivation to automatically embed the necessary runnies in their design workings. This was a very advanced theory that Veronica created to explain the root of the mech design profession. She had yet to gather enough conclusive evidence to prove its validity, but she had gathered a few clues here and there that increased her confidence level in her personal theory. One of the conclusions that Veronica could draw from this was that it wasn't necessary for her to mess around with runes. She could achieve similar results by designing the right living mech. The outcome won't be as consistent as I want due to the lack of precision engineering, but who cares? Variation is the spice of life. Chapter 6596 Demon GU Container Design. Veronica was under great time pressure. Less than 4 days later, Vase and Kedis intended to initiate a mission-clearing marathon at the same time. That was a big deal. Vase not only intended to earn a large amount of AP, but also wanted to learn new stuff. This was a crucial opportunity for him to make a lot of advancements while practically no time had passed in reality. In order to make the most out of this special occasion, Vase needed to come up with several initiatives that he could work on during the time he was spending inside the system space. Given that the process of demon GU cultivation would likely take months if not years to complete and yield results, Vase already thought of using the system space to let the Demon GU containers do their work. Once the marathon came to an end, Veronica would hopefully be able to withdraw the Demon GU containers and hopefully bring out a couple of recently evolved middle demons worth several hundred ascension points. This was why Veronica came under a lot of time pressure. She needed to complete all of the GU containers in less than 4 days. The tight deadline made her feel as if she had entered a mech design contest again. Once Veronica adopted a familiar mindset, she became fully focused on completing the most essential requirements in as little time as possible. This is no time to be meticulous. She needed to work quickly in order to produce a handful of readily usable GU containers once it was time for Vase to meet his appointment with the premier swordmaster of the Larkinson clan. While Vase could always reschedule his appointment with Kedis, he did not think he had much time left in the Red Ocean to fool around. The sooner he completed this marathon, the faster he could use his new gains into improving the strength of his clan. Since speed was of the essence, Veronica ruthlessly shed any fanciful notions about his latest design project. She only wanted to design the bare minimum that was necessary in order to make his idea work. Her paw began to trace a number of lines and contours on the projected design interface. She initially formed the shape of a rather archaic-looking jar. It possessed a simple cylindrical shape that was slightly wider at the top. It even came with a large lid that could still be sealed shut with the help of modern mechanical scaling mechanisms. What Veronica designed so far was a large-sized version of a jar that she imagined that ancient GU cultivators used to produce their deadly poisonous creatures. This will be the base of my mech design, the cyborg cat determined. She did not waste any time in perfecting the shape and dimensions of the jar. She instead began to design the frame of a mech around this object. I am not designing a combat mech, so I can skip the arms. There is no reason to make it fly, so I can skip the flight system as well. As for legs, there is no need to invest too much in them as there is no reason to make it run fast. It should be able to remain stable and upright for extended periods of time, so it is better to add 4 legs instead of 2. That will massively simplify the balancing problem. The product he was designing only met the definition of a mech on a technical level. In practice, it was probably one of the most useless mechs that mech designer could envision. Anyone who thought that an awful mech like this had any value on the battlefield should be shot for treason. If Veronica did not intend to impart it with the magical property of being able to promote the GU cultivation of minor demons, then I was truly an awful waste of resources. Although the mech designer inside Veronica screamed that it was an abomination of a mech design that should be burned on the stake, she still forced herself to rush the mech design to completion. Since Veronica was shameless enough to skip out on every non-essential part of the system that could be found in more conventional mechs, it did not take much time to complete the first iteration of the design. The end result could charitably be described as a demi-mech that might be useful in a logistical center. The starting premise was still the same. The Demimesh's main structure consisted of a large jar. 4 squat but curled legs extended from underneath that could provide basic locomotion. However, the weak mech engine and rudimentary design of the legs meant that the demi-mech moved as slow as a snail. In order to ensure this abomination of a demi-mech could still be categorized as a mech flat and compact cockpit to the bottom of one of it all, Veronica made sure to mount the sides. This technically made the demi-mech pilotable, but Veronica actually did not intend for any human mech pilot to waste his time on controlling the machine. She integrated it with a rudimentary AL whose only job was to move to different locations on command. In fact, the traversal speed of this demi-mech was so slow that it was better to rely on floater platforms and other solutions to move it around. It's not important. It is fine as long as it meets the definition of a mech. Veronica made an earnest enough effort to approach her latest work as a mech design, so she was able to exert considerable control over its e-technology. She utilized the knowledge she gained about demons and tried to turn the demi-mech into a qualified demon GU container. To be honest, Veronica did not fully understand what she was doing. She completely let herself go and relied mostly on her instincts, her rudimentary and flawed understanding of GU cultivation, her occasional bouts of madness and whatever scrap of science and technology that she deemed at least marginally relevant to this difficult problem. The result quickly turned into a messy hodgepodge of improvised solutions that should hopefully yield the desired result. It didn't matter if she had no idea whether it would work. The act of creating a living mech was to translate potential ideas into a living vessel. That meant that once the living mech came to life, it became a product that was greater than the sum of its parts. Life always found a way. As long as the Mech became alive, internalized its existing capabilities and perfected them over the course of its growth, it may be able to transform a defective experiment into a functional design application. So long as it worked, Vase did not care about whether the mech design failed to meet any other requirements. Since Veronica held herself back and tried to prune as many unnecessary elements from the Mech designs as possible, she managed to complete the design in less than a day. The physical structure hardly took any time to design at all. All of the parts were made out of simple-shaped alloy or very standard off-the-shelf parts that the fleet of the Oblivion Empire already had in stock. She actually spent more time on designing the Demon GU cultivation aspect. Due to time constraints, Veronica did not bother to design an ultimate module that could facilitate the GU cultivation process. She lacked enough empirical information about it to know what she needed to design to augment the formation of a middle. I should start with the most basic process and see how it goes before thinking about applying any advanced solutions. Even without the inclusion of an ultimate model, the cyborg cat still considered her work to be a sixth-generation living mech. She had programmed the spiritual foundation of the Mech to perform a lot of actions to prevent any accidents and to make sure the trapped minor demons did not die prematurely. Veronica chose to add 2 design spirits to the Mech. She added Gaia for the purpose of regulating and potentially injecting life energy to keep the minor demons healthy and to strengthen them in other ways aside from mindlessly devouring their own kind. Helena naturally also became the design spirit of this mech-shaped jar. As promised, the eldest sister stopped by the design lab to assist with the design and control of additional solutions based on her formidable comprehension and affinity towards death energy. The intertwining of life and death can produce many powerful miracles. Helena commented as she worked to augment the incomplete mech design with the help of Veronica's expertise. GU cultivation can be considered a ritual that combines the extremes of these 2 phenomena to produce a breakthrough under extreme circumstances. In order to produce the best possible outcome, only the unworthy must die. Another important rule that needed to be implemented was that all of the nutrients of the loser must be absorbed by the winner to the greatest possible degree. Just like how poison GU cultivation was based on accumulating lots of poisonous substances into increasingly fewer creatures, the Mech needed to be able to promote the concentration of power between the murderous minor demons to the greatest possible extent. With the help of the 2 design spirits, Veronica already became a lot more confident that her implementation would be able to yield successful results. However, the efficiency of the initial process likely had a lot of room for improvement. Veronica could work on them slowly over time. She still needed to gather a lot of data and form useful conclusions before she could work on an improved Demon GU container. Once she became assured that the basic Mech design looked viable enough to work in reality, the cyborg cat did not hesitate to fabricate the Mechs. She skipped out on sleep and worked day and night with the workshops of the flagships of the Oblivion Empire to produce her works. Normally, fabricating a complete mech by hand usually took multiple days, but Veronica was able to pump out 5 of them by the time the deadline had drawn close. She was able to produce so many of them in a couple of days because she started early enough and because the Mech design was much smaller and simpler than other second-class mech designs. After all, when it came down to it, the mech frame basically comprised of a large hollow jar with legs, a cockpit and other bare essentials. Her formidable fabrication capabilities also contributed to the speed. With the help of the workshop facilities that the Oblivion Empire had recently brought to a higher standard, Veronica was able to add her own charm to her handmade products. She tried to turn all of them into masterwork mechs, but it appeared that she was aiming too high this time. The mech design was too rushed and poor in quality to produce such excellent works. If Vase wanted to fabricate a masterwork, then she should at least start with a more proper mech design that had been meticulously refined and optimized over a span of at least half a year. When Helena learned that Vase had completed his set in time, she inhabited her Hellcat avatar once again and paid a visit to the workshop. So these are your so-called Demon GU containers. They look as if you crudely attempted to fuse ancient mysticism with modern mech engineering. Your description is quite apt. That is mostly what I have done, though you should replace ancient mysticism with my own rip-off version of GU cultivation. I have no idea how those weirdos did this in the past, so I just tried to monkey my own version together based on an awful amount of assumptions. I cannot guarantee whether it will actually work, but I have a good feeling about them. Even if they can produce a middle demon in the end, they should still be able to improve the strength and quality of minor demons. The one that we produced at the start was still awfully weak and pathetic. If I am limited to using minor demons for my demoncasting projects, then I at least want them to be as strong as possible so that they can produce more dramatic effects. Let's see how well they can hold the minor demons that I have prepared. By the way, do these mechs have a name? Yes, they are called demon mixers. Chapter 6597 Demon Mixer Mark I. Made out of precious unending alloy, the 5 demon mixers stood proudly in their crude, fat and ugly forms. Ordinary mechs easily towered over the demimech-sized contraptions. To even call the demon mixers a mech was an insult to the entire mech community. Despite the complete lack of combat capabilities, Veronica still felt proud that she was able to improvise a viable solution together in so little time. She had a good feeling about them. Even if they failed to produce a middle demon in the first attempt, Veronica could always tweak the mech design or the other variables in order to dial in the right settings. The most important part was that the living mechs possessed enough vitality to fulfill their functions. The structure of the jar-shaped torso was also specially designed to contain a large amount of minor demons. Even if they attacked the inner lining of the jar all at once, there was no chance for them to be able to break through in a short amount of time. While they could theoretically breach their cage if they persisted in their breakout attempts, there was no way these irrational and unruly minor demons would leave each other alone. They were all violent and murderous to the extreme. When stuffed together in a small and confined space, they would definitely turn their claws against each other first long before thinking about attacking anything else. If the battle royale proceeded according to plan, then the final winner received enough tempering from all of the fighting and absorbed enough nutrients from its defeated foes to evolve into a middle demon. Veronica was not confident that her demon mixer would be able to contain a middle demon. The quality of the demimech was poor, and she did not use optimal materials to construct the container. There was a good chance that a middle demon may be able to breach the cage. However, Veronica already prepared another solution to this problem. One of the peculiar traits about the demon mixer was that it was a post-living mech. Veronica decided not to impart a conscious living personality into the demimech. Since it was a machine that was never actually meant to host a mech pilot, she felt it would be pure torture for the demon mixer to live out a miserable existence. There was also another reason why she deliberately turned the demon mixer into a second skin mech. She hoped that once the middle demon successfully managed to emerge through the demon GU cultivation process, it would immediately merge with the demon mixer, thereby causing it to get demonized but at the same time fix the demonic entity in place. Once the middle demon fused with the most useless demimech that Veronica had ever designed, the combat power of the transformed machine should not be too high. It would be easy to suppress and contain the demimech through mundane means. This saved Veronica a lot of resources and allowed her to lighten his burdens. The only questionable part was whether she could successfully separate the demon from the demon mixer. For that purpose, she deliberately designed the demimech to eject its spiritual foundation on command. This should hopefully work on middle demon as well. If not, then the cyborg cat might have to use cruder means to separate the two from each other. The middle demon would likely incur significant damage and lead to reduction in quality. She currently had no idea if these clever mechanisms were sound enough to work, she therefore looked more and more forward to putting the demon mixers to the test. Now that the Hellcat saw in person that her little sister had successfully completed the demon GU containers before the deadline, she proceeded to deliver her own results. I have tried my best to gather a sufficient amount of fairly strong souls and whip them all into minor demons. This was not simple. You should be lucky that I can reliably harvest qualified souls from the star sectors around the Nixian Gap. They are so highly populated that there are many journeyman mech designers and senior mech designers. Many of them are dying on a daily basis. There are also a small number of expert pilots who died as well, either through normal warfare or by running out of lifespan. I found that the souls from these powerful soldiers take a lot longer to demonize. If I hadn't improved and transformed your soul whip technique into a much more effective version, I would have failed to transform them before the deadline. Veronica looked intrigued. You improved the soul whip that much? Can you demonstrate to me, sister? Sure, I will give you a taste of my latest torture instrument. It will be painful, but I think you can handle a single application. Wait. What are you MYAAAOOW? Veronica jumped in surprise. That is so freaky. How can the touch of a feather make me feel as if my life is about to get drained? Although Veronica would not get caught off guard to such an extent the second time, she was still shocked at how much Helena's modified technique could elicit such a strong reaction. The effect on purely intangible beings such as souls and minor demons should be a lot stronger. The Hellcat smugly grinned as a dark feather floated above her feline head. I have been trying to figure out how to drive the souls into despair much faster by exposing them to death energy. Even if they have already died once, the souls still instinctively fear the threat of complete annihilation. Death energy has the potential to do that, so it is one of the universal means to scare them out of their wits. The problem is that I do not actually want to kill them. I just want them to become terrorized to the point of triggering the demonization process. This is why I eventually decided to concentrate a large amount of death energy into the soul whip, but lighten its application so that the contact is very light and soft. This turned out to be the right direction, so I continued to optimize it, until I abandoned the whip structure in favor of a feather. This was an ingenious solution. Veronica was already thinking about whether she should copy a page out of her eldest sister's book. The theory was rather simple. Souls possessed a limited degree of perception as well. If they were placed next to a threatening true god, then they would definitely become a lot more frightened than if they were placed next to an ordinary person. The feather manifested by Helena might look like a soft and gentle object, but it actually concentrated so much death energy that baseline human might be able to lose much of his life if he touched it for a period of time. It may even annihilate souls upon prolonged contact. What is it called? I am calling it the death feather for now. It sounds adequate enough. The secret to using the death feather is to make no contact to very brief contact at a time. I want the feeling of certain death to lightly caress the frightened souls. They should still be able to withstand the damage of faint contact, but they will definitely feel much more threatened than if they are struck by a regular soul whip. I see. Veronica looked enlightened. The soul whip technique is originally designed to function as a pure punishment and torture solution. It is never specifically designed to promote demonization. This death feather of yours is much more suitable to promote this development because it produces an enormous amount of psychological torment. Repeatedly making souls feel as if they are one step away from complete annihilation is definitely effective at making them feel as if they have no hope anymore. The cyborg cat was surprised at how quickly Helena managed to devise such an effective solution. However, another part of her felt that it was only right for the daughter of Cynthia Larkinson to be so good at devising her own improved techniques. Anyway, I take it that the successful development of your death feather technique means that you can reliably mass-produce minor demons. I can. The Hellcat nodded in confirmation. However, do not forget what I told you before. Transferring them from the Milky Way to the Red Ocean costs a large amount of energy. It is still better to wait until you have found an effective way to consolidate them into middle demons before attempting a costly transfer. I haven't forgotten, sister. There are plenty of humans and aliens being killed across the front line. The Hexers have fielded a huge amount of Valkyrie mechs in the middle zones, so you should still have plenty of opportunities to harvest souls on the front lines. That is true, but most of them are not good enough. Helena frowned. Most of the casualties consist of ordinary humans or aliens. Exposure to E-energy radiation and limited cultivation has already made them stronger, but the vast majority have yet to enter the first major cultivation rank. That may change over time, but for now, do not expect me to harvest too many souls that are strong enough. Expert pilots are so good that very little of them die on the battlefield. There also aren't enough journeymen and seniors stationed in the front lines for me to harvest. This limitation was beginning to annoy Veronica more and more. It would be best if there was a way to obtain minor demons from weaker souls. She could think about this problem later. It was best if she focused on the immediate task at hand. How many minor demons have you produced? 213. They vary considerably in strength, abilities, temperament and more. Most of them are derived from mech designers, so I am not too impressed with their demonized combat capabilities. The only ones worth my appreciation are those converted from expert pilots. They should be the favorites to win the battle royales inside the demon mixers. Veronica nodded. I am inclined to agree as well, but don't count out the others so quickly. Who knows whether any of the other minor demons developed any weird talents or techniques. Still, let's do our best to spread them out so that they can attempt to defeat everyone else without having to compete against their closest peers. That is a good idea. How would you like to distribute the minor demons? I already formed a plan for this. There is one indication that leads me to believe that one middle demon is worth 20 minor demons. This may be a clue that this is the minimum ratio to make this demon GU cultivation attempt work. The first demon mixer should therefore store 20 minor demons. Can you transfer them right away? I can. When Helena carefully injected the prepared minor demons into the demon mixer, the two felines waited for any of the minor demons to slip through an unnoticed crack and escape. Well, the first test is a success, Veronica declared as she closely monitored the Demimech. The demon mixer has proven that it can successfully contain 20 minor demons. I can even begin to feel that they have initiated hostilities against each other. Veronica did not attempt to peek inside to see what was happening in real time. This form of GU cultivation was a ritual that had to be treated with respect. Outsiders should not attempt to peek what was happening inside the jar. That might break a taboo and ruin the ritualistic process. How many minor demons do you want to insert into the next demon mixers? The second machine should contain 40 minor demons. The third machine should contain 80 minor demons. The fourth machine should contain 20 minor demons with the addition of 10,000 uncorrupted souls. The fifth machine should contain 40 minor demons with the addition of 100,000 uncorrupted souls. The Hellcat lazily nodded when Veronica mentioned the numbers for the second and third demon mixer, but she became a lot more surprised when she heard the figures for the last two machines. Why do you want to mix in additional souls in the GU containers? I want to see whether the addition of additional nutrients will increase the success rate of producing middle demons. I also want to see if the resulting middle demon will become a lot stronger after absorbing so many additional souls. Chapter 6598. Filling up the jars. Shortly after Veronica fabricated the 5 demon mixers, Helena needed to stuff them with the specified amount of minor demons as ordinary souls if applicable. The daughter of Death expressed a little hesitation about the use of the latter, but Veronica quickly persuaded her that this was for the greater good. Let the deceased play out their final value to the living they have left behind. Principles were important, but survival was even more important. Everything Veronica did in relation to demoncasting was ultimately meant to give her counterpart in the Red Ocean a better chance to survive the crises engulfing the Red Ocean. Will the souls even fit inside the demon mixers? Helena questioned. I don't know, Veronica honestly replied. Just try it out. You can stop early if the demon mixers have reached their capacity. By the way, make sure to place the soul of an expert pilot in each of the 5 demon mixers whenever possible. After a bit more coaxing, the daughter of Death proceeded to fill them all up with the required amount of souls. Both of them paid careful attention to the first demon mixer as it began to accommodate 20 minor demons. These were all recently transformed beings of pure malevolence and aggression. The vast majority of them were originally deceased journeymen, with only a pair of demons that were originally derived from seniors. There were surprisingly a lot of journeyman mech designers in the Yana star cluster that never made any further progress in their careers. For them to die after forming their initial design philosophies yet failing to reach the threshold of a senior mech designer seemed perplexing to Vase at first. Then he learned that the vast majority of them consisted of third-class mech designers. That explained a lot. Third-class journeymen were predominantly baseline humans who were too poor to afford a set of augmentations. Without the cognitive enhancements that could increase their learning ability and mental processing power, it was truly too difficult for them to maintain a high level of productivity. They took decades to learn knowledge that second-raters could master in a few years. They designed very simple and basic third-class mechs that did not offer a lot of room for more expensive and impactful forms of technological expression. They were also predominantly dependent mech designers who could only participate in the design projects formulated by their superiors. Unless these third-class mech designers managed to showcase enough potential to get promoted to a second-class mech designer, it shouldn't be too surprising that they failed to get much further than the rank of journeyman. Vase still remembered that during the days when he was a citizen of the Bright Republic, he looked up to senior mech designers as the top of their profession. While it was not impossible for third-class mech designers to attain the rank of master mech designers, they usually immigrated to second-rate states as soon as they showcased enough talent and potential to succeed. Why would they voluntarily choose to stay in a third-rate state that possessed very limited wealth and growth opportunities? In short, third-class mech designers who failed to transfer to a second-rate state mostly lived a miserable existence. Their society did not have the luxury to uplift mech designers who lacked the competence and value to make themselves useful in the second-class mech industry. Veronica realized that she could have easily become one of these forgotten losers. Becoming a journeyman was an accomplishment, but it was already the end of the road for these miserable third-raters. Most of them probably died with regrets in their hearts. Even if becoming a journeyman mech designer was the equivalent of becoming a well-respected senior engineer in a typical third-rate state, their good incomes and slightly upscale living conditions could not make up for their inability to catch up to the greatest examples of the mech industry. Instead of becoming a dignified master mech designer or a legendary star designer, these third-raters could only lament their baseline human limitations and their lack of opportunities to become greater. If they were born in a second-rate state, then they would have been able to grasp much greater opportunities to promote to the rank of senior and maybe even master in their lifetimes. Instead, their starting point in a third-rate state had already locked them in a life of insignificance and mediocrity. Only a handful of exceptional third-raters such as Veronica, Keddies and most recently Michael Larkinson all managed to demonstrate their brilliance and became qualified to join the first-class mech industry. They were very much the exception rather than the rule. They were statistical outliers who did not amount to much in the mech industry as a whole. The vast majority of third-class mech designers would never have a chance to experience the true splendor of mechs. With no prospect of advancing to godhoods, these individuals ultimately had no choice but to surrender to reality and understand that they were no different from other well-educated engineering professionals. Veronica sympathized quite a lot with these third-class mech designers, but that did not stop her from requesting Helena to convert them all into minor demons. In fact, these third-class journeymen and seniors should feel lucky that Veronica had the need for their services after their demise. Instead of dying without being able to make a single noticeable difference in the course of human history, these souls went through a powerful transformation that made them a lot stronger and deadlier than before. Now, they were about to get stuffed inside the demon mixers where they would gain the chance to fight for a chance of attaining greatness. If everything went right, the winner would devour the nutrients of their defeated foes and successfully evolve into a major demon, which was practically equivalent to a master mech designer in terms of life level. This was an unimaginably high position to mech designers who previously never had a chance of attaining such an exalted rank. Sure, the souls of all of these lucky mech designers first had to be tortured by the death feather before undergoing an irreversible process of demonization that stripped them of all of their rationality, but these were mere details compared to their brand new futures. Once the major demons came into existence, Vase would definitely demoncast them into all manner of powerful D-mechs and D-arms. This way, the transformed demons would be able to make massive contributions in the battles to come. With these thoughts in mind, Vase no longer felt so bad about the ordeals these minor demons had to overcome. "It is starting," the Hellcat mentioned as she floated beside the other cat. "I can feel the onset of death inside the demon mixer. The minor demons have already begun to brutalize each other without any thought." Veronica could not sense the precise conditions taking place inside. Even Helena could only gain a broad overview of the demon GU cultivation process despite the fact that she was one of its design spirits. This was a deliberate design choice in order to maintain the sanctity of the ritualistic killing process. While neither of the two could see the minor demons fighting against each other without any restraint, they were still able to guess what was happening by reading the energy fluctuations coming from the giant container. The first round of fighting will probably take a while to conclude, Veronica surmised. These minor demons can withstand a lot of punishment. The small amount of life energy injected by Gaia is also able to prolong their staying power. Neither Veronica nor Helena knew how long it would take for the first demon mixer to complete the process, but it shouldn't be as long as the other demimechs due to concentrating just 20 minor demons. Helena proceeded to fill up the second demon mixer. She felt a little more strain as she forcefully stuffed double the amount of minor demons. The second demon mixer soon began to produce significantly stronger and more active energy fluctuations. Veronica even had the illusion that the machine was physically vibrating due to the intensity of all of the fighting. "Continue," Veronica ordered. Helena truly began to feel greater strain this time as she tried to stuff a whopping 80 minor demons inside a single sloppily designed and hastily fabricated demimech. Perhaps Veronica had been a little too greedy and ambitious for deciding to stuff 80 minor demons inside the third demon mixer. It was clear that Helena was already approaching the maximum capacity of this specialized mech. "Do you want to stop Carly, Helena? I don't want to accidentally blow up the third demon mixer." "No, I can still do it. The resistance is greater, but my strength is not weak." In the end, Helena ultimately managed to concentrate 80 minor demons inside the third giant jar. The machine subsequently began to release much stronger energy fluctuations. Doubling the amount of minor demons had somehow caused the fighting intensity inside the third demon mixer to quadruple or more. Veronica actually feared that the demimech could not hold on for long under all of this pressure. She did not dare to leave it out of her sight. She maintained a certain degree of vigilance towards the third demon mixer and was ready to step in and contain the minor demons that might be able to break free. Continue. The fourth demon mixer soon became host of just 40 minor demons. That was not all, though. Helena plucked around 10,000 souls taken from humans that had died in the Janus star cluster in the past day. She then tried to inject them into the fourth demon mixer. Helena maintained a high degree of control over the weak and uncorrupted souls. They were much easier to handle as they did not come from stronger humans. Since these souls never went through the process of demonization, they were less real and substantial in a metaphysical sense. This meant that a seemingly impossible feat of stuffing 10,000 of them in a single demon mixer actually became possible. Veronica knew that there was little chance that something as outrageous as this could happen for humans who had reached the first or second major cultivation rank. They may look indistinguishable from ordinary mortals in a physical sense, but they were much further apart in terms of spirituality. Ordinary mortals were simply too weak, so Veronica was confident that they could be handled in bulk without generating any problems. Once the fourth demon mixer became host to 20 minor demons and 10,000 uncorrupted souls. Unlike the other demon mixers, the fourth one did not immediately generate strong fluctuations. The minor demons aren't fighting against each other yet. Veronica made an educated guess. They are hunting down and devouring all of the souls in their range. That makes sense as they are predators who will hunt down their natural prey before ever thinking about turning against each other. This feast would probably take a long time to complete, so Veronica instructed her eldest sister to fill up the final demon mixer. With 40 minor demons and 100,000 ordinary souls stuffed inside a single jar, the fifth demon mixer seemingly became even more still. Those lucky minor demons could easily devour as many souls as they wanted. Even with double the amount of minor demons as before, it would probably take a long time for them to completely devour all of the ordinary souls. Once these minor demons all gained a lot of strength due to fulfilling their core purpose in absorbing the nutrients from all of the souls, they should definitely grow stronger. That meant that if they were finally ready to turn their hostility towards their own kind, their fights would definitely become a lot more destructive than before. There was a not so insignificant chance that the fifth demon mixer might not be able to take it anymore and explode. Hopefully that won't happen. Chapter 6599. The start of a new marathon. Veronica was not entirely reassured with keeping the demon mixers out of her sight. The importance of the initial 5 demon GU containers could not be overstated. They were his first attempt at exploring a potential path that could lead him to creating his own major demons. These were powerful malevolent beings that already grew strong enough to form their own domains. Even if their comprehensive power was inferior that of a battle-hardened ace pilot, just one of these major demons could easily depopulate an entire capital ship if it was able to roam freely. The biggest reason why such a massacre had not occurred was because major demons were still unable to maintain their existence in the material realm. Even so, their overall power was already enough to turn any object into a powerful D-arm. How could Veronica not be greedy for their power? Major demons only existed to serve as input materials for all of the wonderful D-mechs and D-arms in her imagination. The first step to mass-producing major demons was to ensure that the demon mixers withstood the violence between all of the minor demons contained within their mech frames. The first, second and third demon mixers produced non-stop activity as the minor demons inside of them fought like no abandon. The fourth and fifth demon mixers had yet to show much activity, but it was only a matter of time before the minor demons devoured all of the uncorrupted souls. Seeing that the demon mixers remained functional and intact for the time being, Veronica began to transfer them into the Vault of Eternity. This was a rather costly move. Vase over in the Red Ocean had already emptied the vault of as much unnecessary goods as possible. This included a large stash of diluted and undiluted phase water. Even so, Veronica still had to buy additional storage capacity, causing her to rapidly expend all of the AP that she managed to scrounge by completing a few missions in the past year. It was not until she was left with just 9 ascension points that she managed to reluctantly squeeze all of the demimechs inside the vault. Veronica had deliberately designed the demon mixers to be as compact as possible. The lower their volume, the cheaper it was to put them away. This was why she did not make the jar that formed most of the torso too tall and wide. The demon mixers were also cleverly able to fold in their 4 legs so that they hardly remained visible as the demimechs completely settled on a flat surface. Alright, that's done. Hopefully we will be able to yield a result very soon. I hope so too. With this business taken care of, Veronica finally returned to the design lab in order to apply a few last-minute changes to the rule breaker project. The cyborg cat had not forgotten about the mandatory assignment imposed by her mother. While Veronica had yet to find out whether it was possible to produce major demons through her own efforts, she and Helena had just proved that it was actually quite easy to convert the souls of fairly strong individuals into minor demons. That was already enough justification for Veronica to modify the 3 versions of the Rule Breaker project so that they gained Helena as a design spirit. Just as Master Willix warned, the changes made by Veronica caused the Rule Breaker project to become less pure and focused on accelerating the evolution of Carmen Mech pilots. Under the careful changes made by Veronica, the Rule Breaker mechs turned into secret soul harvesting tools. Not only would these Carmen mechs become hungry for the souls of the opposition, they would also be on the lookout to harvest souls from their allies, their own battle partners, and eventually even themselves if their use had come to an end. Of course, the Carmen mechs wouldn't do so unscrupulously. Veronica at least made sure that the machines would not harvest the souls of protected groups such as the citizens of the Hex Federation and the Oblivion Empire. Almost anyone else was fair game. Veronica already looked forward to the huge amount of souls that Helena stood to gain. In fact, the amount may be so astronomically high that it was impractical to use them to produce a lot of demons. Helena could not hold on to too many souls at once. From what Vase could tell, the Daughter of Death was in a strange place as far as her strength was concerned. There were some parts about her that made him think she was still a domain shaper, but she already exhibited traits that approached the level of a true god. Even so, unless she became a true god in full, it was unlikely for her to hold 1 billion or 1 trillion souls. Fortunately for the pair of siblings, the Nixian Gap already provided her with a readily available alternative. The Nixian Gap urgently needs to be replenished, Helena said as she observed Veronica at work. Don't worry about how much it can hold. If there is not enough capacity, then we will find a way to expand it. The more souls in captivity, the better. We do not have the luxury of E-energy radiation in the Milky Way galaxy. This is a win-win-win solution for all of us. Our mother will likely be very pleased when she sees how quickly we can fill up the Nixian Gap with our collaborative efforts. Now that Veronica gained a better understanding about the Nixian Gap and where it gained its energy, she was eager to accelerate its recovery and make it even stronger than before. The Nixian Gap was the stronghold of the Oblivion Empire. Without the protection of this anomalous region, it would be too difficult for Veronica and her relatives on this side of the Oblivion Gate to stay safe against the many known and less well-known threats of the Milky Way galaxy. Even if the Oblivion Empress persisted in her attempt to reconcile with the 5 Scrolls Compact and become one of its highest leaders, it was still useful to maintain a strong and well-defended fief. Although it did not take a lot of time for Veronica to complete the changes to the mech designs of the Rule Breaker project, she still refrained from finishing her work. It's time. Veronica did not finalize the Rule Breaker project because she wanted Vase to mull over the design over the course of a few months and make small tweaks and improvements whenever it was convenient. The additional design time gave Vase a lot of opportunities to make subtle improvements and fixes. If everything went well, once Vase completed his mission-clearing marathon, the Rule Breaker project should hopefully become a bit more optimized and harmonious than before. Here we are again, Vase spoke. He and Kedis finally reunited with each other again in the system space. As far as the pair were concerned, time in the main university had effectively paused. 4 days had passed since the latest system upgrade. Both Vase and Kedis knew that they were on the clock now. It cost 1 AP to extend their stay in the system, so neither of them were in the mood to stand still and waste their time on idle chatter. Let's head to the Vault of Eternity, Vase proposed. I need to pick up a batch of special demimechs. They are my greatest hope of producing major demons. Kedis curiously watched on as Vase began to withdraw one demon mixer after another. She winced as she observed their minimalistic and stripped-down designs. I cannot imagine how badly a mech pilot wants to kill himself if he attempts to pilot this machine. The Swordmaster said, each of them is giving me a bad feeling. Even the Heavensward is growing a little upset at their proximity. Vase briefly grimaced when he heard that. He did not want to wake up one day to see the Heavensward chopping up his precious demon GU containers. This was especially the case when they had yet to produce a single major demon. I will make sure to place them in one of the large storage spaces of the Workshop of Creation, he said in a clear tone of compromise. I do not want to place them far away. I need to keep them under constant observation in case I need to intervene. This experiment is too important to me and my future ambitions. Kedis let out a sigh. I won't do anything to them unless it is an emergency or if I brought it up to you beforehand. The two mech designers slowly accompanied the 5 demon mixers as they slowly ascended the mountaintop with their 4 slow but stable legs. Their speed was truly abysmal, and they weren't exactly the best at climbing mountains. Vase constantly monitoring their movements and their balance. He regularly transmitted instructions when he felt they could navigate an easier path upwards. Once they finally settled onto the large clearing that hosted the workshop of creation as well as the recently added demoncasting forge, the two mech designers began to face, you know the plan, Kedis. Both of us have already accepted the missions that we can reasonably complete without spending too much of our time. We should get to work straight away. Let's see whether there are any ones that require our combined expertise to solve. There were numerous missions that could go a lot smoothly with qualified help by their side. The only problem was that the missions were only bound to a single user as far as they could determine. This meant that Vase could invest days or weeks of his time on Katiz's mech design project, only to end up earning 0 AP in the process. His only harvest would be the experience of working on a special swordsman mech. The two were determined to avoid this. The marathon should be purely focused on productive activities. Anything that could interrupt or pull them away from this strengthening process had to be avoided whenever possible. While the missions had to be completed by a specific user who accepted them, that did not mean that socialization was worthless. They could still bounce ideas off each other and prevent themselves from getting affected by the psychological burden of long-time isolation. Once the pair of mech designers set up their workplaces, they formally kicked off the marathon. Vase decided to warm up to the work by completing a bunch of easy D-grade missions. None of the ones that he accepted a few days ago posed any serious challenge to him. He just had to design a handful of cheap mechs that technically met the requirements. He knew that the system often awarded him with a bonus reward if he ever overcompleted his objectives. However, for the sake of efficiency, Vase declined to waste too much time in raising the quality of a product. It is better to strive for quantity rather than quality. At least the rewards should be consistent. Trying to work hard to impress the system may not pay off. Even if it did, the actual rewards would not be able to compensate for all of the time he had lost. Besides, Vase still felt he could polish and improve his design capabilities by trying to raise the quality of his works even when he was in a hurry. Kedis had apparently made a similar decision. She was overly adventurous, and inspiration did not come easily for her. She believed it was best to strictly abide by the parameters of her missions and avoid any undesirable deviations. Soon enough, the pair cleaned up one mission after another. They were already off to a good start as they saw their AP accounts grow. Vase no longer worried about whether he would still be able to afford extensions inside the system space. His former student saved up a sizable sum of AP already. Kedis was effectively able to pay the daily rent. The two did not rest on their laurels. They quickly went through the D-rank missions until they could only begin to tackle the C-rank missions. Chapter 6600 Adaptation Period. When Vase started a mission-clearing marathon, he immediately entered into another mindset. Time became a lot more precious than usual. It only cost 1 AP to reside in the system space for 24 hours. That did not sound like much, but 30 days easily amounted to 30 AP, which was not a small sum. However, 2 people could bear this burden a lot easier than a single person. At least that was what Vase hoped. It turned out that he was dreaming too much. Damn, Vase said, so it turns out that a single payment will only cover for a single user. If we both want to stay in the system at the same time, we have no choice but to pay 1 AP each. Kedis did not look too surprised. It was too good to be true. Don't you recognize the obvious loophole if it worked as you thought? What if we invited hundreds of mech designers into the system and let them design their mechs in the workshop of creation? They could easily earn a lot of AP which they could subsequently use to extend their stay for multiple years. During that time, they will have all of the time they need to complete a large amount of mech design projects. The mech industry and mech market will receive a massive shock once we finally come out and release amazing hyper mech designs. She made a good point. Vase did not think about abusing the system to this degree in the past because he was still extremely reluctant to bring other users into the mech designer system. Even now, he had yet to consider the idea of inviting Gloriana, even though she was his wife. I better get to work, then, Vase said. I have spent more than enough AP to expand my storage space in the Vault of Eternity. I really need to complete those easy missions as fast as possible if I want to avoid a premature exit. With so little AP in his account, Vase became extremely serious about completing missions. He worked on the ones that he neglected in the past as well as the ones that he had recently accepted. He lamented his inability to complete missions such as developing the Loco's organ, as that required deep and extensive expertise in multiple fields of biotechnology as well as a thorough understanding of phase lord physiology. He had considerably less trouble with less complicated missions related to mech design and cultivation science. He particularly liked to spend his time on the easier missions related to cultivation science and e-technology. This was his specialization. By this time, Vase had accumulated quite an eclectic collection of knowledge due to devouring numerous enlightenment fruits. While his knowledge base was anything but comprehensive and complete, it at least gave him a basis to improvise his own solutions. His extensive experience in designing living mechs and innovating new solutions had thoroughly allowed him to train his ability to solve a myriad of problems related to cultivation science and e-technology. In the beginning of the Age of Dawn, hardly anyone possessed more competence in this field than him. Vase could rightfully call himself an expert in these new and esoteric disciplines. As Vase continued to tackle one challenge after another, he became a lot more intellectually stimulated. He reveled in the challenges and enjoyed the process of figuring out brilliant solutions to unconventional problems. From exploring demonic cultivation to creating a controllable cultivation inheritance mechanism to benefit descendants, Vase constantly broadened his horizons and developed an interesting set of solutions. He had no intentions of making use of most of them, but he could not help but keep a few in reserve just in case they were useful at a later date. It didn't matter if his mission-related works had no practical application for the time being. The journey was just as important as the destination. The more he began to solve these interesting problems, the better he became at tackling them in the most efficient manner. It was not enough to be able to complete the missions. Vase could only call himself a qualified mech designer if he was able to do so quickly and with as little wasted actions as possible. The constant time pressure along with the overwhelming need to earn AP pressured him to rein in his creative instincts and make sure he stayed on topic at all times. Vase found it difficult to maintain his focus on the job all of the time. It was his nature to let his mind wander into other areas every now and then. That was where he gained his inspiration and came up with brilliant new solutions to difficult problems. However, his previous foray with the deep research mode had given him a new appreciation of maintaining constant focus. Even if he did not deliberately put himself in that special state of mind again, he could still imitate a small part of its charm just by making sure he imposed discipline onto his own unruly thoughts. Vase felt as if he was undergoing another small baptism as he tested out his new approach. Though he did not come up with any crazy new ideas, his normal problem-solving capabilities improved just enough to be able to maintain a brisk rhythm. While Vase managed to find his groove and enter a good flow of mind, he made sure to avoid neglecting the presence of a fellow mech designer. Compared to Vase, who was readily able to work for months on end in seclusion, Kedis clearly appeared to be having trouble getting accustomed to getting cut off from her circle of family and friends. "I miss Kyrian, I miss Myra, I miss Joshua, I miss the Sword Maidens, I miss the Heavenswarders," she said as she sat down on a bench while eating a nutrient pack for lunch. "I thought I could bear the silence and monotony of working with just the two of us, but it is much more challenging than I thought. Even when I practiced my swordsmanship until my muscles started to scream at me, I could always take comfort that my fellow sisters were always close at hand." Vase gave her an encouraging smile while he used a spoon to scoop up the tasteless paste contained in his own nutrient pack. A phase lord like himself could never fill his stomach with such a minuscule amount of nutrients, but he still made an effort to go through this seemingly redundant process in order to keep Kedis company. "This is just one of many tests that you need to endure on your journey to greatness, Kedis. How can you possibly prove yourself to be a sword god and a star designer when you cannot endure this temporary seclusion? It will only last half a year to a few years. Meanwhile, not a single second will pass in the main universe. Your children will remain just as young and cute as they were when you entered the system space. The only sense of separation that exists between you and others only exists in your mind. As long as you can adjust your mindset, you will find that this is not a big deal." Kedis remained silent even as the Heavensward feebly attempted to remind her that she had a friend on her back. "How do you cope with this situation?" she asked. "I don't know, I haven't done this a lot. I never really thought too much about this problem. I only focused on my goal, which is to earn a huge amount of AP so that I can redeem a handful of juicy and expensive enlightenment fruits. Perhaps that is the key to making this ordeal more bearable to you. Don't think about your suffering. Think about something pleasant like what you can get out of this. Now only will we be able to upgrade the Dimension Observatory to the point where it becomes useful. You should also have enough AP left over to buy an excellent enlightenment fruit. This is what you truly need. Your knowledge base is still too narrow. The Swordmaster did not entirely agree with that last statement, but she was already beginning to follow his other advice. Her eyes began to shine as she fixated her thoughts on her ambitions. One of the reasons why I agreed to participate in this marathon is because I see an opportunity to quickly improve my swordsmanship. She told him. The mission hall conveniently offers multiple missions related to traditional swordsmanship. I enjoy the process of devising and mastering new sword techniques. I have even started to wield the Heavensward instead of the Bloodsinger. I have noticed, Vase said, it is difficult to miss the elemental fluctuations from your training sessions. It is quite impressive how much energy radiation you can draw from the environment. It reminds me of the swordsmanship demonstrated by the simulated aliens from Messier 87 inches. He never thought about hiding information about the strange swordsman aliens he encountered during the crazy lightning tribulation event that ultimately doomed the first elemental lord. In order to pull Kedis out of her funk, Vase dredged up the first-person footage that he stored in the depths of his cranial implant. He activated a projection to play out the footage. It was as if the pair of mech designers were watching an action drama. Although the stability of the footage left much to be desired, Kedis immediately grew fascinated at the techniques demonstrated by one of the four-armed alien swordsmen. No true swordmaster could ignore the attraction of viewing the techniques demonstrated by other skilled sword practitioners. Numerous four-armed swordsmen fought by combining the power of lightning with other elements. The combinations opened her mind and earned her appreciation, especially now that she had gained more skill and insight in combining swordsmanship with the elements. She saw far more about the alien and his swordsmanship than Vase, who fought against the powerful tribulation manifestation in person. Even the Heavensward expressed its enthusiasm for the show by rattling its scabbard in excitement. Fascinating, Kedis said. There is actually much in common between the swordsmanship of this Messier 87 native and the swordsmanship demonstrated by the past wielders of the Heavensward. In both cases, the swordsmen always seek to amplify their techniques by borrowing the power of heaven. The strength of the former is only a fraction of the strength of the latter. You don't even need extraordinary willpower to harness so much energy. As long as you can achieve harmony with one of the energy attributes, I can become strong enough to crush a city even if I am wielding a human-sized sword. Vase directed a curious expression towards his student. It sounds as if you are trying to become stronger by solely relying on this new form of swordsmanship. That is true. Kedis nodded her head. I am well aware that I have the option to bond myself to a Carmen mech of my own design. If I combine my swordsmanship with the frame of a high-ranking mech, I can overcome the weaknesses of my frail human body. While I felt tempted to go down this path, ever since the Heavensward chose to accompany me, I don't think it is necessary for me to branch out anymore. I only need to master a form of heavenly swordsmanship and use it to upgrade my existing sword style. Vase did not look surprised. He didn't even feel disappointed that she explicitly rejected his Carmen mech solution. Not anyone has the privilege of wielding a grand work. Many people would kill to hold the Heavensward. You can totally fight against a phase whale if you are able to effectively harness the power of this relic weapon. However, what is gifted can easily be taken away. Will you still be able to fight against the powerful enemies of red humanity if the Heavensward departs one day? I don't know, if I am being honest. Kedis slowly replied, but I will make sure that I will become strong enough to stand on my own. The Bloodsinger will always be my main weapon. Chapter 6601 Reforging Traditional Swordsmanship. Kedis tackled her missions with a renewed sense of optimism and motivation. Vase knew that she would shape up eventually. She was not as weak and fragile as other mech designers. Although the long-term isolation from her family and support network was abrupt, she was a trooper who overcame many challenges. This was just a different kind of test than the more direct combat-related ones. Kedis soon found her own groove as well. She alternated her time between designing mechs, conducting research and expanding her grasp on swordsmanship. As the latest bearer of the Heavensward, Kedis already recognized that she was much more special than the other swordmasters such as President Fred Walensky. Even if she did not lead the Red Swordsmanship Federation herself, her teachings already influenced large parts of the official body of swordsmanship in the Red. Ocean, she was pretty much the heavensward saint in all but name and rank. It did not matter that she refused to sacrifice her own swordsmanship accumulation in order to gain immediate mastery of the arts that allowed her to draw out the greater potential of the legendary blade. She did not feel tempted at all at the prospect of being able to gain so much combat power that she could probably give a greater phase whale a run for his money. That was because she knew for certain that the instant acquisition of a whole foreign sword style with its own separate principles and philosophy would end her forward progression. No heavensward saint managed to make any meaningful improvements in his acquired swordsmanship since they became the bearer of the grand work. Sure, these past cases did not serve as perfect references as the heavensward was stuck in low-power mode back in the Milky Way, but Kedis did not think her situation was all that different. As a mech designer as well as a disciplined swordmaster, she highly valued the gains made through her own efforts. Just like how Vase repeatedly warned her that relying too much on the system would cause her to atrophy her technical problem-solving capabilities, inheriting a highly mature and developed sword style would cause her to be unable to improve it due to her lacking experience and insights. This was why she decided to adopt another approach to the gifts of the heavensward. She decided to digest its teachings on an incremental basis. Instead of allowing the heavensward to dump a huge chunk of its high-end inheritance straight into her mind like an enlightenment fruit, she insisted on taking old-fashioned lessons as if she was apprenticing herself to its past wielders. Kedis performed series of sharp and impactful strikes with her bloodsinger. Despite the formidable length, mass and density of the exquisite greatsword, Kedis wielded it with a highly familiar degree of power and control. Greatswords actually weren't that slow or heavy, but it was easy to make mistakes and leave yourself open to counterattacks. They were also pretty impractical to use in confined spaces and way more exhausting to use over a longer period of time. Despite all of these disadvantages, they had their charm. Enemies always became intimidated by their sight and they were excellent at clearing spaces. In mech combat, great swords were considerably more practical. Swordsman mechs could be designed with stronger arms and artificial musculature, as Kedis had done many times. She had gained a huge amount of proficiency in optimizing mechs for wielding these large and formidable blades. Baseline humans were nowhere close to good at wielding proportional great swords as the likes of the second sword and more recently the storm sword. Genetic modifications and other augmentations could close the gap to an extent, but the human physique could only be molded so much before they reached a limit. Becoming a swordmaster partially broke a few of those physical limitations, but the scope was still limited. Kedis showed no sign of feeling deterred by these material limitations. This was because she understood that the true essence of extraordinary swordsmanship centered around the manipulation of energy rather than just the blade. That did not mean that knowing how to wield a sword in a proficient manner was not important. The sword was the foundation that extraordinary swordsmanship rested upon. It was the wand that wizards used to cast their deadly spells. It was the mech that high-ranking mech pilots used to amplify their willpower and distort reality. As Kedis developed more and more insights and theories about the essence of swordsmanship, she eventually discovered that her existing paradigms could no longer keep up with her brainstorming. In order for Kedis to make sense of her explorations, she decided to set aside all of her prior theories and assumptions and start from a blank slate. A typical swordmaster would never have the guts or ability to do this as they were warriors first and foremost. Kedis was not a typical swordmaster. She was a journeyman mech designer. She was trained and educated to conduct research and development. This was merely another R&D project as far as she was concerned. The Swordmaiden mech designer probably wouldn't have committed herself to such a massive project under the current times. The Red Tide offensive was steadily working up to a climax. Kedis felt she needed to arm her sisters with the best mechs and arms as quickly as possible. She also felt an obligation to keep herself as combat capable as possible. There was no time for her to take advantage of the Heavensward's generosity and explore the fundamentals of swordsmanship. She would have felt much more inclined to learn immediate applications of this potent grand work. Entering the system space and taking a lengthy break from the main universe ended up being a blessing in this regard. With much more time at her disposal, she could invest herself in a longer project without feeling harried by her enormous workload. The separation from her family, her confidants and the rest of the Larkinson clan also turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Kedis did not realize how much her daily entanglements burdened her down and prevented her from spending long periods of time on deep philosophical ponderings. She actually discovered the benefits of isolating herself so that she could solely concentrate on her obsessions. No wonder Vase was able to make so many wonderful gains at times. Kedis therefore approached her new undertaking with greater and greater enthusiasm. By employing the scientific method to reconstruct her theory on swordsmanship, Kedis was able to discard a lot of useless and outdated baggage. This forced her to ponder over a large amount of basic questions. What is a sword? How do the properties of a sword affect one's swordsmanship? What is swordsmanship? What is a swordmaster? What makes a sword saint greater than a swordmaster? These were basic questions that Kedis could readily answer based on her old theories, but she refused to adopt this brain-dead method. She needed to make an effort to formulate her own arguments based on the most basic axioms. As long as she did this often enough, she could steadily build up a new theoretical framework that was untainted by the mistakes and biased interpretations of her predecessors. Kedis did not entirely understand why she felt an increasing desire to forge a brand new start for traditional swordsmanship, but she could not get rid of this obsession. With the occasional hints and support from the heavensward, Kedis was able to make brisk progress in reconstructing a theory on swordsmanship. The female swordmaster did not consider her activities to be a burden or a waste of even if she spent precious time on reinventing the wheel instead of completing another lucrative mission. Kedis believed her investment in the fundamentals was worth the equivalent of thousands of ascension points. This was because she became increasingly more determined to upend the existing paradigms of traditional swordsmanship and reforge it into a form that was adapted to the circumstances in the Red Ocean. Traditional swordsmanship is powerful, but it is also flawed. Kedis summed up her thoughts. Extraordinary willpower is an amazing energy medium. It is born from human conviction and amplified by sword technique through the phenomenon known as resonance. Yet, there is a limit to how extensively willpower can bend. Reality. The law of conservation of energy still applies even if I don't have a full understanding of all of the relevant variables. All I need to know is that the willpower of a swordmaster is the starting point rather than the destination. She continued to swing the bloodsinger in a sharp and piercing manner that bore a striking resemblance to Saint Dice's newly acquired mastery over the metal element. With every strike, her bloodsinger cut the air with a slightly sharper edge. What was remarkable was that this incremental improvement never stopped. Ever since Kedis came into contact with the Heavensward Association, she became fascinated by its enduring legacy of traditional swordsmanship. It completely overtook the inferior and more primitive forms of swordsmanship practiced by Kedis and her fellow sisters in the past. In the ensuing years, Kedis continued to master the existing tenets of traditional swordsmanship as she wholeheartedly believed in the superiority of its existing paradigms. Yet now that Kedis took stock of her current understanding and evaluated it from a fresh perspective, she realized that she was pursuing a dead end all this time. While she certainly learned a lot of valuable lessons from the traditions of the Heavensward Association, Kedis no longer blindly took its gospel as the absolute truth. According to her new theories, the practice of traditional swordsmanship in the Milky Way was more like a helpless devolution. The swordsmanship demonstrated by the past wielders of the Heavensward was much richer and more magnificent. She saw very little of that splendor in the more basic sword styles in use today. That did not necessarily mean that the swordmasters of the Milky Way were fundamentally wrong. They were merely limited by their environment. They were like third-class mech designers who could only design weak and basic mechs. Until recently, Kedis and Dice had both been trying to develop their swordsmanship as if they were still third-class mech designers. In truth, their conditions had already improved to the point where they earned the qualifications to promote to second-class mech designers. They could design much richer and more varied mech designs now that they could make use of better and more powerful means. Saint Dice only just managed to complete this life-changing transition by successfully discovering her affinity towards the metal element. Kedis took inspiration from her sister's successful ascension. As a witness to this profound breakthrough, the swordmaster wondered how she could replicate this process to make it suitable for swordmasters. Swordmasters and expert pilots share the same root. What separates an expert pilot from an ace pilot is the formation of a saint kingdom. Then, if a swordmaster wants to become a sword saint, he must do whatever it takes to generate a domain field of his own. According to Vess's teachings, a domain was the characteristic property of cultivators of the second major rank. Every cultivator at this level acquired a domain in one form or another. What is a domain? The best explanation that Kedis could come up with was that it was an energy field that channeled the inner strength of an entity of the second major cultivation rank. What is inner strength? Was it one's conviction? Was it the artistic conception of chi cultivators? Was it the overwhelming belief in one's own self? Perhaps, it is all of this and more, at least as far as swordmasters are concerned. Although Kedis was not able to come up with solid answers to every question, she believed she was steadily making progress in constructing a fresh new paradigm of swordsmanship. She spent hours writing down her notes in a virtual document. She frequently examined her words and either erased or rewrote them if they failed to meet her high standards. Over the course of several weeks and months, these writings gradually evolved into an increasingly more coherent manual. A Manual of Reformed Swordsmanship. Chapter 6602. The theory of reformed swordsmanship. Time seemed to blur as Kedis continued to invest in her effort to reshape her entire cognition and interpretation of swordsmanship. Her latest project had become an obsession to the ambitious swordmaster. Kedis could no longer extricate herself from her current purpose. She still made sure to reserve parts of her weekly schedule on completing missions, but they became less important to her. She would rather invest entire days pondering over the truth of gaining power through wielding swords. To Kedis, the sword had become more than just a weapon. Trying to find answers to the question of what a sword actually meant to a practitioner caused her to develop a lot of wild tangents on the possible answers. She needed time to explore their viability and test her possible theories by performing empirical tests whenever possible. Though Vase noticed that his former student was spending an increasing amount of time on activities that weren't directly related to earning more AP, he merely shook his head and let her do as she wished. Kedis was an adult who could make her own decisions. Even if her latest pet project adversely impacted his own plans, Vase was not selfish enough to stand in the way of a creator who was earnestly pursuing her passion. Besides, he trusted her to spend her time wisely and provide a great yield at the end. Ascension points were not the only form of profit that they could earn during this marathon. Slowly but surely, Kedis felt she was making real progress towards developing a new paradigm, one that made sense in the current day and age. She occasionally debated with Vase about his own perspectives on living mechs and cultivation science, and occasionally incorporated that information in her increasingly more refined virtual document. The text had become more than just a set of organized notes. She consciously changed its phrasing, structure and formatting so that it offered better instructions to other readers. She even began to give it a new name to reflect its great purpose. After Kedis puzzled out her theories, she eventually sat back and let out a deep breath. The swordmaster looked tired, but also satisfied in a way that she hadn't felt in a long time. This was because she did it. She not only completed the first draft of her text, but also completed the foundation of her new approach towards swordsmanship. Although she had yet to test all of her hypotheses, she felt that its pieces fit together so well that there was no way her work was off the mark. At most, she needed to fill up more gaps and make a few adjustments to her initial draft. As far as the core theories were concerned, Kedis had gathered too many clues to believe she had gone astray. She immediately felt the urge to share her new gains, so she automatically turned towards the man she trusted the most in these kinds of matters. Kedis, you look as if you have just lifted a huge burden off your shoulder. Are you finally done with your latest endeavor? The woman eagerly nodded as if she was 10 years younger. I did it. Everything is clear to me now. By taking the time to start over from scratch and create my own theoretical framework, I have devised a new paradigm that has given me far greater clarity than anything else I have read or heard. I don't deserve all of the credit as the Heavensward has given me a few hints here and there, but I tried my best to base my theoretical underpinnings on proven phenomena. That is why I am confident that my new text can serve as a new instruction manual for all of the sword practitioners in the Red Ocean. This not only includes swordmasters, but also mech pilots who specialize in swordsmanship. Vase could sense that Kedis deliberately emphasized that last remark. Have you found a commonality between traditional swordsmanship and mech piloting? I did, Vase. I don't want to use the term traditional swordsmanship to describe my new vision. It sounds old-fashioned and creates the impression that all sword practitioners must value tradition over innovation. That is completely wrong in my opinion. I prefer to use the term reformed swordsmanship. This shows that while I have learned from some of the gains of the past, I have consciously repurposed it to fit our changing circumstances. I like to think of it as an evolution of the swordsmanship tradition of the Heavensward Association. Vase grew more intrigued about her theories. Even if he was not a sword practitioner himself, there were many parallels between swordmasters and mech pilots. Understanding one profession could advance his understanding of the other profession. The two mech designers began to sit down. Kedis proceeded to transfer a virtual document to Vase. This is my first draft. It is rather thick and lengthy, but many sections describe specific sword practice instructions that you can skip. You should pay attention to the purely theoretical chapters instead. I will summarize my findings and hypotheses while you read. Vase glanced at the title of the large document. The Manual of Reformed Swordsmanship, by Kedys Larkinson. That sounds remarkably plain and boring. There is no need for me to sensationalize the title. The Swordmaster shrugged. The title reflects the contents. It is meant to be the definitive text on the new model of swordsmanship that I wish to spread across the Red Ocean. Everyone else has been practicing their swordsmanship blindly all of this time. I don't blame them, as they never received proper instruction from sword practitioner who actually knows what he or she is doing. Now that I have come and solved this long-standing problem, they have no excuse to remain ignorant anymore. Do you realize how much arrogance you exude when you say that? You sound as if you think that every sword practitioner aside from you is wrong and needs to go back to your school in order to take remedial lessons. That is a deliberate choice on my part. Kedys viciously grinned. I do not think that there are swordmasters who have figured out the nature of swordsmanship better than I. If they think they know better, they are welcome to challenge me. If they can defeat me with their swordsmanship or their argumentation, then I will readily admit my inferiority. My goal is to create a new future for swordsmen and swordswomen. I don't care whether I will earn the greatest credit in the end. I just want people to engage in critical thinking and stop following old traditions solely because their parents and teachers have done the same. The more she spoke about her purpose, the more driven she appeared. Vess's appreciation for Kedys grew as she truly sounded as if she had made a groundbreaking invention. If that is the case, then explain your new theoretical framework to me. How do you think that people should approach extraordinary swordsmanship? Kedys raised her hand and projected a model that resembled a triangle. Reformed swordsmanship is centered around three variables. These are the central pillars that grant swordmasters the ability to wield an artifact to defeat enemies far beyond the means of ordinary humans with blades in their hands. These variables are heaven, earth and man. They are intrinsically related to chi cultivation, artifact cultivation and willpower cultivation respectively according to your terminology. Regardless of what you call them, they form the trifecta that every reformed sword practitioner must master in order to become stronger, develop their own domains and ultimately attain their godhood. Vase straightened his back as he heard this familiar terminology. I have heard references of this trifecta in other ancient cultivation texts. Kedys jerked her head towards the grand work that was peacefully sticking onto her back. The Heavensward taught me that. I have no reason to reject its suggestion. I do not inherently object to old theory. It just has to make sense in order to earn a place in my new paradigm. That is a rational approach to take. I approve. Can you elaborate on this trifecta? Why, certainly. I believe that you already possess a good impression on what they stand for, but I can assure you that the meaning that I have ascribed to them does not entirely match your interpretation. Let me start with the origin, which is heaven, not man. Vase questioned. No, the reason why I want to start with heaven is because it is the reason why everything else is possible. Without the matter and energy spawned from the universe, the galaxies and the stars around us, none of us would exist and be able to do all of the stuff we have done in our lifetimes. I can talk all day about this, but in the most immediate context of reformed swordsmanship, heaven specifically stands for the E-energy that is the most easily accessible source of extraordinary power for all cultivators, not just sword practitioners. There is no reason for any human swordmaster to reject its usage. Relying on earth and man alone has never allowed us to produce our own sword saint. Only by adding in this new variable can we complete the circle. I see. Vase looked mildly impressed. That makes sense. That is one of the reasons why Dice was able to advance to the rank of ace pilot. Kedys continued her explanation. Earth is next. As I have mentioned earlier, everything related to Earth is spawned from heaven. Earth can have different meanings to people. To some, it refers to the literal planet that they are standing on. To others, it represents the raw matter that can be mined and harvested from planets and asteroids. To me, it represents all of the raw materials as well as the products that can be manufactured from it. A reformed sword practitioner cannot fight like one if he does not use the bounty of Earth to use as a focus of his power and to use its inherent material properties to defeat his foes. So Earth in this case is the philosophical representation of the sword in your hand. Yes, but that is not a complete answer. Earth stands for so much more. It can signify the personal shield generators that we are both wearing to protect us from attacks. It can represent the suits of combat armor that we use to protect ourselves from damage and environmental hazards. In a more extreme case, it can even represent a Karman mech and the mech sword in its loadout. That sounded like an ambitious definition. Does that mean that Carmen Mechs have a place in your new model of swordsmanship? The swordmaster's confidence sapped a little. To be honest, I am not sure. This is one of the unproven assumptions I devised. Let us leave this aside for the time being and move to the third variable, which is man. This variable represents the self, the human who is shaped by both heaven and earth. A reformed sword practitioner may lose access to both of these variables for whatever reason, but they can never let go of man because that represents the foundation of their existence. If heaven is the rim of a wheel while earth stands for its spokes, then man serves as the axle in the center. A wheel. Vase loved the visualization, even though he did not fully understand what he was supposed to read from this analogy. So reformed swordsmanship is a wheel that consists of three essential components. How does that benefit your sword practice? Only a complete wheel can move forward. Kedis succinctly replied. The wheels of all of the swordmasters that I have met in the past are incomplete. In the better situations, they can still roll forward, but the ride is so bumpy and takes so much energy to advance that their progress has slowed to the point they can never make a breakthrough in their lifetimes. This aptly describes the situation of most swordmasters, both the majority who reside in the old galaxy and the minority who reside in the Red Ocean. What about the less optimistic cases? Kedis grimaced. Their wheels are so flawed that they either collapse or are unable to make progress no matter how long they can live. I count the heavensward saints of the past and present among them. Due to inheriting the grand work, their heaven score has improved while their earth score has skyrocketed. However, the reason why they have doomed their futures is because their man score has plunged to the bottom. When the axle of a wheel has broken, the entire foundation has turned hollow. I always understood this on an instinctual level, but now that I have formed a proper theory, I can finally present a logical argument. Chapter 6603 Sword Pacts. So what exactly is the significance of your theoretical model? Vase asked. Aside from the use of fancy terms, your description has not exactly introduced anything that sounds practical and immediately applicable. What is a swordmaster supposed to do with your teachings? Kedis crossed her arms. You should have noticed that I used the word score. That is deliberate on my part, because I want every sword practitioner to start evaluating on how well they score in terms of heaven, earth and man. They can use a numerical scale such as 1 to 100, or a letter scale such as D to S. They can even use a simplistic binary scale such as weak to strong if they can't be bothered with finer distinctions. What matters is that every sword practitioner must make an effort to quantify their progress in how extensively they mastered heaven, earth and man at their respective ranks. That will tell them what they need to improve the most. Vase immediately tried to put this instruction into practice. Let's start with a typical swordmaster from the Heavensward Association. If I have to judge his score, I would say that his heaven score is D, his earth score C and his man score is A. Their willpower is probably top-notch, but willpower cultivation alone is not enough for them to break through. The swordmasters of the old galaxy are hindered by the deprivation of the power of heaven. This has also made it so that most of the swordmasters in the new frontier are still not used to leveraging E-energy radiation. Kedis nodded in agreement. The way you scored typical swordmasters is close to my own interpretation. You are right that we are still new to mastering the potential of heaven. You are also correct that swordmasters have impressive willpower, that it has formed a source of extraordinary power by itself. As for Earth, no swordmaster has developed the proper techniques to tap into the power of their equipment. That is partially because no one has been able to forge a proper sword artifact in the past. The swords wielded by the Heavenswarders are excellent products of modern engineering, but they lack the qualities that can turn them into full artifacts. What distinguishes a regular material sword from a sword artifact? Vase asked an important question. The female swordmaster replied by taking hold of the floating bloodsinger and partially drawing out its remarkable blade. As you know, my bloodsinger started out as a normal CFA-issued weapon all the way back when we entered the Starlight Megalodon. I remember, Kedis, you repeatedly modified and upgraded your personal sword. Even if you haven't used any of the proper traditional blacksmithing techniques, it has sort of evolved into a low-level artifact under your care. Your weapon has especially benefited from long-term exposure to Sharpie's willpower baptism. Kedis smiled. This shows that before I created my new theory, I instinctively understood the value of nurturing my bloodsinger. However, I cannot consider my efforts in doing so a qualified success. My earth score should therefore be rather low, just like all of the other swordmasters who have carried their weapons by their side for many decades. Almost every swordmaster does it, but I find it incredibly absurd that no one has truly made an effort to explain why this is beneficial and why their current methods failed to make a meaningful difference." Her explanation made sense. It was all well and good to treat their swords like cherished possessions and ascribe greater meaning into them than mere physical objects, but without solid results, it all amounted to superstition in the end. "So how do you intend to turn this pseudoscience into an actual working solution?" "By taking a page out of your book," she replied. "I do not know how other sword practitioners have managed to do it in the past. I suspect that they are able to acquire much more developed sword artifacts that are specially designed and forged to conduct binding rituals. I cannot think of another way for a sword cultivator to increase his utilization of a sword artifact aside from forming a bond that can bring them together. Witnessing your Carmen mechs turn ordinary people into mech pilots leads me to believe that there is great potential in this. The necessity for peak ace pilots to merge with their prospective god mechs is another piece of evidence that backs up my hypothesis. In other words, every swordmaster aside from the Heavensward Saint failed to make substantial progress because they never successfully explored a way to increase the utilization of their weapons." "What you are describing is artifact cultivation," Vase stated. "Yes, artifact cultivation is the right phrase to use when it comes to this, Vase. In my new manual, I wrote that a reformed sword practitioner cannot make enough progress unless he raises his earth score. There are not many proven and reliable means to do so at the moment, but one of the methods that I have suggested is to convert a favorite weapon into a life sword." "A life sword?" Kedis grinned wider. "It is exactly what you think it is. It is the deliberate choice to form a permanent bond with a sword artifact that is capable of accepting it. If the bond is successfully formed, a contract exists between the two, just like your blood pact. Both of them shall prosper together. While I have attempted to soften the terms of the contract so that it can still enable the sword practitioner to wield other swords, the effect will not be as good in most cases." That was a rather clever idea. Kedis clearly wanted to imitate the model of the Carmen system to empower her reformed swordsmanship, but she did not blindly copy all of its traits. She put her own spin on the concept and tried to make it less restrictive and more palatable to everyone. Whether it would actually work was uncertain, but Vase applauded her initiative. "What do you call your version of the blood pact, then?" "A life sword pact. It is the most extreme and sacred pact that I have devised up to this point." "You created more." Kedis nodded. "I did. Why would I stop with one? The life sword pact has the potential to produce the most dramatic results, but the downsides are equally as severe, just like the blood pact it was modeled after. In order to accommodate the needs and circumstances of other sword practitioners, I have tried to develop other possible sword pacts. I have written them down in the manual, but I have made sure to warn my readers that it is all based on unsubstantiated theories. This is one of the reasons why the current text is only a draft rather than the final version." Vase quickly scrolled down the virtual document he received and focused on one of the chapters in the Earth section. He quickly became impressed by the amount of pacts that Kedis managed to devise. Her imagination must have been working in overdrive when she wrote this chapter. Interesting. What is the premise behind the mother-child sword pact?" "That is an answer to sword practitioners who want to enjoy most of the benefits of a life sword pact, but still want to wield many more words." Kedis said. "The idea is for a sword practitioner to form a pact with a sword that is especially designed to shed pieces. As long as the pact has developed to a point, it should theoretically be possible to split the sword pieces and turn them into children that are still somewhat connected to the sword practitioner. They can subsequently be reformed into full swords. If this works as well as I hope, then the loss of a child sword will only set the sword practitioner back on a temporary basis." The idea sounded rather similar to the premise behind the Fey Fianna, but the details were naturally different. Kedis relied too much on her assumptions and not enough on actual proof for this particular idea. "The Spirit Sword Pact sounds interesting. This is another idea that is based on your work, Vase. The idea is to form a pact with a companion spirit that is shaped into a sword. As long as the conditions are right, the sword practitioner has successfully acquired a spirit sword. The two are much more tightly bound together, and shouldn't have any compatibility problems. It is much easier to hide the spirit sword, but it is also not that useful to use against powerful physical targets. The best way to use the spirit sword is to temporarily imbue it into a physical sword so that the latter can gain additional power. Many mech pilots with companion spirits were already doing this with their mechs, so Vase knew that there was merit to this proposal. The only part that Vase was not certain about was whether it was possible for a swordmaster to treat a companion spirit like a literal sword. If Vase hadn't already created Blinky, he would have felt tempted to pursue this idea. Forming a spirit sword sounded fun. Kedis came up with a few more sword pacts than that, such as a slave sword pact, an inheritance sword pact, a bone sword pact and a planet sword pact. However, without proof to back up her increasingly more outrageous assumptions, it all sounded like fantasy. Don't pay too much attention to these other sword pacts, Kedis advised. They are ultimately derived from the most foundational life sword pact, which possesses the strongest empirical backing. The ultimate goal of forming the concept of a sword pact is to tell every serious sword practitioner that they must bond with a sword if they want to promote the development of their own domains. This is exactly what I have been missing. Without a sword pact, my prior attempts to become a sword saint were ultimately ineffective. It sounds like you have managed to clear the fog that has kept you lost all of this time. This is incredibly valuable. Kedis nodded in agreement. I have already decided to put my theory to the test. I am ready to form a life sword pact with my Bloodsinger. If this is anything like the Carmen Pact, then you know that this will be permanent, right? I mean, you probably know the pros and cons far better than I, but are you truly ready to turn your Bloodsinger into your lifelong weapon even if it is clearly not the best weapon that you can acquire? What about the Heavensward? My decision has already been set long before this day, Vase. Kedis calmly replied in order to show that she maintained her reason. Forming a bond with the Bloodsinger is the right decision. No other sword qualifies, and that includes the Heavensward for reasons that I have explained earlier. You are correct that it is not the best sword that I can bond with, but I have spent a decade nurturing this blade. Why would I throw away this investment? I have already made it mine for the most part. Forming the pact is the final step that completes my ongoing attempt to join my fate with the fate of the Bloodsinger. I will start right away now that I have accounted for myself. Wait, don't be in a hurry. You can still apply last-minute upgrades to the Bloodsinger. Won't it be nice if we purchase a few rare materials from the Divine Bazaar and upgrade the materials of your greatsword? Aside from that, we can also attempt to transform your weapon into a powerful D-arm that is equivalent to a high-level artifact through demoncasting. Kedis shook her head in rejection. I can upgrade the Bloodsinger after I have turned it into my life sword. There shouldn't be any restriction that prohibits me from doing so. I just need to keep the weapon intact enough, just like when you upgrade one of your old mechs. As for demoncasting, no. Just no. Do not attempt to persuade me further. Her mind was set. There was no way to persuade a swordmaster to change her mind. Vase couldn't even persuade her to slow down and test her life sword pact on another swordmaster before she made her own attempt. I will not put others at risk of suffering from my mistakes, she self-righteously declared as she fully unsheathed her impressive Bloodsinger. It is only right that I shall bear the risks of my own work. I am my own test subject. Chapter 6604 Rising Scores. From the moment Kedis chose to form a so-called life sword pact with the Bloodsinger, it was as if everything fit into place. All of the years she spent on nurturing an intimate emotional bond with the weapon paid off all at once. The continuous willpower baptism had already enabled Kedis to impart a strong imprint of herself onto the weapon. Combined with her meticulous care in maintaining and upgrading the greatsword, the Bloodsinger had long evolved past its starting point as a standard-issue CFA weapon. As Kedis boldly treated herself as her first and only test subject for her newly conceived life sword pact, the Bloodsinger began to glow and vibrate as if it was explicitly answering her offer. The minor vibrations generated by the Bloodsinger rapidly rose in frequency, causing the weapon to produce a harmonious humming sound. The newly bonded weapon sung to its new life partner. Although the Bloodsinger did not undergo any physical transformation, the weapon most definitely became stronger in other ways. When Vase observed the formation of a life sword pact, he took note of several interesting observations. First, the Bloodsinger had not actually formed a life sword pact with Kedis herself, but rather her companion spirit. Even if Kedis and Sharpie were ultimately two sides of the same coin, they still counted for two separate beings as far as pacts were concerned. It made sense. Sharpie was the swordmaster side of Kedis. The companion spirit also spent a lot of time inhabiting the blade in order to subject it to willpower baptism. It was hard to disassociate them from each other. Aside from this interesting development, Vase also took note of the Bloodsinger's accelerated evolution as an artifact. One of the theories he formed on artifact cultivation was that it was only possible to practice it in the first place if the object in question was alive, at least in a very minor sense. It was usually enough for it to possess a spiritual foundation. However, in order for the practitioner to benefit from this form of cultivation, the artifact needed to be powerful enough to drag the human up to its level. That did not happen all that much in this case. The Bloodsinger was a fine weapon, but it was never designed as an artifact. Kedis had yet to turn it into a masterwork, which could have helped a lot in this circumstance. This ultimately caused the weapon to provide much less help to Sharpie than was ideal. While the new life sword pact caused Sharpie to become more complete and fulfilled, the companion spirit did not appear to have grown all that much stronger. At most, the formation of a life sword pact had plugged a few flaws and caused Sharpie to strengthen her foundation as a swordmaster. Kedis looked happy, though. She did not regret her decision to bond with her personal greatsword even though there were vastly superior arms within her reach. If Kedis chose to form a life sword pact with the Heavensward, the difference in power between the two would have been so enormous that the grand work may have been able to boost Sharpie's cultivation to a sword saint in an instant. Yet it was exactly because the gap in power between the two was so great that Kedis prudently rejected this offer. When a mortal attempted to form an intimate contract with a god, there was no way that the latter would be able to retain his sense of self. The relationship would turn from a bond of equals into a slave contract due to the enormous power disparity. The Heavensward was pretty much a god among swords. The only reason why Kedis would want to form a pact with the ancient relic weapon was if she was willing to sacrifice her future cultivation as a swordmaster in order to gain an instant boost of power. Perhaps she might have been tempted to choose the latter if red humanity had already entered into an unstoppable decline, but that was not the case at the moment. Kedis still possessed enough optimism for the future to bet on her long-term development. In this regard, forming a life sword pact with a personal weapon that was not too strong was most conducive to her growth prospects. The difference in power was minimal, so Sharpie's cultivation did not explode to the point of compromising her existing foundation. Now that Vase understood Kedis's calculations, he applauded her prudent choices. The decision to form the very first life sword pact with a weapon in modern times turned out to be quite safe. As Kedis slowly recovered from forming her life-changing pact, she slowly opened her eyes and held the humming Bloodsinger as if she was trying to communicate with the evolving artifact. Soon enough, the Bloodsinger turned dormant, causing it to look no different than before. Kedis gently slipped its blade into its floating scabbard. Sharpie meanwhile continued to occupy the Bloodsinger. Not only was she continuing to baptize the weapon with her extraordinary willpower, but she was also deepening the newly forged life sword pact. Kedis was not lying when she said she ripped off the model of the life sword pact from his blood pact. Vase did not feel offended that she copied his homework and only changed a few details so that her own version was not exactly the same. He felt honored. She was his student. The more she learned from him, the more he felt validated as a teacher. Besides, the blood pact was such a good invention that Vase wanted to spread its benefits to others. It was a way for weaker individuals to gain power by bonding themselves to stronger objects, whether they were Carmen mechs or other objects. The initiative shown by Kedis also opened Ves's eyes. She had developed her sword pacts in a different direction than his own blood pacts. By making comparisons between the two, Vase gained more insights on the workings of these permanent bonds, thereby allowing him to improve his work in ways he could have never imagined by himself. Vase valued the Manual of Reformed Swordsmanship a lot more because of this reason. The other variations of the sword pact presented interesting research suggestions. Even if Kedis had not been able to prove their viability, the creativity she had shown when coming up with these strange ideas gave Vase a lot of inspiration. As Vase tried to figure out if he could imitate Kedis and borrow her own ideas about the sword pact to increase the variety of his own blood pacts, the swordmaster finally spoke with contentment. I knew it would work. I can already tell that my new model of reformed swordsmanship holds genuine merit. It may not be the best way to practice swordsmanship in the Age of Dawn, but I am certain that there are no better alternatives available. I can feel it, Vase. Feel what? I am growing stronger. Kedis grinned. Sharpie's willpower is condensing. Now that she has bonded with the Bloodsinger, there are qualities about the latter that are beginning to bleed into the former. Before this day, Sharpie had already grown fairly strong, but she was unable to make much progress because her willpower lacked substance, if you will. The Bloodsinger is a material artifact that can give her exactly what she needs. It reminds me of the Mech body merger process. Perhaps one of the requirements for swordmasters to advance their cultivation is to promote a closer union between themselves and their blades. That was An interesting theory, but Sharpie's progress was not enough to serve as conclusive proof. There were so many variables interacting with each other that it was difficult to attribute a specific outcome to a specific cause. Does this mean that you have found your path to becoming a sword saint? The proud woman nodded. I have already found it. My actions merely confirmed that it was not a mirage. As far as my Earth score is concerned, it has already risen, but it is not yet up to the standard of a sword saint. You are right that the quality and properties of the Bloodsinger are not the best, but I have all of the time in the system space to remedy that problem. The workshop of creation offers the best tools to reforge my life sword into a weapon that best reflects my growth as a mech designer as well as a reformed sword practitioner. Kedis expressed so much confidence that Vase half believed that she was bound to break through for that reason alone. Even if her trifecta theory turned out to be wrong, the belief that she was heading in the right direction may just be enough to become a saint. Vase certainly had no reason to offer too much doubt and criticism. He did not want to burst her bubble and ruin a good thing. Confidence was a vital quality for expert pilots to trigger their second apotheosis. Without a strong belief in their own infallibility, how could they possibly dare to break a barrier that few of their peers had ever surpassed? The same should apply to swordmasters as well, since they were also willpower cultivators. Okay, Vase said, according to your own model, you should be able to earn a high score in both the Earth and Man categories, if not now, then in the near future. That leaves the Heaven category. What do you intend to do in order to raise your score in this aspect? Kedis deliberately raised her arm and reached behind her back so that she could unsheath the Heavensward. The grand work eagerly leapt into her palm and began to release a soothing white glow from its blade. I am the bearer of the Heavensward. I can already channel a portion of its powers. I have also received a few lessons and hints from the blade. I have witnessed its past wielders in action. I have observed Dice's masterful manipulation of metal energy and observed her breakthrough. Do you think I can possibly fail to raise my Heaven score after gaining all of these advantages? The answer was obvious. There was no need for Vase to make a fool of himself. I will become a sword saint, Kedis stated with absolute certainty. The only question is how soon I can attempt my breakthrough. If I am successful enough, I will be able to break through while I am still inside the system space. If not, I will most definitely be able to do it shortly after leaving it. The faster I progress, the more ready I will be to defend my family when the aliens make their final push. Are you confident you will be able to fight back against the native aliens in a meaningful way after becoming a sword saint? Vase questioned. Not with the Bloodsinger, Kedis readily admitted and casually swung the grand work in her hand. My life sword still needs more time to grow. I will make use of the power of the Heavensward if it still approves of me. A good sword should not remain unused. Now that I have chosen my life sword, the threat posed by this sticky relic weapon has diminished. The only remaining issue is that I do not think I can make enough of a difference if I am still a swordmaster. I have to become a sword saint and form my own domain in order to become qualified to tap more power from the weapon and become strong enough to defeat a phase lord. Vase truly hoped that she was not being overconfident about her optimistic predictions. You will definitely make a strong statement about the strength of your reformed swordsmanship if you are able to beat a phase lord without a mech. Does this mean you have sworn off the possibility of piloting a Carmen mech? Kedis frowned for a moment. I feel it is inappropriate. I have already formed a life sword pact. Even if it isn't precisely the same as a blood pact, there is enough overlap that I fear that I am no longer permitted to establish one with a Carmen mech. I am okay with that. All I need to attain godhood is a good sword. Chapter 6605 The Importance of Foundation Building. I think you are wrong about the pacts. Vase claimed. Oh, what did I overlook? Sharpie has formed a life sword pact with the Bloodsinger. That still leaves you free to form your own pact. You thought you only had one slot available, but you actually have two. Now that I think about it, everyone with a companion spirit should have access to 2 slots. This is an incredible advantage. You can still bind yourself to another sword, or mech. Though Kedis realized the significance of this claim, she did not look particularly enthused. I am a swordmaster and a journeyman mech designer. It makes little to no sense to me to bind myself to another sword in my capacity as a mech designer. I do admit that there is a slightly greater reason for me to form a blood pact with a Carmen mech. I can have my cake and eat it too. I can develop as a swordmaster, but also enjoy the advantages of scale and superiority that a mech can provide. It is just, you still think it is inappropriate? Kedis let out a sigh. I do not believe in the polite fiction that companion spirits are separate entities from their principals. Sharpie is me, and I am Sharpie. Sure, I treat her as if she is a separate individual, and my companion spirit is more than happy to play this role, but it is just that. A role. There is something about splitting up a piece of my mind to form a companion spirit that makes this come naturally, but I haven't forgotten that we share the same base. Besides, I truly think that it is unnecessary for me to rely on a Karman Mech to make a difference in the Red War. That's easy to say for the latest holder of the Heavensward. Just because I am on guard against its influence on me does not mean I hate it. Kedis retorted, now that I have spent more time with it, I have become a little more reassured. I have not been able to decipher its true intentions, but I think I have a much better idea on what it wants. So long as our goals do not collide, there is no harm in spending time together. Let's talk about how your work may benefit other people. Vase changed the topic. Will you permit other, reformed sword practitioners, to pilot Karman Mechs, with or without companion spirits? I personally have no objection to it. I will not hold others to the standards that I set for myself. I am well aware that my conditions are much different from that of other people. The reason why we practice swordsmanship should never be for its own sake. A sword without direction is a danger that can cut off your own head. We practice swordsmanship in order to become strong enough to defend ourselves and the people we care about against those that wish us harm. If I impose too many restrictions on others, then they will abandon the sword for a rifle or better yet a Karman Mech. She sounded cognizant that reformed swordsmanship did not exist in isolation. It existed in a reality where people had the ability to master other weapons. Reformed swordsmanship needed to be competitive enough to attract people to practice it on a large scale. Otherwise, Kedis, in the Age of Dawn, it was impossible for her to disregard the existence of Karman Mechs. One of the motivations why Mech pilots practiced swordsmanship so earnestly was because many of their skills transferred over to piloting swordsman Mechs. Now that a much larger population of people gained the opportunity to pilot their own Karman Mechs, interest in classes related to swordsmanship, spearmanship, marksmanship and more had exploded in popularity. Even if people could not afford to buy their own Karman Mechs or enroll into one of the many new Karman Mech pilot training programs, they could still afford to sign up for those weapon training classes. Who knew whether they would be able to put their fighting skills to use in a Karman Mech one day? It was for that reason that the Red Swordsmanship Federation had become a lot busier than before. It even had to go on a hiring spree just to be able to handle all of the extra work related to founding more sword schools and certifying new sword instructors. When a reformed swordsman pilots a Karman Mech and manages to break through, will he become a sword initiate or an expert candidate? Vase asked an important question. I have an idea what might happen. Kedis shrugged her shoulders. My hypothesis is that it is dependent on how the swordsman sees himself. Willpower cultivation is all about the cultivation of the self, correct? I would imagine that if the individual in question sees himself as a sword practitioner first, then he will evolve into a sword initiate and subsequently a swordmaster. If he sees himself as a Karman Mech pilot first, then he will become an expert candidate and subsequently an expert pilot. That makes sense. Your logic is extremely sound. I think this is a safe assumption to make. You should make the life-changing consequences of this distinction clear to everyone. I have attempted to do so in the manual, though I do not strictly think it is necessary. Instructions are redundant. By the time a breakthrough has come, they do not need to use their logic to justify a decision that they have already made with their hearts. Vase proposed another interesting scenario. What if the swordsman and Karman Mech pilot had a companion spirit? Do you think that both of them can become willpower cultivators that pursue godhood with different bonds? This was too much for the ambitious swordmaster. She let out an exasperated breath. I have no idea. I can only speculate on whether it is possible, which means I have no confidence in my answer. It is better to just wait and see what will happen in reality. That is reasonable, Kedis. I think I am pretty happy with your answer. The swordsmanship community will react well that your new approach towards swordsmanship does not reject Karman Mechs, but accepts their usage as another factor that falls under the Earth category. It had only been a short time, but Vase already accepted Katiz's new theoretical model as factual truth. I do not think that reformed sword practitioners should attempt to challenge a phase lord with just a sword and a few pieces of cloth on their bodies. Kedis said, we are not primitives. We have access to advanced technologies. It would be foolish not to make use of them if we can afford it. As long as the gear is compatible with swordsmanship, then I see no reason to prohibit its use. What worked in the past may not work in the present. What works in the present may not work in the future. Well said, I agree with you. From what I can gather, ancient cultivators lived in a time where the Milky Way was powerful enough to produce a high-energy environment. The power of heaven was so strong at the time that cultivators could easily destroy planets just by knowing how to harness the power of E-energy in the environment. It is clear that this is not possible in the Red Ocean, where we are only receiving a fraction of the exotic radiation that is saturating Messier 87. In these cases, it is important to rely on the power of Earth and the power of man to make up for the shortcomings. I suspect that it isn't entirely necessary for sword practitioners to score well in all three categories in order to make further progress. Kedis proposed, just as you believe that mech pilots can become stronger by pursuing chi cultivation, I think that there is room in our society for swordsmen who forego the development of man because of an inability to transform their willpower and go all out in developing their attainments in heaven and earth. That was an interesting proposal. Vase paused and thought, that might work, but they will have to do much better in these areas than typical swordmasters. Willpower makes it so much easier to amplify the performance of gear, and also allows you to harness E-energy radiation by force, thereby foregoing the need to understand an E-energy attribute to a deep extent. However, the advantages are also clear. It is much easier to keep track of your progress in these areas. Chi cultivation is usually split up into well-organized phases. While the performance of your gear can be measured with objective criteria, the development of man in the form of willpower cultivation was the most difficult and demanding condition to meet. There was no way to cheat the process of becoming a willpower cultivator. Perhaps people might be able to invent elixirs or special artifacts that may make it a little easier, but willpower was inherently a quality that could only be born from hardship and strong personal qualities. Every swordmaster and expert pilot was a hero in one way or another. They earned their transcendence. I think I know now why those who have reached the first major cultivation rank are called foundation builders. Kedis said, it is because they are literally engaged in the process of building the foundation of their future domain and ultimately their godhood. At this stage, they still have the ability to change or tweak their development. Once their foundations are strong enough, they can finally welcome the birth of a domain that is based on the choices they made. Her words rang with universal truth. Her description applied to way more cultivators than swordmasters. Whether it was expert pilots or senior mech designers, all of them were still foundation builders. Before they developed their own domains, they could still influence its development. Vase gained a greater appreciation towards the transition from the first major cultivation rank to the second one. Ace pilots became drastically more powerful after the acquisition of their Saint Kingdoms. Master mech designers successfully realized their design philosophies and managed to make their gains accessible to other mech designers connected to the Kingdom of Mechs or Red Kingdom. What would Sword Saints gain? What sort of transformation would they go through that caused them to take a significant step closer to attaining godhood? One of the quirks that Kedis was not aware of was that mech pilots received a lot of hidden care from the Kingdom of Mechs or its offshoot. Sword practitioners lacked this benefit, so the breakthrough experience of Kedis and other swordmasters may not be what they imagined. What is a domain, in your opinion? Vase inquired. He wanted to know how she interpreted from the lens of her heaven-earth-man trifecta. She had put so much thought into it that she definitely developed her own ideas. That is a good question, Vase. From my experiences, a domain is an expression of a more powerful version of yourself. In the mech community, a domain is referred to as a saint kingdom or a god kingdom. I think that it is a deliberate choice to refer to it as a kingdom, as it is literally a volume of space that is under the dominion of a single ruler. Every domain shaper is the founder and the ruler of their own personal kingdoms. I can't say anything more than that. I don't have enough information to form any further conclusions. Vase smiled. That is okay. Your answers are already illuminating enough to me. I think I have a better idea on how to help mech pilots break through. I have always wondered what exactly limits the effectiveness of the transcendence glow on expert pilots such as Venerable Joshua and Uncle Ark. The theoretical model that you have devised just now can be used as a tool to figure out their shortcomings and advise them on how to improve their breakthrough conditions. You may be right. Chapter 6606 Applying the Heaven-Earth-Man Trifecta. When Vase applied the new model to different champions, he could figure out their strengths and weaknesses in a much more structural manner than before. He was not exactly uncovering new information by applying the Heaven-Earth-Man Trifecta. He was merely reorganizing existing data so that he could form clearer and more accurate conclusions. Vase and Kedis decided to have a little fun by applying her new theoretical model onto familiar mech pilots. Even though Kedis originally devised her model to serve as the central paradigm of reformed swordsmanship, there were enough parallels between sword practitioners and mech pilots that the same principles still applied for the most part. "Let's start with your husband," Vase said. "You spend the most time with him, so you must have a clear idea of his shortcomings." Kedis nodded. "Now that I am looking at his situation with a more informed perspective, I am no longer surprised why he has failed to break through despite making multiple attempts to do so. He doesn't score well in any of the 3 categories. His Earth score is fairly low for obvious reasons. The Everchanger fit him well when he was a low to mid-tier expert pilot, but times have changed. It is outdated and hasn't kept up with his accelerated growth. The sooner it has undergone an upgrade, the better." Vase nodded in agreement. "Gloriana and I will tackle this project after we are done with the Minerva Mark II project, the Riot Mark III project and the Promethea Mark II project." The Swordmaster frowned. She clearly thought that was way too long. Then she realized that nothing much would change if he got his hands on an upgraded mech a few months or years earlier. "That may be for the best," she sighed. "The other pilots have a greater need for upgraded machines than my husband. He needs more tempering. He scores the lowest in the man category out of all of the high-tier expert pilots in our roster. Part of it is because he is younger and less experienced than Saint Dice, but being fairly young hasn't stopped the likes of Saint Tusa and Saint Isabel from breaking through. Resonance strength isn't everything," Vase concluded. "It is a numerical scale that measures the growth of extraordinary willpower in a quantitative sense. The numbers don't say anything about how it has shaped in a qualitative manner." Kedis nodded in agreement. "The cold hard truth is that Joshua hasn't done enough to temper himself. Other expert pilots eagerly take the initiative to challenge themselves and make new attainments. Dice has been working non-stop on this ever since she became an expert candidate. She never does the minimum. She always tries to go above and beyond what is expected of her duty in order to temper her willpower further. Tusa has not worked as hard, but he also had the benefit of receiving the Dark Zephyr Mark III, so he was able to rely on sufficiently high scores in heaven, earth and man to get past the threshold. As for Joshua, he is too comfortable in his current place." "What do you mean by that?" "I have a feeling that Joshua might not be taking his responsibilities seriously enough," Kedis said after a moment of thought. "He is not slacking off. He is training every day and he is participating in all of the battles of importance. It is just, he isn't doing too much beyond that. He is not setting any difficult challenges for himself. He doesn't try to get too close to Phase Lords. To me, his attitude towards his work is too ordinary. He cares more about completing his shift so that he can go home and spend time with Kyrian and Myra." "Are you suggesting that Joshua is failing to temper his willpower because he cares too much about his children?" The female mech designer shook her head. "Not necessarily. Tusa is a father to children as well, but he comes across as a pilot who treats his career as the center of his life. There should be a way to balance between the two. Joshua isn't able to neglect or set aside his children as easily as Tusa. The latter has been traveling from warzone to warzone, leaving the responsibility of raising Doria and Giovanni to Rania Woden-Larkinson. He may not be the ideal father, but he is most definitely a qualified saint. Parenthood was a huge burden to people. It was also a source of great fulfillment. So being a father is not necessarily bad for expert pilots, but it presents another challenge to them." Vase analyzed. Saint Tusa did not let his parenthood interfere too much with his career, but Venerable Joshua is clearly not able to do that. While he is probably a good parent, that doesn't necessarily make for a great champion. This was one way to interpret this situation. Vase wanted to argue that parenthood did not affect one's career in a negative manner, but that was clearly not the case. Many professionals had to balance out their work with their personal lives. Very few of them managed to find an ideal middle ground that allowed them to be content as parents as well as breadwinners. Kedis realized this as well. "As a mother, I do not want our children to grow up while their father is away weeks or months at a time. There is only so much that correspondence through physical projections can substitute for personal attendance. However, the mech designer and swordmaster in me tells me that Joshua needs to be more decisive about pursuing greatness. He not only needs to think more about himself, but he should also leave the expeditionary fleet for a time. The clan offers too much warmth and support for him. This strengthens his reasons to fight, but it also makes his life too comfortable." Vase thought about Joshua's situation and believed that Kedis was correct. If that is the case, then I think the best choice he can make is to leave the expeditionary fleet and fight in a different star system. As long as he stays away for half a year, he will not only leave his comfort zone, but he will also be able to focus most of his attention on his own development. He will suffer great hardships and he won't have as much backup at his disposal, but this is exactly what expert pilots need to promote their evolution. It was quite surprising how a fresh take on an old problem led to a much more sensible proposal. The Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta was already paying off in spades. I do not expect Joshua to be able to temper his willpower as much as Saint Dice. Kedis remarked. What I do expect is that he puts a serious effort into raising up his weakest aspect so that it doesn't sink his chances of triggering a breakthrough. He has a much better chance of becoming a saint by relying on the strength of his heaven and earth scores. Joshua would most definitely score better in the earth category in a year or two. The only downside was that he had little control over this variable. It was the job of mech designers to provide him with a better expert mech. As for the heaven score, Kedis possessed a pretty clear overview of his development in this area. Just like many other expert pilots, Joshua has only dabbled with E-energy attributes so far. Kedis said, he is most familiar with the life attribute for obvious reasons, but that is not the extent of his grasp on the power of heaven. The nature of his Everchanger means that he is able to produce useful results with many different attributes. He has become familiar with manipulating the power of light, death, space, duty and more with the help of their associated design spirits. While he doesn't excel in any of them, it is impressive to realize that he has been able to develop so many varied solutions. This is one of his best traits as an expert pilot. That indeed sounded like a remarkable advantage of Joshua. Most definitely expanded his versatility and helped him respond a little better in almost every situation. However, his failed attempt to defeat the teenage swordswoman showed that this approach had its limitations. Versatility can be a source of strength. Vase stated, it can also be a source of weakness. The Everchanger is inherently designed to promote this development, but it is hard to imagine how Joshua can possibly develop a domain that can encompass his familiarity in so many different attributes that don't seem to share much in common with each other. According to our current theories as well as the examples that we have witnessed so far, the Saint Kingdoms of Ace pilots almost always have a single overpowering theme. They are never made up of many different elements mashed together. This suggested that Joshua may be working himself towards a dead end when it came to his development in the heaven category. This concern weighed heavily on Kedis. The woman grew silent for a longer time in order to consider Vess's analysis. You may be right, Kedis eventually said. The problem is that Joshua has committed too much on his current path to stop. He cannot bring himself to abandon his pursuit of other E-energy attributes when they offer so much to him. They are also key to developing his cooperation with other design spirits. Then the solution is obvious, Kedis. He needs to organize his relationships with all of those E-energy attributes by placing them under a unifying umbrella. That is what I have come up with as well, but what can he possibly use to reconcile his many interests? It has to tie into his remarkable affinity towards the life element. Vase decisively answered, perhaps symbiosis. That makes the most sense. It is what he has been doing ever since he piloted his first living mech all the way in the Bright Republic. Kedis gave Vase a measuring stare. I think you are overestimating Joshua's intellectual capacity to comprehend a concept as abstract and complicated as symbiosis. Your suggestion is still good, but I fear that my husband will not be able to comprehend it as easily as more straightforward attributes such as fire and water. Well, he has to, because what else is he going to do? You know his situation better than I. Does he really have another way out? Last time I checked, he almost killed himself by believing he can bring out the power of life by comprehending the power of death, by experiencing it in person. Don't mention that to me. The Swordmaster scowled. This incident was one of Joshua's biggest shames. It was certainly not an event that Kedis wanted to recall. Vase smiled at Kedis. I think you are underestimating Joshua's capacity to comprehend the concept of symbiosis. As I have mentioned before, he has been practicing it for his entire piloting career in one way or another. He understands more about living mechs from a piloting perspective than anyone else. I think he is made for this. He just has to find a way to recognize and unlock this hidden strength, just as Dice suddenly mastered the power of the metal element after she made her own realization. Kedis did not think that Joshua would be able to acquire so much strength by making a discovery about himself, but she was willing to give it a try. Personally, She believed that it was much more probable that Joshua needed to work hard to reform his own approach towards power and make sense of his disorganized affinities towards so many E-energy attributes. She was at least able to provide concrete directions to Joshua. That was much better than groping around in the dark. Kedis already felt grateful for herself for investing so much time on reforming her. If she was able to pass on her structured analysis and recommendations to Venerable Joshua, then he may be able to break through the instant he received the Everchanger Mark III. Chapter 6607 A New Approach to Hyper-Mechs. After applying Ketiz's new model to Venerable Joshua, Vase and its creator soon began to use it to evaluate the strengths and shortcomings of other famed Larkinsons. Venerable Stark is a driven woman. Her willpower is most certainly not weak. Her man score should definitely be high. Kedis analyzed. She has just received the Amaranto Mark III, which means her Earth score has also shot up. Given that she has yet to break through, she either needs a breakthrough opportunity in combat where her man score temporarily peaks above her normal level, or she needs to work on her heaven score. Vase was less familiar with Venerable Stark than Kedis due to his departure from the expeditionary fleet, but he still possessed a decent understanding of her progress over the past few years. Stark comes across as a materialistic individual to me, he said. She doesn't invest much attention into the more magical and metaphysical stuff around her. She is totally focused on her mission to kill powerful aliens in her drive to improve her marksmanship skills. While that has caused her to temper her willpower a lot better than others, her self-centered attitude has left her blind to the wonders of the cosmos. I think we need to nudge her to view E-energy radiation as more than an extra power source. It is a vital pillar that can support her attempt to break past her limitations as an expert pilot and form the building blocks of her Saint Kingdom. When Vase compared Joshua Larkinson with Davia Stark, the latter clearly possessed better breakthrough prospects. This was because it was generally a lot harder for mech pilots to raise their performance in the man category on a systematic basis. They needed to change their behavior, push themselves out of their comfort zone and take risks that others deemed insanely dangerous. In contrast, raising one's heaven score could easily be done by borrowing the resources and learning material of the Red Collective. The super organization had a lot of old records related to chi cultivation in its possession, and it had developed a lot of modern cultivation methods that could strengthen one's affinity and comprehension towards all of the common E-energy attributes. Any expert pilot should be able to reference a suitable cultivation method and use it as a manual to increase their ability to wield their chosen element in a reliable and systematic fashion. Of course, the more advanced chi cultivation methods were not that easy to get into. Their requirements were higher and most certainly demanded permanent transformations that could only be performed by uncommitted practitioners. In any case, Vase and Kedis moved on to analyzing the individual circumstances of more expert pilots. Venerable Janzi's willpower is quite strong, and her bastion is more powerful and modern than the Shield of Samar. I think she can also accomplish a breakthrough fairly quickly once she works on improving her heaven score. General Ark's situation is a little trickier. He is older and has tempered his willpower more extensively, but recent setbacks have damaged his confidence. His Lionheart is a modern and powerful masterwork expert mech without any doubt, but I don't think he leverages the power of heaven all that much. I believe the best course of action is for him to focus on raising his heaven score. Once he is able to harness greater power than before, his confidence will automatically be restored. That should put him in the best position to trigger a breakthrough opportunity. While the pair of mech designers did not understand the full details of every expert pilot, they soon realized that the common shortcoming of most of them was their underutilization of E-energy radiation. This was still a fairly new phenomenon to red humanity, so it was not a surprise that expert pilots had yet to realize its value and potential. Therefore, Vase became increasingly more determined to summon the champions of the Larkinson clan to a mandatory meeting and give them a crash course on the importance of developing their affinities towards an element or concept. The Ra and RC may know a thing or two about this as well. Kedis guessed. Perhaps it will not be long before they publish similar instructions. They're too slow. Vase shook his head in disappointment. That's the trouble with big bureaucracies. I bet that their science departments demand every researcher to conduct extensive experiments and observations before they can definitively prove that they are 95% correct. The Red 3 cannot afford to tarnish their reputation by publishing flawed research. We are not subject to these restrictions, though we will definitely damage our credibility if we end up being horribly wrong. Are you confident enough in your theory that you are confident enough to provide guidance to the entire mech community? Kedis did not hesitate. I wouldn't have shared my manual with you if I thought its core theories were wrong. There are many speculative portions in the text, but I have clearly marked them as such. I am confident that the heaven-earth-man trifecta is a sound theory. I am more than willing to put my credibility on the line if that is what it takes. Vase directed a deep stare at Kedis. If she actually persisted in this effort, then she would either earn great fame and renown, or become known as a disgraced journeyman. For what it is worth, I believe in your theory. After talking a bit more about how her manual of reformed swordsmanship could make a much more profound impact on the mech community than the swordsmanship community, the two mech designers quickly moved on to how they could apply the new theories to mech designs. Since the start of the hyper generation, mech designers have increasingly begun to design mechs centered around harnessing the power of specific E-energy attributes. Vase explained, your Stormblade Samurai mech line is a good example of that, as it uses electrical-based hyper-materials to augment their shocking attacks. Kedis nodded. Hyper-mechs do encourage the use of elements since they are so convenient to acquire and implement in the design. That is true, but you have to admit that the application of hyper-technology is very shallow and rudimentary for the most part. Sure, only a few years have passed since the start of the hyper-generation, but I think it is necessary for the mech industry to think more profoundly on the relationship between hyper-technology and mech pilots. The former can substantially influence the development of the latter. You will have to explain that further, Vase. What are the most common E-energy attributes used in hyper-mechs? Metal is the most common element used in hyper-mechs. Kedis easily answered. Anyone who pays a bit of attention to the emerging trends in the mech industry can tell you that. Metal hypers are the most straightforward way to strengthen mechs because they are overwhelmingly built with metal alloys. There is no way you can go wrong with this solution, but the effects are mostly basic for the time being. They are especially popular with cheaper mechs. What is next? Water. They are much more heavily used in high-end mechs because they can directly amplify the performance of phase water technology. They are one of the key materials used to build Azure energy shields, which is the strongest technological energy shield tech in the Red Ocean at the moment. The water attribute can also strengthen a transphasic weapon's ability to overpower transphasic defenses. This is vital to defeating the well-shielded warships of the native aliens. Vase began to smirk. Have you noticed a common flaw in both of your descriptions? What you have said is all true. Your descriptions accurately capture the common viewpoints of almost every mech designer in the Red Ocean. That means that they all happen to make the same mistake. Even I failed to recognize this glaring shortcoming until you have shared your new theories. It took half a minute for Kedis to figure out what Vase was getting at. She had spent much more time thinking about improving the state of swordsmanship to spare much time on thinking how her theories could improve the state of mechs. Are you thinking about how hyper-technology can be used to make mech pilots stronger? Vase grinned and nodded. To be more precise, I am thinking about how your theories can be used to improve the growth of any mech pilot, not just expert pilots. Anyone can acquire or develop an affinity towards an E-energy attribute. Sure, talent exists, but as long as a mech pilot seriously works to increase his comprehension towards an element, he or she should usually be able to master it to an extent. The biggest challenge is getting started. Those with companion spirits can satisfy this condition much easier, but most soldiers don't have one. The job of the mech industry is therefore clear. We need to adopt a new approach towards hyper-mech design that explicitly seeks to increase a mech pilot's mastery over specific E-energy attributes. Kedis thought about it and frowned. In the main universe, she had just released the Stormblade Samurai Mark II. She could have used this latest insight to tweak the design of her work and help her future customers learn how to harness the power of electricity over time. I agree with you, Vase. I feel tempted to go back to my Stormblade Samurai Mark II design and revise it according to your recommendation. I cannot stand the thought of selling it far and wide when it doesn't serve its mech pilots as well as it should. Do you think it's a good idea to go through with this plan? I do. Vase decisively replied. You should invest the time inside the system space to design a minor upgrade to the Stormblade Samurai Mark II that incorporates this new function. As soon as you exit the system space, you should publish your new work and announce a recall of all of the existing copies of the original Mark II that have already been sold and put to use. As compensation, the LMC should replace them with copies of your improved version free of charge. This will cause a lot of logistical problems and impose a lot of additional costs on the LMC, but our mech company can afford it. It is better to do it as soon as possible as sales of the original Mark II are still relatively limited. Issuing a recall was an inherently damaging action. The monetary cost of doing so was fairly manageable, but the greater cost was reputational damage. Both Kedis and the LMC were bound to tarnish themselves by implying that the Stormblade Samurai Mark II model was unfit for public consumption. This was not actually true, but it didn't matter if the public had already cast its judgment. The only way for Kedis to restore her reputation was to ensure that her improved version of the Mark II received much greater appreciation from her customers. The good vibes would easily make people forget about the recall. This is going to be a challenge. Kedis frowned. While she felt confident enough to improve the design of the Stormblade Samurai Mark II by incorporating her latest insights, she was not certain whether the differences would be great enough to justify her new plan. Vase reached out and patted her shoulder. If it was easy, you would have done it already. This is a worthwhile endeavor. Mech designers must always put their customers first. If your Stormblade Samurai Mark II has been out for a year or so, then I would have advised you to work on the Mark III. That is not the case, though. It would be rather incongruent for the recently released Mark II to cling to an old paradigm while you are trying to convince everyone to adopt a new paradigm right afterward. You need to put your money where your mouth is and adapt your mech designs accordingly. Chapter 6608 The Elemental Universe Changing the Stormblade Samurai Mark II designed to incorporate the new theories on pilot development would certainly help a lot of mech pilots in the ongoing war. It was not enough to improve the growth conditions of every mech pilot. Vase found it particularly important to promote the short-term development of the entire body of mech pilots in the Red Ocean. It was impossible for him to affect so many mech pilots at once, so he shifted his focus on his current customers. He still had a few ways to directly affect every pilot that currently made use of a living mech. After a bit of thinking, he soon came up with a good idea. You have been working on trying to improve the MSTS, correct? I am, though it is admittedly not my highest priority. I have been more consumed with reforming our understanding of swordsmanship as of late. I have neglected my other assignments. That is okay. I was just thinking that the best way to make people benefit from your new theories is to modify the designs of all of our living mechs so that they focus a lot more on developing the affinities and comprehension of their mech pilots. That is clearly not realistic due to all of the designs we have to go through, so I believe it is better to upgrade an aspect that is common to all living mechs. The mental simulation training system. Vase grinned. Exactly. Every living mech has at least limited access to the MSTS depending on their pricing and whether they are training mechs. It has always received good evaluations from our customers, and it has always remained fairly popular. Many companies have begun to implement a lot of improvements to their own simulation programs, but their technological calculations cannot fully imitate the mental influence exerted by different E-energy attributes. The MSTS also remains the only simulation program that can fully channel the living personalities of my products. That alone ensures that it will remain the most favored solution for simulation training to our customers. Since the MSTS remains so dominant among mech pilots paired with LMC mechs, then any upgrades to the proprietary simulation program would have the potential to affect hundreds of millions of mech pilots, especially if Karman mech pilots were included as well. The female swordmaster tried to think how this potential change could impact the mech community. If the instruction granted by the MSTS is effective enough, then this could be a game changer. She said, mech pilots may spend less time on polishing their technical piloting skills, but exploring the elements and increasing their affinities to them is a different benefit. It will not help them all that much if they have not yet broken through, but the value in raising their heaven score lies in improving their breakthrough chances. If you can statistically prove that your customers are able to advance to the rank of expert candidate and expert pilots at least 10% more frequently than the rest, then people will flock to living mechs just to benefit from this new function. Despite the obvious benefits of the MSTS to mech pilots, Vase had long neglected its importance in development due to his shiny toy syndrome. That was partially the reason why he passed on the responsibility of updating it to Kedis. In hindsight, this was not the best decision he made, because Kedis turned out to be just as easily distracted. However, now that they recognized that upgrading the MSTS was the best way to improve the breakthrough conditions of millions upon millions of mech pilots, they would definitely focus on improving it over other projects. Vase already formulated a new plan. We cannot stop at upgrading the functions of the MSTS. He said, we need to reset the expectations of our customers and convince them to take our work much more seriously. In order to do so, I want to begin by changing its name. MSTS is a clumsy acronym and doesn't inspire anything good by itself. We can market it much more effectively if we replace it with a more catchy name, one that hopefully encompasses the new features that we plan to implement. I take it that you have already come up with a proposal. Kedis knowingly said, I do. I want to call it the Elemental Universe. What do you think? Renaming the MSTS into the Elemental Universe was a big move. Kedis furrowed her brows as she thought about how mech pilots would react to this change. Well, you are right that it sounds much more interesting than 4 seemingly random letters placed next to each other. If you truly intend to rename your old work into the Elemental Universe, then you will most definitely draw people's attention towards the function of increasing their mastery over the E-energy attributes of their choice. However, I am afraid that the original functions may get overshadowed. It will be fine, Vase reassured her. Existing customers are already familiar with the pilot training features of the Elemental Universe. They won't disappear, and mech pilots will never stop using them because their lives are on the line. What I want is to make a high-profile marketing shift in order to convince them to take the new training features more seriously. I am not certain how effective it is to increase their mastery over a specific attribute within the Elemental Universe as opposed to doing it in reality. Even if the effect is not as strong, I am hoping that the convenience of accessing the Elemental Universe through their LMC mechs offers great convenience to our customers. There were many methods for people to develop a greater grasp over an E-energy attribute. Practicing basic cultivation methods usually did not require any special conditions and could be done anywhere. However, if practitioners wanted to move beyond the basics, then they had to satisfy more difficult conditions. This could range from ingesting expensive elixirs to meditating in a specially constructed chamber that was filled with hyper-materials shaped into totems. It was difficult for most mech pilots to satisfy these expensive or demanding conditions, especially under the current climate. This was why Vase was convinced the Elemental Universe would take off once mech pilots understood the value of raising their heaven scores. For existing users of LMC mechs, accessing the Elemental Universe should be the easiest way for them to conduct effective training on increasing their mastery over an E-energy attribute. As for mech pilots assigned to the products sold by other mech companies, Vase could not take care of them. Others were free to take up the responsibility of providing them with elemental training. Once Vase laid out the blueprint of his new plan, his former student easily agreed to his proposals. This is a big expansion of the MSTS, she said. You're not just introducing ways to allow mech pilots to harness the power of E-energy. You are also giving them opportunities to fight alongside each other or against each other, just like a virtual reality game. That is exactly what I had in mind for this major update. The Elemental Universe needs to hold much greater attraction in order to lure mech pilots into using it to its full potential. Perhaps they will initially be lured into using it so that they can enter into realistic multiplayer battles on simulated battlefields with their own living mechs. Afterwards, they may try out the other training features, and gain even more benefits as a consequence. If the Elemental Universe works as effectively as you think, then you will be putting many competitors out of business. Maybe it is their fault if they blindly stick to old methods and solutions. The Age of Dawn has already begun. If other companies think they can get by without innovating their existing products, then they deserve to get driven out of business. We aren't even professionals in this area. It is very much possible for the established simulation companies to develop superior solutions based on more advanced and creative applications of E-energy. They just need to expand their E-technology capabilities. That was difficult because there were far too few people who had managed to make attainments in this new but promising field. In any case, Vase quickly began to explain how he intended to organize the Elemental Universe. Every mech pilot that enters the Elemental Universe will initially emerge in their personal habitat. Vase said as he projected a sketch of such a space. The most basic form is a small apartment that is attached to a small hangar that hosts their living mech. People can invite others connected to the Elemental Universe into their personal habitat. They can also spend FC to decorate their personal space and add new rooms. EC. I forgot to explain that to you. EC stands for Elemental Credits. It will be the new currency that I plan to institute into the Elemental Universe. What are EC based on, Vase? Do mech pilots have to exchange them for MTA credits? No, that doesn't make much sense. Mech pilots can earn EC by providing spiritual feedback through their living mechs. Usually, just piloting their machines in reality is enough for them to earn a trickle of EC over the course of a day or week. Why go through the trouble of implementing this new currency? Vase smiled. Good question. There are good reasons why the elemental universe is called this way. I want mech pilots to treat it as an alternate reality where they can live a second life of sorts. Any gains they make in the elemental universe will end up profiting them in the real universe. The use of currencies can reinforce this perspective shift. We need to employ a more quantitative and flexible means of controlling the energy balance of the elemental universe. By setting different prices on different services, we can ensure that we can maintain a positive energy balance and prevent it from draining Vulcan. The MSTS was currently supported by Vulcan, which was the most suitable design spirit to undertake this demanding task. Even so, Vulcan could not bear the strain of simulating the battles of so many mech pilots at once, so access to the MSTS's realistic simulation battles had to be limited one way or another. Kedis understood these conditions well enough, so she did not object to the introduction of elemental credits. She could see numerous advantages to adopting it as the currency of the elemental universe. Since you place so much importance in this virtual currency, you are probably thinking about hoodwinking mech pilots into spending it on less energy-intensive options. Ha ha ha, Vase laughed. That's right, you know me too well. In fact, one of the new facilities that I intend to introduce is the Living City. It's a virtual urban environment that can accommodate many mech pilots at the same time. They can relax, relieve their stress, visit coffee shops and buy fake clothes to dress up their fake avatars. The Living City will have its own economy, one that is dominated by the handicrafts made by Vulcan, as he has learned how to create a lot of exquisite stuff over the years. Even if you designed the Living City to earn easy ECs, I can see how it can benefit a lot of mech pilots. Many soldiers have accumulated a lot of stress after fighting in the front lines for at least several months. They need access to a sanctuary or a place to decompress, but their options are limited when they are stuck in war zones. Being able to enter the Living City and sit around in a park or a cozy cafe can help them adjust their mentality. I haven't thought about that. Vase admitted. You are right, the Living City holds even greater value if it can help mech pilots in this manner. The current iteration of the MSTS does not offer any sort of opportunity for relaxation. This is a grave oversight that we can correct by working on the elemental universe. The Living City could represent so much more. The greater it simulated the operation of a real city, the more mech pilots could inhabit it as their second homes. Chapter 6609 Energy Balance. The comprehensive additions that Vase intended to introduce in the MSTS version 2.0 caused it to grow far beyond its initial confines as a training system. This was why Vase saw enough reason to rename it into the elemental universe. He wanted to give his customer base the impression that it had turned into a more complete virtual universe where mech pilots and their battle partners could take refuge in when they wanted to retreat from their harsh reality. It was not meant to serve as a playground. Much of the elemental universe still retained the core training function that was meant to prepare mech pilots to fight against their real opponents with greater skill. However, the institution of a currency as well as the option to purchase and own virtual objects turned it into more than just a place to polish their piloting skills. Vase actually did not have a complete plan for the elemental universe, but that was okay. He could set it up first and see how his customer base reacted to its changes. His plan to create a personal habitat and living city for the elemental universe could not be completed in a short amount of time. Vase and Kedis had better things to do with their time than to design an entire virtual city. It was better to wait until they completed their marathon and exited the system space before dumping this responsibility onto Vulcan and other workers. How will you arrange the training sections of the elemental universe? Kedis asked. I intend to divide them into 4 discrete facilities. Vase answered. The mech pilot training grounds will serve as a place for mech pilots to train specific skills under optimized training conditions. For example, there will be a targeting range for ranged mech pilots, and there will be a simulated swordsman mech for melee mech pilots. I could use your help to program the latter. It is best if you can divide its combat prowess into multiple levels so that everyone can experience a suitable challenge. No problem, this is one of my strengths. Will you charge EC to make use of these virtual training grounds? Most of these training sessions will cost EC in order to access, but not too much. The training facilities are fairly small and limited in scope, so they do not cost too much energy to run. The cultivation grounds are the entire purpose of renaming the MSTS into the elemental universe. Vase replied, I will come up with many different training rooms where mech pilots can experience an E-energy attribute and either meditate on it or whatever. I may even devise a few more interesting training exercises that can help people increase their comprehension of different concepts or elements. Every training opportunity will cost EC. I do not want mech pilots to look down on this facility, or devalue it in their minds. Only when stuff is costly will people learn to appreciate its value. What can also happen is that people will think that you are doing them a disservice by overcharging for your services. Vase shrugged. That will undoubtedly happen, but as long as no better alternatives were available, then he would rather overcharge than do the opposite. Do you even know how to design the cultivation grounds so that it can provide focused training environments that are conducive to promoting the affinities of mech pilots? Not completely, Kedis. My comprehension of the earth element is too low to construct such a training environment. That is what design spirits are for. I will design a few basic training grounds myself, but I will leave the ones that I am not able to develop myself to external helpers. If nothing else, I will use my connections with the Red Collective to convince their cultivation experts to assist with the designs. That sounded like a decent plan, though it will take more time to make the arrangements and wait for the third-party developers to complete their work. Aside from that, what else do you intend to create? The trial grounds will encompass much of the current training scenarios. It will offer individual mech pilots or a small team of mech pilots the ability to pay EC to enter into simulated training sessions where they can fight against virtual mechs, virtual phase fighters or virtual alien battleships. Kedis grew a little more interested. Will you attempt to simulate a phase lord as well? It would do mech pilots a lot of good if they can get used to confronting phase lords on the battlefield in advance. That caused Vase to look a little more uncertain. I can't deny the benefits of doing so, but I fear that I will do a bad job at this. Sure, I may be a phase lord myself, but I am very different from the more developed and battle-hardened ones that appear on the battlefield. I think I will probably have to approach the phase lord department of the Red Collective to enlist the aid of experts to accurately portray dozens of powerful phase lords and maybe even phase whales. The elemental universe will also charge a hefty amount of EC just to be able to confront such a powerful opponent once. It will be difficult for Vulcan to accurately simulate their auras, their spatial abilities and more. Standard mech pilots were not supposed to fight against phase lords in the first place. Their mechs were simply too weak to pose serious threat to these alien monstrosities. At most, they could rely on massed firepower to deter the phase lords from persisting in their attacks. Capturing or killing them was out of the question. Oh well, perhaps mech pilots might be able to keep their morale up whenever they fought in a battle where phase lords were close enough to intimidate entire mech armies. What about the multiplayer features that you talked about earlier? I intend to create the Combat Dispatch Center to accommodate the mech pilots who want to satisfy that specific need. This is where large groups of mech pilots can sign up for big simulated matches that pit them against each other. This facility is not meant to help mech pilots devise specific tactics and solutions against native aliens. It instead serves to temper the courage, refine the application of combat skills and increase the overall combat experience of our customers. Mech-on-mech combat involving actual human pilots on both sides is a homage to the age of mechs. I think it will do these mech pilots a lot of good if they can compare their skills against each other. Kedis saw another benefit to the Combat Dispatch Center despite the fact that it had nothing to do with the aliens. Mech pilots are highly competitive. They want to be the best. At the very least, they want to outperform their direct peers. Giving them a venue where they can enter into simulated battles against similar mech pilots who also make use of living mechs is a great way to stoke their competitive streak. Those who lost against an identical mech to their own will work harder in order to produce a better outcome next time. Those who won will not only boost their confidence, but also gain more fame and other benefits. Virtual reality mech simulation games also created a competitive dynamic between players. The companies who developed these games knew exactly how to profit from the customers who wanted to defeat their opponents in the virtual arenas of battlegrounds. Vase summed up his overall setup for the elemental universe. In short, my new vision for the future of the MSTS is a comprehensive virtual training and relaxation destination where every customer can participate in activities to raise their heaven and man scores. Mech pilots have a good amount of agency in doing both. They merely need additional guidance and training venues in order to improve in a targeted and more effective manner. The only factor that most mech pilots could not improve on their own initiative was their Earth score. The elemental universe may be able to improve the growth and development of living mechs, but it could not apply any material upgrades to their designs. This could only be done by the party who owned or fielded the LMC products. While Vase found it regretful that the elemental universe was not complete enough to address this need, the current plan was already comprehensive enough to help Mech pilots a lot more than before. The cultivation grounds should help his existing customers gain a much better connection to the 5 classical elements as well as various other attributes. This should remain the case even if they were already practicing auxiliary chi cultivation methods. The two could even be combined to produce a compound effect that would allow them to gain better results. The only price that Mech pilots needed to pay was to continue to make use of living mechs and to exchange their spiritual feedback with elemental credits. The blueprint that you have created for the elemental universe sounds attractive. Kedis commented, I have a feeling that many Mech pilots will soon grow frustrated by how much everything costs. What you have described is not cheap in terms of energy consumption. If the only way you can support all of these activities is by fueling it with the spiritual feedback of your customers, then most of them will probably be able to partake in a few activities a week or less. Vase sighed, it can't be helped, I need to make the elemental universe attractive enough to increase its usage rate. This statistic a bit too low for my liking at the moment, so I really need to bring out the big guns in order to lure more customers into using the evolved version of the MSTS on a regular basis. He actually gained inspiration for this idea from learning about the mysterious prison that sustained the Nixian Gap. The elemental universe was a partial recreation of the mysterious prison. Of course, instead of capturing unwilling souls and forcibly squeezing them in order to produce spiritual energy across eons, Vase merely wanted to earn spiritual feedback from his customers through honest work. While he could not guarantee that he could retain enough customers in the long term, he did not mind it because he felt confident enough in his work to continue to bring them back again and again. In other words, as long as Vase continued to do his job as a mech designer, he should never be afraid that the elemental universe would cease to maintain a positive energy balance. Vulcan might even be able to reinvest the surplus income into accelerating his own personal growth and development. The elemental universe had the potential to become a huge phenomena. Red humanity may be able to derive so many benefits from it that it could become a public service that was almost as helpful to all of his customers as the Red Kingdom. Of course, the gap between the two was far too great at the moment. Vase did not hold any unrealistic expectations in the short term, but who knew what might happen in the long term. If Vase wanted to, he could come up with additional energy income sources for Vulcan. He refrained from exploring them further. Each of them introduced additional risk factors, thereby increasing the possibility that his external incarnation could become compromised. The additional functions of the elemental universe would also impose a much greater burden on the design spirit. Just maintaining the elemental city that could potentially accommodate millions of mech pilots was a heavy burden that would persistently prevent Vulcan from spending his energy on other activities. Vase still remained committed to it, though. Mech pilots did not just pay for accessing the elemental universe with their spiritual feedback. They also paid with their information. Vulcan would be able to grasp their piloting skills, their interpretation of different E-energy attributes and more. This would subsequently allow him to enrich his understanding and apply his newfound gains onto his increasing number of artifacts. Chapter 6610 Shifting Priorities. The Mental Simulation Training System or MSTS would soon become a thing of the past. Vase planned to transform it into the elemental universe, which incorporated all of the functions of the MSTS but vastly expanded it into a separate reality. In the elemental universe, the users of LMC products would be able to enter a community of like-minded mech pilots and partake in one of the many services that Vase planned to introduce. If not for the fact that mech pilots needed to earn elemental credits through regularly piloting their living mechs, the elemental universe might actually be able to consume their lives to the point of living permanently in their cockpits. It was just as well that the elemental universe possessed this inherent usage restriction. The purpose of making it available to mech pilots was to strengthen them and help them prepare for the very real threats bearing down on red humanity. Vase had to refrain himself from introducing too many predatory practices that people typically encountered in virtual reality games, especially the ones centered around multiplayer sessions. He liked to earn a profit, but he wanted to maintain a win-win relationship with his customers. An enduring business relationship could only withstand the test of time if both sides kept benefiting from each other. If he introduced too many exploitative elements that exerted an undue amount of pressure onto mech pilots, then either the Red Association would forcefully step in, or the demand for an alternative would become so great that a powerful competitor may rise. Instead of letting that happen, Vase felt it was better to maintain a relatively free but limited persistent service and earn a lot of goodwill in the process. Besides, His external incarnation already stood to earn a lot of profit in the form of any surplus income as well as vital data. Vulcan actually needed this a lot. Cultivating the metal god method to the 4th stage enabled him to safely and efficiently absorb a lot of high-grade metal energy from the iron-resonant crucifix crown, so his growth was already prodigious. His heart of steel had matured to a significant enough extent that he had already developed a domain and gained a few notable traits that surpassed the mundane. However, despite practicing an advanced combination of creation cultivation, deity cultivation, artifact cultivation and chi cultivation at the same time, Vulcan mostly saw himself as a divine artisan. His domain reflected this as it mainly strengthened metal, granted strong mental and spiritual resistance at the cost of dampening emotions, empowered dwarves and increased the productivity as well as the creativity of craftsmen. There was no explicit combat focus to Vulcan's power development. The only defensive boost was solely designed to guard against the unwelcome mental contamination from the iron-resonant crucifix crown, and the design spirit wouldn't be completely safe from this threat until he had reached the 7th stage of his cultivation method. Vulcan did not grow stronger by focusing on combat. He grew stronger by becoming a better craftsman. The iron-resonant crucifix crown may satisfy his energy demands, but it did not enrich his knowledge and understanding of products. If Vulcan wanted to meet one of the requirements for advancing to a true god, then he needed to become good enough to craft a grand work by himself. This was a nearly impossible task for any but the best artisans in the Red Ocean. Perhaps Vulcan might be able to polish his skills through persistent practice and study over the span of several hundred or thousand years, but the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship did not have the luxury of time. He had no choice but to resort to shortcuts if he wanted to break through in a hurry. However, unlike Gaia, whose foundation was extremely feeble shortly after her birth and immediate ascension into godhood, Vulcan's cultivation was a lot more solid and systematic. His foundation had already become extremely solid, and his domain was gaining more and more resilience with each passing day. If not for siphoning so much juice out of the symbol of authority, it would have literally taken hundreds of years or more of steady practice in a medium-energy environment to achieve similar results. All of this sounded great, but the gap between his energy state and his craftsmanship attainments was constantly growing wider. It couldn't be helped. The deity cultivation aspect of the metal god method was meant to help him develop his craftsmanship through receiving the spiritual feedback of many worshippers, but this method had very clear limitations. First, there weren't a lot of pure craftsmen out there. The population of red humanity was just a fraction of the population of original humanity. Artisans who mainly relied on superior craftsmanship to create quality products and sell them at enormous premiums also constituted a tiny minority of the total industrial sector. Most products used by people in modern times consisted of mass-produced factory goods. The developments of the Red War also made the situation worse. The demand for consumer goods, especially handmade luxury goods such as designer bags, had plummeted in the past year. As the wartime economy steadily ramped up, more resources and attention shifted to military industries. The civilian economy suffered in every way, especially after states instituted martial law in order to force their citizens to change their spending behavior. One of the obvious consequences of this industrial upheaval was the shuttering of a lot of workshops. Not even brands that had occupied a niche for multiple centuries could keep their businesses running in a society increasingly beginning to deviate from the lost prosperity of the age of mechs. Perhaps the only consolation for the many craftsmen that soon found themselves out of a steady job was that the Red Collective quickly picked them up and put them into brand new training programs. The Collies recognized the importance of creation cultivators. They were the only individuals who were capable of producing artifacts, especially high-level ones that possessed traits that could never be acquired through mass production. Therefore, a lot of people who previously worked with metal, bone, leather or thread suddenly began to learn a lot of extraordinary methods and techniques that enabled them to imbue special qualities in their handicrafts. The emergence of traditional craftsmanship benefited Vulcan a lot, but the problem was that most trainees still had to go through a few years of focused learning and practice before they became half-decent traditional craftsmen. This left Vulcan with an increasing slowdown in knowledge acquisition. Setting up the elemental universe in the next few months should therefore compensate for this development to an extent. Observing how these mech pilots increased their comprehension and ability to harness various E-energy attributes did not automatically mean that Vulcan could do the same. However, just watching a lot of people increase their mastery over the classical elements and so on provided Vulcan with a lot of reference data. This would not only help him craft better artifacts that were based on the same E-energy attributes, but also help Vase develop better elemental Karman mechs. In short, the elemental universe could prove to become a vital component of Vulcan's growth as a spiritual entity. Since the future cultivation of one of his other selves was at stake, Vase did not dare to neglect the importance of this new priority. Vase added time slots in his schedule that were solely reserved for building up the elemental universe. The time detracted from his mission-clearing activities, but Vase had long given up on maximizing his AP income by this time. He understood Katiz's perspective a lot better now that he was engaging in a similar activity. Some gains were more important than ascension points. The greatest value to earning AP was to extend his stay in the system space. While Vase still wanted to earn enough AP to upgrade the Dimension Observatory and acquire a few juicy enlightenment fruits, it became increasingly more difficult to meet all of his goals for this marathon. Plans change. Vase shrugged. I already accumulated plenty of knowledge for the time being. My demand for enlightenment fruits is not particularly great when I am not even close to fully utilizing what I have already learned. Utilization had always been an old problem for Vase. Access to the system had spoiled him in terms of knowledge accumulation. While he was not as bad as the polymath, he could not resist the opportunity to learn and gain proficiency in exotic new fields if the opportunity presented itself. This caused his head to become increasingly more congested with information, much of which he never utilized all that much. For example, the introduction to the Withering Curse enlightenment fruit had granted him a lot of knowledge related to a curse that was based on the wood element. This opened a lot of new possibilities, but after making initial use of it, he had set it aside as his subsequent projects had very little to do with this valuable knowledge. Perhaps it is time for me to change that, Vase murmured. The introduction to the Withering Curse granted him valuable insights related to his upcoming ambition to design a woodsap mech, but that was still a distant prospect. Vase dug up one of the mech design proposals from the depths of his cranial implant. He remembered that he devised this idea in one of his daydreams. The Null Project, just as its name suggested, Vase originally came up with this idea in order to supply the Battle Criers with a signature mech design. The Battle Criers had become his go-to mech legion when it came to countering spiritual shenanigans. While the Battle Criers had lost a bit of relevance after the outbreak of the Red War, the mechs armed with the special Godkiller Heavy Luminaire crystal rifles became increasingly more relevant as they were quite good at draining Azure energy shields. Over time, the Battle Criers would become even more relevant as the native aliens steadily began to implement more hyper-technology in their hardware. There were also indications that the native aliens had begun to dabble in cultivation science as well. While they were still far behind red humanity when it came to adopting systematic cultivation, the more clever Phase Lords already showed signs of harnessing new abilities that were traditionally associated with Chi cultivation. That would make them even deadlier than before. Phase Lords already possessed amazing physiques. If they could amplify their strengths and mitigate their shortcomings by making use of a completely different power system, then they would definitely pose a greater threat against all human units aside from champions. High-ranking mech pilots would become even more important than before as their extraordinary willpower allowed them to overpower most Chi cultivation techniques. Expert pilots and ace pilots aren't always available in sufficient numbers. Vase determined. A lot of breakthroughs have occurred in the past half-year, but it takes time for them to acclimate to their new strength and obtain the right mechs that can allow them to channel their full power. There were simply too many battlefields and not enough champions to cover them all. Human High Command had already made the helpless decision to transfer a lot of second-class ace pilots to the upper zones in order to bet on winning the most crucial battles of the Red Tide offensive. Where did that leave the defenders of the middle zones? The lack of ace mechs in the Torald Middle Zone and other comparable regions would likely enable the Phase Lords over there to dominate the battlefield. Was there a way for Vase to inhibit these Phase Lords from overpowering conventional human defenses? I am not sure whether the Null Project can affect Phase Lords, but it should definitely be effective against other threats such as phase fighters and warships, especially if they are reliant on hyper-technology. It was a little too premature to introduce the Null Project at this timeframe, but Vase was already thinking about what Red humanity might need after successfully withstanding the Red Tide offensive. Sooner or later, the native aliens will catch up to Red humanity in terms of hyper-technology and cultivation science. When they do, my mechs will be ready to ruin their day. Chapter 6611 The Null Project. When Vase presented his latest mech design proposal to Kedis, the Swordmaster looked skeptical. We are already taking time away from completing missions by building up your ambitious elemental universe. Now you want to take even more time away from your schedule by designing this null project of yours. Are you sure you want to divert so much time on designing a rifleman mech that is designed to counter hyper-technology and chi cultivation? Such a mech is much more useful to use against our own side than the aliens. Vase nodded in acknowledgement. You are right about that last part. The timing is off, but if I don't design it now, I will have to design it later at one point. The Red Cabal and the major alien races that are aligned to it have shown a remarkable degree of adaptation. They have worked quite quickly to assimilate all of the human tech supplied by the treacherous cosmopolitan movement. I have no doubt they are rolling out more and more human-developed applications of hyper-technology as we speak. Preparing a specialized solution that can negate the amplification granted by exotic radiation is a preemptive move. Does that mean that the Null project is a commercial project? Sort of. I will adopt the same plan that you have used for the Stormblade Samurai Mark II project. I intend to design a fairly affordable and easily mass-producible second-class rifleman mech for commercial use. At the same time, I will design a quasi-first-class version that is exclusive to the Larkinson clan and more specifically the Battle Crier Mech Legion. They can finally retire their modular bright warriors equipped with outdated godkillers and switch to piloting dedicated mechs that can do the same job a lot more effectively. Though Keddy still looked as if Vase was pursuing a weird direction again, she took the time to study his proposal. She fixated on the draft and noticed several important details. The design looks pretty standard as far as rifleman mechs go. The only complications that look out of the ordinary are the oversized ammunition canisters and the ECM modules, but they do not appear to be custom jobs. I imagine that will cut down on the complexity. That is true. This is a solo project of mine. I do not intend to do anything too remarkable on a technical level. Much of its strengths lie in its hyper-technology and e-technology, and is primarily oriented around the rifle. The mech frame merely exists to make good use of the weapon, though I can still change my mind on that later in the project. Even so, I intend to publish this mech design immediately after we exit the system space. The sooner it comes out, the better. Vase wanted to maintain a fairly tight focus on this project. Every hour inside the system space was precious, so he could not afford to explore too many wild ideas at once. Keddies could clearly spot a lot of aspects about the draft design that showed that Vase took this priority seriously. He had made a clear division between the parts and systems that required greater attention and those that he could complete by relying on his existing base of solutions. There was a fair amount of overlap between the planned design of the Null project and other rifleman mechs that Vase designed in the past. The most special part was the weapon. Keddies soon noticed an odd design choice made by Vase. Do you intend to pair your rifleman mech with a ballistic rifle instead of a Gauss rifle? Vase nodded. That is correct. A Gauss rifle is nice and all, but it imposes heavy restrictions and demands on the projectile design. What is important about the Null project is that it must be capable of firing null rounds. This is the special hyper-ammunition type that produces a myriad of debilitating effects on the enemy when struck. The complexity and requirements that I have imposed on this projectile type are so much that I can only resort to a low-tech kinetic rifle type. Gauss rifles relied on electromagnetic propulsion to launch a solid piece of metal forward. Ballistic rifles relied on igniting a firearm propellant to produce hot gases that shoved a projectile out of a barrel. The former was more advanced, powerful and effective at longer ranges due to their vastly higher muzzle velocities. The latter was much simpler and cheaper. They were easier to maintain and repair due to their low-tech design and proven principles. They were pretty awful in spaceborne combat because their muzzle velocities were too slow to hit anything fast and agile at a decent distance. Gauss rifles had pretty much become the default ranged solutions for second-class mechs because of these advantages. They were not as accurate as directed energy weapons in spaceborne combat, but they tended to strike significantly harder on average. Vase had always abided by this custom. However, the interesting use of ballistic weapons for an ace mech as powerful as the Amphis Extremis had caused him to take a second look. While their cons were just as severe as before, Vase discovered that their advantages had grown after the start of the hyper generation. Weapons that launched missiles and solid projectiles were already experiencing a resurgence due to the obvious benefits of using hyper rounds. High-grade and certain medium-grade hyper materials were still scarce and difficult to procure in large quantities, but the same could not be said for low-grade hypers. As long as a company bothered To mine the many tons of low-grade hypers available in most star systems, they could easily supply all of the raw materials used to produce hyper ammunition in bulk at dirt-cheap prices. Sure, the effect of low-grade hypers was not that strong when applied to solid projectiles, but that was why Vase made sure to add 4 detachable ammunition canisters onto the mech frame. The ammunition canisters were so big and contained so many spare rounds that they impacted the mobility of the Null project. Vase believed that the advantages of carrying plenty of rounds outweighed the loss in agility and acceleration. As long as the Null project was able to expend much of its ammunition, it would steadily reduce its mass and gain more and more maneuverability. Mech pilots could even choose to prematurely eject the ammunition canisters in an emergency if they were beset by enemies at closer ranges and desperately needed to dodge incoming attacks. Kedis could surmise all of this easily enough by skimming over the mech proposal. Just because she generally refrained from designing ranged mechs did not mean she had no idea how they worked. A journeyman mech designer was still expected to understand enough principles about every common mech type to be able to design a basic version. Kedis pointed out another obvious problem. The low muzzle velocities of ballistic rifles will severely limit the effectiveness of your Null project. I do not understand why you want to use it to replace the use of your Godkiller heavy luminaire crystal rifles. The damage profiles are too far apart. It's okay because the Null project is an electronic warfare rifleman mech focused on debilitation instead of elimination. Vase responded, it is not meant to kill enemy units by itself. It should be used as a support mech instead. It can provide close to medium-ranged supporting fire that can directly hinder enemy units from employing their full capabilities in combat, especially if they are reliant on hyper-technology, e-technology or cultivation science. In order to give Kedis a better idea of why he insisted on falling back on ballistic weapons, Vase called up a draft for the special Null round that was meant to make this mech design special. This is a strange design. What does it actually do that makes it worthwhile for you to design this special mech? I haven't fully thought out the Null round yet. Vase admitted, I still need to conduct more research and figure out what I can apply based on my knowledge base. However, its main feature is to use a hyper material that can hold a small portion of the power of 2 design spirits, namely the Superior Mother and Kalo. The Swordmaster looked surprised. That is, an unusual combination of design spirits. I know, but I think I can combine their powers to produce a very special debilitating effect. You see, the Null round is principally designed to apply a curse upon contact. This curse is aimed at cutting the bonds of karma that are tied to the target. One Null round might not be able to do the job, but if the target is struck by a few dozen or several hundred rounds, the continuous applications of weak curses will probably build up to produce a powerful metaphysical isolation effect. Kedis looked completely lost at this point. Karma, that is a more obscure and advanced concept in cultivation science. I won't bother to explain it in full. Just know that karma is what allows people and objects to recognize each other. By sabotaging these bonds with curses applied by Null rounds, I think I can not only cut off a target from its own friends and allies, but maybe even cut off its connection to the power of heaven. My new weapons can do this by leveraging the damnation phase of the Superior Mother. I also intend to make creative use of Kalo to increase the confusion and prevent our target from putting the bonds of karma back together. All of this will hopefully render many forms of hyper-technology and so on ineffective. It sounded dubious and convoluted, but Vase clearly believed he could make it work. Is that possible? It should be possible in theory, but I am not too sure at the moment. Vase admitted, this is why I must develop a prototype weapon in order to test whether the concept is viable. As long as the results are positive, I can safely proceed with this project. Kedis thought about how such an outrageous effect could hinder a lot of different enemies. If your new mech design and its weapon can sabotage hyper-technology merely by firing lots of Null rounds at the target, then are you not afraid that the native aliens will copy your work and turn it against red humanity? Your work may end up hurting our side much more than the enemy because we are much more reliant on hyper-technology at the moment. Vase chuckled and shook his head. I have already accounted for that possibility. This is why the addition of the 2 design spirits are integral. Is practically impossible for anyone else to replicate their effects on a large scale. That assuaged the security concerns somewhat, but that did not make the Null project perfect. The biggest concern was the questionable effectiveness of the so-called Null rounds. As long as Vase had not yet produced any empirical proof that they could isolate a target on a metaphysical basis, then it would be stupid to commit to this project. However, as long as Vase was able to pull it off, then the rest of the mech design should be fairly quick and easy to design. Even if it lacked the advantages of other design philosophies, Vase still believed it held value due to its heavy reliance on hyper-technology and e-technology. Aside from that, Vase did not intend to stop at this point. He wanted to apply a couple of new insights that he obtained after learning about Katiz's new theories. The Null project served as an experimental platform where he could puzzle out how his upcoming mech could promote the development of its mech pilots in new and interesting ways. This mech design project can either result in a throwaway mech design, or introduce another game changer that can become an enduring seller in the coming decade. Ketiz predicted, if nothing else, it will serve as an interesting exercise. Chapter 6612 7th Generation Living Mechs. The marathon continued as Vase and Ketiz tried to balance their time between their personal projects and earning AP. Occasionally, they were able to combine the two if they happened to be working on the right mission. The Mech Designer system obviously imparted hidden meanings in each of the missions available in the upgraded mission hall. The ones that compelled Vase to conduct strange rituals widened his horizons and encouraged him to explore different fields of cultivation science. The mech design assignments that demanded him to design mechs with strict limitations and unusual traits allowed him to exercise his design skills and build up his experience. Ketiz received similar benefits whenever she accepted a mission related to swordsmanship. After becoming more and more preoccupied with their solo projects, the two mech designers spoke less often with each other. Now that they had been working in the system space for several months, they had fully adjusted to their new solitary work environment. There was only so much the two mech designers could talk about during their daily meetings. Spending day after day with the same person for so long could get rather tiring, especially when both mech designers would rather spend their precious time on more productive activities. This was why they decided to lower the frequency of their meetings to once every 3 days. That appeared to be the most optimal balance. They still gained enough social interaction to keep their heads straight, but did not break their rhythm too often. Vase had no problem with working an entire week or a month by himself, but he figured he still needed to keep tabs on Ketiz. The Swordmaster still hadn't entirely gotten rid of her maternal instincts, but she was able to endure the long days of separation from Kyrian and Myra and focus on her work. Every day she spent on improving her swordsmanship or accruing more mech design experience would allow her to come out of the system space stronger and more prepared to face the enemies of red humanity. The Null project steadily took shape, especially after Vase successfully managed to develop a working version of the Null round. Aside from the application of hyper-technology, there was not much technical complexity to designing the ballistic rifle as well as the rest of the mech. The hyper-ECM modules attached to the Null project were fairly complex by themselves, but Vase had no intentions of designing them from scratch. He merely selected a number of third-party solutions and slotted them into the mech design as best as possible. All of this meant that Vase did not need to rely on other mech designers such as Gloriana to improve and optimize the technical performance of his work. Sure, he also gave up on innovating in this aspect, but Vase knew his strengths and weaknesses. He did not deem it a productive use of his time to obsess over these aspects. He would much rather improve the spiritual foundation of his living mech design. This was his passion. Ever since he got introduced to the Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta, he constantly thought about how he could apply this theory to his living mech designs. The universality of the principles espoused by Ketiz convinced Vase that there should definitely be a way for him to promote a mech pilot's growth in the 3 areas through his work. The creation of the elemental universe was a part of this greater initiative. This would mostly serve his existing customers, the ones who were already making use of copies of his older mech designs. That did not quite satisfy his core goal of designing a mech that could improve a mech pilot's heaven, earth and man scores by directly interacting with his living mech. As promising as the elemental universe sounded to Vase, it was ultimately a roundabout solution to the current problem. It did not entirely satisfy him, which was why he eagerly wanted to work on the Null project. Vase did not spend his time in vain. Although he had difficulty trying to develop concrete new ways to apply the trifecta to a mech design, he was slowly altering the entire concept of a living mech based on his progress. When he next shared his progress with Ketiz, he made a notable declaration. "I think I am working on a big update to my implementation of living mechs." He said, "There will definitely be a substantial difference between a living mech like the Null project and my more recently completed works such as the Fey Fianna mech line as well as the Dark Zephyr Mark III. While I cannot make any solid projections, I think the performance difference will be great enough to determine that the null project will be my first 7th generation living mech. 7th generation. As one of the few mech designers who was capable of designing a living mech, Kedis understood the significance of this declaration. She looked at Vase in a different light. Instruction from their own machines will steadily be able to improve their attainments in the cultivation method embedded in the mech design. I can even include an entire series from basic to advanced in order to accommodate a wide range of customers. I am doing all of this to promote their heaven scores and hopefully bring them closer to their breakthroughs. The idea did not sound revolutionary. It was a sensible application of Kutiz's new theoretical model. Yet despite how simple it sounded, the ramifications were huge if Vase actually turned it into a reality. This was reason enough for Kedis to settle down and think seriously about the viability and usefulness of this development. First question: I do not think you need my help to devise this solution. Why bother asking for my assistance? You are correct, but I still find value in consulting your expert opinion. You already know the ins and outs of this mech-directed instruction. Why should I bother to reinvent the wheel when you already created a perfectly round object? Besides, you have already moved beyond theory. Your practical experience is essential to optimizing my own implementation. I want my first 7th generation living mech to start off on the strongest possible footing. Neglecting your input is not wise. I guess I can help you address a few issues that I have neglected in my own initial implementations. Kedis said as she acquiesced to his call for aid. I have the feeling that this new feature may be significant enough to declare a new generation, but that you will not be entirely satisfied with this alone. What other changes and additions do you have in mind? She was right about her suspicion that Vase had more in store for his 7th generation living mechs. Vase had another feature in mind that could add more definition to his next generation of living products. The only issue was that Kedis might not approve of his next idea. While I don't have to add my next proposal to my 7th generation living mechs, I think they would become a lot less impressive without this feature. Let me warn you in advance, Kedis. My other idea is based on demoncasting. That most definitely provoked a reaction from Kedis. Are you serious? I thought that demoncasting is only applicable to individual mechs and objects that you have personally worked upon. Are you trying to mass-produce a lesser form of D-arms through demonic cultivation or other immoral means? Vase raised his palms in innocence. Hey, I am not crossing any of the lines we have set during our last discussion on demoncasting. Let me explain my idea first before you cast your judgment. You know how demoncasting works, right? It relies on burning a demon until it becomes fluid enough to force into a demoncasting mold, which promptly reconfigures the highly pliable demon into a specific shape that can enhance a specific property before pressing it into an object. Well, what if you try to do it in reverse? In reverse, the mention of it sounded so absurd that Kedis had absolutely no idea what kind of craziness that Vase managed to cook up in his own spare time. It's quite simple, Kedis. Just swap the input and output of demoncasting and change a few more details to make it work. The goal is to strengthen the mech pilot in a specific manner by using the living mech as a special version of a demoncasting mold. The input is the souls of defeated adversaries. As long as the null project or any other 7th generation living mech is close enough to a bunch of dying aliens, it will do its best to harvest their souls and process them by quickly filtering out as much harmful and unproductive junk as possible. The living mech should then begin to press them through its integrated mold before applying whatever is left onto the mech pilot somehow. I know it sounds vague and iffy, but I think that this is a fantastic way to further speed up the cultivation of my customers. Let me be honest, Vase. This is one of the most idiotic ideas related to mechs that I have heard in my life. I will not even address the insanity of thinking about pressing processed alien souls onto vulnerable human souls. Whatever the result will be, I can already predict that you will end up contaminating and corrupting lots of gullible mech pilots. There is no way the Red Association will let you get away with such a crazy experiment. That you think that you can even introduce such a mech to the market speaks volume about your mental stability. Are you sure you are able to maintain your sanity during this marathon? Because I am beginning to doubt your ability to maintain a clear head. Well, it is admittedly not the soundest idea that I have come up with. Vase reluctantly conceded. Chapter 6613 Ultimate Module. D-Chamber. Okay, so the crazy idea to add a way to demoncast the souls of deceased enemies onto the mech pilot got shot down. In hindsight, Vase may have been trying to force it too much. He couldn't help it. He valued demon-casting and wanted to apply it on a mass scale. Vase did not mind too much that he had to withdraw this crazy idea. There was no harm in coming up with new proposals. Even if it ended up too impractical to ever get implemented in his 7th-generation living mechs, he still managed to exercise his imagination and maintain a proactive mindset. Besides, he already developed a less extreme proposal that applied the same principles to a more innocuous target. If you don't want me to apply demon-casting to the mech pilot, then let's switch it up to a more acceptable target. Vase said after he gave up on his initial proposal. My next design application cannot serve as a core component of 7th-generation living mechs. It can only be implemented to the Null project as an ultimate module. He began to project the design of the Null rifle to Kedis. Ballistic weapons were low-tech, so the design of the weapon did not encompass a lot of sophistication. The Null rifle possessed the typical characteristics of a mech-grade assault rifle designed to unload a lot of bullets in a short amount of time. It boasted a high firing rate, relatively high recoil, medium accuracy and relatively low effective range. Persistent heavy use could quickly cause the weapon to overheat. The barrel had to endure a lot of abuse and might even have to be scrapped after a single long engagement. However, the materials used to construct the barrel of the Null rifle were fairly common and could easily be recycled. All in all, the Null rifle was a cheap and serviceable weapon that could do its job but not much else. The only unusual quirk aside from its optional belt feeding system that could supply it with rounds on a continuous basis was the secondary chamber. Vase had clearly invested more time and attention on designing this second chamber into the rifle structure. Is this the ultimate module? Kedis guessed. What does it do? It looks as if it does nothing aside from holding a single round. Have you designed a super bullet? No. Vase shook his head. It is just a Null round. I don't want to develop a separate ammunition type for this feature because that will just increase the logistical burden of the Null project, which is not conducive to mass adoption. It is not a big problem to use basic Null rounds for this ultimate module, because it is called the D chamber. Kedis took a moment to process what she just heard. While the current idea was not as crazy as the last proposal, she could still recognize several questionable points about the implementation. The name was already enough for Kedis to figure out what Vase had in mind. I see. You still haven't given up on demon-casting. If my guess is correct, then the Null round in this special chamber will be subjected to a form of demon-casting when the Null project mech is engaged in battle. Any fairly strong enemy soul that is captured by the living mech will be pressed into the Null round, which will hopefully cause it to undergo a qualitative transformation and grow stronger to the point where its power has far surpassed its existing limitations. The resulting D round must be fired quickly to inflict a much more painful blow onto an enemy target or risk destroying the D chamber from within. The mech pilot can also choose to eject the D round and store it in a fortified storage container to save the D round for later use. I don't see this idea working out as well as you think. First, can a component as small as the D chamber even induce the process of demonization? It works because it is an ultimate module. Vase patiently responded. Have you forgotten the working principles of ultimate modules? They are the body of the companion spirit of a living mech. This means that it can possess a complete function from the main machine. In this case, I intend for it to imitate Helena's death feather technique, which is apparently very effective at inducing demonization. Kedis did not bother to ask about the death feather technique and how Vase learned that it was good at producing demons. Minor demons cannot come from any soul as far as I know. Will the Null project mechs be able to harvest enough eligible souls in a typical battle? They should be, as long as they fly close enough to a large enemy warship. Their senior officers are usually strong enough, though the exact numbers and proportions can vary depending on the alien species. This was not an ideal circumstance, but it was the best Vase could do given the limitations. What about the crucial steps needed to transform a Null round into a so-called D round? I cannot see how your D chamber can possibly reproduce a process that actually requires a large system-provided demon-casting forge. I don't know yet, Vase admitted. I need to conduct an experiment to figure out whether it is viable. I should have enough time during this marathon to obtain the answer. Don't forget that a full demon-casting forge needs to account for a lot of different variables. It needs to be able to work on larger objects, produce more powerful effects and accommodate an incredible variety of demon-casting molds. My D chamber will function as a much more constrained version of a demon-casting forge that only serves to apply a single demon-casting mold to a single Null round. Kedis still looked skeptical. I fear that you are overestimating your e-engineering capabilities. We have only demoncasted a single product, and you are already dreaming about replicating the entire demoncasting forge in a more limited and miniaturized form. I do not know whether you understand the depth of your arrogance. Vase grinned and shrugged. At least I have the will and ambition to surpass the current limitations of mechs. I have to try, because how else can my null project save the day? At worst, I will just leave out the D chamber and replace it with another ultimate module. I still think I can make it work. The most difficult problem I need to solve is to learn what a demoncasting mold actually is and how I can imitate it in a smaller form. After Vase introduced his secondary idea to Kedis, he shifted his attention back to his 7th generation living mechs. Vase was not done with trying to distinguish his 7th generation work from the previous generations. He still wanted to turn it into a serious accomplishment that served as a strong attraction to the mech market. It not only had to be a strong selling point, but also served to provide additional help in winning the battles in the front lines. The Red War loomed tall over the mech industry. Many mech designers would be more than willing to fight on the front lines if it made a difference, but they were merely non-combatants. Even if they formed a blood pact with a yellow jacket, they wouldn't be able to make a mistake in the short term. Just because they understood how to put a mech together did not mean they could control it as proficiently as a professional pilot. What else could he do with his 7th generation living mechs? Perhaps he could popularize existing solutions that Vase previously kept exclusive to his clan. Battle formations came to mind. The ability to manifest the power of design spirits in the material realm and change an entire battle around by launching a powerful attack could be used to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The demands of battle formations was hard, but it was not impossible for other groups to be able to reproduce the trump cards of the Larkinson clan. The Glory Seekers were a good example of that. They had employed battle formations that summoned the power of the Daughter of Death so many times that the native aliens specifically had to devise a counter to their antics. Nowadays, anytime a troop of Valkyrie mechs clumped together, the native alien warships would quickly launch devastating missiles and torpedoes at them, seeking to disrupt or destroy the mechs in massive explosions. The Glory Seekers wised up, though. The clever Hexers often tried to bait out these missile volleys in advance by pretending to form a battle formation. They even formed 5 or 10 different battle formations, of which only 1 or 2 were genuine while the rest were decoys. Due to how effectively the death-aspected battle formations were able to depopulate entire warships that lacked the protection of strong defensive hyper-technology, the presence of Penitent Sisters and Glory Seekers on the battlefield was enough to restrain the native aliens. They could no longer fight as aggressively as before and had to widen the distance between warships in order to prevent them all from getting swept in a single battle formation pass. This already constituted a strategic advantage. What if more alien forces had to alter their tactics and take this threat into account? The conditions to reproduce a battle formation were tough, but not impossible to meet. The forces that acquired the appropriate mechs just had to gather the right mech pilots and train them to cooperate with each other on a deeper level than usual. Vase could already imagine the sight of battle formations terrorizing the border regions. No alien force would be able to unscrupulously invade a star system without the fear of suffering massive losses. However, there was one issue that restrained him from including battle formations to his 7th generation living mechs. Most design spirits could not bear the repeated energy consumption of channeling lots of power in the material realm. Nothing came for free. All of those death energy attack waves sapped a lot of juice out of Helena. Perhaps his eldest sister may have grown to the point where she may be able to support the occasional summons of the Hex army, especially if Vase took the upcoming proliferation of the Rule Breaker project into account. Once the Milky Way embraced the first Karman mech line in their galaxy on an unprecedentedly huge scale, both Lufa in the aspect of transcendence and the Daughter of Death were bound to receive a huge amount of spiritual feedback. However, this did not really affect other design spirits all that much. Vase knew that it was possible for them to exchange spiritual energy with each other, but they all had to go through the costly and inefficient effort to convert it into a form that was more digestible to them. It just was not worth the effort unless they were literally starving. Vase shook his head. There was no need for him to trade away his trump card to give Red humanity a better shot at holding onto the front lines. The aliens might outnumber the Red humans, but the latter still showed enough signs of being able to cope with massed cannon fodder. The true threat consisted of phase lords who exerted a disproportionate effect on with the ace pilots who used to fight in the middle zones getting transferred to the upper zones in a hurry. The situation in the former was bound to deteriorate. Vase did not fault human high command for making this sacrifice. The best strategists and planners that Red humanity had to offer must have made extremely detailed calculations. Their logic for this strategic shift was sound, though the human cost was extremely heavy. I can't save all of Red humanity, but what I can do is help with filling up this gap as much as possible. He was still a senior mech designer and a young one at that. While he may have become famed for introducing powerful innovations that changed how Red humanity fought, Vase was not able to whip out a massive game-changing invention on demand. The best he could do for the time being was to introduce the Null Project, a ranged mech that had the potential to inhibit the performance of phase lords. A single rifleman mech armed with a ballistic rifle might not be able to make a difference, but what about 100? What about 1,000? If all of them unloaded their magazines filled with null rounds onto a phase lord, they may actually be able to weaken the phase lord to the extent that he would rather retreat from the battlefield than to risk serious harm. Since the Null Project was largely centered around the use of special ammunition, Vase began to think about how the mech could amplify the effectiveness of their attacks even further. The inclusion of mech-directed auxiliary chi cultivation instruction should already be enough to slightly promote the breakthrough rates of mech pilots in the medium, and that would not do enough to relieve the short-term crisis that engulfed Red humanity. Vase needed to introduce a more immediate solution. Chapter 6614 The New Value of Living Mechs. Mechs defined the age of mechs. Human civilization had reached the right conditions to introduce mechs and promote them on an enormous scale. The technology, the demand and the surrounding infrastructure all happened to provide more than enough support to turn mechs into a galaxy-wide phenomenon. Yet now that Red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn, it was not quite certain whether mechs would remain dominant. There were plenty of armchair theorists who claimed that warships would become dominant again or that infantry became the future due to the long-term effects of systematic cultivation. Nobody could say for certain what could become Red humanity's next premier war platform. The mech industry insisted that mechs had too many advantages for people to abandon wholesale. They provided the right balance between power and practicality. The infrastructure centered around the development, production, repairs and recycling was not only extremely expansive, but had also reached an incredible degree of efficiency. That last reason alone ensured that mechs would be able to stick around for a long time. Even if other viable competitors existed, it was too hard to dislodge the advantages of an established player. However, what if mechs in their current state failed to remain competitive in the long run? Mech designers such as Vase could never afford to let that happen. Their entire careers were based around the mass proliferation of mechs. If their products became a lot less popular, then not many of them would be able to maintain their business presence. This was why it was the solemn duty of all mech designers to constantly push mech development to a greater height. Only through constant innovation and reimagination would the mech industry be able to keep its sole product category dominant in human society. Low-ranking mech designers could forget about taking part in this collective mission. They still needed to learn the ropes of mech design and were far from ready to make contributions that could make a significant impact on the mech industry. Vase was in a much better position to do this than many other senior mech designers. That was not to say that every other senior was inconsequential. People like Gloriana and Jovi Armelon had already made significant attainments in coming up with revolutionary design applications that could enrich mechs once their inventors became masters. These examples actually showed that seniors faced an uphill battle when it came to popularizing good inventions. The mech industry frequently looked down on their innovations because they were only valid on their own works. Vase was no exception in this regard. Even to this day, his iconic living mechs and his civilization-changing Carmen mechs still remained exclusive to his own works. This was why the mechers and the fleeters assigned a permanent escort force to him, and it was also why hardly anyone else tried to imitate and further iterate on his solutions. It was not because his competitors were unwilling to adopt living mechs, but they were unable to do without the secret support of the Red Kingdom. Even if most mech designers remained blissfully unaware of the existence of the Red Kingdom, they still understood the common sense that only the design philosophies of master mech designers became universally available. Vase therefore continued to encounter hindrances when it came to popularizing his solutions, and thereby promote the evolution of mechs in his own way. Not even the boundary-breaking mechs such as the Yellow Jacket line, which received universal acclaim for its historic features, could convince people that living mechs represented the future evolution of mechs. Vase turned to Kedis, who knew more about living mechs than almost any other mech designer. "What do you think about living mechs?" Vase suddenly asked. The woman blinked. I thought we were talking about what you intend to introduce with your 7th generation living mechs. We are, but I first want to hear your thoughts about the current state of my products. You happen to be able to design living mechs by yourself, but you never embraced them as extensively as one. Why are you okay with that? Is there stuff about living mechs that you do not believe in or find redundant? Not as such. Kedis shook her head. I think your 6th generation living mechs are definitely good. They wouldn't sell so well if they were inferior in performance. It is just, I want my works to be able to succeed in the mech market on their own merits. If I put more effort into adopting your design solutions, I may be able to sell more mechs, but it will be to your credit as opposed to mine. I do not believe I can lose to you purely in terms of designing swordsman mechs. This is my specialization and my passion. By constantly measuring up my work to your own, I can gain a clearer idea whether my products are good enough. So far, I am not too dissatisfied with the state of the Monster Slayer and the Stormblade Samurai Mark II. In other words, Kedis did not dislike his living mechs or thought that they were bad. She just sought to maintain a certain degree of distance from his works in order to build up her own brand. That was completely fine. He would do the same if he was in her place. She could never become a market leader if he or she kept reproducing the solutions of a better mech designer. The only exception to this rule were direct disciples. Vase considered Alexa Strian to be one of his direct successors, which meant that she would not have that many issues if she replicated all of the features of his latest generation of living mechs. Of course, Vase had to teach her all of the tricks of the trade in order for her to be able to replicate his latest works. Vase still thought that his influence over the mech industry and red humanity as a whole was still too limited in scope. Many of his problems could easily be solved if he managed to realize his design philosophy and finally advance to the rank of master mech designer, but that was not realistic in the short term. Vase therefore had to find an alternative means to increase the value of his living mechs and make them more valued and indispensable to society. One of the ideas that I came up with as I was thinking on how to develop the D-chamber is what exactly happens to living mechs when they sustain too much damage and have to be scrapped for whatever reason. There are also old and outdated living mechs that get sold to salvaging companies in order to get recycled. Kedis tilted her head after hearing that. What are you on about this time? Think about it. Don't you think that it is a waste of living mechs, especially the more recent third-order living mechs, to die simply because people have better use for their materials? That is pretty normal, Vase. I do not think that people are callous enough to ignore the existence of the living personalities inside the machines, but what can they do with it? Upgrade them to a newer version. What if your LMC has yet to do so, as is the case with some of your older classics such as the Valkyrie Redeemer? As for reconstructing the old and damaged machines, that is possible for the personalized machines of up-and-coming heroes, but it cannot be done on a large scale. The effort is too wasteful and too heavy on the logistics. We are at war. We are also suffering from extensive resource shortages. We cannot waste serviceable mech-grade alloys when they can still be used to produce more modern machines. Vase nodded in agreement. I do not object to your descriptions. As sad as it is, not many people at the top think it is worthwhile to reconstruct heavily damaged machines, even if they have evolved into third-order living mechs that have years of experience under their belt. Our industries are much more efficient at mass-producing new mechs than repairing damaged ones on a larger scale. This is why I have been thinking about how to improve how much can be salvaged from a living mech when it has reached the end of service life for whatever reason. His former student could already deduce what he had in mind based on the direction of his talks. Let me guess, you want to make it easier for people to recycle the spiritual foundation of your living mechs. Yes, living mechs and particularly third-order living mechs are treasures in my eyes. Why would you throw it all away? One of the problems with taking them out of existing mech frames is that they are intangible and damn hard to work with on a material level. This is why I have decided to install hyper keystones underneath the cockpits of all of my living mechs. These keystones are essentially hyper materials that can absorb and contain most of the spiritual foundation of a living mech. Is that even possible, Vase? Not in the past, but this is the age of dawn. My understanding of hyper-technology and e-technology has improved. Better hyper materials have also become available. One that is suitable to serve as a keystone might not be able to maintain a 100% retention rate, but I am already happy if it can preserve 50% of the spiritual foundation of a third-order living mech. He projected the draft design of the Null project and zoomed in on the cockpit. Just as Vase described, The underside of the cockpit seat contained a keystone that could potentially contain the spiritual foundation of a third-order living mech if there was no other way for the mech frame to remain operational. Vase designed it so that the mech pilot could easily slide open a mechanical lock and take out the briefcase-sized keystone before evacuating from the cockpit. While the keystone was rather heavy, Vase made sure to make it easy to grip by including a handle. Kedis actually looked a bit impressed at this user-friendly implementation. If you can upgrade your living mechs to make this work, then I can definitely see this work. Will you make it so that you can effectively revive third-order living mechs by sliding them in the same slot under the cockpit seat of a freshly produced machine? Yes, so long as they belong to the same mech line. Vase replied, this is a great way to preserve older and much more developed third-order living mechs. They are too precious for people to discard just because it is costlier to scrap a heavily damaged mech than to restore it. There will be a degree of loss, but the most important bits will still be preserved. I will make sure to slightly change the dimensions of the hyper keystones and the slots so that mismatching will not occur. Kedis thought a bit more about this feature. Not everyone will bother to pay for a new living mech just to host these hyper keystones. What if they do not want to acquire a new Valkyrie Redeemer to replace the one that has just gotten blasted apart? What if the LMC has no longer decided to update old mech lines such as the Aurora Titan and the Crystal Lord? Will the hyper keystones from those extinct lines become worthless? Vase shook his head. Nope. Think about it, Kedis. The developed spiritual foundations of these living mechs can still be repurposed. This is why I originally came up with this idea. I think that it would be great if they can be used as key ingredients in the process of crafting powerful artifacts. Artifacts? Didn't you come up with the idea of beastcasting a while ago? You can treat this as a similar idea. High-level artifacts can be distinguished from low-level ones by possessing their own form of life and intelligence. It is normally very hard to create them because most methods involve imbuing them with an existing soul. That is not what I have read, Kedis said. Vase smiled. You are right, there are exceptions. One of the best ways to circumvent this requirement is by creating a masterwork or higher. That seems to birth a rudimentary soul or boost the power of an existing one. Other than that, most traditional craftsmen can only make do with repurposing existing souls, especially if they want to ramp up production. Instead of supplying them with unethical human souls or downright hostile alien souls, we can instead supply the increasing number of traditional workshops with more powerful and more cooperative spiritual foundations of third-order living mechs. If this could work, then Vase could increase the value of his 7th-generation living mechs by making them useful even if they had reached the end of their service life. As long as their hyper keystones remained intact, they could be pulled out so that the valuable spiritual remnant contained within could be used to enable the production of high-level artifacts by adequately skilled traditional craftsmen. Chapter 6615 Kickstarting High-Level Artifact Production. Vase possessed enough connections with the Red Collective to understand that the production of artifacts and especially high-level artifacts had become a rising priority. The Collies may be new to the scene, but they were led by plenty of far-sighted leaders, Vase included. While Vase had remained mostly hands-off when it came to directing the policies of the latest member of the Red Three, he had a strong interest in promoting the rise of creation cultivators. This was because he believed that the use of artifacts could help Red humanity fight back against the native aliens. Not only that, the use of powerful artifacts could also help Red humanity's greatest heroes meet the threat posed by the aliens of Messier 87. Artifacts had yet to become a phenomenon in human civilization, but it was only a matter of time before artifact production became the latest pillar of Red humanity's industries. Certain parts of Red humanity embraced traditional craftsmanship a lot more enthusiastically than others. Aside from the Red Collective, two notable groups also invested a considerable amount of resources into manpower into artifact production. The Eternal Vulcan Empire embraced traditional craftsmanship for obvious reasons. The dwarves had come to worship Vulcan almost universally, and that gave them greater motivation than others to take up extraordinary crafts. Becoming creation cultivators was not only an excellent way for them to embrace the new possibilities of the Age of Dawn, but also allowed them to get closer to their supposed god. Another broad group of people that invested more in traditional craftsmanship was surprisingly third-raters. Not all of them expressed interest in it, but there were proportionally more of them that saw value in becoming traditional craftsmen. This was because this new and emerging industry offered a much better pathway to prosperity than other career choices. Second-raters and third-raters might be able to attain better results by relying on their superior augmentations and easier access to more expensive materials, but craftsmanship was ultimately about being able to make products with heart and soul. As long as third-raters became good at creating high-quality artifacts, they would definitely earn the appreciation of big companies and investors. If they were able to become good enough to create masterworks of their own, then even first-class groups might take an interest in these emerging talents. Whatever the case, the demand for artifacts would definitely grow in the future. When you think about it, demoncasting can be considered an attempt to produce a high-level artifact through the unorthodox means of embedding them with a relatively powerful demon. Vase explained. However, that also means that there are regular methods that do not involve such a dangerous source of power. The problem is that most of them are fairly troublesome. For example, you have been trying to turn your Bloodsinger into an artifact by spending a disproportionate amount of time and attention on carrying it around and upgrading it on an incremental basis. Yet all you have to show for it is a sword that is still within the range of a minor artifact. Kedis frowned, but did not refute his description. That was true before, but now that I have turned it into my life sword, I think it will take less time for it to evolve into a major artifact. Oh really? Let's compare, then. Vase decided to retrieve the ocean collar from the Vault of Eternity. The remarkable flute appeared in his hand in an instant and already began to pulse with the anticipation of getting used. Kedis took a deep look at the flute before she decided to pull out the Bloodsinger. Compared to its earlier state, the Bloodsinger indeed appeared to be a little stronger and more alive after forming a pact with its wielder. Yet when the ocean collar and the Bloodsinger were placed next to each other, both mech designers could perceive a very clear difference in strength, sophistication and development. This is not a fair comparison. You obtained a ready-made high-level artifact from the system while I acquired and built up the Bloodsinger through my own efforts. Kedis complained. Vase smiled. You are right, I am not passing off the ocean collar as my work. My purpose in making this comparison is to give you a clear indication of what actually constitutes a high-level artifact. My flute here is governed by a mature artifact spirit. As for your Bloodsinger, I think it has only recently obtained the prototype of one due to the Life Sword Pact. If not for this sacrifice, your greatsword would have remained only slightly more special than a regular manufactured product. Why is this important? Because not everyone is willing or able to replicate your method to transform a sword or other object into a high-level artifact, Kedis. Traditional blacksmiths may be able to forge 100 or so sword artifacts per year. You can't expect them to repeatedly pay the price to empower their creations. Unless they are so good that they can produce masterworks at will, they can only resort to using external sources to imbue their creations with artifact spirits. Kedis began to understand his argument. And you think that the spiritual foundations of living mechs are better suited for this than the alternatives? Yes, Vase grinned and nodded. My latest proposal hits multiple birds with a single stone. First, it preserves the personality of a living mech even after the machine is destined to be scrapped. It provides the emerging artifact industry with an abundant and sustainable source of hyper-keystones that can be used to imbue unfinished works with intelligent, friendly and reliable artifact spirits. As long as the latter still retain the memories of their previous incarnations, then they will maintain a high degree of loyalty towards red humanity and would be glad if they can be put to use despite adopting another form. This will be especially great if the artifacts consist of mech-grade weapons such as swords, rifles and more. Infantry-grade artifacts were nice and all, but the real value in their existence lay in their ability to augment the combat power of mechs. Even Kedis could foresee how many mechs could stand a better chance in a fight if they were lucky enough to wield genuine high-level artifacts. The Sword Maidens can definitely benefit if I can convert the mech great swords of their second swords and storm swords into customized high-level artifacts. She said, it would be better if our clan has trained enough traditional blacksmiths that can do this work without my assistance. That should easily be doable, Kedis. Your helpers and assistants only need to become good enough to produce low-level artifacts, which shouldn't be too difficult as long as you hire talented workers. Once they are trained into actual creation cultivators, they can forge a mech greatsword before using a hyper-keystone to imbue them with a well-developed artifact spirit. That should be enough to convert the weapon into a relatively basic high-level artifact. It still won't be as sophisticated as the Ocean Collar, but the new mech greatsword artifact should definitely be able to inflict greater damage and pierce through defenses a lot easier than before. The high-level artifact will also become a much better medium to channel extraordinary sword techniques. The mech pilot will be able to channel the power of heaven a lot more effectively than before. Ancient sword cultivators could not be separated from their sword artifacts. Only when they wielded a powerful enough blade would they be able to overcome the strong while being weak. Even the Heavensward grew enthused at the prospect of enabling the mass production of high-level artifact weapons. It glowed in a clear sign of approval. Compared to your last ideas, this one is both sound and practical. Kedis concluded, the implementation of the hyper keystone is questionable. Unless you can create a working example and test it to see whether it can preserve most of the spiritual foundation of a third-order living mech, the viability of this proposal remains uncertain. However, as long as you solve this key issue, this can open up so many possibilities. I can think of no other source of souls that are more suitable to be converted to artifact spirits than ones that have already served in this capacity. When you think about it, third-order living mechs have a few similarities with high-level artifacts. Vase agreed with all of her points. He only made this realization relatively later, but he believed that this was a good development. It not only showed that his living mechs kept getting better with each generation, but it also proved that traditional craftsmanship was not the only means to creating high-level artifacts. So you have no ethical or moral concerns about the potential repurposing of third-order living mechs? He asked. After all, not all of them may be pleased to be reduced from a powerful and potentially autonomous machine to a much more limited weapon that cannot even move by itself. Perhaps that is a quandary that is more relevant to you rather than me, Vase. As far as I am concerned, it doesn't hurt to ask the prospective artifact spirit what it wants. You should at least make an effort to match its past with its future. For example, a living mech spirit that used to occupy a swordsman mech would probably hate to be imbued into a rifle artifact. You need to set rules on this sort of stuff and make sure that traditional craftsmen abide by them. Also, if a spirit trapped in one of those hyper keystones doesn't want to fight anymore and wants to end its own existence, I think you should give it the option to do so rather than force it to persist. That was a fair request. I will modify the design of the hyper keystone so that the spirit inside can voluntarily choose to disable containment and go free, thereby preventing it from being used and abused by humans as well as our enemies. This was a prudent measure in case the hyper keystones fell into the hands of the native aliens. Vase did not want this new resource to end up benefiting his own opponents. How easy is it to create a high-level artifact by making use of a filled keystone? Kedis wondered. You have never created a high-level artifact like the Ocean Collar before. That is true, but Vulcan has accrued a huge amount of knowledge and experience in modern craftsmanship. Vase retorted. He is also becoming more proficient in multiple forms of traditional craftsmanship, though his understanding of it is still rather spotty and incomplete. He should actually be capable of creating a basic high-level artifact if he is lucky enough to produce a masterwork, but the end result does not start off on a strong footing. It takes time and persistent usage for the masterwork to grow into the power of a high-level artifact, which is not much different from my living mechs. Outside of that, there are multiple different rituals and processes to convert external souls into artifact spirits. The simplest ones don't require a lot of time to learn. Of course, the results usually weren't the best. It was a waste of a good spirit to crudely mash it into an artifact embryo, but Vase could not expect much from inexperienced craftsmen that did not have time to polish their new skills. As far as he was concerned, any high-level artifact was better than any low-level artifact. So long as Vase managed to design and sell a lot of 7th-generation living mechs, he was not afraid that the supply of filled hyper keystones would run out anytime soon, especially during times of war. In this way, living mechs would play an indispensable role to human civilization. They had the potential to birth an entirely new supply chain that could kickstart the artifact industry and put it on overdrive. More and more mechs would subsequently be able to swap out their regular weapons with powerful artifacts that could give them a much stronger edge against the native aliens. The longer the Red War dragged on, the more high-level artifacts became available. This would cause the mech forces of Red humanity to steadily become more powerful even if their numbers steadily dwindled. Quantity over quality. Only by raising the average combat power of mechs would Red humanity stand a chance of overcoming the hordes of native aliens. Chapter 6616. 9 months. By the time Vase presented his idea to make living mechs the incubators of artifact spirits, Kedis looked a lot more impressed than before. You know, you should have started with presenting this proposal instead of what you previously had in mind. The woman said, you are too obsessed with demoncasting. The thought of trying to reverse demoncast a human soul by using dead alien souls as fuel sounds insane on so many levels that you should have known better. At least now you are relying on more known and familiar phenomena to put this solution together. Vase had a different thought on the matter. I know that the implementation of hyper keystones is a lot more palatable to everyone, but it will probably take a year or longer for this policy change to start producing widespread changes. After all, the freshly produced null projects need time to grow into third-order living mechs. Then they need to perish in battle, but not to the extent that their hyper keystones got destroyed in the process. Only then can they be used as the artifact spirits of high-level artifacts or anything that comes close to their level. Then these powerful new artifacts need to be shipped to their users, who will probably need more time to get used to their new gear and learn how to make optimal use of their special capabilities. He hated the fact that it took so many steps to produce a meaningful strategic shift in the Red War. Every step took a certain amount of time and effort to complete. The more steps between the start and the end of the supply chain, the greater the overall delay. In comparison, his previous idea was much simpler in concept. Most of the steps took place inside his living mech. As long as the mech fought on a battlefield and managed to get close enough to a bunch of dying aliens, the null project would already satisfy the most crucial requirement. The actual casting process was really simple. No other external factors needed to get involved at this point. So long as Vase devised the actual mechanics of this spiritual process and integrated it into a standard mech design, he only needed to sit back and wait for changes. Perhaps the process may take months to produce results, but Vase still expected lots of mech pilots growing stronger and more capable of fighting the native aliens after the reverse demoncasting attempt finally yielded results. The outcome may turn out to be dangerous or risky, but that only excited Vase. Even a failed result was better than no result. He would just have to return to the design of the null project and tweak the parameters in order to fine-tune the special functions. Alas, Katiz's reaction was a powerful indication that the rest of the mech community might not look upon this proposal with favor. Vase did not dare to neglect her advice, nor dismiss her feedback as worthless. She represented the common sense of red humanity. Many other people would probably react in similar ways if they learned about what he had cooked up in his mind. Even if Vase was not able to turn this insane idea into reality, just voicing it would cause his reputation to plummet. He could hardly afford to tarnish his reputation when he needed as much backing as possible to maintain his current privileges. This was why Vase readily agreed to shelve his earlier idea and adopt the current one instead. Is this the extent of what you have in mind for your 7th-generation living mechs? Ketiz asked. Yes, my 7th-generation living mechs need to make a statement, and I think this is enough of a package to make people take my upcoming products seriously. The combination between mech-directed auxiliary chi cultivation instruction and hyper keystones will not produce an immediate improvement on the battlefield, but as long as our side can hold the line for a few months, the first changes will begin to be felt. High-level mech-grade artifacts have the potential to immediately boost the combat power of expert mechs and ace mechs, which will subsequently help them cope against phase lords. Ketiz also grew more optimistic about the prospect of high-level artifacts falling into the hands of powerful mechs. This may be crucial in closing the gap against phase lords armed with Saint Piercer arms. Whether high-level artifacts can resist the damage inflicted by superdimensional weapons or not, at least our side will be able to retaliate much more effectively than before. That should restrain the enemy champions and rein in their aggression. All of this sounded great, but nothing was certain yet while Vase had yet to produce any solid results. This was why he directed his attention back to the current session. We are already a few months into the marathon, he said as he reflected on how he and Ketiz spent their time so far. I think it is safe to say that our plans couldn't keep up with our changes. I do not necessarily think that is bad. Our primary goal is to prop up red humanity by giving it the resources and tools that are necessary to put up a better fight against the native aliens. Which we are still doing but in another way, Ketiz added. Agreed. We initially thought we could get this done by earning lots of AP, upgrading the Dimension Observatory and absorbing an expensive enlightenment fruit from the Tree of Possibilities. Instead, we have used most of the time we have earned from completing a number of missions to invest in our personal projects. In hindsight, this is even better, because we can meet our goal by relying on our existing capabilities rather than depend on the system for a huge knowledge infusion. That said, we need to adjust our planning and rethink our AP allocation. The two mech designers briefly listed out their AP revenue and expenditures and performed a few calculations. They roughly tried to predict how extensively they could milk the remaining batch of missions. I determined much longer they could afford to remain inside the system space. Soon enough, Vase and Ketiz found themselves at a crossroads. We have two choices, he said. Since we have given up on exchanging enlightenment fruits, our only AP expenditures left in our planning are the planned upgrades to the Dimension Observatory. I think we need to earn at least 1000 AP between the two of us in order to bring it up to a useful enough state. That is a heavy investment with an uncertain payoff. The alternative to this is to drop this demand entirely and just use all of that AP to extend our stay in the system space by 2 years or so. We can get a lot of work done during that time. The way he put these two choices made it sound that it was a brain-dead choice to go for the latter. A senior mech designer and a journeyman mech designer who also worked as a swordmaster could truly conduct a lot of valuable research and complete half a dozen high-quality design projects during this time. 3 years have passed since the start of Age of Dawn, Kedis said. Our society has gone through a huge amount of changes during that time. Red humanity has already diverged enormously from the folks back in our original galaxy. While many people have contributed to these changes, I still think that the two of us can unleash a set of changes that can put our civilization year ahead of the curve if we can develop our ideas for 2 additional years. Time was the scarcest and most precious resource of a mech designer. The ability to earn additional time was one of the most valuable and subversive benefits offered by the mech designer system. While the prospects of being able to extend their stay for 500 to 700 additional days sounded like a dream to any mech designer, the problem was that the individual in question was still human. Vase stared directly into Katiz's eyes. Will you be able to endure 2 years of isolation from your children and your fellow sisters of the Swordmaiden Mech Legion? Even if we leave the system space for very short intervals in order to remind yourself who you are doing this for, this may end up doing more harm than good. You will still suffer from a sense of temporal dislocation with the people who remain in reality. The Swordmaster lowered her head. She felt conflicted about this matter. She was supposed to be stronger than this, but Kedis the mother did not want to prolong her stay to such an exaggerated extent. Given the stakes, I am willing to do what is necessary, but I would truly prefer it if we can end this marathon under a tighter schedule. I understand, Kedis. To be honest, I would prefer it if we stick to a semblance of our original plan as well. I invested an entire upgrade track into establishing the Dimension Observatory. I hate for it to remain unused. Let us try our best not to come up with any further distractions and cause our plans to become outdated yet again. We have already devised enough stuff to shock red humanity once we emerge from the system space. The two mech designers were determined not to get carried away by future whims or bursts of inspiration. No matter how tempting it sounded to explore a fantastic new idea, it was not wise for them to bite more than they could chew. They should focus on digesting their current gains first in order to make sure they could present concrete gains to a race and civilization that urgently needed a short-term boost. This was what they set out to do since this pivotal meeting. Vase continued to split his time between completing missions and fleshing out the Null project. Not only did he have to figure out a way to reproduce demoncasting in a miniaturized form in order to create the ultimate module for the Null project, he also had to develop the key systems that would define his 7th-generation living mechs. Kedis meanwhile continued to flesh out her new swordsmanship paradigm and began to formulate numerous extraordinary sword styles that conformed to the so-called School of Reformed Swordsmanship. It was not enough for her to publish a manual filled with vague explanations about heaven, earth and man. She wanted to give sword practitioners of every skill level in the Red Ocean a clear roadmap on how they could systematically progress to the next rank. So long as she herself was able to move closer to advancing to the rank of Sword Saint, other swordmasters would be able to accomplish this as well. While there were not a lot of pure swordmasters in the new frontier, as long as they were able to make quick progress, they might be able to attain their sainthood in time for them to intervene in the ongoing war. Sword Saints by themselves were too weak to make a difference, but the story was different if they formed a blood pact with a powerful Karman mech and formed a life sword pact with a high-level mech sword artifact, possibly with the help of a companion spirit. Equipment could make all of the difference for sword practitioners. This was why Kedis especially devoted so many pages on the Earth portion of her new paradigm. More months passed by as Vase and Kedis fell into a comfortable routine. Their occasional breaks and talks turned inconsequential as they remained focused on their priorities and refrained from making any further alterations from their plans. Before they knew it, 9 months had passed since the start of their marathon. Both mech designers were approaching the end stage of their stay in the system. Vase had completed the first iteration of the Null project. This meant that he had devised plausible solutions to all of the problems that he had set for the two variations of this deadly ranged mech. Kedis had not only completed the minor update to the Stormblade Samurai Mark II design, but also rewritten her epic-defining manual multiple times. Knowing that many people would take her work as gospel, Kedis became a lot more careful about mentioning her claims. She expanded upon some of the speculative portions of her writing and made sure to add more empirical proof to back up her bold assertions. She also removed the more fantastical claims that she was not able to back up with anything solid. All in all, both mech designers had reached a state where they could shock human society with the work that they have done over this magical stretch of time. Alas, for all of their successes, the pair of mech designers also failed to meet some of their goals. They completed less missions than anticipated and earned a bit less AP in the process. All of the time they spent on their personal projects had severely affected their mission clearing efficiency. Since the two of them needed to spend 1 AP each to extend their stay in the system space, there came a point in time when the two needed to cut their stay short, lest they end up losing more ascension points than they could earn. Chapter 6617 Checking the GU containers. So how much do you have in your account? Vase asked. 419 ascension points. You. 383, really? Hey, I started out with less AP than you because I had to expand my storage space. I urgently had to earn more ascension points just to be able to stay in this marathon. By the way, this reminds me that we should check on the results of my first attempts to produce a middle demon. Vase, or rather Veronica, had spent enough AP to transfer 3 of the 5 demon mixers into the system space. He had to remove a lot of phase water and other miscellaneous goods in order to make enough room for the demimechs. For the entire duration of the marathon, Vase had simply placed the demon mixers in one of the expansive spaces next to the workshop of creation. Normally used for storing raw materials as well as finished mechs and other goods, the 3 demon mixers had remained a constant presence on this section of the system space. In the first month, Vase visited the demon mixers multiple times a day. He could not get tired of approaching them and verifying whether their jars remained intact. He was initially afraid that stuffing so many violent minor demons in a confined space would cause them to produce so much destructive activity that their collective efforts might break containment. These fears steadily abated after a time because nothing actually happened that suggested that the demon mixers were sustaining damage. Vase grew curious about what exactly happened inside the jars, but the principle of GU cultivation was that outside observers should never be able to track what was happening inside in real time. Just opening up the lid to take a peek inside was already enough to taint or outright break the ritualistic process. Even if this was not the case for this specific implementation, Vase did not want to take the risk of ruining all of those minor demons and wasting all of the time and effort to set up these experimental attempts. Therefore, Vase tried his best to rein in his curiosity and stop obsessing so much about the state of the demon mixers. He and Kedis kept them within the periphery of their sight, but no longer paid conscious attention to them anymore. The 3 demon mixers may as well have become a part of the background scenery over the course of their marathon. That did not mean they stopped paying attention to them entirely. They merely ceased to worry about anything going wrong. The pair made sure to craft a few monitoring units to keep the mixers under a constant state of observation. If the demimechs generated any unusual activity, then Vase would know about it in an instant. Those monitoring units never generated any alarms since Vase placed them around the demon mixers. This gradually caused his concerns to fade. He adopted a more laid-back attitude towards his first GU containers. Why bother worrying about success and failure when his actions had no bearing on the outcome? The entire premise of GU cultivation was to set up the conditions to bring a lot of weak specimens together and have them fight each other to the death in an enclosed area. In other words, the setup was the most important phase of GU cultivation. Much of the work depended on acquiring the right specimens, preparing the right GU container and making sure that the ritual would proceed as intended. Once he closed the lid, Ves's only remaining responsibility was to store the active GU container in a place where it would not be disturbed. There was no other way for him to intervene in what was happening inside. Since the loss of agency was a feature rather than an error, Vase learned to accept the situation and maintain his composure. There was no point obsessing over what was taking place inside the jars, as he could not meaningfully affect the fighting without spoiling the rituals. As the months passed by, Vase paid less and less attention to them, to the point where entire days passed by where he never acknowledged their existence. This actually caused him to overlook the possibility that the demon mixers may have actually completed their tasks. As Vase and Kedis approached the 3 demon mixers, they looked up at the machines to see if any changes had occurred. Since everything that takes place inside is supposed to be a secret, when will you actually know when the process is over? Kedis wondered. That is actually easy to determine. I designed the demon mixers so that if the battle royale has led to a single surviving demon, that entity will subsequently merge with the living mech. We should have observed very obvious signs of demonization when this occurred. Seeing that none of these demon mixers have grown any spikes, turned dark all of a sudden and undergone other obvious physical mutations, I believe that the GU cultivation process has yet to produce a final result in these 3 cases. That was disappointing. 9 whole months had passed. That was a lot of time for 40 to 80 minor demons to brawl against each other over the course of multiple rounds and finally determine the winners. What was taking them so long? Though Vase knew that he wouldn't be able to sense the interior of the jar from the outside, he nonetheless approached Demon Mixer 2. In order to check up on he stepped closer and was just about to touch one of the 4 short legs that supported the Demimech before he heard a warning. Watch out, VES. Kedis had already unsheathed the Heavensward from her back by the time Demon Mixer 2 abruptly drew out its spikes. It turned out that Demon Mixer 2 had already undergone the process of demonization, but quietly. For whatever reason, the demon that survived to the end happened to maintain just enough awareness to prepare a nefarious ambush for its creator. This was not supposed to happen. Demons were irrational beings that were too consumed by the need to destroy to form any coherent thoughts. They shouldn't be capable of planning and executing a quiet takeover and waiting for weeks if not months for Vase to stray close and get taken by surprise. There was no time for him to consider his mistaken assumptions and blame him for failing to account for this possibility. There's 2 of them. Kedis gasped as she already raised her Heavensward in preparation to put down the demon mixers by force. Avoid the attack on your right. The state of Demon Mixer 5 was remarkably similar to that of Demon Mixer 2. Both Demimechs had been taken over in an identical fashion and both of them decided to prepare this ambush together. While Demon Mixer 5 was placed a little too far away, Demon Mixer 2 was already poised to impale Ves's body with a long and thick spike that radiated murderous intentions. Yet before the Demimech could land a killing blow onto its creator, Vase rapidly unfolded his true body. His smart clothing automatically responded to his dramatic increase in size by stretching out its surface fabrics and making sure he maintained his dignity. While it took too long for Vase to reach a size that allowed him to tower over a typical mech, he had nonetheless unlocked just enough of his body as a phase lord to look down on the Demimechs. This also happened to unlock enough of his prodigious muscle power to exert a strong push at the top side of the rogue Demimech. Despite the fact that the Demon Mixer was being supported by 4 short but fairly stable legs, the Demimech also happened to be fairly narrow and slender in order to minimize their overall volume. All of this meant that it was remarkably easy for Vase to tip the Demon Mixer over. Crash. Demonized or not, the overall shape of the Demon Mixer 2 still resembled its original state, which meant that it still suffered from most of its design shortcomings. The Demon Mixer design was never meant to possess any combat capabilities. That resulted in an outcome where the demon had no way to fight against a phase lord aside from growing longer spikes. Once Vase got over his shock and potential fear, he actually grew amused at this. These demon mixers probably have no idea I am not as weak and fragile as other mech designers. They should have known better since I am their creator. Demon Mixer 5 proved to be almost just as easy to solve. It became completely surprised by Ves's partial transformation and sought to create more distance between itself and its makers. However, the 4 demonized legs may have lengthened to an extent, but they were hardly racing limbs. The Phase Lord had more than enough time to turn around and topple the second threatening machine onto its back. Its 4 mutated legs helplessly scrabbled in the air or against the hardened stone floor. Their configuration made it impossible for the Demon Mixer to push itself upright again. Demon Mixer 5 is down, Vase said while holding up a palm to prevent Kedis from retaliating with the help of a grand work that she could not fully control. Calm down, I am in control. The spike launching in my direction wouldn't have been a threat as my super-class personal shield generator would have blocked the damage. It's a waste of a shield charge, though, so I thought it was best to take matters in my own hands. Though Kedis did not dare to let down her guard at the moment, she was willing to obey Vase and refrain from taking action. She eyed Vase vigilantly and confirmed that he had not been poked by an errant spike. The poised swordmaster then shifted her attention to the failed assassins. If Vase happened to be a typical nerdy mech designer with no inherent combat capabilities, then the attempt on his life may have actually succeeded. Perhaps his shield generator may have protected him to an extent, but the demonized Demimechs happened to have channeled dark and dangerous energies to amplify their strike at the last second. Who knew what might happen, especially if he was a more ordinary mech designer who failed to receive free gear from the Red 3 account. I am so glad that I designed the demon mix with this possibility side. They look stupid and completely ineffectual by design. A minor demon or middle demon should never have enough power to turn these silly Demimechs into serious threats. There is only so much they can do with these handicapped mech frames. It is like attempting to transform a fragile sheet of paper into a sword that can cut through alloys. It can't be done. Kedis frowned and used her heavensward to gesture to Vase to back away. Are you sure this is the time for you to gloat over your far-sighted design choices? The demon mixers may be squirming on the ground at the moment, but who knows whether they will undergo another mutation that causes them to pose an actual threat. It was wise to remain cautious. Neither of the two understood what exactly happened to the demon mixers and how they managed to circumvent all of the layers of security that Vase had set up beforehand. However, if this was the extent of what the demonized machines could do, then the threats had already been neutralized. Let's use the workshop tools to restrain the machines and prevent them from going wild. Vase suggested. Sure. By the way, make sure to check up on Demon Mixer 3. I don't trust this machine. It may have finished its process as well and decided to remain in hiding after seeing what happened to its two unfortunate brothers. Good call, Kedis. I don't think it has completed its job, though. I will try to confirm this just to be certain. Chapter 6618 The Winning Demons. After Vase and Kedis successfully restrained the two demonized Demimechs with the help of the facilities of the Workshop of Creation, they successfully contained the threat without much risk or effort. As for Demon Mixer 3, Vase personally examined it and tentatively confirmed that it had remained in its original state. Its spiritual foundation had not undergone any secretive changes and no form of corruption marred its physical frame. It seems like putting 80 minor demons together will take longer to yield a result. Vase concluded with a frown. That is, disappointing, but not surprising. He believed the outcome would be worth the additional weight. No matter what, the demon that emerged at the end of all of the culling was bound to absorb the strength of all other 79 minor demons. It would have been nice to know how many more days he needed to wait in order to obtain a result. Once Demon Mixer 3 had finally assimilated with the final surviving demon, Vase would be able to gain a broad estimate on how long it took for 80 minor demons to finish their death tournament. That would make it easier for him to plan ahead and calculate his yearly output in advance. All of that could wait for later, as Vase first needed to confirm whether his initial experiments yielded the right results. The entire point of mixing these low-value minor demons together inside these strange jar-shaped Demimechs is to produce middle demons. Vase reminded Kedis, if I fail to obtain the latter, then this experiment has failed, and I will need to try again. If I succeed, then I should be able to mass-produce middle demons as long as I invest in the right setup and wait for it to complete the GU cultivation process on a large scale. It could be argued that Vase could obtain similar results by introducing his 7th-generation living mechs and enabling the artifact industry to obtain a steady supply of filled hyper-keystones. However, Vase believed that there were still significant differences between regular high-level artifacts and D-arms. Sure, right now the Maiden Knife, the only D-arms that Vase made so far, was practically a toy in the hands of Gloriana. It was in no way comparable to the Ocean Collar or even the Flower Parasol. However, these were not fair comparisons, as the Maiden Knife was an extremely poor first attempt at demoncasting. Once Vase learned the ropes of demoncasting and learned how to increase the utilization of a demon's power, he believed that his D-arms and D-mechs would definitely be able to produce superior results compared to conventional high-level artifacts at the same level. The Maiden Knife already hinted at this, as its effects were utterly bizarre, but also worth the price of a first-class fleet carrier to the right people. Compared to empowering an artifact with a regular artifact spirit, Vase found it much more interesting to cram a powerful but unwilling demon into it after beating it into a specific shape. The entire premise of it was already enough to cause his heart to beat faster. Repurposing destructive demons into engines of power had the potential to break the game and dominate the battlefield. Now, Vase was on the cusp of discovering whether his attempts to produce the most vital ingredients bore fruit. He and Kedis carefully approached Demon Mixer 2. Do you think that mixing up 40 minor demons in a confined space is enough to produce a middle demon? Vase asked. I don't know, I have no reference to base my judgment. Let's just take a look and find out the answer ourselves. They did just that. Demon Mixer 2 did not like it very much as its spiked and mutated form pressed against the heavy metal restraints. Unfortunately, the workshop of creation made use of the best equipment available in human space. The mech restraints were rated to contain the movements of powerful first-class ace mechs. There was no way the extremely weak second-class demi-mechs could cause a single vibration, especially since they had been lifted off the ground. The absence of a solid surface caused the armless and flightless mechs to completely lose the ability to exert any leverage. Vase therefore found the futile attempts to break out of the restraints to be rather amusing. That said, he did not dare to underestimate the demon mixers too much. He still exhibited the necessary caution and tried to watch out for the sudden growth of spikes. He examined the demon that had emerged from the jar and merged with the spiritual foundation of the living mech. He carefully made use of Blinky's senses to get an impression of the power and rank of the demon inside the small mech frame. It helped that he could already make comparisons with the admittedly defective middle demon contained in one of Lucky's gems. There is a difference, but it is not as great as I hoped. Vase said with a tinge of disappointment in his voice. There is a gap between this demon and the one that is occupying the maiden knife. This one gives me the impression that it is strong for his rank, but has yet to surpass a threshold and become a domain shaper. The clearest indication of this is the absence of anything resembling a domain. This was a bummer. He had loosely calculated based on the price list of the demon summoning circle that a middle demon was worth 20 minor demons. This may indicate that it took 20 minor demons or even less to produce a single middle demon. However, Demon Mixer 2 brought together a whopping 40 minor demons, and all Vase got at the end was a single strong and battle-hardened minor demon. Perhaps the other notable change despite a considerable boost of strength was the increase in rationality. Vase was able to sense that the minor demon inside Demon Mixer 2 had lost a lot of his irrational rage that previously drove him towards indiscriminately attacking everything. Did the minor demon absorb a little bit of intelligence from every defeated opponent until he obtained all of it? Vase wondered, or is it because he assimilated the calm and rational spiritual foundation of the living mech? It could also be because he has merged with a mech, which is inherently dependent on logic and data. Kedis shrugged. It could be all of those reasons at the same time. You can't know unless you create a demon mixer that refuses to merge with the winning demon. You're right, we can explore that question later. For now, it is enough to take any of those possibilities into account. Whether a minor demon accidentally grew smart and rational due to an as of yet undetermined factor was not too relevant to Vase at the moment. A somewhat rational minor demon was nearly useless. If Vase wanted to perform demoncasting with a minor demon, then he would have done so with one of the basic ones produced by Helena. Perhaps the results wouldn't be as good, but the differences should be so great as it remained in the same rank. What Vase really wanted was a middle demon of the second major cultivation rank. Damn it, he cursed. I don't know why putting 40 minor demons together is not enough to yield a successful result. It could be because the GU container that I have designed is too flawed and rudimentary to run an efficient GU cultivation process. It could also be because it is impossible to birth a single major demon with so few minor demons. I think your earlier guess is the most likely reason for the failed result. Kedis commented. These demon mixer demimechs do not look reliable at all before they got mutated. Since this GU cultivation business is an entirely separate discipline that possesses a lot of depth and expertise, it is unrealistic for you to be able to reach the same degree of efficiency as those who have mastered this unorthodox method. You are like a novice mech designer thinking that you can produce a work that is on par with that of a master mech designer. Your expectations are too unrealistic. You're right, I suppose. I was dreaming too much. At least this attempt is not a total failure. The fact that it took 9 months or less for a single minor demon to emerge that is stronger, smarter and a lot more in control of himself represents progress. It at least proves the validity of GU cultivation and that I can reproduce it to a lesser degree. All I need to do to obtain better results is to analyze the data, conduct targeted research and improve upon the demon mixer design. Vase guessed that the current demon mixer design was functionally able to serve as a GU container, but not a good one. This gave him enough reasons to continue to iterate on the demon mixer design rather than write it off as a failed work and start over from scratch. He was heading in the right direction. He only needed to move forward in order to realize more gains. Vase did not bother to take out the stronger and smarter minor demon from Demon Mixer 2. There was no place else to store the strengthened demon aside from the prison supplied by the system space. Instead of bothering with that, Vase might as well keep it in its current form, as it wouldn't be able to go anywhere. He could still conduct further tests and examinations on, naturally, demonized living mechs by using Demon Mixer 2 as a test subject. When Vase and Kedis moved to Demon Mixer 5 and began to examine it, they quickly found a qualitative difference. This demon is on another level compared to the last one. Kedis said, I can already feel it through my sword aura. This demon has a domain. A weak one, but it exists. If it is given time and energy to develop, it can one day grow to a strong state. Vase made the same conclusion. His lips curled into a grin as he finally obtained a positive result. It's true. The fifth Demimech has truly managed to produce a middle demon. All it took was 40 minor demons as well as an additional injection of 100,000 souls. He carefully did not mention the origin of all of those souls. Still, despite devouring so many extra souls, this middle demon feels like he is even weaker than the ancient maiden that you have demoncasted into the maiden knife. The swordmaster noted with a frown. There is a huge world of difference between an ordinary soul and a minor demon produced from a stronger alien soul. It may take millions more to bring this middle demon to a more respectable state. The recently evolved middle demon that had merged with Demon Mixer 5 came across as a weak and malnourished example of his kind. He was truly looking like he was begging for sustenance. The middle demon made for a pathetic sight, which explained why it fell so quickly. However, Vase did not mind this too much because surpassing the threshold was the hardest part. It probably wasn't necessary to resort to a difficult and time-consuming process such as cultivation to quickly improve the strength of the malnourished middle demon. Perhaps the requirement of feeding the middle demon with millions of souls may sound onerous to most people, but this was not a problem to him. Helena could supply him with all of the juicy souls he needed in the near term. Vase began to record his experimental results. My tentative conclusion for the time being is that it is definitely possible to produce a single middle demon out of 40 minor demons. I think that energy is the principal reason why Demon Mixer 2 failed and Demon Mixer 5 succeeded. The former did not contain any souls that could bolster the strength of the minor demons and feed more juice to the ultimate winner. The latter just happened to contain enough souls to give the eventual winner enough of a push to break past his bottleneck. If this was true, then solving it was incredibly simple. If inserting additional souls was what it took to produce middle demons, then he would attempt to do so in abundance. Chapter 6619 Last Demon Standing. The two demons that emerged out of Demon Mixer 2 and Demon Mixer 5 both possessed distinctive characteristics. Vase and Kedis studied them in greater detail in order to figure out their special qualities. They had yet to encounter many demons and wanted to know what made them special compared to regular souls. Aside from confirming that they possessed enough rationality to not waste their energy on useless struggle, the pair discovered a number of interesting aspects. It is as if we are examining a dark mirror of normal souls. Kedis said with a hint of distaste in her words. Normal souls typically have a neutral or balanced attribute makeup. Every adult human possesses a mix of positive, neutral and negative attributes, and they are usually within proportion of each other. Those with brighter outlooks tend to be biased towards positive attributes, while those who are mired in fury or depression are weighted towards negative attributes. However, I have never witnessed a case where a soul had become so corrupted that there is hardly any light left inside. Her description held a greater implication. Ah, but what is special is that both of these demons do not consist of pure malevolence. Vase said with a smile. Not anymore, at least. That tiny portion of light that is hidden inside all of that filth and darkness is likely responsible for giving them a clearer head than normal. Compared to the remnant of the ancient maiden that emerged directly from Lucky's gem before getting demoncasted into the maiden knife, these pair of recently strengthened demons are clearly more rational and subsequently more intelligent. It is quite scary for them to gain these qualities as that makes them harder to predict and guard against. The fact that they were wise enough to hide their possession of the demon mixers and prepare an ambush against their creator was proof of that. Their plan may have worked if Vase was an ordinary mech designer as opposed to a part-time phase lord. This incident reminded him once again that any activity related to demons was inherently risky. No matter how clever they became, so long as they remained in a negative state, they would always maintain their hostility towards neutral and positive life forms. Neither Vase nor Kedis could explain where this hostility came from and why it existed. It was as if there was a natural law in force that compelled negative life forms, even ones that may be intelligent enough to question its own instincts and purpose, to always seek the demise and destruction of everything else. The only exception may be other demons, but it was clear that their restraint towards each other was not too strong. I think it is a matter of priorities. Kedis said, if these demons are hostile towards each other, then they would have wiped themselves out long before they could pose a threat against us. There are probably instincts baked into them that tell them not to fight each other so easily. Vase nodded in agreement. I think that something like this is definitely going on. That may be one of the original reasons why ancient cultivators invented GU containers. They want to force poisonous creatures to fight and devour each other, but simply placing them in a large space will cause them to instinctively avoid each other unless they are hungry. By compressing their space and forcing them into each other's comfort zones, you can induce them into a fight or flight mode, and since the latter is not feasible anymore, they have no other choice but to brawl to the death. When you wrap a ritual around this process, you can accelerate and supercharge this process. Now that he had gained a greater insight into GU cultivation, Vase already came up with numerous different ways to improve upon the demon mixer design. He had a better idea on how to design and configure the ritual so that it could produce greater yields next time. His goal was to increase the efficiency of the demon GU cultivation process. As a mech designer and a spiritual engineer, he could not stand the thought of stuffing so many minor demons and possibly other souls inside the jar, only for 50 or 70% of all of that energy to go to waste. Vase still had a lot to go before he could reduce this proportion to an acceptable level. Right now, he was more interested in getting to know the two surviving demons on a more personal level. They had to possess remarkable qualities in order to be able to vanquish over 39 other minor demons in their respective GU containers. Let's take a look at the minor demon that has merged with Demon Mixer 1. Vase said, if you examine it closely and look past the obvious demonization aspects, you can still piece together a semblance of the original soul. Kedis furrowed her brows. That may be so, but it is difficult for me and Sharpie to look past all of the ugliness inside this minor demon. All I can sense is a hostile entity that needs to be banished from this realm. It was not a surprise that a swordmaster would have that reaction. It's different for me, Vase revealed. I can rely on my affinity to darkness and Blinky's fine-tuned senses towards E-energy to look past the surface layers. Do you know what I see? I can sense that the original soul that spawned this minor demon used to be a senior mech designer. We are looking at one of our former colleagues. That caused Kedis to look surprised. A senior mech designer? Shouldn't there be demons derived from soldiers in this demon mixer? Yes, I made sure to insert the souls of expert candidates or similar in each of them. I thought their combat acumen would give them an edge after their demise, but apparently that is not the case. There may be other factors that have given this senior mech designer the last laugh. Brain over brawn, Kedis remarked. Vase shrugged. Since everything that took place inside a closed GU container remained a secret to outside observers, it was unlikely for Vase to figure out the truth. He moved on to examining the demonized mech designer. As far as I can tell, the senior mech designer is between 1 and 2 centuries old when he died and got converted into a minor demon, Vase said as he used his senses to get a read on the minor demon's original identity. He is definitely a man. There are still remnants of his design philosophy left inside. As far as I can tell, he has a Class 6 design philosophy in ranged skirmisher mechs. He never worked on any other mech type aside from ranged skirmisher mechs. Ranged skirmisher mechs, I'm not too surprised that you are unfamiliar with them since you don't bother with designing ranged mechs. Vase smirked. They are a subcategory of rifleman mechs. Ranged skirmisher mechs are defined by relatively high mobility and prefer to fight at closer ranges. They are usually armed with submachine guns or shotguns that allow them to strafe or overwhelm a target up close before darting away with the help of their superior speed. That sounds like a light harasser mech. The two mech types definitely share a close resemblance to each other. Ranged skirmisher mechs can be seen as the big brother version of a light harasser mechs. They are always medium mechs. They essentially trade mobility for better armor, higher caliber and greater ammunition reserves. They have more staying power and can take a beating. That sounds interesting. Kedis looked intrigued. They actually sound as if they are good at countering melee mechs. Fighting at closer ranges is risky, but as long as their mobility is higher than that of a swordsman mech, they can still remain out of harm's way. Their rapid-fire machine guns or impactful shotguns can quickly compromise and wear down the armor of a typical melee mech. Precision is not as important for those weapons, so they can always inflict damage even if all of the mechs involved in a fight are maneuvering like crazy. Why haven't they become more popular? Because they are too demanding to pilot. Vase responded, "You know as well as I do that mech pilots can roughly be divided into two broad categories. There are the gung-ho warrior types that prize their martial skills and want to dive into the thick of battle in order to hack and slash their enemies apart. Then there are the more rational and analytical types that like to maintain their distance from the enemy and pick them apart with precisely placed shots with their trusty firearms. Which of these categories best describe the mech pilots of ranged skirmisher mechs?" The swordmaster crossed her arms and pressed her lips in thought. They should definitely be counted among the former category, but if they are bloodthirsty and get excited about the prospect of overpowering their enemies up close, then they may as well do that by specializing in swordsmanship or similar. That is not to say that specializing in submachine guns and shotguns are bad, but they not only require a different set of skills to master, but also introduce a number of complications in battle. The greatest shortcoming is that if an enemy melee mech ever manages to catch up to a ranged skirmisher mech somehow, the latter will lose all of its advantages. Third-class mech cadets were not as capable of learning a broad range of skills as their second-class counterparts. They had to make hard choices on how to invest their time in the mech academy. There were already mature and well-developed pipelines for training and educating regular melee mech pilots, so that became the default choice for all cadets who sought a life of action and excitement. If that is the case, this senior mech designer probably never managed to attain critical success. His products have never managed to grow beyond their niche status. Kedis analyzed. That is probably the case. I can clearly feel a strong source of resentment in him. It is a type of resentment that is familiar to many mech designers. It is the resentment of dedicating your entire life to realizing a design philosophy, yet failing to earn recognition from the market. Too few mech pilots appreciate his works, and it was likely that few if any of them have managed to become an expert pilot with the help of his work. Even when he worked his way up to the rank of senior, his industry influence and market impact was probably too weak. I can imagine how angry he must feel as he had reached the end of his lifespan without managing to fulfill any of his major ambitions. Kedis said in a sympathetic tone. He died aggrieved, having reached a measure of wealth and academic accomplishments, yet failing to leave a lasting legacy behind. With his death, his design philosophy has become lost. Most of his work and accomplishment has become buried with his body. That was one of the most painful outcomes that could happen to a truly passionate. No ordinary individual could become a senior mech designer. The original identity of this minor demon had definitely invested far too much of his life into his work. If only he had more time. Since the senior was unable to afford life-prolonging treatment, that probably meant that he was ultimately not commercially successful or not valued enough by the establishment to receive more than the cheapest form of life-prolonging treatment. Ultimately, the mech market was fair. If the senior mech designer actually designed mechs that were practical and powerful enough to make a difference in a conflict, then his life and career wouldn't have ended in a whimper. The fact that the senior still retained so much resentment after his demonization meant that this was probably the main source of the minor demon's strength and motivation. It turned out that the man was so unwilling to die as a loser that he fought like hell inside Demon Mixer 2 and successfully managed to become the last demon standing. Chapter 6620 Use versus them. When Kedis heard Vess's description of the minor demon's original life as a human, she couldn't help but feel more sympathetic. The former senior mech designer from a third-rate state had worked so hard to make difference by specializing in designing ranged skirmisher mechs, only for the mech market to remain unmoved by his works. With much of his professional legacy disappearing after his death, the senior mech designer ultimately led an unfulfilled life. No matter whether he found the love of his life or raised a prosperous line of children and grandchildren, senior mech designers ultimately cared more about whether their mechs contributed to their society and whether any of their work would be remembered after their passing. Given the notable amount of resentment that the minor demon held towards his feeble legacy, he probably lived through his final years as a bitter and feeble senior. Perhaps he may have been able to work himself up to a master if he was given 50 or 100 years more time, but the mech community clearly did not feel he deserved another chance. Knowing that must have made the senior extremely depressed and disappointed at his own incompetence. Feeling the life fading from his body while he still needed a lot more time to progress his design philosophy was a chronic form of torture. It was like fabricating 90% of a mech, only to quit before it could get completed and be put into use. What a sad mech designer. Kedis said before she realized that she got so caught up in Vess's narrative that she inadvertently overlooked a very important fact. Wait, when you initially chose to go ahead with demon casting, did you not promise me that you would spare human souls from this treatment? Why did you turn the soul of a senior mech designer into a demon? Were all of the other demons and souls human in origin? Oops, Vase had made that promise almost 9 months ago. He had failed to remember which secrets he should withhold from Kedis. This was an unacceptable oversight on his part. He had become too fixated on the many benefits of demon casting to remind himself that not everyone was okay with using human souls as fuel to produce demons. In truth, Vase always believed that Kedis would find out the truth eventually. It was not possible to hide the origin of souls for demon production to a swordmaster with sharp instincts and an extremely powerful grand work that was older than modern human civilization. He just hoped that by the time that Kedis learned about the truth, Vase would have already built up a collection of powerful D-arms and D-mechs. It would have been much easier to defend his actions when his demon-casting efforts clearly made a difference in the ongoing war. Alas, he would have to make do without this particular help. Though Vase did not believe that Kedis would get outraged to the point of unsheathing her heavensward and chop it in his direction, he better make sure he channeled his devil tongue as best as possible lest he ruin his relationship with the swordmaster. Helena is the one who supplied the souls, he said while raising his hands in innocence. As you may or may not know, she still retains a presence in the xianxia star cluster in the old galaxy. Not only does she remain by the side of my mother in the Nixian Gap, she is also the object of prayer of a large number of defeated hexers in the Komodo star sector as well as those who have fled to other star sectors. There are more than enough of them that Helena is able to witness the deaths of many people in this corner of the Milky Way galaxy. So that gives her the right to harvest those innocent human souls and pervert them to your cause. Kedis angrily shot back. She looked closer to drawing out her heavensward or at least her bloodsinger. I thought you had standards, Vase. They may be lower than mine, but they should at least respect the sanctity of the human race. For you to treat the souls of humans of the old galaxy as nothing more than resources to be utilized is a step too far. Okay, you may have a point that repurposing human souls for demon casting is not exactly right, but necessity trumps morals. We cannot get hung over our own bottom lines when the native aliens clearly have much fewer of them. Our enemies do not care about our restraint or our unwillingness to get our hands dirty. They will continue to run over our strongholds and massacre all of the red humans they come across. This includes everyone you care about such as Kyrian and Myra. Do you want to look at your children and tell them that your principled opposition has contributed to red humanity's doom, but at least we will all die with a clean conscience? A part of Vase felt ashamed for resorting to this low blow yet again, but he did so because it was remarkably effective. Kedis anticipated this response, however. You keep using the same argument to excuse your unethical behavior and actions. While I hate that I still cannot refute your stupid excuse, there has to be a point where the children card should no longer serve as an effective immunity against wrongdoing. Do you even think that what you are doing is wrong in any way? I didn't lie. Technically, I consider myself a red human, and so should you. We have already split away from original humanity due to the Great Severing. The more time passes by, the more we diverge from the folks back in the old galaxy. Our culture, our genetics and our history are becoming more and more foreign to all of the people who reside in the Milky Way. If I have to choose who to save, I will pick red humanity every time, because this is what my family and my clan have become. The people in our former home are still humans, but they are not our people anymore. And that excuses your attempts to torture their souls to the point of undergoing demonization before having them fight each other, or worse, putting thousands of weak and defenseless human souls into those awful demon mixers where they end up getting torn apart and devoured by these evil beings. These are still humans. Just because they live in another galaxy does not make them any less important. Is that true? What do you mean by that, Vase? You heard my question. Now answer it. Do you think the life of a human from the old galaxy should receive as much care and protection from us as the life of a red human? Vase smirked. It turned out that this was not an easy question to answer. The swordmaster eventually sighed. I know what you are doing. You are purposefully trying to split original humanity away from the category of our people. This will make it easier for us to exploit them for our own gains. Perhaps you are right, but so what? None of this is false. Red humanity is for all intents and purposes our only people. Original humanity does not want nor deserve our protection. At the same time, the folks in the Milky Way have not done nearly enough to support us in the Red War. Even if material transfers have become impossible, they could still assist us with conducting R&D and provide us with technical support. Instead, they have gone back to their own selfish ways. Since they have made a clear break with us, we do not have to treat them as if they are on the same side as us anymore. They should be treated as aliens in human form. Though Vase tried his best to reinforce the separation between the two branches of humanity, Kedis did not accept this argument. Do you know how disgusting you sound when you engage in othering? You are using the same tactic that has excused countless dishonorable acts throughout history. This entire us vs. them dichotomy has been the cause of countless acts of infamy. By pretending that humans with darker skin tones are not human, we dehumanize them into slaves that are no different from livestock and other property. By pretending that humans that belong to another tribe, religion, political affiliation or geographic region are not a part of us, we can brainwash ourselves into feeling no guilt as we commit genocide on them. It is so bad that the very act of labeling a group of people as them automatically dehumanizes them to the point where we can excuse any atrocity, such as bombing their territories into ruin and slaughtering them en masse. Now, we can add torturing their souls and feeding them to demons as additional atrocities. Vase never imagined that Kedis could be so upright and principled given her history. How could she remain so clean all of these years? Perhaps the Larkinson clan protected and sheltered her a little too well. She had never been placed in a position of leadership as Vase. She never had to make the hard choices that had brought the Larkinsons to their current height. Okay, it is true that I am purposefully dehumanizing the people from the Milky Way. Vase admitted with a sigh. Perhaps I am doing it in order to assuage my own conscience, but I do not think what I am doing is wrong. This is not a matter of ethics or philosophy. It is a matter of survival. I am completely certain that the members of the survivalist faction of the Red Association are 100% behind my standpoint. In fact, I think the majority of the Red 3 will stand behind me. We have an obligation to use whatever resource is acceptable to win this war. The native aliens aren't holding back all that much. They are literally throwing away the lives of an astronomical amount of cannon fodder in an attempt to drown us with alien blood. Since they are ruthless enough to drive so many of their own kindred to their deaths, then we must respond in kind, or fall behind. You speak as if we have an obligation to compete in a race to the bottom, Vase. You may not like this competition, but that does not mean it is inconsequential. He argued. All I am hearing is objections from you. What you have failed to do is present alternative solutions that can solve the problem at hand. If you have a better way to empower Red humanity and arm them with powerful weapons, then share it with us all. If not, then do not try to shut down my earnest attempts to safeguard the future of my own children as well as yours. I am a parent as well, you know. Will you deny a father like myself the opportunity to fight for their right to live in this blood-soaked galaxy? Vase gave her a knowing look. The morals that you have imported from the Milky Way don't apply as well in the Red Ocean. We have entered a more primitive galaxy where the survival of the fittest trumps the rules of chivalry. There is a time and place for honor, but please wait until we have defeated the genocidal aliens first. They will not hesitate to wipe us out to the last man if they ever gain the upper hand. It is only fair for us to do the same to them, even if we have to repurpose the souls of humans who are not a part of us anymore. Besides, I don't think we are abusing the souls of all of those people. Vase said in a more conciliatory tone. Think about it. Instead of dying like faceless space peasants, we are giving them a chance, however small, of gaining a second chance in another life. It is like we are reincarnating them. Sure, a bunch of them are turned into demons, but they can continue to grow and gain more rationality and power as long as they are successful. Perhaps a demon like this former senior mech designer may one day become so smart and powerful that he is ultimately able to revive his design philosophy and realize it, thereby completing his previous life's work and leaving behind a lasting legacy. If you ask me, that is a better trajectory than disappearing with a lot of unresolved resentment in his belly. Kedis looked at Demon Mixer 2 that contained the former senior mech designer in question and wondered what she would have wanted if she was in that man's place. Chapter 6621 The Bringer of Carnage. Since Vase was not making much progress in convincing Kedis to drop her objection by resorting to othering, he decided to switch tracks. He saw that he could reduce her discomfort towards using the souls of original humans as a resource if he framed it as a second chance. If you think about it, I am doing the folks over in the old galaxy a favor. he said with greater confidence in his voice than he actually felt. Sure, most of them will either end up being devoured by demons, but at least they can live on in another way. They can rest easily knowing that their lives had meaning. They have made a small but meaningful contribution to the defense of fellow humans who have the misfortune of being trapped in a war-torn dwarf galaxy. I do not think that a cow will feel grateful or fulfilled due to the fact that his flesh is being used to fill people's bellies in a restaurant. Kedis sardonically remarked. Well, it is better than dying a completely meaningless death. Vase insisted. Besides, the analogy does not fit that well because humans are alien to the cow. If you believe the two branches of humanity are still part of the same group, then the dynamic is different. If a person voluntarily sacrifices himself to save another, then that is considered an act of sacrifice, which is one of the virtues that exemplify honor. There is a difference. Sacrifice is done by choice. I doubt that is the case with these exploited human souls. Kedis retorted. They wouldn't understand. They are original humans. They don't care about us anymore. Look, willing or not, you cannot deny that we are giving them a tiny chance of earning a second chance at life. Demonization is not a pleasant process, but it gives them the strength and value they need to exist. If I am faced with the same situation, then I would grasp it without bothering to complain about the less than hospitable treatment. Even if I am reduced to a raw soul that is destined to feed a hungry demon, then I will fight for my right to live to such a massive extent that the demon will end up getting devoured by myself. Nothing is impossible as long as I am given a chance, and I think you will choose the same. Giving up is not our style. That may be true, but not everyone is like us. What if these people just want to put down their burdens and rest? What if they just want their existences to meet a graceful end? Then I can only say sorry to them as I repurpose their souls so that they can still benefit the living. Though Vase had not succeeded in converting Katiza's viewpoint, he noted that he still managed to weaken her resolve to object against his actions. That was enough for the time being. Vase was more than willing to settle for a partial success. Look, we can argue all day, but I am not going to give up my strategy. He said. Like it or not, demoncasting has become one of the numerous solutions that we can employ to dig red humanity out of the hole. If you want to stop me from relying on it to arm our mechs with better weapons, then instead of doing something as useless as blathering on about honor, you should try and negate the need for this desperate solution. And how do you suggest I do that, Vase? I can think of many different ways. For example, you can become a sword god and can slice the red cabal into pieces with the help of the Heavensward. A more realistic way you can help is by investing more AP into the Dimension Observatory. If you can earn 1500 AP and pay for the semi-permanent breach upgrade, you can use the Dimension Sword to create dozens of gateways into resource-filled dimensions, thereby relieving the urgent shortage of mid to high-end resources. Both of these goals are out of reach. Kedis complained. I never said it would be easy. They would have been my preferred solutions if they were more attainable than demoncasting. At least I am doing my best to serve red humanity by fighting for our collective survival. What about you? If you want to become more than a journeyman mech designer, then it is not enough for you to limit your scope of service. You need to think about how you can make a difference on a grander scale. Do you understand what you should actually do? As long as we can solve a problem with upright means, there is no need for us to resort to riskier and more problematic solutions. I guess you have a point. He successfully directed her thoughts towards herself rather than him. That was good. The more she thought about solving problems, the less prone she was to create one for Vase. I wonder. What are you wondering about, Vase? I wonder what the Heavensward thinks about this. He said. It isn't doing nothing aside from hanging behind your back. It had to be listening into our conversation. What do you think? Do you believe I am right to favor my own people over others? The sheathed sword briefly glowed in white before returning to its previous condition. That was a remarkably mild reaction. Kedis had spent enough time with the relic weapon to understand its overall thoughts and intentions. The Heavensward does not feel too strongly about your actions. She reluctantly interpreted. What I consider dishonorable is not that big of a deal in its eyes. You see, if the Heavensward doesn't think this is worth bothering about, then you shouldn't either. That provoked a heated response from the Swordmaster. I am different from the Heavensward. Do not think that we are aligned to each other. I have my own thoughts and opinions. I am getting tired of spending so much time in the system space with you. I cannot wait to get out of this place. He thought likewise. He did not want his demoncasting activities to get interrupted by these unwelcome moralizing arguments. Okay, You are right. You are not the Heavensward. However, do not discount its opinion. It is one of the few ancient relics that has successfully withstood the test of time. It is a survivor. The heavens are fair, but also ruthless. It knows that if you want to save yourself and whatever you consider precious, then you need to do what is necessary instead of what is right. It would be great if the two are equivalent, but if not, then you need to be able to make the hard choices. The side that is more willing to do that is the side that is least constrained by its own self-imposed weaknesses. Vase understood that there were reasons why laws, morals and ethics existed. In an ideal society, they were indeed good ways to impose restraint and keep everyone under. However, he did not believe that he and other people should allow themselves to get shackled by them in a time of total war, especially against a coalition of alien species. Tying his hands behind his back when aliens were threatening to clobber him to pieces was not honorable. It was stupid. Kedis slowly understood this as well, even if she was not as willing to let go of the more innocent parts of her humanity as her former mentor. Let's just move on, she grumbled as she took the initiative to withdraw. You are right. Instead of wasting my time on complaining, I need to become a better swordmaster and mech designer and present better alternatives to red humanity. The people have a right to choose how they want to be saved. I will work harder than ever and hope that my solutions will ultimately convince you to return demoncasting to its original forgotten state. Vase smiled at her. I welcome the challenge. Let us compete against each other to see who can gain the upper hand. After the two mech designers tentatively reconciled with each other, they resumed their original activity. They completed their examination of the minor demon that was trapped inside Demon. For all of his rationality, the demon was not willing to identify himself with his former human self. He completely regarded himself as a new and different demonic personality. I am the bringer of carnage. I am the epitome of violence. I will tear all of you to shreds. Neither Vase nor Kedis looked amused at their only attempt to communicate with the crazy minor demon. This used to be a not-so-successful but still respectable senior mech designer. We can be just as emotional and aggressive as mech pilots, Kedis. We just tend to express it in different ways. Not everyone has an easy outlet for their aggression as you. While we can only wallow in our frustrations, you can channel it all out by boarding an enemy ship and hacking a bunch of aliens in half. At least we have a name for our demon. The bringer of carnage may still be a minor demon, but he had grown so strong that he was only a few steps away from breaking through. That made it worthwhile for Vase to keep the demon and find a way to stimulate his breakthrough outside of a GU container. The middle demon that had become entangled with Demon Mixer 5 was another interesting case. Despite his energy and strength deficiency, Vase could feel that he was a lot more solid than the bringer of carnage. This guy is definitely one of the expert candidates that had the best chance of coming out on top. Vase said, he has not disappointed my expectations and managed to vanquish over the other minor demons that were predominantly derived from civilian human souls. He was fairly young when he died. I estimate his age at 30 to 40 years old. He definitely died in battle. He holds a great amount of grievances about how he died too soon on the battlefield. As for his specialization, I think he used to pilot a swordsman mech equipped with 2 weapons. He excels at dual wielding. Oh, that sounds interesting. Kedis couldn't help but develop a greater interest towards the middle demon. One that was derived from a swordsman mech pilot may actually be useful in her line of work. Of course, she still remained uncertain how powerful AD arms could become if it merged with this expert candidate turned demon. Was it worth all of the hype? Vase could sense her lingering doubts, so he decided to make a proposal. Since our time in the system space is coming to an end, let's complete one final project, as a celebration for all of the gains we have made. That will eat into our AP, it will be worth it. Vase insisted, I don't want to end this marathon on a sour note. I think that your impressions of demoncasting are tainted by the disappointing way the maiden knife ended up. Let's try and produce a proper D-arms this time. We can design and forge a new mech greatsword for the first sword Mark III or another swordsman mech of your choosing. Then we can demoncast it with this middle demon, but this time the results will be better because we have a better idea of what we are doing. Kedis did not feel as enthused about this idea as Vase, but she did not see any reason to reject this proposal. She was also curious about whether Vase was justified in putting so much faith into trying to make a proper D-arms was a good way to generate useful data that could better inform her stance towards demoncasting. If the results remained poor, then Kedis had much less reason to tolerate the flagrant abuse and exploitation of so many human souls. Chapter 6622 The bitter swordsman Vase inwardly sighed with relief when Kedis agreed to cooperate on a demoncasting project. This time he became determined to do a serious job. He did not want to end up with a product that failed to become a powerful enough weapon and instead became more valued for its beautifying effect. I think the first decision we need to make is select which demon we intend to use. He said, we only have 2 of them, so we can only create D-arms that fit their strengths and inclinations. We have already seen what happened if there are mismatches between the demon, the demoncasting mold and the object, so it would be stupid if we repeated the same mistakes. Kedis took a look at the 2 restrained demon mixers. Both of them ended up producing 2 very different demons. There is only really one choice unless you manage to trigger the breakthrough of the Bringer of Carnage. We should settle on trying to give the only middle demon so far a chance to start a new life as AD Arms. Since he used to be an expert candidate that specialized in piloting dual-wielding swordsman mechs, we should design a sword around him. Maybe we can even design 2 swords, though I am not sure how it will work if they are split. Will both of them retain their connection to the demon? I don't know, but let's not risk it. I don't want to break this fellow by trying to split him into 2 objects. Let's stick to a simple job and create a single D sword. By the way, we need to come up with a name for this demon. You are the swordmaster. Do you have any suggestions? The female mech designer examined Demon Mixer 5 and tried her best to get a feel for the middle demon's personality and convictions. She was not as good at this as Vase, but as a swordmaster, she could still glean aspects of the expert candidate's swordsmanship beneath all of the hatred and regrets. Compared to the Bringer of Carnage, the former expert candidate died with a lot of regrets. He perished when he was young and just starting to become a champion. He never managed to undergo apotheosis and become a hero of his people. He never had the fortune of having an expert mech designed just for himself. He never had the opportunity to take his personalized machine and earn glory on the battlefield. The expert candidate fought so hard to rise above his peers, only for him to get ambushed and torn to shreds by a ruthless enemy expert mech that did not care about fairness. Was it the fault of the deceased for leaving himself open to get picked off by a far superior mech and mech pilot? The dead expert candidate did not think this was the case. He only thought that he had died too soon because his incompetent superiors put him in the wrong place at the wrong time. He also blamed his own bad luck because he failed to break through when he was at his most desperate. If he was fighting on a good day, then he may actually have broken through and relied on forced resonance to retreat from his encounter with the enemy powerhouse with his life intact. There were so many different ways this encounter could have produced a better outcome, but ultimately the expert candidate had been set up to fail. Kedis frowned when she was able to glean all of these recriminations from the middle demon. They were mostly excuses that squarely sought to shift the blame to others. The expert candidate never really reflected on his own mistakes. The process of demonization had apparently magnified all of his grievances and negative tendencies. They had become so overwhelmingly strong that they drowned out his honor, his dignity and his duty. He had become a demon that possessed many of the worst traits of a soldier. What a contemptible demon, Kedis couldn't help but sneer. Let us call him the bitter swordsman. Very well, this was not the most evocative name, but it succinctly described the middle demon's overall demeanor and personality. Now that they chose a demon to develop a D-arms around, the 2 mech designers proceeded to come up with numerous different ideas. Saint Dice doesn't need another sword, Kedis insisted. She already has a good enough one in the form of the Decapitator. Perhaps we can make a demonized sword Fey for the first Sword Mark III project instead. We can have 31 normal Fey, and one that is empowered by the bitter demon. This will make it more challenging for Dice to control the D-arms, but the additional power will be worth it, I think. It won't work. Vase shook his head. The working principles of living Fey are similar to ultimate modules in that they are both based on the companion spirits of the original mech. What this means is that any Fey must contain a subordinate spirit that is split away from the main living mech. If we create a D-arms that is meant to act as a Fey, then it will actually turn into an unrelated spur. There will be a lack of coordination between the D-arms and the proper sword Fey. It may still be worthwhile to pursue this idea in the hopes of creating a powerful secondary weapon, but neither Vase nor Kedis believed it was necessary. Forget about it, then, Kedis said. The first Sword Mark III project is already perfect enough as it is. Changing her configuration to accommodate D-arms will only introduce more risks and uncertainties. We should give Saint Dice time to make use of her new ace mech and corresponding arsenal. If she thinks that there are any shortcomings in her weapons loadout, I can make additional weapons later, though they may not necessarily be D-arms. Saint Dice has never been a mech pilot who relies on others to win her fights. They began to turn their attention elsewhere. The D-arms based around the bitter demon had to be designed for a specific target in order for them to find a direction to work towards. Perhaps they could forego this step and craft a generic D-arms, but that made it a challenge to pair it up with a fitting mech and mech pilot. It was much better to design the weapon around a specific pilot from the onset. After considering a number of different candidates, the two eventually narrowed down their selection to 3 possible recipients. Vase listed out the most choices. The Dark Zephyr, the Bastion or the Everchanger are all decent choices. They make use of bladed weapons and they can use an upgrade on this front. Which one do we remove from consideration first? The Dark Zephyr, Kedis said. For now, Tusa is doing great with the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear. Also, I doubt that AD arms possessed by a rather weak middle demon can provide much of an upgrade to an ace pilot. Perhaps the bitter demon may be able to grow quickly once he is given time to grow. Tusa can't wait that long. It is much better to give these D arms to a high-tier expert pilot. The resistance generated by the bitter demon may even cause the pilot to develop his willpower and become more assertive. You know what? Why don't we develop a D sword for Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger? Vase suggested. When you initially analyzed Joshua's shortcomings as an expert pilot, you said that all of his scores were low. A good D sword may be able to help him grow in all 3 areas. His heaven score can be pulled up by encouraging Joshua to comprehend the concept of symbiosis by establishing cooperation with a hostile and unwilling demon. His earth score can be raised by equipping his Everchanger with a materially and qualitatively superior weapon than the Heartsword. His man score can be bolstered by making him hold his ground against the bitter demon. This will be AD arms that can give Joshua the challenge that he needs to overcome the weaknesses and insecurities that hold him back all of this time. Vase spontaneously managed to come up with a proposal that sounded logical and appropriate. He cleverly applied Ketiz's new paradigm in his analysis, making it difficult for the Swordmaster to refute his claims. He even managed to make it sound as if demoncasting was far more beneficial in solving Venerable Joshua's problem than other solutions. In fact, the proper way to increase Venerable Joshua's breakthrough chances was to update his outdated expert mech, but that would take way too long. Compared to waiting for approximately 2 years for Vase and Gloriana to complete the Everchanger Mark III project, it was much faster and more convenient to invest a few days in designing and forging a mech sword that could turn into a powerful D-arms. Kedis definitely had a vested interest in seeing her husband succeed. She felt rather disappointed with him as of late. If he was able to grow from the experience of handling a powerful but unruly D-arms and successfully attain his sainthood, then he would definitely regain his pride and self-respect as a champion. Since they were designing a new weapon for her husband's expert mech, Kedis immediately grew a lot more invested in this project. We need to make use of the best first-class materials that we can get our hands upon. The D-arms need to be tough and powerful enough to accompany Joshua for many years. She decided, we can't obtain enough high-quality materials from the Divine Bazaar without wiping out our ascension points, so we need to exit the system space and obtain resources through our own means. Vase nodded. I agree. There is always a stock of first-class materials in D&D base. There are plenty of leftover spare materials that we prepared for the fabrication of the Dark Zephyr Mark III, the Amaranto Mark III and so on. I can also spend MTA credits and MTA merits to purchase additional hypers and exotics. When I exit the system space, I will browse the war exchange and encourage Joshua to spend some of his war merits to obtain a batch of strategic materials that are difficult to obtain through other channels. Kedis suggested. A good sword began with choosing the right materials. The better the selection, the easier it was to create stronger and more helpful arms. It was still possible to make do with cheaper and more standard materials. The demoncasting process naturally transformed and strengthened the physical properties of the resulting D-arms. However, starting out with more premium materials meant that the subsequent amplification would elevate the D-arms to a much higher level than the old Heartsword. Both Vase and Kedis referenced a few databases and made a few initial selections on which hypers and exotics they intended to utilize. Vase possessed greater expertise in hyper materials and selected a handful that had a strong affinity towards the lifey energy attribute. Kedis knew what kind of exotics could be used to forge a sharp and sturdy mech sword of the style she had in mind. She immediately set her sights on a few expensive transphasic alloys. Now, We need to combine these materials in a sword design that draws out their strengths and matches Joshua's future swordsmanship. Future swordsmanship? I had 9 months to think about how to devise a sword style rooted in the school of reformed swordsmanship. Kedis said, my husband is much more receptive to improving his ability to fight with a sword than before. Getting humiliated by the teenage swordswoman back then has given him a harsh dose of reality. He will learn how to hold his ground against such an adversary next time. The native aliens were ready to ramp up their offensive at any time. Kedis urgently wanted Joshua to become stronger so that he could stand a better chance of surviving the storm that was about to sweep across human-occupied space. A good sword had the potential to raise all of Joshua's scores and bring him closer to surpassing the crucial threshold. Chapter 6623 Charged Weapon Concept. Vase and Kedis finally exited the system space, but not to return to their old routines, but rather gather the necessary materials for their collaboration project. It must have been weird for the people around them to notice that Vase and Kedis abruptly changed their demeanors. They had worked continuously for 9 months. It was natural for them to come out with completely different attitudes and mindsets. They could not hide the weariness radiating from their expressions and body language, but they were able to mask it to a degree by focusing on their current priority. Soon enough, they used their contacts and spent their money and merits to quickly secure a batch of materials that they could use to forge the bittersword. They ordered a greater variety of materials than needed in order to retain a bit of flexibility and choice. The two had yet to design the new weapon, so it was best to be safe and build up a generous stockpile. Vase intended to craft a lot more D-arms in the future. He could use anything left untouched in his future demoncasting projects. Now that they gathered an abundant amount of phase water, exotics and hypers, they obtained all of the building blocks they need to design a good D-arm. They soon stumbled upon an immediate problem. We can't control the final form of the D-sword, Vase said. Whatever we design, the appearance as well as the performance of the weapon will undergo a comprehensive transformation after we demoncast it. While the weapon is bound to become stronger, it will also spend its energies on useless additions and elements that pose a greater threat to the wielder. Anything can happen, which is what makes demoncasting so interesting. If our luck is bad, then a lot more energy will be spent on detrimental changes. If our luck is a little better, then the changes will mostly be helpful and productive. We only have a single attempt, though. We cannot impose strong enough control over the process with our current understanding and mastery of demoncasting. Even if they accrued a lot more experience and learned a lot more how demoncasting changed an object, Vase doubted that the situation would be much better. They could control the variables before demoncasting in an attempt to guide the process within a specific range of outcomes, but that was like training a cat to spy on enemies. You're right, Kedis said as she furrowed her brows. There are many variables that go into forging a good sword. A weapon as high-end as a first-class transphasic hyper-mech sword has to meet high criteria in order to avoid misusing all of the phase water and other expensive materials. If the regular demoncasting process is similar to the transformation of the maiden knife, then I fear what may happen to our potential masterwork. The influence of the bitter swordsman on the weapon will be completely out of our control. We do not have a good idea of the principles and patterns of the transformation, so the sword can grow serrated teeth or maybe even turn into a trident. The awareness that the final outcome would ultimately look far different from their initial design made it difficult for the two mech designers to start their work. They were accustomed to having as many variables under their control as possible. Even if they could not account for slight variations in material, quality and so on, at least their end products were near-perfect matches of their designs. In a reality where the deviation between a mech design and a fabricated mech was normally below 0.01%, a variation as large as 30% or more was a catastrophe. Even Vase, who fell in love with demoncasting and liked the surprises troubled on how to approach the current project, could offer, felt however, he eventually shook his head and decided to soldier on even if the circumstances were anything but ideal. It is useless to cry about factors that we can't control. We should just design the best possible sword based on the materials we have gathered for the Everchanger. I know that once we demoncast the bitter swordsman into the weapon, everything will change, but at least we have done the best we can by providing a good base. Think of it as raising a designer baby. We can decide on the genes and augmentation package in advance, but once the embryo is synthesized and eventually gets born, our ability to control the properties of the growing child progressively drops over time. This was not a perfect analogy, but it was enough to convince Kedis that she could still work under the circumstances. He was right. The initial form of the weapon might not resemble the final form, but at least there was a strong degree of correlation between the two. A normal sword was unlikely to transform into a spear after it got demoncasted. The two soon began to design the initial form of the sword. Even if it wouldn't remain in this form for long after forging it, Kedis still intended to make it fit Venerable Joshua and the Everchanger as best as possible. She possessed a thorough understanding of the expert pilot and his expert mech, so she did not need to collect additional data to create a vision of a new weapon. The Everchanger currently has access to two swords. Kedis explained. The Heartsword is an old and reliable weapon, but it is sadly outdated even if I have maintained it and applied minor upgrades to it over the years. Designed in the style of an arming sword, the Heartsword is a handy and reliable weapon that fits well in the hands of the Everchanger. Joshua doesn't make use of it as often as before, though. Its offensive potential is lacking. The only good thing I have to say about it is that Joshua is able to rely upon it at all times. He has trained and fought with it for many hours and knows it like the back of his hand. In the Scarlet Ember, I never really considered it a part of the Everchanger's permanent arsenal. Kedis admitted, we stole the plasma sword from the Neo Amadeus and repurposed it into an alternative weapon for the Everchanger. Since it was originally designed to be wielded by an ace mech, the Everchanger cannot keep it active for long without draining his energy reserves. I have mitigated this problem by upgrading the Everchanger's energy cells, but it is still too powerful for the expert hero mech. I also think it is a poor fit for this particular machine. It should be wielded by a mech that is designed from the ground up to wield high-intensity energy swords. The Swordmaster never developed a liking for plasma swords and other energy-type swords. They relied a lot more on technology rather than solid alloy to form the blade. Wielding them also required a radically different approach and set of sword skills. Joshua only ever really used it if his Everchanger needed to inflict high damage up close and did not mind if he expended a lot of energy in the process. In any case, it was clear to hear from Katiz's tone that she wanted to decouple the Scarlet Ember from the Everchanger. I think we can design a proper replacement for the Scarlet Ember, Vase suggested. The Heartsword should be reserved for general usage. Maybe you can upgrade it later on to strengthen its alignment towards the metal element or another E-energy attribute. As for the D-arms, I think we can rely on the power of the Bitter Swordsman to give the weapon a more damaging edge, especially if we make use of the right demoncasting mold. The two came closer to figuring out what kind of sword they wanted to equip the Everchanger. Vase and Kedis both took the current and future state of the expert hero mech into account when devising the new D-arm. It had to be usable by the Everchanger Mark II while also keeping up with the vastly improved performance of the upcoming Everchanger Mark III. The two kept drafting several proposals and considering their design choices for their collaborative project. Do you want to integrate Stormblade technology into the D-arm? Vase asked. No. Kedis immediately shook her head in refusal. Stormblade technology can be a boon for Joshua, but we are not designing this D-arm to increase the Everchanger's combat power. We are also trying to promote the growth and evolution of my husband. I fear that if I bestow his expert mech with an electrified D-arm, he will learn the wrong lessons from it and develop an unnecessary affinity for electric power. We need to design a sword that is conducive to promoting the power of cooperation and symbiosis. Vase gained a good idea. Why not make a sword that you can precharge with energy or another special resource and have it discharge at overuse? The weapon will be far more effective when it still retains a charge. Once the Everchanger has exhausted it, the mech can return it to its sheath and go back to using the Heartsword. This way, Joshua still has a reason to use both weapons. Kedis liked the sound of that. Even though the Heartsword truly needed a comprehensive upgrade, she did not want her husband to phase out the weapon entirely. Adopting Ves's suggestion pretty much meant replacing the Scarlet Ember. The two weapons occupied the same role, though the D-sword would hopefully rely on a sharp physical edge instead of a burning plasma edge to inflict damage. The next major decision they needed to make was what kind of resource they would rely upon to give the weapon a high but temporary boost of damage. Plasma was out of the picture. They would just be recreating a different version of the Scarlet Ember if they selected this option. What about phase water? Vase made another suggestion. Now that our clan has become more successful in battle, we can always harvest a steady amount of phase water from the spoils we gain from the battlefield. Our income is much greater these days and we have gained access to so many high-end trading channels that it is very possible for us to buy additional phase water from our closest friends and allies. We can design a weapon that exemplifies a transphasic sword. Are you suggesting that we try to develop a superdimensional weapon of our own? That's beyond our capabilities, Kedis. I don't know how the native aliens and the cosmopolitans have managed to make those Saint Piercer arms, but there are rumors that they are made with the help of ancient phase whales. I don't think we can replicate their incredible power and mastery of spatial abilities, but we don't have to. D arms rely on different principles to become more powerful. What I want is to make a phase water-charged sword that is specifically designed to tear through transphasic energy shields and spatial barriers as if they are paper. This must be a weapon that is specifically designed to counter phase lords. This was a weapon that the Everchanger needed the most in the current day and age. The Heartsword and the Scarlet Ember were both fine weapons, but neither performed well against transphasic energy shields or Azure energy shields. This was a major shortcoming that only became more severe in the future. The future Everchanger Mark III update would definitely address all of these shortcomings, but for now the phase water-charged sword concept sounded like an excellent stopgap solution. Joshua will like it, Kedis predicted. He has always felt that his Everchanger is lacking in offensive power compared to the other expert mechs of our clan. With a more powerful sword, it will become much easier for him to regain his relevance and make him feel as if he is making much greater contributions than before. We should make sure to set a quota on how much phase water he is allowed to use, though. He will probably burn through our entire stock within a month or two if he is allowed to make use of his new weapon at will. Chapter 6624 Weapons that can threaten God's phasewater-charged weapons were not new. The native aliens developed many different weapons that expended phase water to temporarily increase a weapon's penetration power. However, it was impossible for them to apply this tech on a large scale. Phasewater may be more abundant in alien space, but tea was still a precious resource that had a lot of different uses. In truth, there were more nefarious reasons why this known technology had not become as popular as it should. Phasewater-charged weapons boasted enhanced lethality and could neutralize phase water-based defenses a lot more effectively than usual. This made them a lot more threatening when employed against phase lords and phase whales. As the gods and rulers of the Red Ocean, these phase leaders would never allow their mortal subjects to build up a stockpile of weapons that could end their reign one day. Given that the phase whales had always been regarded as gods for millions of years in the dwarf galaxy, their policies to restrict the other alien races from investing in the development of phase water-charged weapons and building enormous stockpiles of them had apparently been successful. Plenty of human analysts and researchers speculated that the true reason why the phase whale race taught the other major races how to turn themselves into phase lords was to prevent them from developing phase water-charged weapons. By giving the ruling class of the Nunzer race, the Puelmer race, the Jurg race and so on the ability to drastically expand their lifespans and gain nearly unmatched personal power, their interests suddenly became a lot more aligned with the phase whale race. If this was true, then this was a particularly clever and subversive way of preventing a catastrophic rebellion by preemptively absorbing the leaders of every significant race. Ever since this status quo came into being, the native gods that reigned over much of alien society in the Red Ocean maintained a careful watch of technological development in their respective regions. The local gods made sure to suppress any attempt to invest in the R&D and production of powerful phase water-charged weapons because such arms not only threatened the phase whale race, but also their own oversized true bodies. So far, phase water-charged weapons had yet to be used in a significant capacity by both sides. The native alien forces primarily consisted of cannon fodder fleets. They were thrown onto Red humanity's frontlines with the expectation that they would die in exchange for weakening the human defenders. It did not make sense to equip them with phase water-charged weapons. Not only would human high-ranking mechs focus on eliminating them first, but the native aliens could achieve the same results by relying on quantity over quality as long as they showed a little more patience. The red humans did not employ phase water-charged weapons on a wide scale either. Their supply of it was much less, so they had to make the most out of the limited quantities they had available by putting them to use in more sustainable tech. Only certain battleships and ace mechs had the privilege of making use of phase water-charged weapons, but even then their use was heavily restricted. Red humanity had already begun to produce more of them in haste in case they were confronted by a sudden phase of phase lords and phase whales. Since the native gods had become such an overwhelming concern to red humanity, Vase and Kedis found it prudent to ensure that their clan could deal against this threat as well. We can't issue phase water-charged weapons to all of our champions, Vase told Kedis. They can burn through hundreds of grams or even more than a kilogram's worth of phase water with every encounter. Their usage may be justified if they manage to kill a phase lord and earn a huge share of all of the phase water and phase water organs that can be salvaged from the enormous corpse, but I don't think that will happen often enough. If we have to resupply all of the phase water expended by more than a dozen expert mechs and ace mechs, we will quickly drain our reserves and enter into a deficit. His words conveyed an underlying message that Kedis keenly understood. Venerable Joshua shall become a worthy bearer of the only phase water-charged weapon of our clan. She promised to him. The Everchanger is the most suitable machine to wield such an expensive sword. The Dark Zephyr Mark III does not need it because he can leap past every energy barrier. The Bastion does not need it because she is not mobile enough to make good use of the blade. The only other mechs that may be able to make good use of it are the Lionheart and the Bloodstar Mark II. A stronger case could be made for those two machines. They were already high-tier expert mechs piloted by Trueblood Larkinsons that were only one step away from breaking through. General Ark Larkinson may have fallen behind compared to St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, but he was still a very skilled mech pilot and mech commander. Giving him a phase water-charged weapon was like adding wings to a tiger. As for his grandfather, Venerable Benjamin Larkinson had mostly recovered from his decades of indolence and lack of training. His physical state was still frail compared to other expert pilots, so he probably needed a little more help in order to surpass the critical threshold and advance to the next rank. If Benjamin managed to become an ace pilot, his Saint Kingdom would be able to fortify and rejuvenate his body even further, thereby prolonging his lifespan and counteracting the physical effects of aging and other ailments. However, Vase did not think that either of them needed a phase water-charged weapon. Their mechs were much more modern and powerful, so they were already capable of putting up a good fight without a stronger sword. The Everchanger on the other hand needed this boon the most. It was much older than the other two expert mechs. It was designed before phase water technology became more widely available, so it was very much lacking in its ability to counteract transphasic defenses. Arming it with this special D sword would therefore make the greatest difference on the battlefield. Vase inclined his head towards Kedis. Make sure that Joshua does not squander this gift. Let's begin to design the weapon. Now that they had made the critical design choices, they had a clear idea on the weapon they wished to design. Given that the D sword would primarily be used to fight against massive phase lords, it had to be long, broad and relatively thick along the center. It needed to be able to cut through as much of the true body of a phase lord as possible. However, as a hero mech, the Everchanger should ideally wield its sword in a single hand. This limited the mass and dimensions of the weapon. They couldn't make a weapon as long and heavy as a greatsword because that would make it too easy for the enemy to knock it out of the Everchanger's grip. While the Everchanger could theoretically wield a greatsword with two arms, this was not ideal as one of the arms was optimized to wield a rifle with a single hand. The limb was not designed to swing large and heavy objects with great force. Joshua doesn't like to fight with great swords anyway. Kedis mentioned, he thinks they are too clumsy in unskilled hands. It is too easy to punish a wielder if he or she makes some mistakes. So what type of sword do you recommend for this project? Either a longsword or a thick and heavy scimitar. The former is more familiar to Joshua, but personally I recommend a scimitar. The best way to deal damage against a phase lord is by cutting, not stabbing. Wielding a curved blade will make it easier. Straight-edged swords are actually more effective when used against other mechs due to the need to pierce deep through multiple armor layers and inflict crippling damage onto the internals. I see. Will Joshua be able to learn how to wield this weapon? Sure, I will teach him in person, and I will also make sure to embed sword-style lessons into the weapon itself. Hopefully, the demoncasting process will not compromise them too much. In fact, I am rather curious how the bitter swordsman might corrupt my work. Alright. The bitter scimitar project it is, then. Let us make sure that we design it so that it matches all of the related parties as best as possible. Their design work began in earnest. Vase and Kedis both worked on different aspects of. Kedis was in charge of the project due to her greater expertise on bladed weapons. She primarily concerned herself with the metallurgy, the shape and the mass distribution of the scimitar. Vase meanwhile worked on the more technological aspects of the future D weapon. He relied on his broader and more extensive knowledge base to handle the phase water technology, the hyper technology and most of the E-technology aspects of the biter scimitar project. That meant that he also took responsibility for implementing the components that made it possible to augment the cutting edge by burning phase water. His unfamiliarity with the specialized tech slowed him down a bit, but not too much. He was more than capable of familiarizing with it quickly due to the fact that he was a phase lord as well as a senior mech designer. While he only replicated the current tech and did not do anything to innovate on the current solution, that was already enough as far as he was concerned. He wanted to make sure that the implementation phase water charge technology was as solid and reliable as possible. It needed to serve as a strong base for subsequent demonization. Once the bitter swordsman got demoncasted into the bitter scimitar project, he would most definitely mutate and empower this tech far beyond its initial specifications. The two mech designers became increasingly more excited in the project as they progressed their work. The more details got added into the design, the more their imagination conjured up images of how it would look and perform after it got demoncasted. The growing anticipation raised their motivation and caused them to make brisk progress. It only took a few days to complete the design for the entire weapon. The scimitar had grown fairly thick and long, but the Everchanger should still be able to wield it adequately enough. The bitter scimitar could be used in two different ways. When remained in an unpowered state, its cutting edge should not be that much different from any other transphasic sword, barring any effects brought by yet when the weapon finally began to burn phase water, its edge would begin to acquire properties that reminded phase of superdimensional properties, but only for a short amount of time. According to my calculations, if the bitter scimitar burns through 100 grams of phase water, its penetration power will increase by 500 to 700% over a span of 16 to 25 seconds. Vase said, I can't be more precise than that as there are many variables that can influence the effectiveness of phase water charge technology. Mind you, the numbers that I have mentioned only apply to its undemonized state. Once it is turned into a D-arm, I expect the figures to undergo drastic changes. Kedis nodded in understanding. 16 to 25 seconds is awfully short. It is not enough to kill or cripple a phase lord, but it should be enough to overload the enemy's energy defenses. If 100 grams of phase water is not enough, then the scimitar should burn 200 grams. If 200 grams is not enough, then 400 grams. Talk like that often led to sky-high consumption and sudden bankruptcies. However, the effect should be worth it so long as the Everchanger could ensure a kill when employing the bitter scimitar. Taking out an enemy phase lord not only yielded massive spoils, but also eased the pressure on the border regions, thereby making it a little more likely for red humanity to withstand the onslaught. The Everchanger will become true hero mech after obtaining this D-arm. Vase grinned in expectation. Chapter 6625 The Challenges of First-Class Weapon Production. After completing the design for the bitter scimitar, Vase and Kedis immediately prepared to forge the weapon. They planned to utilize the excellent facilities of the Workshop of Creation to make this happen. Though Kedis was relatively new to the mech designer system, she had already made use of the equipment multiple times throughout the marathon. By completing several missions related to production, the Swordmaster gradually became familiar with the high-end equipment and tools. Vase and Kedis had no idea who developed all of these instruments and tools. Whoever was responsible certainly knew their business. Any mech designer, engineer or craftsman could configure them exactly to their liking. Much of the equipment offered a high degree of control over their operations. The excessive amount of control parameters could easily overwhelm a less knowledgeable and experienced creator, but those of a higher level could easily leverage extra options to fine-tune their work processes and increase the quality and consistency of their output. As a swordmaster and a journeyman mech designer, Kedis also happened to minor in traditional blacksmithing, or rather the sword-making part of it. Her heritage was relatively basic, but Vase had supplied her with enough documentation and manuals to forge a minor artifact by herself. It is important that we create the bitter artifact in the form of a minor artifact. It would be better if we can elevate it to a masterwork as well. Vase explained to Kedis, from what I have learned about demoncasting, it is much easier to merge a demon into an object if it is already set up to host an artifact spirit. Less energy will be wasted on opening up space. It will also decrease the severity of unproductive mutations. They tend to occur when the demon is forced to mash himself into an object that is inherently unsuited to accommodate his presence. The female mech designer raised her eyebrow. How did you manage to learn all of that? Did you exchange an enlightenment fruit without my notice? I pieced the clues together by studying the demoncasting forge, analyzing the data on the maiden knife and reviewing my prior understanding on artifacts and creation cultivation. It is all connected, you see. Vase confidently smiled at her. From my understanding, demoncasting will produce much better results if we pave the way as much as possible. The process will follow the path of least resistance. Think of it like this. If we dig up a channel where water can flow through a route that we have optimized in advance, the bitter swordsman will more likely than not obediently follow our arrangements rather than expend additional energy into digging his own channel. That analogy allowed Kedis to understand the gist of his explanation. I see. If that is the case, we should ideally create a high-level artifact, as that is the closest to matching the properties of a arm. Creating a masterwork should suffice. The newly birthed artifact spirit will start off so weak and without any personality that I will not feel bad if it gets subsumed by the bitter swordsman. Technically speaking, this was like birthing a baby in the form of a sword artifact, only to allow a demon to possess and assimilate the infant's body and soul. If Vase literally attempted to do this to a human baby, then Kedis would never stand for it. A purpose-built mech weapon was a different case, however. She could still tolerate this treatment because she did not truly treat a newly forged artifact as a true living being. In any case, Vase and Kedis had a clear idea on how they should approach this forging run. Kedis naturally took the lead. She had already forged a masterwork mech sword in the form of the Decapitator in the past. She accumulated a lot more knowledge and experience since then, but she had only worked on the design of the bitter scimitar for a short amount of time. The use of more powerful materials made it more challenging to combine them into a sword as they were more energetic in general. This meant that they were prone to releasing unexpected bursts of energy and might even produce strange reactions when they came into contact with other volatile materials. This made it important for her to understand the properties of all of the hypers and exotics and anticipate how they would react if they were put together during the forging process. Exposure to heat, pressure, liquids and so on could all set off the materials before they were combined into stable alloys. The inclusion of phase water alone added another dimension of difficulty to the forging process. Until it was fully integrated into the metal alloys, it would definitely generate a lot of unstable and disruptive spatial activity around it. The higher the concentration of phase water, the greater the difficulty of containing the reactions. Fortunately, the workshop of creation also included advanced devices that could suppress the spatial activity. The downside was that they couldn't remain active at all times because a few steps of the production process partially relied on these spatial shenanigans to combine incompatible materials together in a much more powerful alloy. Kedis actually struggled to understand and plan how to safely handle and utilize every high-end material. If she erred on the side of caution, she would not be able to combine the materials as well as they should, thereby causing the resulting alloys and end product to fail to live up to their potential. If she tried to push too close to the limit and beyond, then she was liable to create an accident, thereby ruining the entire forging attempt. I have more respect for first-class mech designers and craftsmen now, she commented. They have to understand a lot more advanced theories in metallurgy and materials science just to figure out how to prevent their own workshop from blowing up. It is so easy to produce an accidental bomb by mixing different volatile materials together. Vase nodded. Creating first-class artifacts is not easy. The threshold is much higher, but that makes it all the more satisfying if you can do it. It is okay if you are not adept with handling these high-end materials. I can handle it in your stead. My external incarnation Vulcan is familiar with most of the exotics and hypers that we have included in the design. I can also use my own foundation in craftsmanship to figure out how to handle the unfamiliar materials. I am more concerned about fabricating and putting together the components for the phase water charge tech. These are purely technological components that have to be fabricated with more modern processes. Making them fit seamlessly with the forged scimitar will be another challenge. All of this made it more difficult to turn the weapon into a masterwork. Even so, their chances of success were not small. Vase was an experienced masterwork mech designer and had developed his own style to an extensive degree over the course of many past projects. Vulcan was also able to provide increasingly better assistance, especially if the work had any relations to traditional craftsmanship. Kedis knew swords like no one else in the Larkinson clan. She attained well-developed masteries in both the production and use of the sword. It was already rare enough to find a single human individual who possessed one such mastery. To be so proficient in both areas at the same time was much rarer and much more precious as a result. Aside from that, Kedis was much more invested in this forging run. Vase only wanted to make a proper D-arm in order to validate his assumptions about demon casting. The swordmaster on the other hand wanted to gift her husband an excellent sword that could increase his performance on the battlefield and restore his confidence. After revising, optimizing and double-checking their plan one last time, the two finally decided to proceed with forging the base artifact for the demoncasting attempt. Let us begin. The workshop of creation became busy with activity as both mech designers began to work with a focused mindset. Vase had offered to bonk Katiz's head with his hammer of brilliance, but she instantly declined. No thanks, Vase. I have a clear idea of what I want to do this time. I do not want to get assaulted by random inspiration and make radical changes on the spot. I don't want to innovate any further. I just want to produce the most solid result. Then at least enter into a two-person design network with me. We can keep tabs on each other's work a lot better. Alright, Alexandria was much more adept at this, but Blinky possessed the capacity to form a design network as well. As the two became connected in mind, they were able to ensure that they both remained up to date if they encountered any deviations from the plan. Such incidents happened more often than not. The two may have made a lot of hasty preparations in advance, but the lack of time invested in the project and their lack of real experience in handling much of the volatile materials inevitably led to faults and slight deviations that exceeded the set tolerance levels. Gloriana would have torn her hair out if she witnessed such mistakes. She would have disqualified the component and started all over again until the work was within her exacting tolerances. Vase on the other hand maintained a more adaptive mindset and just decided to roll with the changes. Minor deviations and accidents were of little concern to him as long as they did not compromise the performance of the end product to a significant degree. He instead felt that they added a touch of color and personality to the product. From his perspective, every handmade product had to attain its own unique identity in order to become a masterwork. Through controlled chaos, Vase converted any deviations into traits that added character to the end product. The essence of his crafting style was to transform negative factors into positive factors whenever possible. He was not always able to do this all of the time. Part of the challenge in making the bitter scimitar was to judge whether to keep a faulty component or discard again, and try. When Vase paid attention to Katiz's approach towards her work, he noted that she was still in the process of developing and maturing her own production style. So far, her approach towards forging the bitter scimitar leaned closer to Vase rather than Gloriana. Through the design network, Vase found out that Ketiz valued heart and intention over technical accuracy. She was able to tolerate unplanned deviations from the designs so long as her strong instincts and her emotions agreed with the changes. An additional unexpected factor that influenced her work was the Heavensward. The weapon did not actively advise Ketiz or take action if she made any mistakes. It instead generated a soft aura that helped to increase her focus and clear a few distractions from her mind. The effect was not as drastic as entering into a real or false inspired state, but it was enough for the Swordmaster. She was better able to set aside her fears, her concerns and other distractions. The journeyman mech designer also felt more in tune with swords and other bladed. She practically felt the scimitar slowly coming to life. With every action she took, she increasingly shaped and defined the weapon on a physical as well as metaphysical level. When they moved on to the final phases where they assembled the technological parts into the forged blade and hilt, the two mech designers finally took a step back and beheld their latest creation. "It's a masterwork," Ketiz said with a tired but relieved breath. "Now we just need to demoncast it. I wonder if the bitter scimitar will retain anything of its transcendent quality." "It should, I think. Actually, I am not sure. Even if it stops being a masterwork, AD Arms should be superior since it is much stronger on many levels." Chapter 6626 Vase. The Demon Provocateur masterworks could differ enormously from each other. Each of them represented excellence in material production in one fashion or another, but there was never a single correct outcome. That was inherently anathema to the traditional craftsmanship community. Different professionals could never completely agree on what constituted a good work. For example, Gloriana highly valued technical consistency and perfection. The closer a mech resembled the ideal mech design, the more exquisite the result. Vase on the other hand thought that such an overly sterile and standard outcome was too boring to earn a good score. What other people considered flaws, he tended to view them as colorful personality traits. Their diverging standards were reflective of their design philosophies. It was impossible for Gloriana to come around and appreciate Vese's tolerance towards chaos and imperfections. Likewise, Vase could never bring himself to evaluate Gloriana's bland and flawless work highly. Despite their fundamental differences in philosophy and opinion, the two were nonetheless able to work well together. They did not have to agree with each other on every matter in order to produce a masterwork. It was enough to understand their differences. So long as they amicably agreed to work around each other, they could avoid stepping on each other's toes while focusing on completing the assignments that fit their inclinations the best. Unlike the previous masterwork mechs that Vase had fabricated alongside Gloriana, the bitter scimitar was much more reflective of his own style. Kutiz's own approach towards craftsmanship and sword forging only added a different accent to the result. The fact that Vase managed to succeed further validated his own quirky approach towards craftsmanship. Controlled chaos was not a fantasy that led to a dead end. The more proficient he became in adopting this strategy, the more he was able to craft increasingly higher quality works despite the retention of so many physical imperfections. After the pair of mech designers scanned the newly created masterwork and wrote down their notes of their observations and experiences, they were finally ready to begin the final and most crucial process. Confidence coursed through Ves's body as he beheld the bitter scimitar and the demon mixer that contained the bitter swordsman. We have prepared the ingredients as best as possible. Our second attempt will be a lot better. I can assure you of that. Almost everything is ready. Almost. What are we missing? I need to have a good talk with the former expert candidate. Vase replied as he approached a certain demimech. If I can influence the process of demonization by bargaining with the demon, then it doesn't hurt to try. Who knows whether this will make the final form of the bitter scimitar more effective than before. Vase closed in on the demon mixer and pressed his palm on its demonized surface. Hello there. I know you can hear me somehow. Let's talk. If the demimech was not being restrained at the moment, it would have attempted to squash Vase even though it stood no chance of inflicting any actual damage. Perhaps the bitter swordsman may have gained a bit of rationality due to an uncertain factor, but it had not shaken off its fundamental nature as a demon. Vase immediately knew that he could not reason with the bitter swordsman like a normal human being. He immediately decided to switch his strategy and adopt a firmer demeanor. Fine, then, if you want to be like this, then let me make my point clear in terms you understand. You are a loser. There, I said it. You were a pathetic mech pilot in life. You managed to promote to the rank of expert candidate, yet got butchered like a pig on the battlefield due to overestimating your abilities. Qualified expert pilots have been able to survive their vulnerable periods as expert candidates without issue, but you have failed to measure up to that standard, so you deserve to die a worthless early death. The demon mixer began to shake more violently against the restraints. The provocative words infuriated the demon. Vase smirked as he continued to feel the mounting anger and fury inside the machine. So what if you're pissed? You can't do anything as long as you are attached to this useless demimech. Did you know I purposefully designed it so that you would still amount to little more than a nuisance when you demonized it? Hey, you must be feeling endlessly frustrated. You were a loser in your first life, and now you are a loser in your second life. Do you like feeling so powerless? Are you content with remaining a loser despite the fact that you have grown stronger than before? I thought so. All I am offering is a solution for you. As long as you cooperate with me and allow yourself to undergo a transformation that will help you integrate with that powerful mech scimitar over there, your new home will subsequently be transferred to a high-tier expert mech. For once in your life, you will be able to redeem yourself and prove your worth in a battle against powerful and relentless aliens. If you happen to establish a closer form of cooperation with the expert pilot, he may even be able to advance to the rank of ace pilot. Your proximity and assistance will allow you to earn a share of the rewards. You will gain so much high-quality energy that you can become a lot stronger than you could ever imagine back when you were an expert candidate. Do not think that it is pointless for you to fight on behalf of your new wielder. The more you assist your new owner, the stronger you will become. He will welcome that, as a stronger blade will allow him to challenge stronger opponents. Isn't this a good way for you to attain the glory and success that your enemies denied you in your first life? Okay, that's fair. No mech pilot wants to be reduced to an enslaved tool if he can help it. You don't have any choice, though. You died, and this is your new afterlife. You have become damned and forgotten by your old state because you were too much of a loser to survive and break through on the battlefield. You don't deserve anything better because you are too weak to matter. Quote. Vase smirked wider. Oh, did that upset you, loser? Instead of raging about it like a useless tool, you should instead embrace the opportunity that I am offering you. You can do a lot more with strength. As long as you grow strong enough, you can break the limitations of your new shell and free yourself from your physical cage. You can also attempt to overpower the pilot that has come to rely on you and maybe even take over his mind and body. Think of it as your only chance to resurrect yourself. Doesn't this sound better than experiencing 2 different lifetimes as a pathetic loser? The demon mixer shook with anger. What are you doing, Vase? She angrily hissed. Why are you feeding dangerous ideas into this demon? Are you deliberately trying to endanger Joshua? Relax. It will be fine. Have confidence in your husband. He may have fallen to a low point at the moment, but he will definitely recover. Every hero does. Joshua needs an additional source of adversity to grow. By wielding a D-arm that embodies both power and loss of control, Joshua will constantly have to struggle to tame and pacify this weapon. It is best if he can reduce the bitter swordsman hostility and attain true symbiosis. However, even a temporary cooperation is enough. This will keep him on his toes and continuously temper his willpower. If you want people to stop calling you a loser, then you need to project strength instead of pointless temper tantrums. I am giving you a chance to gain what you need. The demon casting process that I will be subjecting you to will hurt you a lot. I can guarantee you that you will experience so much pain that you will feel tempted to resist to the best of your abilities. Don't. For once in your life, you must demonstrate as much willpower as an expert pilot and do your best to accept and conform to the changes brought by this process. As long as you accept the changes, then you will become bound to the bitter scimitar in your strongest state. The weapon will better reflect your new role and properties. So long as you accept these changes, you will retain a greater portion of your effective strength, which you will need to one day contest your wielder's control over his own body. Kedis moved forward and clutched his arm. He can do that without you setting the bitter swordsman up for a betrayal. Oh, come on, Kedis. We're talking about a demon. Betrayal is in their nature. Their blackened souls can permit nothing else. Since a struggle for dominance cannot be avoided, then there is no harm in stoking it. At least I can exert a measure of control over the competition. Besides, have some faith in your husband. Joshua is not a typical expert pilot, but that makes him all the more precious and unique. He can be strong in his own way. He just needs the opportunity to showcase his own advantages. After settling Katiz's concerns, Vase moved over to the demoncasting forge and approached the rack where all of the molds had been placed. While the demoncasting forge provided dozens of different demoncasting molds, Vase did not feel satisfied with the limited selection. There was only one generic attack enhancement mold that could be applied to any weapon, no matter whether it was a sword or a rifle. Although this generous purpose mold had a low chance of failure when used on a weapon, Vase had little idea on what exactly grew stronger. This was yet another indication that Vase should eventually learn to develop his own demoncasting molds. He could design more specialized ones that specifically enhanced different weapons in very specific ways. However, that was too far away for him. He did not even have access to enlightenment fruits or any other source of information that could teach him the principles and design specifications of these weird molds. After he swept through the other molds and confirmed that nothing else was more suitable, he commanded a bot to take out the attack enhancement demoncasting mold and place it in the appropriate slot over at the demoncasting forge. Alright, let's start. Anticipation welled up inside Vase as he began the demoncasting process. He first used the workshop controls to toss Demon Mixer 5 into the demonic flames. A loud scream erupted from the demonized Demimech as its mech frame literally melted in a matter of seconds. All of the metal got vaporized or disappeared entirely, leaving nothing else but the middle demon, who strangely burned at a much slower rate. That is handy. Kedis looked impressed. How did you know the demonic flames would allow you to separate the demon from his bonded vessel? Vase chuckled. I didn't. I just made an educated guess. These flames are extraordinary. They give me a sense of acute danger whenever I hover too close to it. Besides, I did not want to go through the trouble of manually separating the bitter swordsman from his former GU container. My solution is much rougher and has a much greater chance of damaging the demon. He had made the right bet, as the demonic flames liberated the middle demon from his physical shell, only to get roasted without any physical protection. The bitter swordsman roared in pain as his weaker and less stable aspects slowly burned away. Over time, his form became less defined and more amorphous. Vase paid close attention to the middle demon's state. He eventually trusted his gut feeling and pulled the bitter swordsman out at a relatively early timing. He wanted the demon to retain most of his cognition. While this would definitely cause the demon to generate greater resistance and increase the chances of a backlash, this was exactly what Vase had in mind for the bitter scimitar. The weapon had to be almost just as dangerous to its wielder in order to serve its noble purpose. Chapter 6627, an extension to the demoncasting process. From the moment that Vase fished out the partially refined middle demon and stuffed him into the attack enhancement demoncasting mold, his personal involvement in the process had come to an end. Vase disliked that about the demoncasting process. He would have been able to feel a bit of agency at this point if he was the one that made the demoncasting mold that was being used, but this was not the case. His fellow mech designer held the same opinion. Demoncasting is more suited for mass production. Kedis opined. The lack of control and agency is both a blessing and a curse. It automates much of the process of merging the demon into the object. Craftsmen who don't know any better have very few opportunities to botch the process. This way, you can delegate this task to less experienced producers. You just need to supply the demons and the target objects and they can do the rest without worrying that they will fail. However, if you want to apply more control and achieve a better fit between the demon and the object, manual forging is the best approach. He agreed with her. He fully intended to get started on demon forging when an opportunity arose. For now, he was relatively happy with demoncasting as he cared more about establishing reliable production than aiming for anything ambitious. That was not to say that the bitter scimitar lacked ambition. Aside from the main demoncasting process, Vase and Kedis had invested a lot of care, effort and high-quality resources into developing the base weapon. To be honest, the bitter scimitar in its naked and pristine form already possessed the qualifications to serve as a good anti-phase water tech weapon. As long as Venerable Joshua activated the command to burn a quantity of phase water, its edge would gain drastically penetration power, thereby allowing him to slice through most small opponents and rapidly breach the defenses of larger targets. Expensive or not, Vase believed it was already worth it to boost Joshua and the Everchanger's combat performance. The pair may not be the strongest in the Larkinson army, but their characteristics represented his design philosophy the best. Vase had a vested interest in boosting their growth as he could apply a range of life-based solutions to the Everchanger. As Vase mused whether he should build a phase water-charged weapon for his own use, the demoncasting process finally reached a critical junction. The demoncasting mold forcibly reshaped the middle demon in a form that was more conducive to enhancing the attack power of an object. The bitter swordsman suffered a great amount of torment throughout this phase as he had been pulled out of the demonic flames too soon. While doing this preserved a greater proportion of his strength, it also made him a bit too rigid to squeeze into the mold. The demon was undercooked. This meant that he was not quite malleable enough to fit the mold as effectively as he could have. This should slightly reduce the power of the outcome, but Vase was fine this setback. The most important outcome to him was that the bitter swordsman had not been refined to the point of losing most of his memories and his strength as a middle demon. As for remaining intact enough to be able to put up a more serious fight against its future wielder, Vase saw that as an advantage rather than a disadvantage. The more the bitter swordsman was able to put up a mean fight, the more powerful the D-arm became. Only by enduring continuous threats from his new weapon would Joshua be able to receive the tempering he needed to unlock his greater potential. Just as Vase was dreaming about how much more powerful the Everchanger could become when he was piloted by an ace pilot, the transfer phase had finally begun. Once the reshaped middle demon got injected into the masterwork weapon, the giant weapon immediately began to transform. The weapon grew larger and heavier. The scimitar originally featured a bluish tint on much of the blade due its alloy composition. Now, the blue coloration grew brighter and more reflective as it exuded a lot more threat than before. The technological components that were responsible for augmenting the edge at the cost of burning phase water also began to experience mutations. They grew in size and soon became covered in irregularly spaced spherical blue balls. Vase really hoped that the weapon would retain the ability to augment its edge through burning phase water, or else he would grow really upset. Different from his first attempt at demoncasting, this time the mutations were not so excessive. While the weapon did grow out additional spikes that pointed threateningly towards the wielder, they were not as proportionately long or numerous as the ones adorning the maiden knife. Perhaps the masterwork weapon had made a huge difference. Perhaps Ves's provocating statements to the bitter swordsman helped to control the distribution of power. Perhaps the much better fit between the different factors reduced the wasted effort. Whatever the case, the bitter scimitar's demonized form still resembled its original form for the most part. While it had grown a little longer and more massive, these outward changes did not surpass his tolerance for mutations. What remained uncertain were the changes that weren't visible to the naked eye. He could feel the molded bitter swordsman settle into the weapon and infusing it with his demonic power, but how did that improve the performance of the weapon? How much sharper and tougher did it become, and what kind of special abilities did it gain? Unlike the maiden knife, Vase did not think the bitter scimitar would produce an effect as banal as making the wielder prettier than normal. Vase could definitely sense that the weapon had become more threatening than before. This demoncasting attempt is indeed a lot more successful than your first attempt, Kedis said with a touch of awe. The differences between the base weapon and the D-arm are significant. I can scarcely imagine how much more powerful the latter has become. If my guess is right, then the demoncasting may have elevated a first-class weapon into a D-arm that is close to reaching the standards of a super-class weapon. That was high praise from Kedis. Vase owned a few pieces of super-class tech. He had studied the gadgets supplied by the Red 3 during his free time, and was not able to decipher much from them. What little he did found out suggested that there were definitely reasons why super-class products existed on an entirely different level compared to regular first-class products. Although he still was not able to examine the new D-arm in detail, Vase made the preliminary judgment that it had not yet reached that supreme level that made it worthy to be wielded by senior ace mechs. However, this was just the start. The bitter scimitar had gained much stronger growth prospects than before. In any case, it still remained a powerful weapon that could outclass other ones such as the much-celebrated decapitator and the instrument of vengeance. The latter was a rifle of remarkable design and engineering, but its extraordinary qualities were not too great. It was different for the bitter scimitar. This was a weapon that was much more defined by its extraordinary qualities. Without the middle demon corrupting and distorting the freshly forged masterwork weapon, the bitter scimitar would not be able to keep Vase in the dark about its mysterious enhancements. When the demoncasting mold lifted up and out of the way, the process had finally come to an end. Vase and Kedis waited for a moment to see whether the demonization process produced any further mutations. The only other change that took place was that the pommel morphed into the form of a demonic head. The head was grinning in an ominous fashion. Thankfully, it remained static and unmoving, but whether it would remain that way was still uncertain. Just as Vase was about to command the bots to lift the bitter scimitar out of the demoncasting forge and bring it over to a testing facility, an unexpected situation took place. The pristine blue skies with idyllic white clouds above their heads abruptly began to darken. Vase grew slack-jawed as he witnessed the classical formation of tribulation clouds. Oh, come on, why did this when you let off the maiden knife? What is it about the bitter scimitar that merits this response? On the one hand, triggering a lightning tribulation event was a badge of honor to a craftsman. His work had become good enough to merit a test from the heavens. On the other hand, provoking the wrath of the heavens was dangerous and could ultimately cause his second-ever D-arm to crumble into ash and dust. It all depended on the severity of the lightning tribulation. Vase continued to look up and tried to estimate from the size and energy readings of all of the storm clouds how many lightning bolts would rain down onto the D-arm. The good news is that the storm does not look as big or threatening as the last ones I have provoked. Vase ultimately said, it will probably produce a single modal lightning tribulation. The only question is how many rounds the heavens will send. It could be 1 round or 2. There is a huge difference between withstanding 9 lightning strikes and 18 lightning strikes. Kedis looked puzzled. That does not sound so bad. These lightning strikes start out weak and ramp up after every strike, correct? By the time the 18th strike has landed, our work should still be able to survive. Don't forget that the scimitar will grow a little stronger after withstanding a lightning strike. It will become much stronger and more solid if it manages to survive until the end. That is true, Kedis, but you are overlooking one important factor. The heavenly authorities that govern the galaxies and send out lightning tribulations are especially hostile and repellent towards demons. Tribulation lightning is one of the most powerful forms of positive energy. When it strikes a target that is saturated with negative energies, the latter will undergo a painful round of cleansing. Ah, I forgot about that. You are right, this is a serious problem. Lightning punished evil. This was true in the past, and it would definitely remain true in the present. Vase thought about whether he should pick up the bitter scimitar and wield it himself in order to help the weapon survive the coming onslaught. However, he eventually chose not to and allowed the D-arm to withstand the lightning tribulation while resting on the spot. So long as the tribulation event did not turn multimodal and spawned all kinds of simulated opponents, Vase believed that the heavens would only rain down regular lightning bolts from the skies. If this was the case, then Kedis' words still had merit despite her faulty assumption. Vase stared carefully at the D-arm. The middle demon may suffer greatly from the lightning tribulation, but the physical structure of the transformed weapon would definitely undergo a comprehensive round of improvements. That should help the middle demon shelter from the storm clouds hovering above his head. The stronger the physical form, the more extensively the middle demon could use the mech frame as a shield against raw exposure to all of the tribulation lightning energy. The first lightning bolt already rained down from above. The bitter scimitar suffered very little signs of damage. Only a portion of its blade became scorched, but it was already being repaired by the injection of high-quality creation energies. The second lightning bolt inflicted more serious damage, but the excellent physical qualities of the weapon again prevented more serious consequences. Vase relaxed a bit. If the rest of the lightning bolts followed this pattern, then his bitter scimitar may be able to withstand this entire test without being held by the hand of a strong enough warrior. This may actually turn out to be a blessing. Only the worthy deserved to survive a lightning tribulation. Vase was confident that his latest collaboration work with Kedis met this standard. Chapter 6628 Heavenly Punishment. Vase did not anticipate that the creation of the bitter scimitar would provoke a lightning tribulation. He assumed that while D-arms were more powerful than typical artifacts that red humanity could produce at this time, they shouldn't be too exaggerated, especially given his lack of familiarity and proficiency with demoncasting. His assumptions turned out to be wrong. Perhaps this may be one of the reasons why demoncasting had become lost. If it was this easy to provoke the heavens with the creation of D-arms, then those that just started out in this craft would definitely endure a lot of failures. Fortunately, Vase was not a demoncaster by profession. He was already an accomplished senior mech designer, and Kedis was not bad at her craft either. The bitter scimitar should definitely be able to withstand the first handful of strikes without suffering significant damage. The question was what would happen after that. Once the successive lightning strikes ramped up, they may be able to pose a much more serious threat to his second D-arm. Vase made a decision and began to act. He stepped forward while at the same time unfolding a part of his true body. He only grew tall enough to roughly match the Everchanger before using his enlarged hands to grasp the bitter scimitar. "What are you doing, Vase? I can handle it," Vase shouted back as he held the bitter scimitar in a sloppy upward-facing guard position. The D-arm needs to be wielded in order to showcase a greater proportion of its strength. This is also a good opportunity for me to temper my true body and spirit by baptizing it with lightning. I will be hitting two birds with one stone. Another lightning bolt rained down from above. The metallic blue bitter scimitar let out a brief cry of pain that shocked Ves's mind. At the same time the tribulation lightning coursed through his formidable body. Vase merely grunted in response. This was far from his first encounter with tribulation lightning. The strikes of this magnitude could no longer pose a serious threat to him, but neither did they provide any significant tempering. However, any little bit of progress helped. Even if his phase water concentration rose by just 0.1%, he would become a bit harder to kill than before. Fortunately for him, the lightning tribulation did not grow more powerful due to his intervention. Vase was sure he played by the rules this time. The bitter scimitar was meant to be wielded by another person, and few were more suitable than one of its own creators. Kedis meanwhile observed him holding the mech scaled scimitar in a stance that screamed amateur. His footing was too unstable, his grip was too tight, and he lacked the intuition and reaction speed to accurately slice at a lightning bolt that struck down from above. She wished she could be the one to wield the D-arm instead, but when she looked down at her human-scaled arms, she dismissed this silly notion. Size mattered. Her inability to wield any weapons designed for mechs was the reason why nobody took human swordmasters seriously in modern times. The fact that she was unable to do her job due to the size disparity caused her to develop a much greater yearning to pilot a Karman mech than before. During one of her past talks with Vase during the marathon, her former mentor had outlined the solution he had in mind for mech designers. Kedis had to admit that polymetal mechs sounded tailor-made for every competent mech designer. The ability to use their expertise to program bonded smart metal into machines of their own design offered unparalleled flexibility and personalization. Such a solution was far superior to a more basic Karman mech that only offered limited room for customization and personalization. If she had already formed a blood pact with a so-called polymetal mech, then she would have summoned it and used it to move forward and take the scimitar from Ves's unskilled hands. Vase had yet to formally begin the development of his polymetal mechs. His schedule was packed with other projects and he still needed to find the right smart metal solution. In any case, it did not matter whether Vase was an inept swordsman. The D-arm may have crossed a limit, but it had not provoked a response that was as scary as the initial creation of the elemental lord. The fact that the response came in the form of a single modal lightning tribulation signified that while the bitter scimitar crossed a line, it had not violated the most severe taboos. This told Vase that while the heavens were hostile towards demons, this should mostly be a standard policy. Demons were inherently negative and could drain the life of an entire galaxy if left unchecked. For this reason, most demons needed to be culled when they managed to get anchored to the material realm for one reason or another. As for the demons that managed to withstand heavenly punishment, perhaps the tempering process was a way to bribe the demon and strengthen the bond of karma. Vase came up with all kinds of theories about this stuff, but right now he needed to keep his head in the game and make sure his creation survived the remaining lightning strikes. The 7th strike had already landed. Vase was feeling the pain, but he had suffered much worse in the past. The bitter scimitar's mutated form managed to hold up for the most part, but the same could not be said for the demon residing inside. Just as Vase suspected, the bitter swordsman was much more susceptible to the harm inflicted by tribulation lightning. Although he was partially able to heal and strengthen himself right afterwards, once the damage had reached a higher threshold, the middle demon could outright perish before he could restore himself with the help of creation energy. Is this the challenge that every serious D-arm must go through? How can demoncasters possibly keep their products alive? Vase was more than confident in the materials and design of the mech weapon, but he was not able to do much about the demon. If he knew that his work would provoke a response from the heavens, then he would have devised a solution that could have shielded the demon against this threat. The 8th strike struck with around 30% greater power than before. While Vase could feel his slightly damaged body and spirit obtaining a little more benefits than before, the demon released a louder cry. That was not all. His eyes widened as he witnessed the beginnings of a more profound transformation to the D-arm. The bitter scimitar's physical mutations had begun to reverse. Its blue metallic sheen had grown a little duller, and some of the spikes and sharp angles grew smaller and softer. Craack. The last strike of the first round struck with significantly greater power than before, causing Vase to feel a bit more pain and numbness. His true body had grown a little larger, and his phase water concentration must have bumped up by a small but noticeable extent. However, Vase no longer cared about advancing his phase lord cultivation and instead grew a lot more concerned about the worsening state of his creation. The bitter scimitar had lost even more progress than before. Vase suddenly realized, the tribulation lightning, is purifying the weakening the merger between the demon and the mech weapon. If this continues, even if the bitter swordsman is barely able to hold on to his life, he will become completely detached from the masterwork scimitar, thereby causing him to lose his physical anchor. If we don't take action to put him in another shelter, he will be banished from this realm. Either way, the heavens would get rid of another harmful demon. Since it is possible to reverse the demoncasting process, it should also be possible to promote it again. Kedis guessed, see if you can find a way to restore and reinforce the bond between the demon and the scimitar. Vase rapidly tried to come up with a solution. Time was short. The storm clouds up above grew darker and more energetic. The next 9 lightning strikes were only going to inflict more damage. The intense pressure and his high emotional investment in this project rapidly caused him to come up with a series of hasty countermeasures. First, he changed his stance. Instead of offering the blade to the heavens as if he was a supplicant, he reversed its grip so that the curved tip pointed downwards before he started to hunch his back. At the same time, his true body grew even larger, causing his smart clothing to strain even further to cover his dignity. This not only allowed him to withstand damage a little better, but also allowed him to provide full physical cover to the proportionately smaller mech weapon. Once he had reached his slightly improved maximum size, the mech scimitar resembled a curved dagger in his oversized limbs. This made it a lot easier for him to shield the weapon from most angles. A golden lightning bolt struck his back and coursed through much of his upper body before finally running through the length of the bitter scimitar. Vase attempted to divert a part of the tribulation lightning directly down to his legs and into the soil of the mountaintop, but that did not work. The tribulation lightning did not behave like normal electricity and did not always follow the path of least resistance. The bitter scimitar attracted it like a magnetic pole. Once the tribulation lightning had reached the tip, it continued to burst out across the air gap before directly passing through the ground. The demon suffered much more severe damage this time as he had yet to fully recover from the previous strike. What distressed Vase the most was that the bitter scimitar lost even more potency due to the reversing demonization. This was the second solution he came up with. His companion spirit quickly went into action and began to disgorge a large amount of E-energy from the Blinky-verse. Much of it consisted of a mixture of life-attributed E-energy and darkness-attributed E-vase had an affinity in both, so he was able to exert much better control over them. He and Blinky worked together to feed the raw E-energies to the demon. He quickly noticed that the different attributes had a different effect on the demon. As a negative energy life form, the demon was easily able to absorb darkness energy. The bitter swordsman used it to quickly repair his spiritual injuries and restore his energy reserves. What was also interesting was that the darkness energy was remarkably effective at promoting the demonization process. The bitter scimitar had regained a small measure of demonization, causing it to regain a portion of its lost strength. Feeding the middle demon with positive E-energy did not directly promote the demonization process, but gave the bitter swordsman a fairly powerful tonic that promoted his growth and healing more effectively. While the bitter swordsman experienced other effects that Vase was not able to detect or analyze, he at least managed to confirm that using Blinky to feed the D-arm with E-energy successfully restored it to an extent. However, this was not a sustainable solution. The bitter swordsman had yet to recover to his peak condition and already got blasted by a more powerful dose of tribulation lightning. Not only did the strike undo the previous restoration effort, but also set the demon back even further. Damn it, Blinky is not strong enough yet. He can only output so much E-energy at a time. Vase, Kedis shouted from the side. You are not doing this right. Instead of feeding the D-arm with raw E-energy, you need to use your power to resist it like a warrior. If you can't fight the storm like a sword practitioner, then at least fight as if you are a phase lord and a chi cultivator. That was actually not a bad idea. Vase immediately decided to adopt her advice and tried his best to figure out how to leverage his powers to preserve his D-arm. Chapter 6629 I am not a loser. The reminder from Kedis woke Vase up from his thoughtless approach. What the hell was he doing? He had witnessed instances of mechs and mech pilots resisting lightning tribulations in the past. Just because the current one was only a single modal lightning tribulation did not mean he should approach this challenge in such a stupid manner. If he wanted his latest work to resist the punishment raining down from above, then he needed to fight. The D-arm needed to fight as well. Passively resisting the attacks was not enough. Even if the bitter swordsman managed to cling onto his new life, his arrogance and aggression would have all but melted away. This was not what Vase sought in this D-arm. Its demon needed to be strong, powerful, active and rebellious. When Vase reflected on his current actions and realized how he was approaching this in the completely wrong way, he quickly changed his stance and demeanor. He stared up at the storm clouds with challenging eyes and felt a surge of courage welling up inside his heart. This was the proper way to meet a lightning tribulation. Now that he had shaken off the mindset of a civilian and adopted the perspective of a warrior, Vase began to take control over the surrounding E-energy radiation. The charged environment generated by the tribulation storm made it a little more difficult than normal, but Vase still managed to attract a respectable amount of life energy, metal energy and to a lesser extent darkness energy. Blinky meanwhile continued to disgorge the same energies from the Blinky verse at the highest possible rate. The aperture that connected the Blinky verse from the main universe was still on the smaller end, but the Star Cat still helped by raising the concentration of E-energy around Vase. This was enough. Vase did not just gather a lot of energy just to mash them into the bitter scimitar without direction. That would only recreate the same results as before. If he wanted to utilize the greater potential of all of these energies, then he needed to shape them into more effective forms. Just like a chi cultivator. The problem was that Vase was not strictly a chi cultivator. Sure, he absorbed a bunch of enlightenment fruits and learned a lot of basic and miscellaneous spells and techniques, but that did not change the fact that he had little clue on how exactly he should defend himself against the lightning tribulation. This was a major oversight. If he was able to anticipate this possibility in advance, he could have taken the time to form a detailed contingency plan and be ready to take action in an instant. Let's see, is it okay to use other equipment? He was thinking about pulling out the flower parasol and using its extraordinary defensive characteristics to reduce the incoming damage. He could also temper the artifact by subjecting it to a lightning baptism. However, he ultimately decided not to take the risk. This tribulation was test for a special kind of artifact. Trying to resist the heavenly punishment by relying on the protection of another artifact defeated the purpose. This should also apply for other pieces of gear as long as they were powerful enough. The lightning tribulation would definitely grow more severe as a response. Since that was the case, Vase could only make use of his inherent powers. He decided to save up his spatial barrier and avoid using any spatial abilities. Perhaps they might help to lower the damage, but only for a short amount of time. He needed to save his spatial barrier for a critical moment. This meant that he had little choice but to rely on chi manipulation to cope with the damage. Vase did not stop with channeling E-energy into the bitter scimitar, but he leveraged much of the metal energy into a silvery translucent energy shield. Above his gigantic head, it formed just in time to meet the next strike. Vase instantly suffered a headache as his basic metal energy shield shattered like glass after getting struck by the golden lightning bolt. This was not the right way to defend against tribulation lightning. Vase really wished that he had learned how to fight and defend himself as a chi cultivator. Compared to a ruthless and ambitious schemer and murderer like his infamous mother, his ability to wield E-energy in combat was too basic and rudimentary. He shouldn't be blamed for this. How could he expect to be put in a situation where he had to resist a tribulation event in order to defend one of his precious creations? The inability to rely on allies, subordinates, technological equipment, high-level artifacts and more directly stripped many of his accumulated advantages. The lack of more solid tribulation manifestations that took on the form of alien swordsmen or scary beats meant that much of his offensive power as a phase lord became useless as well. The only way out for Vase was to manipulate E-energy well enough to pass this challenge, but his lack of skill and experience in these sorts of situations made it difficult to maintain his confidence. What if he screwed up? What if he was unable to control so much E-energy and apply it onto an ambitious technique? Fortunately, he was not alone in this. As a bystander, Kedis was able to track what happened and adopt a sober perspective towards the current incident. It is impossible for you to learn swordsmanship and learn how to resist the lightning tribulation more effectively. Kedis hastily said, learning and mastering techniques is the way to go, but you shouldn't cast them in isolation. The bitter scimitar is a D-arm based on a masterwork artifact. You should be able to use it as a wand or a casting aid. Try and actively channel energy into it and see if you can reinforce its structure or perform a technique, similar to all of the sword techniques that you have witnessed in the past. That was a good idea. He even came up with a suggestion of his own now that he had corrected his mindset. I designed this D-arm with the intention of forming a cooperative relationship with it. Joshua and his Everchanger can only utilize it to its full potential if the bitter scimitar agreed to combine forces with each other. At the very least, this weapon should have gained powers derived from its demon. He urgently tried to communicate with the weapon. What are you doing? Don't you want to prove you are more than a loser who is destined to get beaten up and killed like a bedraggled dog? Where is your fighting spirit? Are you truly about to let yourself get exorcised or banished by tribulation lightning? Wake up and work with me. I may not be your intended wielder, but I am the only person available here who is willing to fight for your right to survive. If you want to survive the remaining tribulation lightning strikes, then you better open yourself up to me and reveal your capabilities. Though the middle demon's nature compelled him to resist and attack his creator and current wielder, his rationality remained intact enough for him to understand that this was a bad time to attack those who were willing to render him assistance. The bitter scimitar rested more comfortably in his oversized hands. The D-arm did not turn over a new leaf, but the demon that governed its function merely made the pragmatic decision to join forces with his current wielder. The bitter scimitar seemed to come alive. The blue metallic surface shone brighter and more resplendent as the weapon sucked in a lot of life. Darkness and metal attributed E-Vase and Blinky worked together to shape all of the E-energy so that they reinforced the structure of the entire weapon. It was as if they suited up the bitter scimitar with armor made out of E-energy. This time, the D-arm endured the tribulation a lot better than last time. While the weapon and demon still incurred severe damage, Vase grew happy when he observed they did not suffer as much damage as he feared. While the damage reduction effect from the previous technique was not that strong, it still managed to make a difference. That's it, you can do more than that. Come, show me your true power. I shall grant you as much energy you can harness, so do not hold back. The bitter swordsman was doing its best to recover from the damage that had previously occurred. Not all was bad. The greater the damage, the stronger he became after absorbing the creation energy passed on by the golden lightning bolts. Even demons could benefit from lightning baptisms. They just had to be able to withstand the power that was intensively hostile towards their kind. Come on, hurry up, the next strike will come soon. As the bitter scimitar continued to absorb more energy, it finally began to display one of its intrinsic powers as a D-arm. A second arm holding a sword came into existence. The arm looked incredibly weird. It did not look like the arm of a mech or a human at all. The arm instead took on a distinctly demonic appearance. The demonized sword also did not give off a good impression. Vase did not recognize the weapon, but surmised it may have been based on one of the mech swords wielded by the middle demon during his first lifetime. Of course, the sword had also mutated to the point where it had too many unnecessary spikes and sharp angles. What a strange ability! The newly emerged limb and sword matched the proportions of the bitter scimitar. The new additions therefore looked a little too small and weak compared to Ves's full-sized form. After a bit of thought, he decided to shrink his size until he became as large as the Everchanger. The additional sword arm looked a lot more harmonious as it took up a position directly behind his shoulder. Though Vase remained skeptical on whether the manifestations of a demonic arm and a demonic sword could resist the onslaught, he allowed the ghost arm to wield its semi-tangible limb as if it was a part of his body. When the next strike arrived, Vase clearly felt the effects of the D-arm's more active intervention. The ghostly arm rapidly swung upwards and actually managed to intercept the lightning bolt as it soared down at speeds far exceeding the reaction speed of a human. That was not all. Moments before the storm clouds were about to erupt, Vase found to his surprise that the D-arm wanted to take control of his own arm and raise the bitter scimitar in a specific guard position. Vase quickly dropped his resistance just in time for his arm to move under the weapon's direction and meet the incoming tribulation lighting. Ah! The middle demon screamed in agony as pieces of himself literally got scoured away by the latest strike. Yet for all of the pain and damage, the bitter swordsman successfully managed to mitigate a significantly greater proportion of damage. This encouraged Vase even further. He lowered his guard and gave the bitter swordsman greater access to his body. He completely disregarded the associated risks, knowing that the demon would not try to harm him during this crucial juncture. The bitter swordsman wanted to live. It wanted to enjoy its second life to the fullest. Meeting a premature end when it was just about to embark on a new life was not acceptable to the middle demon. I am not a loser. Vase could feel the demon take control of his body as if mimicking his old fighting style as a dual-wielding specialist. Kedis grew incredibly impressed at this sight. She had a feeling that her attempt to imbue the bitter scimitar with a specific sword style had caused it to develop in this strange direction after getting demoncasting. The sight was incredibly absurd. It was as if the bitter swordsman was piloting Ves's body as if it was a biomech. The fact that this was even possible defied common sense. No wonder the heavens are so jealous. This D-arm is too absurd. Chapter 6630 Bitter Pride. This lightning tribulation gave Vase a very necessary dose of reality. If he wanted to develop a personal polymetal mech for himself that he could one day use as his own version of a Phase Lord Raymond, then this was not enough to turn himself into an effective combatant. Vase also needed the courage, the fighting spirit, the combat acumen and the weapon skills in order to make the most out of his gear and other endowments. It couldn't be helped. Vase was a mech designer by nature. While he did have a bunch of incarnations that allowed him to accrue other kinds of knowledge, very little of it was related to helping him become a better fighter. At most, he received adjacent information on how other mech pilots and soldiers fought. That was purely theoretical knowledge and did not infuse him with any remarkable fighting skills. Even his power as a Phase Lord was mostly a facade. Compared to the well-trained and highly elite soldiers of the Titan Phalanx, Vase was a complete scumbag of a Phase Lord. He had not developed his spatial abilities all that much, and he was not able to effectively leverage his gigantic physique like an actual fighter. He also did not undergo any systematic combat training, so he wouldn't be able to coordinate effectively alongside mechs or other human Phase Lords on the battlefield. In short, Vase was still a creator at heart. If Kedis received the same endowments as him, she would definitely be able to defeat 10 versions of himself. Even though his lack of combat training held him back in certain situations, Vase had no intentions of devoting a significant amount of time or resources on addressing this shortcoming. Instead, Vase believed it was much more convenient if he could borrow the excellent fighting skills of other powerful soldiers and warriors. One of the plans he had in mind was to use a divine envoy like Imon Ingvar as a spiritual mech pilot. When the time was right, he would figure out a way for Imon Ingvar to come out and directly possess his body as if he was piloting a biomech. Hopefully, there should be enough parallels between piloting a mech and controlling the body of a Phase Lord that most of Imon Ingvar's piloting skills transferred over to this abnormal situation. This had always remained an idea, though. It was nothing more than a daydream as far as Vase was concerned. He never expected that he would get to experience a version of this solution when wielding the bitter scimitar. In hindsight, he shouldn't be too surprised. Not only did he design the Masterwork D arm with symbiosis in mind, but he had also made sure to prep the middle demon to be able to take over its own wielder when the opportunity arose. Vase initially found it quite scary to surrender his body to a foreign party to this degree. He instinctively wanted to resist and wrest back control, but he did his best to hold himself back. At this point, he needed to place his trust in his own arrangements. The bitter swordsman was rational enough to understand the stakes. The repeated lightning strikes already made him feel as if he was half dead, and the power of the following strikes would only ramp up further. Given the dire circumstances, neither Vase nor the bitter swordsman wasted any time on USCLESS planning or discussions. They communicated with each other on a level that went beyond verbal communication. Unfortunately, a lot of messages got lost in translation. Vase was not a mech pilot of a soldier, so he was unable to interpret his counterpart's meanings. It didn't matter. The middle demon rapidly familiarized himself with the novel experience of piloting a giant human body. Although the actual experience was far different from piloting a typical humanoid mech, the demon somehow gained a remarkable talent and ability to control all bodies it was able to access. Since Vase strangely lowered almost all of his defenses to a minimum, the demon encountered virtually no resistance, so his acclimation speed was therefore incredibly fast. The bitter swordsman did not betray Ves's expectations. Although he was still getting the hang of controlling Ves's true body, which was currently scaled to the size of a high-end second-class mech, by the time the next lightning bolt struck, the demon responded a lot more fiercely than Vase ever could. The middle demon moved Ves's untrained but naturally powerful true body in a proficient manner and used both a real arm and a ghost arm to cross two sword blades in front of his chest in a guard position while pumping as much energy into the weapons as possible. The lightning strike struck the crossed blades and passed through them, but not before weakening by a significant margin. Both the bitter swordsman and Ves's body ultimately received a less severe shock. Just as the next strike was due to arrive, the bitter swordsman continued to explore and figure out his new abilities as a middle demon. He could do more than conjure up a ghost arm and casily take possession of Ves's body. "Don't forget about your domain," Kedis shouted from the side. As a recently promoted middle demon, you have grown equivalent to a fresh ace pilot. You should have a power that is similar to a Saint Kingdom but weaker. Try and unfold it so that you can harness more energy. The bitter swordsman did as instructed. He did not know it before Kedis spoke, but now that she gave him a crucial reminder, he suddenly discovered that he could indeed deploy his domain outward. A fairly weak domain began to expand from the bitter scimitar. Vase and Kedis could immediately feel that it was filled with negative energy. What was special was that this domain used to be weaker a short time ago. After getting repeatedly baptized by tribulation lightning, the domain had already transformed to an extent. It had grown stronger and was better able to cope against the wrath of the heavens. While it was rather messy and polluted, the more dominant attributes were pride, murder and darkness. These had become the most prominent traits or obsessions of the bitter swordsman after he had become demonized. Yet the middle demon's domain also gained a small measure of symbiosis, which was derived from the life element. In ancient cultivation parlance, this was the small bit of bright yang energy that accentuated all of the dark yin energy. The benefits of retaining a small measure of an opposing attribute were myriad. No one could completely understand light unless they also grew familiar with darkness, and vice versa. The bitter swordsman may still be weak among other middle demons, but he possessed more control over himself and could execute his techniques with greater skill and precision. Even though it was impossible for a former expert candidate to perfectly replicate the refined body control and extraordinary combat techniques of an ace pilot, the bitter swordsman had grown so miraculously stronger after his demonization that he was definitely able to fight at a level far exceeding when he was still alive. Vase could still clearly perceive this difference even if he had no true understanding of the nuances of every movement and technique. This time, the bitter swordsman leveraged his weak domain as well as his control over Ves's body, and managed to attain an even better result. The domain not only expanded the amount of E-energy that he was able to harness, but also provided a little extra protection against the lightning bolt. This time, both the physical sword and the ghost sword slashed upwards at the exact same time, producing a strange form of resonance that temporarily raised their ability to withstand the shock. Although the bitter swordsman suffered greater trauma by incurring significant damage to his domain, it could have been worse. The bitter scimitar may actually be able to get out of this ordeal stronger and more cohesive than ever. Only 3 more left, Kedis shouted in encouragement. The final strikes will be heavy, but I know you can do it. A blade forged from my hand should never fall apart so easily. The tribulation storm certainly tried. This time, the bitter swordsman managed to conjure up more metal and darkness energy and used his 2 swords to form a strange energy whirlpool that blocked a greater proportion of the incoming lightning strike than before. This move successfully exhausted a greater proportion of the power of the tribulation lightning. The physical scimitar became slightly deformed and its degree of demonization had dropped, but the middle demon already began to repair the damage after absorbing a lot of mixed energies. Vase grew a little more apprehensive. The punishment to his body became more severe. While that meant that his true body was finally growing a little bit faster, he knew that the bitter swordsman must be enduring a lot more torment. Hang on, you still have an entire life ahead of you. Do not give up. Prove that you deserve a second chance by denying the heavens themselves. Do your best to stop the attempt to drag your tainted soul to the afterlife and prove that you are strong enough to defy death itself. Pride and conceit swelled from the bitter scimitar. The physical blade as well as the ghost sword began to spun in a way that stirred up a lot of ambient energy. A stronger sense of resonance affected Vase. It was as his true body had become the bitter swordsman's expert mech. Unfortunately, Vase was not a real expert mech. His ability to resonate with the bitter swordsman was too weak. The second-to-last lightning strike inflicted more severe damage than before. Both Vase and the bitter swordsman screamed, with the latter suffering significantly more damage. Due to the suboptimal circumstances, the bitter swordsman was only able to elevate his ability to resist the lightning tribulation to this extent and no further. He needed a lot more time to get the hang of his domain, his new abilities and the novel experience of piloting the body of a human, Vase Lord. Even if the middle demon had become unnaturally good at understanding its innate abilities and learning how to control Ves's body, he ultimately needed a lot more time to translate his many new capabilities into actual combat power. That was time that he did not have. As the storm clouds in the skies of the system space grew thicker and more ominous, Vase and the damaged bitter scimitar knew that they were facing their final test. More and more energy surged into the last discharge of tribulation lightning. Just like the 9th strike, the 18th one promised to be an unusually strong attack. Ves's mouth began to smirk. Whether that was due to Vase or the bitter swordsman remained unclear. The true body began to flourish both blades before confidently pointing their tips upwards. I defy you, CRAAAAACK. Just before the final bright golden lightning bolt struck, a spatial barrier briefly came into existence, only to break right afterwards as it was unable to resist the full force of the attack. Yet because Vase had activated one of his spatial defenses before the final strike, the lightning bolt expended just enough energy that it was not as good at overcoming the subsequent layers of defense as before. When the tribulation lightning finally struck the bitter scimitar, it looked scorched and slightly deformed, but it still retained part of its demonized state. As for the bitter swordsman, the damage inflicted by the 18th strike had indeed brought him a lot closer to his death, but the infusion of creation energy had partially restored him and strengthened his foundation to a much more significant degree than before. Ha 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 ha, I live, I defied the heavens. As the bitter swordsman slowly healed from his remaining injuries, the bitter scimitar recovered as well. Its degree of demonization not only deepened to its original level, but even went a step further, becoming stronger, weirder and more mysterious by the second. Vase grinned with extreme satisfaction as he took back control over his body. He expected for the bitter swordsman to resist, but the final strike briefly left him far too injured to put up a good fight. It didn't matter. Vase was more than confident he could forcibly regain control over his body with the help of his companion spirit. If that did not work, then Kedis and the Heavensward would definitely be able to lend a hand. Vase did not think about that, though. All he had in mind was the fact that his first proper D-arm finally began to live up to his high expectations. This is the true power of demoncasting. Chapter 6631 Unmatched Artifacts. The D-arm survived the lightning baptism. Vase knew how close it had been. Although the storm only struck 18 times, the power behind the bolts were at least partially scaled to the bitter scimitar's approximate power, quality and other parameters. He understood a little more on how the lightning tribulations operated. They were never supposed to let off anyone or anything that broke the boundaries of cosmic ecosystems so easily. The amount of rounds was probably determined by the severity of the supposed violations. It was useful for Vase to know what to expect next time if he committed another, violation, in the eyes of the heavenly authorities. For example, anything that attempted a feat as bold as merging the 5 classical elements together would definitely attract the most severe 9-round multimodal lightning tribulation. The same went for a feat as bold as creating a god ship such as the Dominion of Man. Curiously, a masterwork D-arm that was inhabited by a particularly young and weak middle demon only attracted a 2-round single-modal lightning tribulation. A part of Vase was relieved. If the severity of the tribulation event was any more severe, he would have struggled a lot more to keep his first proper D-arm alive. The physical structure of the weapon was able to resist the tribulation lightning easily enough, but its fatal weak point in this situation was the demon that empowered the D-arm. The bitter swordsman shouldn't have been vulnerable under normal circumstances. It was unfortunately that tribulation lightning played by different rules. It was not only able to bypass numerous layers of protection, but it was also intelligently driven to attack the demon regardless of all other factors. It was clear to Vase that one but possibly all heavenly authorities disliked demons and sought to strike them down whenever people attempted to harness their power in a significant manner. What was worse was that this was just the beginning. The bitter scimitar already met his expectations of what a D-arm was supposed to be, but it was just an early creation. Once Vase studied the transformed and lightning-baptized weapon and increased his comprehension of the demoncasting process, he would steadily be able to produce stronger and more remarkable D-arms. If he was able to improve the demon GU cultivation process and succeed in producing a major demon of the 3rd major cultivation rank, then Vase could not imagine the power of the lightning tribulation that would beset his more potent D-arms.